Soviet Communism, A New Civilization. By Sidney and Beatrice. Webb. 3rd edition. In one volume. Preface. This book calls, perhaps, for some explanation of its scope and plan, if not also of its length. It is not easy to appreciate either the magnitude of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, or the variety, ranging from barbarism to a high degree of culture, of its 100 or more different races and languages. Its organizational structure is surely the most complicated known to political science. Woe ask the reader to gaze at the map, and at the two diagrams giving precisely the main administrative areas and the principal organs of government of the USSR, which Mr. J. F. Horobin has specially drawn, upon Mr. S. P. Turin's information, and generously contributed to this work. These diagrams, notwithstanding their wealth of symbols, can do no more than start the requisite impression of complication of federation within federation, and of tier upon tier of local governing bodies and central administrative organs. But in addition to all that is indicated by the map and those diagrams of the organization of the citizens, the reader has to visualize the wholly different and not less complicated organization of these same men and women in wealth production, whether as independent producers, or as wage or salary earners in their trade unions, or as groups of co-partners in agriculture, in hunting and fishing, or in manufacture. There is yet a third universal organization of these 40 million families in their capacity of consumers, in which they become members of a hierarchy of some 45,000 local societies for the distribution among themselves of the foodstuffs and other commodities of their domestic housekeeping. And we have still to name a fourth pyramidal and equally ubiquitous organization, the most unique and original, and some would say the most significant of all, made up of the extensive membership of what we have termed the vocation of leadership. Even this is not the whole story. The degree of complication of the administrative, industrial, and political structure of the USSR does but correspond with the magnitude and variety of the functions for which the structure is elaborated, functions which transcend in scope and range those consciously and deliberately undertaken by any other community. And, in each department, structure and function are intertwined with each other and with a wealth of voluntary associations and spontaneous individual activities to constitute a highly integrated society which definitely forms a synthesis. In all social history, that endless adventure of governing men, there has been no such a colossal and so exciting an experiment. It takes us over 760 pages, constituting the 6 chapters and appendices of Part I and the first 4 chapters of Part 150, to set forth all the welter of structure and function making up what is, merely in magnitude, the biggest integrated social organization in the world. This widely comprehensive and, as it seems today, solidly united mass organization, is brand new, not yet 20 years old, and is still rapidly developing. We suggest that, if it endures, its eventual impact on the rest of the world must be considerable. Its aims are grandiose and far-reaching. With what purpose are its leaders and directors animated? What is the philosophy on which their lives are based? Upon what motives and instruments do they rely for the attainment of their ends? What original conceptions of economics and political science, and what new inventions in systems of wealth production and of social relations, are being worked out in the Soviet Union, where, by the way, they claim, by their novel adjustment of a planned supply to a universally effective demand, to have definitely got rid of involuntary unemployment. Can it be true that there is evolving, out of the incessant public discussions of the millions of adolescents between the Baltic and the Pacific, a new ethical system, with a code of conduct emerging from their actual experience of a transformed social life? These issues are discussed in chapters XL and XII. Finally, we add a short epilogue raising the question whether what the world is witnessing today in the USSR does not amount to a new civilization, differing from any that has hitherto existed, and whether it is likely to spread beyond its present borders. But why undertake so great a task as a comprehensive description of the entire social order of the USSR? The answer is that it has been borne in on us by experience that the first step to any competent understanding of what is happening in the USSR is that the picture should be viewed as a whole. At the outset it may seem easier for each student to confine his investigation into his own particular speciality, and to write a detailed monograph upon what the USSR has done in that limited field. But unless and until the organization of the Soviet Union has been studied as a whole, and some intelligent comprehension has been gained of its complicated structure and manifold activities, of its aim and purpose, of the direction in which it is traveling, of its instruments and its methods, and of its philosophy, no satisfying judgment can be passed upon any part of its work. No survey either of its achievements or of its shortcomings in wealth production or in artistic development, in education or in medicine, in changing the standard of living or revising the bounds of freedom, can be competently made without a grasp of the principles of multiformity and universalism that run through the warp and weft of every part of its texture. It is not the failure or the fulfillment of any one function that is significant, but the life of the whole, and, be it added, not so much what the ever-moving mass is today, as whence it has come and whither it is tending. It is for this reason that we have, greatly daring, attempted to map the whole of what we may picture as the Eurasian plain, in the belief that, however imperfect our survey, it will help other travelers to find their way in more detailed studies of their own specialties, by which our necessarily superficial sketches may be corrected, supplemented or superseded. Contrary to common expectation, we have found the material for our work abundant and accessible. Of the vast outpouring of books in many languages since 1917, giving tourists impressions of the land of the Soviets, together with the better authenticated narratives of the resident newspaper correspondents, we need not speak. Among the more scientific studies of which we have been able to make substantial use in enlargement and correction of our own researches, we have to acknowledge that by far the greatest proportion stand to the credit of the United States, an outcome, we think, not only of the wider interest taken by that country than by Great Britain in a new social order, which is now attracting thousands of immigrants from the United States, but also of the large number of scholarships and fellowships enabling scientific researchers to spend a year or more in the USSR for the production of valuable monographs. There are far too few such opportunities yet provided for the British student. In addition to the stream of books affording descriptions by eyewitnesses of what they have seen in the USSR, there is available to the serious student an unusual output of printed documents by the Soviet government through many of its departments, by the ancient Academy of Sciences, and the 1001 scientific research institutes, and the exploring expeditions that they send out, by the trade unions, by the industrial cooperative societies, by the consumers' cooperative movement, and, last but not least, by the Communist Party. These masses of reports and statistics are not all in Russian, nor yet in the languages of the various national minorities. Probably no other government in the world issues so large a mass of documents in languages other than its own, whether as the proceedings of conferences or congresses, or the decrees and codes, or the speeches of its leading statesmen, or the reports of the discoveries of the scientific exploring parties, or the instructions to subordinate departments. In addition to these documents there is the large and always increasing Soviet press, from such leading journals as Pravda and Izvestia, and their scores of local imitators, down to the innumerable news sheets and wall newspapers of the factories and mines, of the collective farms, and of the state, municipal and cooperative plants and offices, whilst, for those who are interested in the personal life of the Soviet citizen, there are novels and plays, comic periodicals and all varieties of exhibition of the self-criticism in which the Russians delight. Nor are foreigners neglected. The Moscow press turns out daily and weekly organs, widely distributed throughout the USSR, in English, German, and French. These journals, like all newspapers in the USSR, are almost entirely filled with information about the doings of the Sovnarkom, and the Central Committee of the Communist Party, or with detailed descriptions of the workings of mines, oil fields, factories, and state or collective farms, statistics of the extent of fulfillment of the 5-year plan, and other instructional material. Meanwhile, the powerful wireless stations in Moscow broadcast the same kind of thing nightly to the world in no fewer than 14 European languages, together with Esperanto. Although we have aimed at precision in our references, we do not indulge in a comprehensive bibliography. We have thought it more likely to be helpful to students wishing to explore further any of the topics with which we deal to give in each chapter a list of the principal sources of information accessible to British or American students. Throughout our work we have had the valuable assistance of Mr. S. P. Turin, lecturer at the School of Slavonic and East European Studies and the London School of Economics and Political Science in the University of London, who has not only kept us continuously up to date about what is being published in the USSR, but has also freely placed at our disposal much additional information derived from his long study of his native land both prior and subsequent to the revolution. His recent book From Peter the Great to Lenin supplies a valuable historical introduction to the present labor movement. Mr. Turin has enabled us to avoid many mistakes without necessarily sharing either our viewpoint or our opinions, and he is in no way responsible for our generalizations or our judgments. We must mention also the assistance we have derived from Dr. Julius F. Hecker, alike through his books, Religion and Communism, Moscow Dialogues, Russian Sociology and others, and through our illuminating discussions with him in Moscow and London. Indeed, we must gratefully acknowledge the continuous help we have received during the past 4 years from friends too numerous to mention, scientific and literary, Russian and non-Russian, residents in the USSR and also exiles of more than one generation, and of all shades of opinion. At all times, and notably during our visits to the USSR, the Soviet authorities have willingly answered our innumerable questions, and given us every facility for going anywhere that we wanted to go, for seeing works, factories and farms, schools and hospitals, and other institutions, as well as for admission to meetings that we wished to attend. We have gathered much, not only from officials but also from trade unionists, teachers, engineers, doctors, peasants, and fishermen, not omitting to take due note of what we have been told by discontented intelligentsia and disgruntled revolutionaries both inside the USSR and elsewhere. What we have sought to present is an objective view of the whole social order of the USSR as it exists today, with no more past history than is necessary for explanation, and with an intelligent impression of the direction in which it is traveling. We have not hesitated to criticize anything that seemed to us to call for criticism. We do not pretend to be without bias, but we have tried to be aware of our bias, and have striven for objectivity. The question will arise in some quarters, why did two aged mortals, both nearing their 9th decade, undertake a work of such magnitude? We fear our presumption must be ascribed to the recklessness of old age. In our retirement, with daily bread secured, we had nothing to lose by the venture, not even our reputation, which will naturally stand or fall upon our entire output of the past half-century, to the load of which one more book makes no appreciable difference. On the other hand, we had a world to gain, a new subject to investigate, a fresh circle of stimulating acquaintances with whom to discuss entirely new topics, and above all a daily joint occupation, in intimate companionship, to interest, amuse and even excite us in the last stage of life's journey. This world we have gained and enjoyed. To use a theological term, this book is therefore to be received as a work of supererogation, which, as we understand it, means something not required, but spontaneously offered, which may be ignored or criticized, but which does not warrant blame, even if it be deemed an act of so great supererogation as singing without a voice. Or, to take a humbler analogy, it may be taken as the etc., often thrown in as a gift by the salesman with a package of goods already paid for. As such we may present it unabashed to our British and American readers. The reader will find at the end of Part I an exceptionally accurate translation of the complete text of the new Constitution of 1936, by Mrs. Anna Louise Strong, to whom we are indebted for permission to reprint it. We give also a summary in the form of a new Declaration of the Rights of Man. At the end of Part 150, after the epilogue, we add a lengthy postscript, dealing with the principal changes in the Soviet Union since 1934 to 1935. Sidney and Beatrice Webb, October 1937. The consent of the House of Commons, became Prime Minister and Minister of Defence with Chamberlain, the outgoing Prime Minister, as a prominent member of the British Cabinet. As Prime Minister, I doubt whether Stalin would have offered, as Churchill did, to amalgamate the USSR on terms of equality with another great power without consulting the Presidium of which he was a member. Neither the Prime Minister of the British Cabinet nor the presiding member of the Sovnarkom has anything like the autocratic power of the President of the USA, who not only selects the members of his cabinet subject to the formal control of the Senate, but is also Commander-in-Chief of the American Armed Forces and, under the Leaseland Act, is empowered to safeguard, in one way or another, the arrival of munitions and food at the British ports. By declaring, in May this year, a state of unlimited national emergency, President Roosevelt legally assumes a virtual dictatorship of the United States. He has power to take over transport, to commandeer the radio for the purposes of propaganda, to control imports and all ex-hang transactions, to requisition ships and to suspend laws governing working hours, and, most important of all, to decide on industrial priorities and, if necessary, to take over industrial plants. In what manner, then, does Stalin exceed in authority over his country's destiny the British Prime Minister or the American President? The office by which Stalin earns his livelihood and owes his predominant influence is that of General Secretary of the Communist Party, a unique organization the characteristics of which, whether good or evil, I shall describe later on in this volume. Here I will note that the Communist Party, unlike the Roman Catholic and Anglican Church, is not an oligarchy. It is democratic in its internal structure, having a representative Congress electing a central committee which in its turn selects the Politburo and other executive organs of the Communist Party. Nor has Stalin ever claimed the position of a dictator or Führer. Far otherwise, he has persistently asserted in his writings and speeches that as a member of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, he is merely a colleague of 30 other members, and that so far as the Communist Party is concerned he acts as General Secretary under the orders of the executive. He has, in fact, frequently pointed out that he does no more than carry out the decisions of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. Thus, in describing his momentous article known as Dizzy with Success, he expressly states that this was written on the well-known decisions of the Central Committee regarding the fight against distortions of the party line in the collective form movement. In this connection, he continues, I recently received a number of letters from comrades, collective farmers, calling upon me to reply to the questions contained in them. It was my duty to reply to the letters in private correspondence, but that proved to be impossible, since more than half the letters received did not have the addresses of the writers. Nevertheless, the questions raised in these letters are of tremendous political interest to our comrades. In view of this, I found myself faced with the necessity of replying to the comrades in an open letter, i.e. in the press. I did this all the more willingly since I had a direct decision of the Central Committee to this purpose. In answer to the second question, is the USSR a political democracy? It is clear that, tested by the Constitution of the Soviet Union as revised and enacted in 1936, 1. The USSR is the most inclusive and equalist democracy in the world. The Supreme Soviet of the USSR consists of two chambers, the Soviet of the Union and the Soviet of Nationalities. The Soviet of the Union is directly elected by the citizens in electoral districts of 1 deputy for 300,000 inhabitants, the number of deputies today being over 1,200. The Soviet of Nationalities, with over 600 deputies, also directly elected, aims at giving additional representation to ethnical groups whether manifested in color or figure, language or literature, religion or manners, inhabiting large areas of the USSR. These separate constituent republics are supplemented by smaller local areas also distinguished by racial characteristics, termed autonomous republics or autonomous regions, to all of whom are allotted a small number of deputies to the Soviet of Nationalities. The two chambers which make up the Supreme Soviet of the USSR have equal rights, and their sessions begin and terminate simultaneously. Joint sessions of both chambers are needed to ratify legislation and meet twice a year, and are convened by the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet at its direction, or on demand of one of the constituent republics. All these assemblies, whether the Soviet of the Union or the Soviet of Nationalities, together with a network of subordinate provincial, municipal and village Soviets, are directly elected by secret ballot, by all the inhabitants over 18 years of age, without distinction of sex, race, or religion, or political or social opinion. For instance, the deprived class of the earlier constitutions, former landlords and capitalist profit-makers, relations of the late Tsar, or members of a religious order, are now included on the register of voters. I may add that nearly 50,000 practicing priests of the Greek Orthodox Church, together with several hundreds of Roman Catholics, Evangelicals, Mohammedans, and Buddhist officiants, were enfranchised by the Constitution of 1936. The insistence on racial equality. How does this Constitution of the Soviet Union compare with that of Great Britain, which assumes to be a political democracy? Passing 1. The first meeting of the freely elected Supreme Soviet of the USSR took place in January 1938. Over the doubtful characteristics in the Constitution of Great Britain itself, with its 47 million inhabitants, for instance, the hereditary House of Lords and the prerogative of the King to refuse sanction to statutes passed by the House of Commons and rejected by the House of Lords, let us admit that the home country is a political democracy. What about the Constitution of the British Commonwealth of Nations with its 500 million inhabitants? Within this vast area only 70 millions are governed by a political democracy. Even among the self-governing dominions which are assumed to be political democracies, 1. The South African Union refuses any participation in its government by the colored races, who are the majority of the inhabitants, whilst Canada and Australia ignored the native tribes as possible citizens of the newly formed state. New Zealand is the one honourable exception. The British emigrants, once they had conquered the island, accepted the Maoris as fully fledged citizens, not only as electors, but as members of the legislature and in many cases members of the cabinet. Leaving out of consideration the 50 or so small protectorates or mandated territories, we note that India with its 400 million inhabitants is mainly governed by a British civil service, and though we may believe in the good intentions of our government to make it into a self-governing dominion, we imprisoned without trial some 7,000 natives who spend their lives in propaganda for Indian independence, and condemned their remarkable and highly gifted leader, Nehru, to 5 years rigorous imprisonment. The British Commonwealth of Nations is not alone among the capitalist democracies in the refusal to accept racial equality within its own territory, as a necessary characteristic of political democracy. In the USA, the Negroes, though assumed by the federal constitution to be entitled to vote and to represent voters, are by the electoral law and administrative practice of particular states excluded from being fully fledged citizens with the right to vote and to become representatives. The Dutch and Belgian empires have alike discrimination against the native inhabitants. Hence, if equal rights to all races within a sovereign state is a necessary characteristic of political democracy, the USSR stands out as a champion of this form of liberty. Thus, one of the outstanding features of Soviet political democracy is racial equality, the resolute refusal to regard racial characteristics as a disqualification for the right to vote, to be deputies to the Legislative Assembly, to serve on the executive or to be appointed salaried officials. One of the reasons for the anti-Comintern axis, uniting Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, and Shintoist Japan in hostility to the Soviet Union, was this insistence by the Bolshevist government on racial equality throughout the USSR. These three great powers were all alike intent on extending, by force of arms, the dominance of their own race over new territories inhabited by so-called inferior races, who have no right to self-determination, and were to accept the social order imposed by the conqueror, or to risk extermination. The one-party system. There is, however, one characteristic of the political democracy of the USSR as formulated in the Constitution of 1936 which needs explanation of how and why it exists, if only because it has led to a denial by some fervent political democrats that the Soviet Union is a political democracy. This seemingly objectionable feature is the one-party system of government. I admit that as an original member of the British Labour Party and the wife of a leading member of His Majesty's opposition and, for 2 short intervals, of a minority Labour government, I had a stop in the mind when I read the following article in the new Constitution of the USSR, 1936. In accordance with the interests of the working people and for the purpose of developing the organized self-expression and political activity of the masses of the people, citizens of the USSR are ensured the right to unite in public organizations, trade unions, cooperative associations, youth organizations, sport and defense organizations, cultural, technical and scientific societies, and the most active and politically conscious citizens from the ranks of the working class and other strata of the working people unite in the All-Union Communist Party, which is the vanguard of the working people in their struggle to strengthen and develop the socialist system and which represents the leading nucleus of all organizations of the working people, both social and state. This means, in fact, though it is not explicitly stated, that no other purely political organization is permitted to function in the USSR. A study of the facts suggests that when a revolutionary government is confronted with the task of educating a mass of illiterate and oppressed peoples, of diverse races and religions, among them primitive tribes, not only to higher levels of health and culture but also in the art of self-government, there is no alternative to the one-party system with its refusal to permit organized political opposition to the new political and economic order. The recent history of the Democratic Republic of Turkey established by that great statesman Kemal Pasha in 1920 is instructive. Faced with a far less difficult task, Kemal Ataturk copied the one-party system of Turkey's friendly neighbor, the USSR. But after studying the democratic constitution of Great Britain he decided in 1930 to quote from a recent history of modern Turkey that Turkey needed an opposition. Contrary to the advice of the party, he authorized an experienced politician named Fethi Bey to form an opposition group in the assembly, and had arrangements made to see that this group, the Independent Republican Party, secured some seats in the assembly at the general election. The experiment, we are told, was not a success. The various social and religious changes had aroused opposition among the reactionary elements in the country, and the existence of Fethi Bey's party provided a justification and focus for the expression of this opposition. There were street riots between supporters of the opposition and supporters of the government. Numbers of the Independent Republican Party drifted back to the People's Party and the leader himself finally resigned. The regime was not sufficiently consolidated for opposition to it to be encouraged in this way. What Ataturk had in view was the education of the people in political issues, for he believed that that education would come from the open clash of opinion in debate in the assembly. Since the death of Ataturk the project has been revived, this time with the approval of the People's Party. 12 of the party deputies were, in the summer of 1939, instructed to form an opposition group of devil's advocates in the assembly. They remain, however, members of the parliamentary group of the People's Party, and even attend its meetings, although they may not vote or take part in the discussions there. This solution of an artificially created opposition seems rather far-fetched. Perhaps the Soviet Union's invention of non-party members, nominated by trade unions, cooperative societies, collective farms, and all other conceivable associations for science, the arts and sport, is a franker and more feasible method. By the term, "ton party," I may explain, it is not implied that the delegate is an unbeliever in the living philosophy of Soviet communism, as would be the case in the use of the term non-Christian within a Christian community. All that is meant is that, in respect of the communist faith, he is a layman, that is, a man who is an outsider, or a non-expert in relation to some particular profession, art, or branch of knowledge, especially to law and medicine. These non-party. One Modern Turkey, by John Parker and Charles Smith, 1940, Routledge. L. Freedom. For Colonial Peoples, one intragram for Victory, Routledge. The insistence that an illiterate and uncivilized people requiring to be educated for the art of self-government before they can exercise the right freely and with good results has been brought out by the studies of Professor Macmillan of the natives of South Africa and the West Indies. An ardent supporter of democratic self-government for the natives of our colonies, he describes his conversion, brought to him after years of experience, of the need for a period of apprenticeship to overcome natural obstacles to freedom. It is unnecessary to remind you of the stultifying, soul-destroying effect of utter poverty and prolonged physical deficiency. Considerations of political freedom do not touch the oppression of poverty. That this always existed in Africa is clear. It was a revelation to me to find, in parts of Africa, quite untouched by white settlement, or any white influence at all, poverty every whit as abject as that induced by indiousness in South Africa. Freedom for Colonial People by Victory, p. 91, a collection of essays prepared by the Fabian Society, 1941. Hence Macmillan suggested that the superior race who have become the dominant power in a territory inhabited by a primitive race should, before they retire from an authoritative position, educate the native inhabitants not only in the art of self-government, but in the capacity to produce sufficient wealth for a healthy and a cultural life. For a more detailed study of the need for educating the natives in the art of self-government and the maximizing of production, see also Macmillan's Africa Emergent and Democratization of the Empire. Delegates are said to form the majority in the hundreds of thousands of subordinate Soviets, village, city, and provincial. Even in the Ali Union Congress of Soviets of 1936, which enacted the new constitution, they constituted 28% of the delegates. Political democracy in a socialist state, so we are told by the most knowledgeable American student of Soviet communism, who has lived and worked for many years in the Soviet Union, demands clearly both the expression of special interests of a relatively permanent nature, and the continuous correlation of all those interests into a unified program which shall not be the either-or of the two-party system, but an honest attempt to satisfy as nearly as possible the sum total of popular demand. Both these needs are met by the Soviet Constitution. The special interests of the Soviet citizen are continuously expressed in the public organizations to which he belongs, his trade union, cooperative association, cultural, technical or scientific society. All these organizations have the right to nominate candidates for a FIIs and will certainly avail themselves of the right. The Communist Party meantime exists as a central core of members in all of these organizations, drawing out their special demands, correlating them with the rest of the country, and leading them in a direction of a stronger and more prosperous socialist commonwealth. This unique characteristic of the Communist Party as created by Lenin and developed by Stalin and his associates, as an organization for bringing civilization, not merely to millions of poverty-stricken Slav workers and peasants, released from legal serfdom 80 years ago, but also to Mongolian races and primitive tribes inhabiting the southern and eastern territories of the USSR, will be described later on. The alternative of the one-party system, the referendum, the initiative, and the recall too. Let us now consider the present-day alternatives to the one-party system as it exists in the USSR. First, we have the most theoretically democratic of all methods of the government of the people by the people, that is, an assembly of the whole body of adult citizens, or if that be impracticable owing to masses of electors scattered throughout an extended territory, the referendum, the initiative, and the recall. Towards the end of the 19th century and the first decade of the 20th century, this obvious type of political democracy was the fashion of the day, the exemplar of the long-established Republic of Switzerland 3 being cited. The support of men, anxious to secure the health of their womankind and the increase of the birth rate deemed necessary for the Soviet Union. There are, of course, some objections to this freedom to criticize. It may result in hampering the initiative of the director of the plant or the commissar of a public authority. Moreover, when these criticisms are published in the press, they provide the hostile foreigner with evidence of the apparent failure of Soviet communism. Indeed, it is amusing to discover that nearly all the books that are now written proving that there is corruption, favoritism, and gross inefficiency in the management of industry and agriculture, are taken from reports of these discussions in the Soviet press, in Pravda, the organ of the Communist Party, in Izvestia, the organ of the government, in Trud, the organ of the trade union movement, and in many other local and specialist newspapers. Imagine the thousands of bankruptcies, occurring every year in capitalist countries, being investigated not only by the workers concerned, but also by the inhabitants of the distressed areas, and their proceedings not only reported in the local press, but notified in the government department concerned in maximizing production for community consumptio too. In Great Britain, what material they would furnish to the critics of profit-making enterprise. 1. But to those who value free thought and free as the most important factor in a democratic war idea, these seem worth running, as they do apparently in the Soviet Union. The two-party and many-party systems. And now for the past and present alternatives to the one-party system, the assumed two-party system of Great Britain and the USA, or the many-party system as displayed in the German Second Reich inaugurated at Weimar in 1919, or in that much-honored Third Republic of France established 1871. First, we note that in Great Britain since the Reform Act of 1832, right down to the present day, there has always existed a third party, during the 19th century the Irish Party, after 1906 the Labour Party, and since 1924 the Liberal Party. This has resulted in minority governments on more than one occasion, which are upheld or let down by a party representing a small minority. In the case of the Irish Party, a minority who were hostile to the government of Great Britain whatever its policy might be. Even in the case of the Liberal Party and the Labour Party, the support of an existing government is given or refused according to whether or not the policy of the minority is implemented by the front bench, quite irrespective of whether this policy happened to be desired by the majority of the inhabitants. The two-party system of the USA, represented in the federal government by the Republican and Democratic parties, with their bosses and their spoils system, and leading in the individual states or municipalities to perpetual changes in the Constitution, sometimes concentrating dictatorial powers in a governor or a mayor, sometimes evolving one or two representative bodies checked by the referendum, the initiative, and the recall, is not considered a satisfactory example of political democracy. One of the ablest and most recent students of the American political system states, the present parties have had their life drained out of them and are now mere shells, collections of professional politicians trading the irrational loyalties of the mass of the voters. It is difficult to see any way of improving the existing parties. The Republicans have all the faults bred by long success and the illusion that all is for the best in the best of all possible parties. The fidelity and success with which the GOP served the dominant interest of the American economic system in the past 2 generations makes the party, today, less able than ever before to meet the altered demands of the new society. The party of business, by its tariff policy, its farm policy, its lack of any rational foreign policy, is now an enemy of many forms of big business. The relationship between the party and business may have been symbiotic in the past, but it is now parasitic. The feeblest industries, the least hopeful activities of the American capitalist system, are those which the Republican Party is determined to foster. Nor is the Democratic Party any better. Much against its will, it has been unable to identify itself with the economically dominant forces of modern America and is therefore less committed to an obsolete politico-economic technique. It has given fewer hostages to old fortunes. But what it gains in this direction, it loses by its internal incoherence. The victory of 1932 is probably meaningless in relation to party fortunes. The nation has given the ship of state a new master and a new crew and given them sealed orders. If by a miracle of political boldness and sagacity, a new orientation could be given to national policy and that were accompanied by a revival of business, the Democrats might dig themselves in, but such a new course would require a degree of boldness and coherence which the Democrats no more than their rivals have had any chance of developing. If they remain content to be maintained by the business interests as a combined lightning rod and lifeboat, they will give way to the Republicans as soon as the major party has got its breath back. If they start on a really new tack, they will split or cease to be the old Democratic Party. Finally, we have the suppression of the two-party system which has taken place today. His Majesty's government is no longer checked by His Majesty's opposition, which has ceased to exist. The Front won the American political system, by D. W. Brogan, 1933, pages 383 to 384. Opposition bench is occupied by a few Tory and Liberal dissentients together with Labour men who support the government. The official leader of the front opposition bench is the Right Honourable Arthur Greenwood, a wholehearted supporter of the national government. Hence, today, we have in Great Britain a one-party system which is to continue for some years after the ending of the war. Meanwhile, the three official parties, Conservative, Liberal and Labour, have agreed not to contest any by-election, so as to leave the political party represented by the retiring or dead MP in undisputed possession of the seat. I remember a British Prime Minister who was also a distinguished philosopher observing that the two-party system, within a political democracy, is all right so long as there is no fundamental difference of opinion between the two parties. Is the transformation of Great Britain from a capitalist democracy to a socialist democracy with its planned production for community consumption, and its elimination of the profit-making motive, the fundamental difference of opinion which will make the two-party system impracticable? Even more sensational has been the fate of the many-party system, based on proportional representation and a second ballot, characteristic of the political democracies of continental Europe, whether old established or created by the Versailles Treaty. Why have the majority of these political democracies collapsed during the last 20 years, to be superseded by a constitutional dictatorship of one sort or another? First Italy, then in quick succession Portugal, Spain, Poland, Greece, Austria, some if not all of the Baltic and Balkan states, and finally the two great tragedies of the Weimar Republic of Germany established in 1919, and the honored Third Republic of France, whilst the democratic governments of Czechoslovakia, Norway, Holland, and Belgium are exiled from their own countries and have their headquarters in Great Britain. It is a strange fact that the only constitutional political democracies established in Europe after the Great War, to survive to the present day, are, in fact, the USSR and the Republic of Turkey, both of which have recognized in their constitution the one-party system of government. 2. I cite these failures of the traditional two-party system of the UK and the USA and of the many-party system of other European capitalist democracies, not in order to pave the way for the adoption of the one-party system of the USSR and the Republic of Turkey, but to raise the question whether sociologists have yet solved the problem of how to organize the government of the people by the people, and be it added, for the good of the people? Is the problem which we have to solve the ascertainment of the personal or public opinion of the inhabitants, if they have any, as to what should be the exact policy of the government in the complicated issues of home and foreign affairs, or is it the understanding and consequent consent of the inhabitants to policies originating in the advice of specialists, with an agreed scale of values of what is right or what is wrong, and with sufficient scientific knowledge of what has happened and is happening, to be able to forecast what will happen if certain steps are taken to make it happen? It is obvious that when there is civil war within a country, or international war between sovereign states, the one-party system with its suppression of incipient revolt or fifth-column treachery, will and must prevail. Once class conflict between a nation of the rich and a nation of the poor within a community, or war between sovereign states, has ceased to trouble humanity, I see no reason for the survival of political parties, one, two or many, seeking to dominate the whole life of the country on all issues, home and foreign. I foresee a rise of infinite varieties in the grouping of men and women for different but not inconsistent purposes. These associations will include, as a matter of course, the trade unions and consumers' cooperative movements, collective farms and industrial cooperatives, professional associations with definitely ascertained qualifications for the service of the community, such as lawyers, medical men, architects and accountants, and civil servants. There may even be associations of individual producers, preferring a lonely but unregulated life, producing and selling stray articles sufficient for meeting their own personal needs. But besides all these organizations concerned with the production of commodities and services needed for the material progress of a community, there will be organizations for scientific research, for music and acting, for sports and games and heaven knows what else, even for participation in religious rites and ceremonies, in order to live a holy life with the hope of personal immortality or of absorption in the spirit of love at work in the universe. All these bodies will seek to be represented on local councils and the National Representative Assembly, elected by all the adult inhabitants within a particular area, not in order to fight each other for supremacy in all issues of the nation's home and foreign affairs, but so as to secure the opportunity of contributing their peculiar knowledge, skill, artistic gifts, or ethical codes of conduct to the life of the nation. So-called free thought and free expression by word and by writ mocks human progress, unless the common people are taught to think and inspired to use this knowledge in the interests of their commonwealth. This will be done by lectures and discussions among their fellow citizens up and down the country, by seeking election to representative assemblies or serving on administrative executives. It is this widespread knowledge of and devotion to the public welfare that is the keynote of Soviet democracy. The democratic control of the instruments of production, distribution, and exchange. At this point I reach the most distinctive and unique characteristic of Soviet communism, the democratic control of land and capital. This entails a brief summary of the Marx-Engels interpretation of the structure and the working of capitalist profit-making, the dominating feature of what is termed Western civilization. Karl Marx, in his long study of the capitalist profit-making system in Great Britain, the land of its birth, admitted that in its earliest stages it had two outstanding achievements. Through the use of power, mechanization, and mass production carried out by multitudes of weekly wage earners, the wealth of the nation had been enormously increased. But it had done more than this. By sweeping away the network of feudal obligations between king and barons, the lord and his tenant, and the craftsman and his guild, and by substituting for these outworn ties the individualist creed of free competition with the minimum of state interference, Western civilization had secured for the fortunate few who have inherited, or gained, a secure and sufficient livelihood, an absence of restraint in thought, word, and act unknown to the medieval world. Unfortunately, this same capitalist profit-making led to mass destitution, to low wages, long hours, bad housing, and insufficient food. In the famous words of Disraeli, it divided Great Britain into a nation of the rich and a nation of the poor. The all-powerful governing class of landlords and capitalists had, in fact, refused to multitudes of men, women, and children that other and all-important ingredient of personal freedom, the presence of opportunity to live a happy and cultured life. Even more disastrous to the welfare of the community is the constantly recurring unemployment of millions of men, gradually producing a hard kernel of workless people, mostly young persons, who become, as years pass by, veritable parasites. One evil Marx did not foresee. There would be not only unemployment on a vast scale, but a sinister decline of the birth rate, threatening the survival of our race as a significant factor in human progress. What British socialists failed to realize was the truth of Karl Marx's prophecy, that with the advent of monopoly capitalism, with its restricted production, and when profits failed, periods of bad trade would not diminish, but would increase in intensity and duration. Thus the landlords and capitalists in the European sovereign states would, in order to use profitably their surplus capital, seek new lands to conquer in Africa and Asia, inhabited by helpless natives, easy to cheat and enslave. This would lead to aggressive imperialism on the part of the great European powers. The climax would be World War, which, if not prevented by an international uprising of the proletariat, might destroy Western civilization by mutual mass murder and the wholesale destruction of property and lead to a return of brutal barbarism, a forecast which has been dramatically fulfilled. Hence the slogan, "Workers of the world, unite, you have nothing to lose but your chains, and a new world to win." But what should be the new world order when the workers were in the seat of power? Karl Marx had suggested a dictatorship of the proletariat, to be followed, in some undefined way, by a classless society. When fanatical followers argued among themselves what exactly these phrases meant, and appealed to their leader, Karl Marx is reported to have observed, "I am not a Marxist," which implied that the future socialist order would have to be determined by the scientific study of future events which could not be foreseen. Lenin discovered, when the Bolsheviks achieved power, that a classless society had to be slowly built up by the deliberate but gradual evolution of a multi-form democracy, the organization of man as a citizen, man as a producer and man as a consumer. Thus the Bolshevik Party, led by Lenin, proceeded to develop a powerful trade union movement, now numbering more than 20 million members, including all the workers, by hand and by brain, employed in state or municipal and consumers' cooperative enterprises, also of the consumers' cooperative movement, today numbering over 37 million members, the largest and most active in the world. There remained over the agricultural population, the largest element in Tsarist Russia, consisting of a few great landlords and a minority of well-to-do kulaks owning agricultural land and employing labor at miserably low wages, in order to make profit by the production and sale of agricultural products, whilst the vast majority were poor peasants, always on the point of famine whether as agricultural laborers or as the owners of tiny plots of land. Lenin did not undertake to solve this problem. He thought that it was impracticable at that stage of development to sweep away the profit-making motive in agriculture. After his death, Stalin and his associates persuaded the All-Union Congress of the Communist Party to adopt, and the Supreme Soviet of the USSR to apply, the principle of the collectivization of agriculture embodied in associations of self-governing worker-producers. After 1929, thousands of collective farms opened up throughout the Soviet territory, today numbering well over 200,000. These collective farms had what has been termed a mixed economy. Unlike the agricultural cooperative societies of Scandinavia and the USA, the members of the collective farms are not profit-making employers of labor, whether in their own farms or in joint factories for the preparation of food products and the selling to the retailers. They are associations of agricultural workers engaged in a common task of cultivating the land for the supply of food, whether vegetable or animal. Nor is personal property excluded from this mixed economy. It is usual for each worker and his family to be allotted a piece of land which they can cultivate for the supply of their own food, the surplus being sold in the neighboring free market, where they can buy commodities produced in the neighborhood. These collective farms hold the land on a permanent lease from the government without payment of rent so long as they fulfill their collective obligation to the community. In return for the use of the land, they are required to sell to the government a defined amount of the product, for which they are paid fixed prices. Selling the surplus in the local market, they also depend on the government for the supply of tractors and often for the skilled mechanics provided by the government local tractor stations. Any inequality in the fertility of the land held by a particular collective farm, or its access to nearby markets, is remedied by an income tax on the members as a whole, and on the individuals who are selling commodities in the free markets. Thus the government exercises a monetary control over the collective farms. It must be added that for the cultivation of plants and the breeding of animals involving specialized knowledge and scientific research, there are state farms, either belonging to the national or local governments, and administered with the active cooperation of the trade union movement, as is the case in all completely socialized institutions. Is the USSR a multi-form democracy? Now it is important to note that, throughout the development of this multi-form democracy, Lenin and Stalin both realized that it was man as a citizen through the political state that had to be the predominant partner, if only because, unlike the organization of the producers in trade unions or collective farms, or of the consumers in the consumers' cooperative movement, political democracy represents all the inhabitants of a given territory. It is necessary to emphasize this plain and indisputable fact, because the supremacy of the political democracy over industrial democracy not only angers the anarchists, who want to be free of all control, by whomsoever exercised, but upsets those who believe in workers' control or the dictatorship of the proletariat. What is still more surprising is that some avowed believers in political democracy suspect the duly elected deputies of becoming, somehow or other, dictators of a peculiarly sinister type. But it is clear that it is only an assembly, representing all the inhabitants on its executive, that is entitled, according to democratic principles, to preserve public order by law courts and police, and to defend the country from the aggression of foreign powers, and therefore to maintain an army, navy, and air force. Moreover, there is the supply of electricity and pure water, transport by land and water, reclamation of deserts and waterlogged low-lying land turned into mud by slow-winding rivers, enterprises which, in sparsely inhabited territories, may not yield profits to the capitalist and will therefore not be undertaken. Even more outstanding are the social services designed to provide for the health and education of all the inhabitants, for scientific research, music, art, even games and sport, in a word, the culture for a progressive people. All these activities require an income which can only be raised in one of three different ways: taxation of individuals or groups, the surplus value over cost of production yielded by state and municipal enterprises for home consumption, or by foreign trade, exchanging goods which the nation does not require or can make more cheaply for commodities which they do not possess but require for the consumption of their own citizens. Hence the need for the establishment of a planning department, perhaps the most important of all the ministries included in the Council of People's Commissars for the successive 5-year plans from 1928 to 1942. The Constitution of 1936 based on the rights and obligations of man. This elaborate structure, including a declaration of the rights and obligations of the individual citizen, is described and laid down as the law of the land in the Articles of the new Constitution of 1936. This remarkable document ought to be studied by all sociological students. Where it differs from the two historic declarations of the Eights of Man, the American and the French at the end of the 18th century, is that it insists on the fundamental fact, that without this obligation on the part of all the inhabitants, all the time, to provide security and produce plenty, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness will be an idle dream for the vast majority of the inhabitants of a given country. Here are a few of its 134 articles, in its 13 chapters, which I pick out as defining the structure and activities that I have attempted to summarize. Article 4 lays down that the economic foundation of the USSR consists of the socialist economic system and the socialist ownership of the tools and means of production, firmly established as a result of the liquidation of the capitalist economic system, the abolition of private ownership of the tools and means of production, and the abolition of the exploitation of man by man. This does not mean that the state should take over all the means of production, distribution, and exchange. Article 5 insists that socialist property in the USSR has either the form of state property or the form of cooperative collective property. Article 6 that the land, its deposits, waters, forests, mills, factories, mines, railways, water and air transport, banks, means of communication, large state-organized enterprises, and also the basic housing facilities in cities and industrial localities, are state property, that is the wealth of the whole people. It is interesting to note that this economic democracy does not interfere with private property for personal use, so long as this property is not made the opportunity for exploiting land or labor by profit-making landlords or capitalists. Thus Article 9. LL provides that alongside the socialist system of economy, which is the dominant form of economy in the USSR, the law allows small-scale private enterprise of individual peasants and handicraftsmen based on their personal labor, provided there is no exploitation of the labor of others. Finally Article 10, the right of personal property of citizens, i.e. their income from work and in their savings, in their dwelling house and auxiliary husbandry, in household articles and utensils, and in articles for personal use and comfort, as well as the right of inheritance of personal property of citizens, is protected by law. There are other rights which are protected by the new Constitution. For it ensures to every citizen not only protection against aggression and arbitrary arrest, but also the right to have remunerative work, for the women the right to a specially elaborate provision for motherhood, for both sexes the right to specified hours of rest and paid weeks of holiday, the right of education of every kind and grade and at any age, and, most far-reaching of all, the right to full economic provision, according to need, in all the vicissitudes of life. This formal enactment of such enormously extended rights of man is but the explicit consecration in the Constitution of what was throughout the USSR already very largely in operation. Over and above all this elaborate organization, Article 11 insists that the economic life of the USSR is determined and directed by a state plan of national economy in the interests of increasing the public wealth, of steadily raising the material and cultural standard of the working people, and of strengthening the independence of the USSR and its capacity for defense. Finally, all these rights are complemented by obligations on the part of the individual citizen. Article 12 enacts that work in the USSR is a duty and a matter of honor for every able-bodied citizen, on the principle "lie who does not work shall not eat." Thus in the USSR the principle of socialism is realized, from each according to his ability, to each according to his work. Once this principle has been acted on, the human race can progress to the higher level of communism, from each according to his faculty and to each according to his need. This fundamental transformation of the social order, the substitution of planned production for community consumption, instead of the capitalist profit-making of so-called Western civilization, seems to me so vital a change for the better, so conducive to the progress of humanity to higher levels of health and happiness, virtue and wisdom, as to constitute a new civilization. This is not to say that in 20 years the Soviet Union has achieved a condition of plenty as statistically opulent as the richest capitalist nations have reached in the course of several centuries. In spite of a material progress during these 20 years which has probably never been equaled in any other country at any period of its history, the 180 million Soviet citizens have still an insufficient supply of what seem necessaries of civilization, to name only two, of bedrooms and baths. What is really significant in this connection is the economic discovery that the substitution, for profit-making manufacturing, of planned production for community consumption, frees the nation not only from the alternation of booms and slumps, but also, by ensuring a ubiquitous effective demand in the growing population, from the hitherto incessant social malady of involuntary mass unemployment. As to increasing plenty, Soviet communism has the guarantee not only of a continuous advance of technical science, but also of the psychological discovery by the workers that the planning system eliminates the enemy party in the production, distribution, and exchange of commodities and services. The entire net product of the community is, in fact, shared among those who cooperate in its production, in whatever way they themselves decide, without tribute to an hereditary parasitic class. This produces an emotional passion for production among the millions of workers by hand and by brain such as heretofore has only been manifested in other countries by the individual peasant proprietor or the profit-making entrepreneur. In the USSR it is the trade unions that most strongly insist on the utmost use of the labor-saving machinery, and who have developed the famous Stakhanov movement and socialist emulation between the workers of one factory and those of another factory, so as to produce more at a less cost and thus increase the wealth of the nation. The Communist Party, its origin. To what group of men can this remarkable transformation in so short a time be attributed? For it must be recalled that a bare 20 years ago the vast territory of Soviet Russia was a scene of indescribable misery and confusion, a defeated army with millions killed and wounded, workers and peasants everywhere in revolt, famine and epidemics raging through the land. 5 great powers had invaded, or were invading the country, first victorious Germany, to grasp more land, then Great Britain, France, and even the USA to help the White Army to restore the Emperor to his throne, whilst Japan was in occupation of some of Siberia. No one outside Russia, except a few fanatical communists, believed in the early 20s that Bolshevik Russia could or would survive. Today, despite violent prejudices against the new spoil order on the part of capitalist governments and their supporters, all the governments of the world, whether dictatorships or political democracies, are compelled to recognize that the USSR is a great power, with a stabilized population of 200 millions, a decline of the death rate and rise of the birth rate, no unemployment, and, so many competent investigators think, a steadily rising standard of health, comfort, and culture. For the vast population of 1/6 of the Earth's surface. No one denies, whether he admires or abhors the daily life and destiny of the 200 million inhabitants of the USSR, that it is to the Communist Party, as created by Lenin and developed by Stalin and his associates, that the credit or discredit of the entire organization of the Soviet Union belongs. What is the origin and constitution of the Bolshevik Party? What is its living philosophy and what are its activities? And finally, what are its defects, or infantile diseases, to use Lenin's term, which may or may not be permanent? The All-Union Party, which today is its official title, first appeared in 1898 at Minsk as the result of a cleavage in the Social Democratic Party of Russia, two separate parties emerging: the Bolshevik, the majority party, and the Menshevik, the minority party. I need not, in this summary, describe in detail the tangled history of the Communist Party of the USSR. The Bolshevik Party, led by Plekhanov and afterwards dominated by Lenin, was inspired by the Marxian vision of a world revolution, whilst the Menshevik adhered to the liberal policy of the German Social Democratic Party and the British Labour Party during the first 2 decades of the 20th century. Unlike his Russian predecessor, unlike any other party organizer, Lenin had no use, within the Bolshevik Party, for mere sympathizers, for partly converted disciples who were ready to vote for his party. The Bolshevik Party was not a party of electors prepared to give their vote for candidates selected by the party. Popular election did not exist in Tsarist Russia. The party that Lenin forged for his revolutionary activities became, after the seizure of power, the organization by which alone the revolution, so Lenin believed, would be maintained and directed. Today it exists, as the student of political science will realize, chiefly as the means by which the people of the USSR, in all their multiform participation in public affairs that we have described, have been supplied with a political, intellectual, and legislative elite enjoying the confidence of the people by its disinterestedness, its superior training and its practical insight into the needs of the immediate situation, able to guide the people's uncertain state during the first period of its new freedom. Otherwise there would have been no continuous guidance, no persuasion, ubiquitous and consistent, of the 160 million inhabitants belonging to different races, mostly illiterate, scattered over 1/6 of the Earth's surface. Its organization. The elaborate constitution of the Communist Party described in the 60-page chapter of Soviet communism is a complicated type of democratic self-government of which one can here give only a mere outline. From first to last there is no mention of an autocratic leader whose will is law. The Communist Cell, the basic organization to be found in every type of association, industrial and agricultural, scientific and cultural, even associations for games and sport, elects deputies to local conferences of the party, and from these conferences deputies are appointed to the Congress of the party of each constituent republic or autonomous region. And from thence to the supreme authority of the party, the All-Union Congress of the Communist Party meeting at Moscow. So far as its internal constitution is concerned, it is a democratic organization, similar to the recognized professions in Great Britain of medical men and surgeons, of barristers and solicitors, and it admits new members after examination to test their capacity to practice the vocation concerned. Where it differs from these professional organizations is in the rigor and all-inclusiveness of the conditions imposed on the members, and in the variety and importance of its activities. Puritan ethics. What, for instance, is the code of conduct for the individual member? Here I may note that there is a stop in the mind of former Bohemian admirers of the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 to 1922 regarding what seems to them a terrifying resurrection of what they call Puritan ethics. Within the Communist Party and among the 5 million Komsomol, sexual promiscuity, like all forms of self-indulgence, has come to be definitely thought contrary to communist ethics, on the grounds enumerated by Lenin. It is a frequent cause of disease, it impairs the productivity of labor, it is disturbing to accurate judgment and inimical to intellectual acquisition and scientific discovery, besides frequently involving cruelty to individual sufferers. This insistence on self-restraint, in all cases where the health and happiness not only of the individual person but also of the community are at risk, accounts for the penalization of homosexuality and for the limitation of abortion to cases in which the life of the childbearing mother is threatened, reforms which are violently denounced by some of the Mord. Anarchic of Soviet critics. Most reactionary of all, from the standpoint of the libertarian, is the outspoken approval of the lifelong attachment of husband and wife as the most appropriate setting under communism for family life. Thus the test of membership of the Communist Party is fundamentally that of acceptance of an ideology relating to man in his relation to man, and man's relation to the universe, from which is evolved an exceptionally strict code of conduct, not imposed on the ordinary citizen, a code which all members must carry out, the sanction being reprimand, or, if obdurate, expulsion from membership. It has even added, in its new category of you sympathizers, something analogous to the lay brothers of the religious orders. In fact, in the nature of its mentality, as in the code of personal conduct, the Communist Party resembles more a religious order than the organization of the learned professions of Western Europe, such as those of lawyers and doctors, engineers, and public accountants. The education of the people. Can I sum up the purpose, the vocation of the Communist Party of 2,500,000 members, reinforced by 5 million Komsomolets, who are at work in the USSR today? They constitute, it is said, the vanguard of the proletariat, or, varying the metaphor, the spearhead of its activity, in the maintenance of the Bolshevik Revolution and the building up of the state. But what does this mean in practice? At all times more than half the party membership continues at its manual labor in the factory or the mine, in the oil fields or at the hydroelectric plants, on the farms or in the railway or postal services. They serve in the armed forces on land, sea, and in the air, with the mercantile marine or the river transport vessels. The specific party duty is so to lead their working lives as to be perpetually influencing the conduct of all their fellow citizens among whom they work. They must set themselves to be the most zealous, the most assiduous, the most efficient workers of their several establishments. They must neglect no opportunity of raising their own qualifications and increasing their technical skill. They must make themselves the leaders among the wage earners, employing every means of educating the non-party mass in communist doctrines and Soviet policy. In the meetings of the trade union and the consumers' cooperative society, as in the manufacturing artel and the collective farm, they must, in concert with their comrades in the concern, constantly take an active part, using their influence to guide the whole membership towards the most complete fulfillment of the function of the organization in the socialist state, along the lines from time to time authoritatively prescribed by the All-Union Congress held at Moscow and addressed by the party leaders, of whom, as I have before stated, Stalin exercises the greatest influence. The living philosophy of Soviet communism. But there is another factor in Soviet communism, setting it in contrast with the civilization of the Western world. It is based on an intellectual unity throughout all its activities. It definitely rejects every remnant of the superstition and magic which the 20th century Mao in the capitalist democracies retains in his conception of the universe and of man's place in it. That is to say, Soviet communism has a new ideology as well as a new economics. Soviet communism puts no limit to the growth of man's knowledge. It counts, in fact, on a vast and unfathomable advance of science in every field, but it refuses to accept as knowledge, or as the basis of its code of conduct, any of the merely traditional beliefs and postulates about man and the universe for which no rational foundation can be found, or any of the purely subjective imaginings of the metaphysician or the theologian. It excludes, and dogmatically excludes, the supernatural, whether this takes the form of the primitive belief in good and evil spirits, or the more civilized regions on a one omnipotent God involving the immortality of all human beings, each individual being destined for heaven, purgatory, or hell. This new living philosophy, termed scientific humanism, is working out the ethics of a new civilization arising from its own experience of social B2 life. And in that pragmatic evolution of a code of conduct based essentially upon the hygiene of the individual and of the social organism of which he forms part, Soviet communism is assisted by the essential unity in principle of its economics and its ethics. Under Soviet communism, with its planned production for community consumption, the pecuniary gain to the profit-making entrepreneur, nicknamed the economic calculus, the free working of which is the be-all and end-all of capitalist civilization, is deemed an undesirable guide to action, whether public or private. Scientific humanism. To quote the last words of the last book of the Webb Partnership, in the postscript to the second edition, the dominant motive in everyone's life must be not pecuniary gain to anyone but the welfare of the human race, now and for all time. For it is clear that everyone's starting adult life is in debt to the community in which he has been born and bred, cared for, fed and clothed, educated and entertained. Anyone who, to the extent of his ability, does less than his share of work, and takes a full share of the wealth produced in the community, is a thief, and should be dealt with as such. That is to say, he should be compulsorily reformed in body and mind so that he may become a useful and happy citizen. On the other hand, those who do more than their share of the work that is useful to the community, who invent or explore, who excel in the arts or crafts, who are able and devoted leaders in production or administration, are not only provided with every pecuniary or other facility for pursuing their chosen careers, but are also honored as heroes and publicly proclaimed as patrons and benefactors. The ancient axiom of love your neighbor as yourself is embodied, not in the economic but in the utilitarian calculus, namely, the valuation of what conduces to the permanent well-being of the human race. Thus in the USSR there is no distinction between the code professed on Sundays and that practiced on weekdays. The citizen acts in his factory or farm according to the same scale of moral and ethical values as he does to his family, in his sports, or in his voting at elections. The secular and the religious are one. The only good life at which he aims is a life that is good for all his fellow men, irrespective of age or sex, religion, or race. The infantile diseases of Soviet communism. At last I come to the question, what have been the disreputable features, the infantile diseases, to use the Leninist term, of the new social order during the 20 years of its existence? Or, to put the question more bluntly, what exactly is the indictment of Soviet communism on the part of those who insist that it is a step backward in human progress and therefore should be opposed by the capitalist democracies? There is, of course, the complete pacifist who objects to the use of XL physical force, whether to upset a cruel tyrant at home or to repel a foreign power bent on new lands to conquer a living philosophy and code of conduct which neither I nor the vast majority of the critics of Soviet communism regard either as practicable or desirable as the way of promoting the welfare of mankind. I will therefore pass it by as irrelevant to the purpose of this introduction. 1. The treason trials. Let us take the first objection. During the 3 or 4 years from the autumn of 1917 to 1922, the Bolshevik government had established itself in Moscow and had succeeded in repelling the German, British, French, American, and Japanese invasion of that part of the territory of Tsarist Russia which the Bolsheviks thought themselves capable of defending. For some time after they had made a formal peace with their recent enemies, they were confronted not only by local rebellions but by continuous and extensive underground sabotage in the newly established plants and factories, mines and means of communication, workers' flats and hospitals, by the remnant of the upholders of the old Tsarist regime, all of which had to be summarily suppressed. But this obviously necessary use of force was not the only task awaiting the revolutionary government. History proves that in all violent revolutions, those who combine to destroy an old social order seldom agree as to what exactly should be the political and economic pattern of the new social organization to be built up to replace it. Even our own limited revolution of 1689 in Great Britain, whereby a Protestant king by parliamentary statute was substituted for a Catholic king by divine right, was followed, for nearly 100 years, by generation after generation of conspirators to whom treason and rebellion, spying and deceit, with or without the connivance of a foreign power, were only part of what they deemed to be a rightful effort to overturn an even worse state of home and foreign affairs than they had joined as rebels to destroy. Thus, when we published the second edition of Soviet communism in 1937, the outstanding scandal, so hostile critics of the Soviet Union declared, were the treason trials too, which took place in the 30s, not only of old Bolshevik comrades of Lenin and opponents of Stalin's subsequent policy, but also of the best-known commanding officers of the Red Army, many of whom had been Tsarist generals, transferring their allegiance to the Bolshevik government. Life. And in that pragmatic evolution of a code of conduct based essentially upon the hygiene of the individual and of the social organism of which he forms part, Soviet communism is assisted by the essential unity in principle of its economics and its ethics. Under Soviet communism, with its planned production for community consumption, the pecuniary gain to the profit-making entrepreneur, nicknamed the economic calculus, the free working of which is the be-all and end-all of capitalist civilization, is deemed an undesirable guide to action, whether public or private. Scientific humanism. To quote the last words of the last book of the Webb Partnership, in the postscript to the second edition, the dominant motive in everyone's life must be not pecuniary gain to anyone but the welfare of the human race, now and for all time. For it is clear that everyone's starting adult life is in debt to the community in which he has been born and bred, cared for, fed and clothed, educated and entertained. Anyone who, to the extent of his ability, does less than his share of work, and takes a full share of the wealth produced in the community, is a thief, and should be dealt with as such. That is to say, he should be compulsorily reformed in body and mind so that he may become a useful and happy citizen. On the other hand, those who do more than their share of the work that is useful to the community, who invent or explore, who excel in the arts or crafts, who are able and devoted leaders in production or administration, are not only provided with every pecuniary or other facility for pursuing their chosen careers, but are also honored as heroes and publicly proclaimed as patrons and benefactors. The ancient axiom of love your neighbor as yourself is embodied, not in the economic but in the utilitarian calculus, namely, the valuation of what conduces to the permanent well-being of the human race. Thus in the USSR there is no distinction between the code professed on Sundays and that practiced on weekdays. The citizen acts in his factory or farm according to the same scale of moral and ethical values as he does to his family, in his sports, or in his voting at elections. The secular and the religious are one. The only good life at which he aims is a life that is good for all his fellow men, irrespective of age or sex, religion, or race. The infantile diseases of Soviet communism. At last I come to the question, what have been the disreputable features, the infantile diseases, to use the Leninist term, of the new social order during the 20 years of its existence? Or, to put the question more bluntly, what exactly is the indictment of Soviet communism on the part of those who insist that it is a step backward in human progress and therefore should be opposed by the capitalist democracies? There is, of course, the complete pacifist who objects to the use of physical force, whether to upset a cruel tyrant at home or to repel a foreign power bent on new lands to conquer a living philosophy and code of conduct which neither I nor the vast majority of the critics of Soviet communism regard either as practicable or desirable as the way of promoting the welfare of mankind. I will therefore pass it by as irrelevant to the purpose of this introduction. 1. The treason trials. Let us take the first objection. During the 3 or 4 years from the autumn of 1917 to 1922, the Bolshevik government had established itself in Moscow and had succeeded in repelling the German, British, French, American, and Japanese invasion of that part of the territory of Tsarist Russia which the Bolsheviks thought themselves capable of defending. For some time after they had made a formal peace with their recent enemies they were confronted not only by local rebellions but by continuous and extensive underground sabotage in the newly established plants and factories, mines and means of communication, workers' flats and hospitals, by the remnant of the upholders of the old Tsarist regime, all of which had to be summarily suppressed. But this obviously necessary use of force was not the only task awaiting the revolutionary government. History proves that in all violent revolutions, those who combine to destroy an old social order seldom agree as to what exactly should be the political and economic pattern of the new social organization to be built up to replace it. Even our own limited revolution of 1689 in Great Britain, whereby a Protestant king by parliamentary statute was substituted for a Catholic king by divine right, was followed, for nearly 100 years, by generation after generation of conspirators to whom treason and rebellion, spying and deceit, with or without the connivance of a foreign power, were only part of what they deemed to be a rightful effort to overturn an even worse state of home and foreign affairs than they had joined as rebels to destroy. Thus, when we published the second edition of Soviet Communism in 1937, the outstanding scandal, so hostile critics of the Soviet Union declared, were the treason trials too, which took place in the 30s, not only of old Bolshevik comrades of Lenin and opponents of Stalin's subsequent policy, but also of the best-known commanding officers of the Red Army, many of whom had been Tsarist generals, transferring their allegiance to the Bolshevik government. In order to defend their native land from invasion by German, British, American, French, and Japanese armies, but who, it was alleged and I think proved, had begun to intrigue with the German army against the new social order of the Soviet Union. The most important of these conspiracies was the Trotsky movement against the policy of building up socialism in one country as impracticable and insisting that the Bolshevik Party should abide by what was held to be the Marx-Lenin policy of promoting proletarian revolutions throughout the world. The success of the Soviet government in instituting not only a political but an industrial democracy, and thereby enormously increasing the health, wealth, and culture of the inhabitants, and the consequent recognition of the USSR as a great power, discredited the Trotsky movement, which I think was finally liquidated by the murder of Trotsky in Moscow by one of his own followers. Today, and for some time, there has been no sign of conspiracies or faked conspiracies within the Soviet Union. The fear of German invasion and the consequent dominance of the Nazi system of racial oppression has made clear to all the bona fide citizens of the USSR the overwhelming desirability of keeping out of World War as long as possible, meanwhile devoting their energies to increasing their means of livelihood and their defensive power, whilst the capitalist democracies and Axis powers were engaged in mutual mass murder and the destruction of property. When the German attack plunged Russia into war, it was immediately apparent that the inhabitants of the USSR, whether soldiers or civilians, men, women and young people, were so convinced of the benefits yielded to the socialist fatherland that they resisted not only with reckless courage, but with considerable skill and ingenuity, the powerful onslaught of the highly mechanized German army, hitherto victorious conquerors of one country after another. There are, however, features in Soviet communism which are either wholly absent in Great Britain, the self-governing dominions and the USA, or are far less virulent and permanent than they seem to be in the Soviet Union of today. The idolization of the leader. The first of these is the idolization of one individual as an infallible leader who must be reverenced and obeyed and not criticized. This idolization was seen in the popular elevation of Lenin, notably after his death, to the status of saint or prophet, virtually canonized in the sleeping figure in the mausoleum in Moscow's Red Square, where Li was, to all intents and purposes, worshipped by the adoring multitude of workers and peasants who daily pass before him. After Lenin's death, it was agreed that his place could never be filled. Some new personality had to be produced for the 160 million inhabitants of the USSR, most of whom were illiterate, deplorably superstitious, and incapable of grasping the new philosophy of the Communist Party. Among the leaders XLV of the Communist Party, there ensued a tacit understanding that Stalin should be boosted as the supreme leader of the proletariat, the party, and the state. His portrait and his bust were accordingly distributed by tens of thousands. But this idolization of Stalin has largely ceased to exist in the Soviet Union of today. In the village, municipal, and union Soviets, local heroes are held up for the admiration of and imitation by the people, heroes of the workshop and of the field, heroes of research and exploration, ordinary people whose heroism consists not in an isolated courageous act under the stress of emotion, but in outstanding continuous application of courage and intelligence, initiative, and self-discipline. The portraits of these heroes and heroines are to be seen everywhere. Moreover, Stalin's recent step down from the pedestal of the Holy Father of the Communist Party to the prosaic position of Prime Minister, elected strictly according to the constitutional procedure of a political democracy, has, so to speak, secularized his status and made it that of any other prime minister ultimately dependent on the votes of the people. When Stalin disappears from the scene, will Lie have a successor as an idealist figure? I doubt it. The very conception of an infallible or a mysteriously inspired leader is wholly inconsistent with the Marx-Lenin materialist interpretation of history. Lenin would have mocked at his idealist figure in the mausoleum in the Light Square of Moscow. Stalin has never claimed to be more than the duly appointed official of the Communist Party and the democratically elected member of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. Hence, I believe this infantile disease will die out with the spread of education among the multitude and the practice of the scientific method in all branches of human activities. With a more enlightened electorate and the emergence of men with specialized talents, one foresee that the influence now exercised by Stalin will be inherited by a group of prominent members of the Communist Party, of its All-Union Congress, qualified to stand for the Central Committee and its subordinate councils. This group, who happen to become the recognized leaders of the party, will grow larger and more diversified with the development of new scientific technique in all departments of government, alike in Moscow and in its constituent republics. The disease of orthodoxy, far more repugnant to our Western political habits, is the absolute prohibition within the USSR of any propaganda advocating the return to capitalist profit-making or even to any independent thinking on the fundamental social issues about possible new ways of organizing men in society, new forms of social activity, and new development of the socially established code of conduct. It is upon this power to think new thoughts, and to formulate even the most unexpected fresh ideas, that the future progress of mankind depends. This disease of orthodoxy in a milder form is not wholly absent in the capitalist political democracies. No one suggests that Switzerland is not a political democracy, and yet, as I have already noted, members of the Society of Jesus are not only refused citizenship but are actually banished from their native land, a penalization which has been extended of late years to the members of the Third International, assuredly a strangely discordant couple to be linked together in the dock of Swiss courts of justice, accused of the propaganda of living philosophy incompatible with the public safety. Likewise, the USA, in some of the constituent states, through the device of primaries, has excluded the Communist Party, and today even the Socialist Party, from selecting the candidates for election to the legislature of those states, while in one or two states being a member of the Communist Party is punished by penal servitude. In Oklahoma City, we are told in the New York Nation, December 28, 1940, mere membership in the Communist Party is regarded as a crime punishable by imprisonment for 10 years and a fine of $5,000. This vindictive sentence was passed on Robert Wood, State Secretary of the party, in October, and has now been repeated in the case of Alan Shaw, 22-year-old Secretary of the Oklahoma City Local. In neither case was any overt act charged. Both men were convicted of violating the state criminal syndicalism law on evidence consisting of selected passages from the works of Marx, Lenin, and Stalin. Since the ideas put forward in these books were those of communist leaders, it was charged, they must also be subscribed to by the accused. Whenever a country is threatened with foreign invasion or revolutionary upheaval, the suppression of sects advocating disobedience to the law, sabotage, or giving information to the enemy is a necessary use of force on the part of a government, however democratically representative of the majority of the inhabitants it may be. Have we not imprisoned 2M.P.S. and a distinguished ex-cabinet minister, and some thousand other fellow citizens? Have we not interned thousands of well-conducted and even distinguished foreigners because they were suspected of a like antagonism to our existing social order? Have we not blamed the tolerance of Norway, the Netherlands, and Belgium towards what is termed fifth column activities, i.e. propaganda by its own citizens of the Nazi system as an alternative to their own type of government? It is not surprising, therefore, that there should have been intolerance, on the part of the Soviet government, towards free thought and expression, by word and by writ, of antagonism to its home and foreign policy. How does this intolerance differ in character from the intolerance manifested in Great Britain? As we have already described, free criticism, however hostile it may be, is permitted, even encouraged, in the USSR, of the directors of all forms of enterprise, by the workers employed, or by the consumers of the commodities or services concerned. In Great Britain no such detailed and personal criticism by the workers employed, or by the consumers of commodities and services concerned, is tolerated by capitalist profit makers when they close down works or charge monopoly prices, or even if they go bankrupt through inefficiency or fraudulent practice. Moreover, when anxious to encourage historical research, the Slavy Soviet government is singularly open-minded and has just published a translation of the complete works of Ricardo into Russian, which is exactly as if the British government were to issue from the Stationery Office a translation into English of the complete works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. There is, however, a type of suppression of free thought by word and by writ that is absent from capitalist democracies but is indisputably present in the USSR. No criticism of the living philosophy of the Communist Party is permitted in the Soviet Union. It would, for instance, be impossible to issue a stream of pamphlets against Soviet communism and in favor of the capitalist system, such as the Fabian Tracts for Socialists, or the works of Gdil Kohl and Harold Lasky, criticizing capitalism and suggesting various forms of socialist organization. It would be still more impossible to publish a condemnation of Soviet communism such as the Webb's The Decay of Capitalist Civilization. Nor would there be permitted in the USSR newspapers and periodicals as favorable to profit-making capitalism as the Daily Herald, the Weekly Tribune or the monthly Left Book News are to the various types of socialism. One venture to prophesy that this form of intolerance which we term the disease of orthodoxy will prove to be merely the growing pains of a new social order which has struggled into existence in a hostile world. I may note, in passing, that owing to the increasing urgency of war, our Home Secretary has banned, for the last 14 months, one daily paper, the Daily Worker, and has threatened another, the Daily Mirror, with a like fate. I see no reason to doubt that with the increased prosperity of the Soviet Union, at peace with the world, the Communist Party of the USSR, whose living philosophy depends for its realization on the scientific method, will gradually lift the bar to free discussion in the press about rival conceptions of political and economic systems, if only to increase the prestige of the new civilization among the intelligentsia of other countries, and, be it added, to gratify the passion for discussion, day in and day out, of every conceivable issue, practical and theoretical, which distinguishes the Russian Slav, the majority race of the USSR. The Comintern or Third International. At first sight the least important, but in many ways the most injurious feature of the internal structure of the Soviet Union, exciting the enmity of the British and other capitalist democracies, are the highly organized communist parties whose policy is dominated by the Comintern in Moscow, presided over by Dimitrov, the Bulgarian socialist rendered famous by his courageous and successful defense during the celebrated Berlin trials springing out of the burning of the Reichstag in 1933. These communist parties within the territories of the Allied governments, have pursued what has been termed a contortionist one policy, in order to serve the national interests, not of their own country, but of the USSR. In the first stages of the Allies' war with Germany, during the period of the German-Soviet Pact of 1939, they denounced the war as an imperialist war, wholly in the interest of the ruling capitalist and landlord classes of Great Britain, intent on safeguarding and extending the British Empire with its dominion over the colored races of Africa and Asia. But directly Hitler's German army marched, without warning, into the USSR, they suddenly turned round and started a campaign for an all-out war against Hitler's barbarous Nazi armed forces. How far Premier Stalin and his colleagues in the Sovnarkom and the Presidium approve of the continued existence of the Third International is unknown. In the 2 years after Lenin's death, Stalin successfully advocated the policy of building up a multi-form democracy which would eliminate the capitalist and the landlord within the vast territory of the USSR, and he denounced Trotsky's alternative of organizing, in other countries, violent revolutions against the capitalist system. Hence the foreign policy of the Soviet government has been, throughout the leadership of Stalin, in favor of peace, if possible enforced by the League of Nations, and if that broke down, secured by treaties of non-aggression between the Soviet Union and all other sovereign states, without attempting to interfere with the internal organization of each other's countries. Persistent rumor suggests that he would like to see the Comintern disappear, but, owing to its foundation by Lenin during the first glorious days of the revolution of 1917, he is not prepared to suppress it. There is however another explanation for the continued existence of a British branch of the Comintern or Third International, and the continued clash of this organization with the Labour and Socialist parties within the capitalist democracies in which the blame is on the other side. From the very outset of the Bolshevik Revolution in the autumn of 1917, the International Federation of Labour and Socialist Parties has actually accepted, as representing the Russian people, three hardened counter-revolutionaries, who opposed Lenin and the revolution of 1917, and since then have continued to intrigue against the Soviet government. It is also a regrettable fact that the International Federation of Trade Unions, representing the trade union movement of the capitalist democracies, has refused to accept, as members, representatives of the AL Union Central Committee of Trade Unions with its 23 million members. It is an odd fact that it is only the International Cooperative Alliance which has from the first to last accepted representatives of the Central Board of the Centrosoyuz with its 37 million members. Let us hope that Sir Walter Citron, by his wise recognition, on terms of equality and warm friendship, of the AL Union Central Committee of the Trade Unions of the USSR, will remedy this disastrous situation within the trade union world, and that henceforth the Red trade unions will be represented by Russian trade unionists in the International Federation of Trade Unions. If so, we may hope that the International Federation of Labour and Socialist Parties will follow suit, and that the Third International and Second International will be thus merged in one organization aiming at a new social order within their own countries as well as permanent peace among all the nations of the world. Britain and Russia - social reconstruction at home. One more question. Why have I exhausted the dwindling strength of an over 80 in arguing that Stalin is not a dictator, whose word is law, like Hitler is, and Mussolini tried to be, that the USSR is not / only a fully fledged political democracy, but also an industrial democracy, with a powerful trade union and consumers' cooperative movement, with a newly invented type of associations of owner-producers in the collective farms and industrial cooperatives, all alike under the control of the central and local government of a representative democracy, without distinction of sex, class or race. And finally, that through planned production for community consumption, and the elimination of the profit-making motive, the Soviet Union has, in the short space of 20 years, increased the opportunity for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for the vast majority of its near 200 million inhabitants, scattered over 1/6 of the Earth's surface. I started this task with the approval and help of my life partner because we thought it desirable that all those who are sincere in their avowed intention of creating a new social order within their own country, designed to eliminate the poverty in the midst of plenty, characteristic of the wealthiest and the most powerful of the capitalist democracies, the United Kingdom and the United States of America, should study the internal organization of the USSR so as to avoid its mistakes and learn from its successful experiments. Owing to Great Britain's unified and stabilized population and unwritten constitution which permits every possible alteration, the establishment of this new social order need not involve a violent upheaval against a despotic and corrupt government, as it did in Tsarist Russia. Thus the British people will be able to avoid the crudities and cruelties inherent in a sudden and violent revolution, rendered more ruthless by the intervention of foreign powers in favor of the old Tsarist regime. On the other hand, in order to carry out this social reconstruction, without undue delay, it will be desirable to study the bolder experiments practicable in the USSR, owing to the fact that the revolutionary government swept away the remnants of the old social order and therefore had a clear field for experiments, deliberately devised, to carry out their new living philosophy of scientific humanism. We may discover that many of the newly formed institutions are not contrary to the living philosophy of the Christian religion, which the political leaders of the capitalist democracies assure us is the foundation stone of our own civilization, but are actually more in accordance with the precept of love thy neighbor as thyself than the root impulse of profit-making enterprise, each man for himself and devil take the hindmost. Cooperation for a new world order. But this peaceful establishment of an equitable humane social order has ceased to be the main purpose of this essay. The vital issues confronting the British people are, first to win the war and then to win a permanent peace. It is obvious that the heroic resistance, over a battlefront of 1,500 miles, put up not only by the Red Army and Air Force, followed by a successful offensive, but also by civilians, men, women, and children, is helping us to win the war in a shorter time than was practicable before Great Britain's all-out alliance with the USSR. What seems crystal clear, even if we beat Germany to her knees and occupy her territory and emancipate the conquered peoples, we shall not secure a permanent peace without the wholehearted consent of the USSR. In order to obtain this cooperation in setting up a new League of Nations for the prevention of aggression, we must treat the government and people of Soviet Russia as equals, without any reserve arising from the deep-seated antagonism of our ruling class to the internal organization of the socialist fatherland. For it is difficult to deny that during the period between the two world wars the ruling class of Great Britain was hostile to the continuance of Soviet communism even within the land of its birth. In the remarkable book Ambassador Dodd's Diary published after his death there is documentary evidence that the governments of Great Britain and the USA were, through their diplomatic representatives, official and unofficial, trying to turn Hitler's aggressive intuitions away from their sea-bound frontiers towards the common enemy of Hitler's Germany and the capitalist democracies of the USA and the British Commonwealth of Nations, the Soviet Union. This would mean that Germany would have secured the enormous resources of oil, minerals, and foodstuffs in the Ukraine and the Caucasus, and might have been able to defeat the superior manpower of the USSR with its 180 million inhabitants. Today the scene has changed. Our great Prime Minister Churchill has secured national unity by the reorganization of his cabinet on the basis of close collaboration with the Soviet Union in decisively beating Hitler's army in the West, recapturing the Baltic provinces, with a possible joint occupation of Berlin by the Allied armies. When this has been accomplished, the four great powers, the United States of America, Great Britain, the Soviet Union and the heroic Chinese represented by Kai-shek, can render Japan powerless by bombing her cities and munition factories from the Siberian airfields and invading with armed forces Manchuria, and thus collaborating in throwing Japanese armies out of China. This new outlook entails abandoning the hostile attitude of some sections of our ruling class towards the internal structure of the new social order established in the USSR. For if we fail to treat her on terms of equality as a democratic and freedom-loving people, how can we win the war against Hitler's barbaric hordes intent on world domination, and reconstruct on a democratic basis the devastated states of Denmark and Norway, of the Netherlands and Belgium, of Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, and above all, of the downcast and humiliated inhabitants of the great historic Republic of France? The recent treacherous assault of Japan on the USA and the British Commonwealth of Nations, and the preliminary victories of the Japanese Air Force in Malaya, the Philippines, and the Dutch East Indies, is another instance of the urgent need of an all-out cooperation with the USSR, with our other ally China, against the barbarous Axis powers. Whether we like it or not, it seems that, owing to the closeness of her lengthy frontiers, in the West and in the East, to Germany and Japan, the Soviet Union will become the paramount military power in winning complete victory for the Allies. The whole civilized world, said the late British ambassador to Moscow Sir Stafford Cripps in his farewell message to the Soviet people, proclaims your victories, and we, your allies, are proud to count ourselves as such. But the end is not yet. The power of the Nazis is shaken but not broken. When victory comes, of which we are so confident, our two nations will have the privilege of leading the peoples of Europe towards a civilization of sanity and cooperation. Together we must march forward to that victory. Together we must work and plan to bring about the happier life which their sufferings and their patience have earned for the masses of humanity. B.W. February 1942. Part 1. The Constitution. By Constitution we mean, whenever we speak with propriety and exactness, that assemblage of laws, institutions, and customs, derived from certain fixed principles of reason, that compose the general system according to which the community has agreed to be governed. Henry St. John, 1st Viscount Bolingbroke, Dissertation on Parties, 1733, p. 108. Chapter I. The Constitution as a whole. The Constitution of the Soviet Union differs, we think, from any adopted elsewhere during the past couple of centuries, in not having been the outcome of deliberate and usually prolonged study by political philosophers and jurists. At no time was there anything in the nature of deliberation by a constituent assembly. There was no formulated outline or plan either of the Constitution as a whole, or of the relation between its several parts. Even its most prominent feature, the broad base of innumerable local elected councils universally known as Soviets, was adopted, as we shall describe in the following chapter, without this having been thought of as the permanent base of a stable government 18 months before. It is, in fact, one of the difficulties of intelligibly describing this continuously evolving constitution that, whilst it is nowhere given as a whole, in any statute or official document, no part of it can be properly understood without having in mind all the rest. Thus, in the Soviet Union, what the Western jurist is tempted to regard as the constitutional structure, namely, the pyramid of Soviets, is plainly only a fragment of it, and, as some may say, not the most important fragment. Whether by statutory enactment or by accepted practice, the Constitution of the USSR provides for the active participation of the people in the work of government in more than one way. It is therefore not only man as a citizen who is represented. He acts and votes separately in his capacity as a producer. Yet again, as a consumer, he also acts and votes separately. And, so far as concerns the millions who are members of the exclusive and highly disciplined order of companionship styled the Communist Party, which undertakes the vocation of public leadership, we find these citizens acting and voting also in a fourth capacity, which may be thought to be the most influential of all. Thus, in dealing with the structure of the USSR, we must cast off, wholly and permanently, the obsolete idea that the constitution of a nation is to be looked for exclusively in some legislative enactment, or other authoritative document. We know now that in no nation, not even in the United States, is the whole Constitution to be found in any document, just as in no nation, not even in the United Kingdom, is the Constitution wholly unwritten. Whether or not we choose to say, with Ferdinand Lassalle, that the real constitution of any country is nothing more than the actual relationships of power, we must, at any rate, always include, as part of the working constitution, everything that operates as such. Moreover, in the USSR, we must accept, once for all, the fact that no distinction is made between the exercise of power that elsewhere would be called legislation, and that which would be deemed executive action or administration. Every organ of administration in the USSR is capable of legislative and of executive action. Every one of them is free to act, within its own area and for all who find themselves within that area, very much as thinks fit, so long as it does not actually contravene any action or decision by a superior authority. But, equally, every one of them can be peremptorily restrained, and may have its action vetoed and cancelled, by any organ occupying a superior place in the hierarchy. Can we venture on a brief summary of this elusive constitution before embarking on the description of its various parts? One such a sketch, whilst possibly suggesting more questions than it answers, may help the reader to understand the necessarily detailed pages that are to follow. As we see it, the government centered in the Moscow Kremlin is the apex of half a dozen pyramidal structures covering the whole of the USSR, each of them based, according to a common pattern, upon a vast number of relatively small meetings of associated citizens for almost continuous discussion, and for the periodical direct election of primary representative councils. Each of these structures rises tier after tier, through successive stages of councils, governing ever-widening areas and constituted by indirect election, up to a group which is supreme for each particular mass. These half a dozen culminating groups, in different combinations, and by more or less formal joint consultations, constitute the source of all governmental authority, whether legislative or executive. What are these half a dozen pyramidal structures? There is first the hierarchy of Soviets, from those of the village and the city, through the district and province and constituent republic congresses or conferences, up to the All-Union Congress of Soviets of the USSR, with its Central Executive Committee and its Council of People's Commissars. In this hierarchy of Soviets it is the citizen as such who is represented. But all citizens are assumed to be also producers by hand or by brain, or the non-able-bodied dependents thereof. A large and rapidly increasing proportion of them are actually wage or salary earners and members of their trade unions. All the producers thus paid are represented in the trade union hierarchy, equally based on innumerable small local workshop or office meetings of the members of each of the trade unions, now 154 in number, electing representative councils which rise, tier upon tier, up to separate central bodies for each of the several unions, and, yet further, to a Supreme Common Assembly, the All-Union Congress of Trade Unions, acting for the whole aggregate of wage or salary recipients engaged in production or distribution of goods or services, by hand or by brain. There are, however, other producers who are not remunerated by wages or salaries but are themselves owners, wholly or in part, individually or jointly, of the instruments with which they work, and of the product of their labor. Of these owner-producers, as such excluded from the trade unions, there are now several classes, among which two stand out as the principal. These two classes, numbering together more than half the active producers in the USSR, may be thought to be developing constitutionally into massive pyramidal structures parallel with those of the trade unions and the Soviets, and formed on a similar pattern. Thus, there are the millions of custar workers, joined in artels, now constituted as industrial cooperative societies of owner-producers which elect their own tiers of councils for districts and provinces, culminating in a central delegate body at Moscow. There are equally the millions of members of collective farms, the federal constitution of which is still only in germ, although it is already more developed in other instances, notably in the corresponding organization of professional fishermen. All these producers, whether they work for wages or salary, or as partners sharing a joint product, have, however, in common, not only their citizenship, acting through the hierarchy of Soviets, together with their function of production, organized partly in the hierarchy of trade unions, and partly in the several hierarchies of associations of owner-producers, but also a separate and quite distinct interest as consumers. Accordingly, practically the whole of them in 1935, 50 millions of adults are united in the 45,000 country consumers' cooperative societies, in each of which the membership elects its own board of management, whilst the societies are all united in district and provincial and republic associations, formed on substantially the common pattern of indirect election, and culminating in the Central Board of Centrosoyuz, specifically representing the whole body of consumers throughout the USSR. Finally, there is the remarkable companionship or order, termed the Communist Party, whose 3 million adult members and candidates. The second document of this kind, formally adopted by the Central Executive Committee of the newly formed Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in 1923, is more lengthy and may be read in the appendix at the end of Part I. It was addressed, doubtless in recollection of the American Declaration of Independence, to all governments and all peoples of the earth. Its purpose was to announce to the world the formation of the new federal state. From the first moment of their existence, runs this grandiloquent announcement, the Soviet republics were united by the bonds of close cooperation and mutual assistance, which subsequently assumed the form of treaties of alliance. The power of the workers and peasants united them into a single unit, with common needs, in their struggle against the attacks of foreign capitalist states, and against the internal counter-revolutionary attacks on the Soviet form of society. The solidarity of the laboring masses united them in their common task of establishing fraternal cooperation between the liberated peoples. Together they emerged from the victorious proletarian revolution, having overthrown the power of their landowners and capitalists. Together they passed through the dire experiences of intervention and blockade, and emerged triumphant. Together they started the enormous task of restoring the national economy, on the basis of the new economic structure of society, after it had passed through unprecedented calamities. Whilst rendering to one another constant fraternal assistance with all their strength and resources, they nevertheless for a long time remained separate states only united by treaties of alliance. The further development of their mutual relations and the requirements of the international position have now led them to combine into one united state. In the following chapters we seek to describe all the various parts of this constitution as they have grown, during the past 18 years, into the organic structure of the 170 millions of people inhabiting the largest continuous geographical area in the world, comprising 1/6 of the entire land surface of the globe. 1. Chapter II. Man as a citizen. In this chapter we deal with the part of the Constitution of the USSR, the Pyramid of Soviets, which was enacted as the fundamental law of the new state, and has therefore been accepted by many commentators as if it were the whole of the Constitution. How mistaken is this view, and to what serious errors in interpretation it leads, will appear in the following chapters. The origin of the Soviet system. The Soviet system, it has been well said, was one of those innumerable creations of the human mind which seem to owe their existence to a fortunate historical accident. It has survived because it proved to be peculiarly well adapted to become the organ of that dictatorship of the workers which lies at the foundation of communist theory and practice. One by the word Soviet, which originally meant any kind of council, is now understood a council of delegates or deputies chosen by the workers employed in the several factories and other establishments in an industrial city or district, or by the soldiers in the various units of an army, or by the peasants of a village or agricultural district or community, or by any combination of these constituent groups. Its most obvious difference from other political entities is that it avowedly excludes the representation of the capitalist employers, landowners, shopkeepers, and persons of no occupation, even if these are of the same tribe, race, or nationality, or are resident within the area concerned. Soviets of this nature were spontaneously created in May and June of 1905 at Ivanovo-Voznesensk and Kostroma to conduct strikes of textile workers. 2. They seem to have been invented on the spur of the moment, owing particularly to the absence of any independent and trusted trade union. These working-class organs did not confine themselves to the strikes, and assumed some of the functions of the decrepit local government. 11 was, however, the Soviet formed in St. Petersburg in October 1905 that gave a lead to the rest of Russia. At its first meeting, on October 13, 1905, it was only partly representative. 8. The Soviet system TIV, consisting as it did of the factories from only the Nevsky district. A proclamation was issued in its name which said, "We propose that every factory and every trade should elect a delegate for every 100 workers. The delegates of each factory shall form the factory committee. The delegates of all the factories shall form the General Workers' Committee of St. Petersburg." 1. In the course of the next 2 months similar Soviets sprang into being in a score of other Russian cities, from Kiev to Baku, but their prompt suppression allowed no opportunity for any national Congress of Soviets to be convened. The summary suppression of the Soviets of 1905 did not prevent their remaining in the minds of the Russian workers. When, in February 1917, the Tsarist regime fell, almost of its own rottenness, the workers in the Petrograd factories at once spontaneously formed a Soviet, which did not concern itself specially with any strike, but discussed and voted on all matters of public interest. This example was quickly followed by the workers of Moscow and those of many other industrial cities. Presently the Petrograd Soviet invited all the other city Soviets to send delegates to constitute a Congress of Soviets, which appointed a standing committee to sit and act between one Congress meeting and another. Here, it would seem, might be the basis for a workers' government of the whole state. But it does not appear that this was immediately recognized as a possible development of what had been originally mere strike committees. the Bolshevik Party was nominally still working for the party program of 1903, which had never been revised, and which, whilst emphasizing the full collectivism of its economic side, contemplated, on the political side, the substitution, for the Tsarist autocracy, of nothing more novel than an extremely democratic parliamentary assembly. Lenin, it is true, at once recognized the importance of the novel form of Soviets of Workers' Deputies of 1905, in which he saw new organs of people's power. At the Fourth Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Party, in April 1900, a resolution was adopted explaining that the Soviets, in the process of struggle, became transformed from pure strike organizations into organizations of general revolutionary struggle, and represented the embryo of revolutionary power, dependent for all their strength and significance entirely upon the strength and success of the uprising. They were, in fact, at first regarded, as Lenin expressed it as late as November 20, 1915, merely as organs of rebellion. There seems, accordingly, some warrant for the suggestion of an acute German historian, that, whilst Lenin had long foreseen the necessity of transforming the bourgeois liberal revolution into a socialist revolution, and had at once recognized the Soviets as the weapon for effecting this transformation, it was only in March 1917, on receiving in Switzerland the first authentic news of the revolution in Russia, that he made a fateful discovery. He became convinced that the system of soldiers and workers' council Soviets was the modern expression of the inevitable socialist democratic revolution. In the Soviet, Lenin recognized the existence, in a weak and elementary form, of an entirely new type of working-class government which could only be compared historically with the Paris Commune of 1871. His study of the Soviet convinced Lenin that everything which Marx had said in his famous essay on the constitutional and political aspects of the Paris Commune applied with equal truth to the Russian Soviet in 1917. This is why, from the moment of his arrival in Petrograd, Lenin came more and more to speak of the Soviets, as not only a means of checking and controlling the provisional government, and not merely as the instrument for the approaching overthrow of that government, but even, occasionally, as the necessary basis of the new political constitution. It seems, however, that, right down to the actual seizure of power in October 1917, Lenin apparently thought it better that the Bolshevik Party should not commit itself definitely against a democratic parliamentary system as the political instrument for the administration of the socialist state that he intended. This, however, did not prevent the launching of the slogan "All Power to the Soviets." By October 1917, Lenin had become enthusiastic about the Soviets not merely as an organ of rebellion or an instrument of revolution but also as a step forward in the development of democracy, though the terms in which he describes them indicate that he had at that time a very inadequate vision of the gigantic edifice of government that was destined to be erected on this basis. Finally, when the uprising had practically achieved success, and the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets was deliberating, actually within sound of the guns, it was decided, at his instance, by a large majority, that the supreme power should be vested, not in any parliamentary assembly, but in the All-Russian Congress of Soviets itself. In the course of its continuous session of 20 hours, the same Congress appointed a provisional workers' and peasants' government, to be known as the Soviet of People's Commissars, to act under the control of the Congress and its Central Executive Committee, adopted Lenin's thundering declarations as to the immediate conclusion of peace, the transfer of the nationalist land to the peasantry in usufruct, and the election of workers' committees in all industrial establishments, and incidentally decided that the title of the new state should be the Russian Soviet Republic. During the next few months, the Sovnarkom of People's Commissars, under the presidency of Lenin, governed the country with a high hand, struggling with a mass of executive business and issuing innumerable decrees on small matters and on great. Meanwhile, some of the People's Commissars and various small committees were discussing the different items, and drafting the clauses, of a systematic constitution. These Lenin's words are worth quoting. "The Soviets," he wrote, "are the new state. Suggestions needed to be adjusted and combined, a task which the Central Executive Committee entrusted early in April 1918 to a drafting commission of 15, among whom were Sverdlov and Stalin, but not Lenin himself. When the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets assembled in July 1918, the draft so prepared was, without prolonged debate or serious challenge, immediately adopted as the constitution or fundamental law of the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic. With many minor amendments, this fundamental law has remained to this day substantially unchanged, and in 1923 its provisions were, in the main, adopted for the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The base of the pyramid. The stability and permanence of a pyramid depend essentially upon the width and soundness of its base. In the USSR, the electorate is at once more widely extended and more peculiarly restricted than in any other country, with the net result that it constitutes by far the largest voting body in the world, having at least as high a proportion of electors to the adult population as the United Kingdom or the United States of America, whilst in the USSR a much higher percentage of that electorate are actual voters at elections than in either of those countries. The right to vote, and with it the right of eligibility for office, is avowedly based on active participation in socially useful work of one or other kind, by hand or by brain, although not excluding those who, by age or infirmity, have ceased to be capable of such work. Every man or woman in the USSR who is not included in one or other of the legally disqualified categories finds himself or herself, at the early age of 18, automatically entitled to vote, and to be elected to any position. The student of other electoral systems will be struck by the inclusiveness of this franchise. Apart from sheer incapacity to get to the meeting, there are practically none of the usual impediments to the actual exercise of the vote. Unlike every other political system, Soviet communism does not exclude from its electorate residents living within its borders merely because they are of alien birth or nationality. 2. There is no disqualification by sex or marriage, by illiteracy or inability to speak or read any particular language, or by religious belief or lack of religious belief. Nor is there any requirement of independent occupancy or period of residence, which elsewhere so often excludes the mass of actually serving soldiers and sailors, domestic servants, lodgers in other people's houses and residents in hotels, boarding houses and institutions, together with the majority of the different kinds of transients. There is no disfranchisement of persons actually serving in any kind of public employment, such as sometimes disqualifies soldiers, revenue officers, policemen, postmen or other recipients of government pay or pension. Nor is there any disqualification for pauperism or the receipt of public assistance of any kind, nor for bankruptcy, nor even for conviction of a criminal offense, though persons in exile, or actually detained in penal institutions, are disqualified for the period of their exile or detention. 1. They have neither the RIGHT to vote nor the RIGHT to be elected, even if they are included within one of the above-mentioned categories. Persons employing hired labor for the sake of profit. Persons living on income not derived from their own labor, such as interest on capital, income from industrial enterprise, landed property, etc. Private businessmen and trade commercial agents. Monks and clergymen of all religious denominations. Employees and agents of the former police, or of the special gendarme corps and secret police, and members of persons legally recognized as mentally deranged or imbecile, as well as those under guardianship. Persons convicted of infamous or mercenary crimes for a period fixed by judicial sentence. According to Law 1, the percentage of members of these deprived categories has varied greatly from time to time and from locality to locality. In 10 districts of Pensinsk gubernia in 192, in which there were 892,244 electors, it was found by a statistical inquirer that the total number of the deprived was 9,180, or just over 1% of the electorate. Among them were 2070 traders and middlemen, 1,187 rentiers, and 581 employers, making a total of 0808 deprived on grounds of economic class. there were 1,814 clergy and 1,420 former members of the Tsar's police, making a total of .3234, disqualified on account of professional occupation. Finally, there were 1,750 excluded by judicial sentence for crime, and 504 for unsoundness of mind. One, on the other hand, it is alleged that in Leningrad, Kiev, and Moscow there used to be, 10 years ago, more than 10% of the electorate, in the L-deprived categories. Of the numbers FOIMERLY excluded from the suffrage, many have died and others have been enfranchised by successive acts of leniency. At first the disqualification applied equally to persons who had at any time belonged to these categories but had ceased to do so, and also to the spouses and to the sons and daughters of such persons. But it has for some years been possible for the local electoral commissions to remove from the list of the disqualified the sons and daughters who could show that they are engaged in socially useful work, and have completed 5 years service in it. Recent laws and election instructions have now admitted to the franchise all persons otherwise qualified who have reached the age of 18 since 1925. A similar opportunity of escape may be given to older persons who have been for 5 years occupied in productive Soviets, Congresses of Soviets and Ispokoms, being materials for the study of the Soviet administration, Moscow, 1924, p. 7. And socially necessary labor, and have proved their loyalty to the Soviet power, at the discretion of the local commission responsible for the management of the elections, by whom the list of disqualified local residents is annually prepared. 1. This local discretion is said to be now exercised with reasonable leniency, each person being dealt with according to what are deemed his present merits in the way of socially useful occupation. The result is that the numbers disqualified have been steadily declining, partly owing to statutory amendments, partly as a consequence of the trend of decisions on cases made the subject of appeal, and partly owing to the increasing leniency of the local electoral commissions. 2. The latest statistics as to the deprived that we have seen relate to the Soviet elections of 1931 and were stated to cover between 80 and 90% of the whole USSR. Of the total population over 18, an average of 3 to 9% were disqualified, as compared with 4 to 9% at the elections of 1929. In the cities the fall had been from 8.5 to 4.9%, whilst in the rural districts it was from 4 to 1 to 3 to 7%. 3 no fewer than 28 to 4% of those deprived the cities, and 4.34% or 3. The following table shows how each category contributes to the total. Percentage total disqualifications. Category: employers, unearned incomes, traders, clergy, former police, unsound mind, judicial sentence, dependents of above over 18. From Report of Presidium of Central Executive Committee of All Union Congress of Soviets, 1931, see summary by Lazare Tepper, in American Political Science Review, October 1932. In cities in rural areas 5-3-22-2-8-3-5-9-39-100-and-149-6-8-3-2-4-7-1-2-1-5-8-8-5-4-28-4-43-4-100-100. The village meeting 15 of those deprived in the rural areas, were dependents over 18 of deprived husbands or parents. The decline is continuing. Counting by families, it is doubtful whether the exclusions, apart from unsound mind or judicial sentence, now average, in the rural areas, as many as 1% of the families, or, in the cities, as many as 2 or 3% of the families. In 1934, declared Molotov to the 7th All-Union Congress of Soviets, there were 2 to 5% disfranchised persons from among the entire adult population, which amounts to a little over 2 millions. Compare that with the total number of voters to the Soviets, which amounted last year to 91 million persons. Within another decade it is anticipated that practically all those deprived on grounds of present or former occupation, together with their sons and daughters, will, with one exception, have disappeared from the lists. 1. The net result of the enfranchisements and disqualifications is now a colossal and ever-rising electorate, which in 1935 reached 91 millions of men and women, being 55% of the census population, an electorate of which some 85% actually participates in the voting, and which increases at the rate of more than 2 millions per annum. 2. The village meeting. Whilst the electoral franchise is the same in the village as in the city, the methods of election necessarily differ. We take the village meeting first, not only because it represents 3/4 of the whole population of the USSR, but also because it is typically Russian in its characteristics. The village meeting represents probably the oldest constitutional form in Russia, and, as in various other countries, it antedates alike representative assemblies and statute law. Like the English parish vestry meeting of the 15th to the 19th centuries, and its 17th century offspring, the New England town meeting, the village meeting in Russia cannot be shown to have had any statutory origin. Whilst it has been legally regulated and restricted from time to time, and also has had additional functions assigned to it, there has never been any precise or complete delimitation of its powers. At the height of its authority, as the Mir, towards the close of the 18th century, it could apparently discuss any subject of local interest apart from such as might be regarded as political questions. It could declare the will of the village, direct any action to be taken within the village the assembled villagers agreed upon, redistribute the holdings of land, alter the conditions of tenure, extract pecuniary contributions from any or all of the villagers, and even decide that recalcitrant members should be exiled to Siberia, a decision carried out by the Tsarist police. On other hand, the Mir was always subject to arbitrary control whenever the Tsar's ministers chose to interfere. In particular, its members ran the risk of punishment by local official or judge for coming to decisions not within the competency of the assembly. Moreover, by a ukase of December 24, 1905, any decision come to after the drinking of vodka might be declared to be invalid. The village meeting in the USSR, now including all residents or occupiers, or female, over 18, not being among the deprived categories, has lost some of the powers of the Mir, but is still unfettered by any precise limitation of what it may do. It may, however, now discuss any matters relating to the government, central or local. They are here concerned only with its position as the base of the pyramid of Soviets. Whilst the meeting can still be held as often as is desired, and may, in practice, discuss anything in which its members are interested, a new and important function is the triennial election of the village Soviet. This is conducted by an independent electoral commission, the president of which is appointed for each electoral area by the presidium of the rayon. This president is assisted by 10 members nominated by the village one Soviet itself. The commission fixes the date at which the election is to take place, appoints a chairman for each meeting, revises one existing list of persons excluded from the franchise, and causes this to be publicly posted in the village, and sees to it that the electors are, 5 days in advance, personally notified to attend, as a quorum of 40% of the electorate must be present to avoid an adjournment. The chairman of the meeting, who is supported by 2 assessors whom the meeting itself elects, announces the total number of electors in the electoral area, and also the number present at the meeting, so as to demonstrate that there is the requisite quorum, and declares how many persons the meeting is called upon to elect. This is fixed by statute at 1 for each 100 of the population, with presumably 4 for the excess fraction over even hundreds, roughly equivalent to 1 for every 50 electors, but with a minimum of 3 members. The provision fixing a maximum of 50 members was omitted from the election instructions of 1931 and 1934. In addition, 1/3 of the number are to be elected as candidates, meaning substitutes or alternates. The electoral meeting has also to elect a revision or auditing committee distinct from the Soviet itself. Men and women are then nominated, sometimes without recommendation, but often in speeches of fluent if rude eloquence. Wherever there is an active cell or nucleus of the Communist Party, this will usually prepare a slate of recommended candidates, seldom confined to party members, usually putting these forward only for a certain proportion of the places to be tilled, and often deliberately including 10 or 15 persons in excess of the places. At one stage it was officially ordered that, except in the districts practically covered by collective farms, there should be held, prior to the election meeting, a meeting of poor peasants in order they might prepare their own nominations. The vote is taken, as has been IMEMONALLY the custom, by show of hands, usually in a lengthy process of rejecting one by one those candidates whom the meeting does not support. Finally, the candidates who have received the votes of a majority of the meeting, the number having been thereby reduced down to the number of places to be filled, are put simultaneously to the vote, now usually unanimous, and declared by the chairman FOB elected. Apparently the Russian peasant has never known such devices as proportional representation, the second ballot, or even any system of exhaustive voting. On the other hand, it seems to have always been assumed, and is now invariably the rule, that the electoral meeting, and indeed any electing or appointing body, is empowered at all times to recall, by its votes at a subsequent meeting at which 40% of the electors form a quorum, any person whom it has elected, and to substitute for him, for the remainder of his term of office, as for anyone who dies or voluntarily resigns, any person from the list of those elected as candidates or substitutes. A discussion forum. At this point it is well to remember that these meetings of the village electors are summoned, not merely TRIENNIALLY to elect the cello Soviets, one, but also frequently THROUGHOUT the 3 years, often 6 or 8 times within 12 months. These meetings are habitually, though not invariably, held in the evening, and are reported to be numerously attended, often by more than half the total electorate, and not infrequently by nearly as large a proportion of women as of men. The discussions range over the whole field of public interests, full expression being given to local desires. So many people wish to speak that the meeting is occasionally adjourned to a subsequent date. Resolutions may be passed for transmission to other authorities, but most of the speaking is directed towards impressing the audience, and especially those members who have been or who are likely to be elected to the Soviet, and who are expected to be present to supply information and to answer questions. The village meeting may pass resolutions in the nature of suggestions or instructions on any subject whatsoever, addressed either to the village Soviet or to any higher authority. Thus the meeting may voice the popular desire for a public bathhouse or a village hall, or for the establishment or closing of the government vodka shop. All this helps to make the discussion interesting. Whether or not the resolutions are carried out, they have always to be forwarded to the Rayon Soviet, and they may be sent to any other authorities concerned, and their repetition in the same or in other localities becomes influential. Thus, it seems that the working constitution of the USSR, taking, for the moment, only that part of it which lives in the villages and is represented in the pyramid of Soviets, is rooted in an almost inconceivable amount of public discussion, in literally 1 million or 2 of small local meetings in the course of each year. Whether or not the vociferous debaters at these innumerable meetings get all the attention they desire, the political student will note, not only the amount of political education, but also the sense of continuous participation in public administration that such discussions create. We have not ourselves had the opportunity of attending any village election meetings, and we have found hardly any detailed description by eyewitnesses. But the following, by a competent American observer, gives what we believe to be a characteristic sketch. I was present, writes Karl Borders, at the election at Maslov KUT2 in 1926, and even voted. As soon as the registration of those present was verified, the meeting opened with a speech by an organizer from the county center. The visitor urged the selection of good, honest workers to the Soviet, and particularly asked that some women be elected. A caucus had previously prepared a complete list of candidates for the 36 places on the Soviet, and this slate was first offered in Tolo to the assembly. With very slight parley this overture was almost unanimously rejected, and it was decided to make nominations from the floor. One by one the names were shouted up to the secretary, who entered them as candidates. Sometimes a few identifying remarks were made. But for the most part all of those suggested were well known and needed no such introduction. The wish of the voter, as of old, is expressed by the raising of the hand. Nearly 100 years ago the Tsar's government attempted to introduce the ballot box in the village assemblies, but the peasants called it playing marbles, and would have nothing to do with it. Again the Soviets have simply used an ancient custom, and have not invented one for the occasion. It is true that this open method of voting makes clear the political persuasion of the voters. But in this instance it seemed to deter freedom of expression very little. The little block of richer peasants voted together as a man. The few women stood manfully by the members of their sex who were nominated. The whole yard turned against the candidates offered from the workers of the Sovkhozs, reflecting clearly the effects of the land dispute between the village and the government farm which had been hanging in the courts for many months. Hour after hour the process moved on in the Russian way. As in the old village mir, discussion ran free and high. At times a candidate was asked to mount the veranda so that he might be seen by all. One was pronounced too young. Others were refused election on the basis of their indifferent records. The kulaks voted solidly against the women. My own political enthusiasm waned after 2 or 3 hours. But the villagers used the rest of the midwinter day to select the whole quota of candidates and the auditing commission, which by law must be chosen separately at the time of the general election. The final result showed that of the 36 members elected to the Soviet 3 were women, 5 communists, and remainder non-party peasants of the village. On the whole, one is impressed with the essential democracy of these meetings, and is certainly not aware of any intimidation on the part of the authorities. There is an intimacy about the smaller unit of the village, with its old entrenched families, that makes little political hoodwinking possible. Certainly the great emphasis on getting out the vote does not argue for the widely believed fiction that the communists are afraid of the will of the peasant. The daily conduct of public business is the only form of politics in which the peasant is interested. The total number of rural electoral areas electing Selo-Soviets was officially stated in 1931 as 71,780 when the number of villages and hamlets was given as 599,890, so that, on an average, 8 or 9 of these were united in each Selo-Soviet. The village in some parts of the USSR has usually only a few hundred inhabitants, whilst in other parts it runs up to as many as 10,000. But it may be doubted whether throughout this huge territory there is any exact or complete enumeration of the separate settlements or hamlets. Wherever a new settlement arises in a previously unsettled part of the forest or the steppe, the inhabitants spontaneously begin meeting to discuss their local affairs, and they may presently obtain recognition as a separate voting place for the Selo-Soviet in the area of which they reside. Indeed, it is the practice, as outlying hamlets grow up apart from the main village, for the Electoral Commission itself spontaneously to arrange for them to have separate meetings at which to elect their OWN quota of the village Soviet dash. For the RSSR, which has 53,000 village Soviets, or 5/7 of the whole, we have been informed that the number of such separate curia or election points was, in 1929 275,000 as compared with 207,000 in 1927. The number increases annually with the constant growth of population. Thus, it may be assumed that, for the whole USSR, the total number of separate meetings simultaneously electing members of village Soviets in HK5 must be something like 400,000, plainly the most extensive electoral machinery known to political science. The total number of members elected to village Soviets was stated in /whom it appoints. These executive officers, by a recent decree, are to number 1 for every 75 households in areas of complete collectivization, and one for every 50 households in areas of incomplete collectivization. They are appointed by the Soviet for a term of 2 or 3 months, the persons qualified as electors and under 50 in the case of men, and under 45 in the case of women, being taken by rotation. If they are members of a kolkhoz, or collective farm, or employed in any public office at a wage or salary, they are entitled to take time oil for their public service under the Selo Soviet without loss of income. Others may receive pay for their term of service at a rate fixed by the Soviet, a tax to cover the expense being levied upon all persons in the village who are disqualified from holding the office, either as being for one or other reason disfranchised or disqualified by judicial sentence from holding positions in state institutions, or else as awaiting trial for some criminal offense. The duties of these village executives are to keep order, to protect public property, to keep open the highways and supervise sanitation, to report all violations of law, and to carry out the decisions of the village courts, as well as to perform any other functions that the Soviet may put upon them. The Soviet is required by decree to appoint besides its ispokom, or executive committee, also to a number of sections or committees to deal with separate parts of the work, and it is strongly urged to associate with its own members on these sections a large proportion of the village residents. This is in accordance with the fundamental principle of Soviet communism of ensuring the participation in government of as large a proportion of the people as possible. It is left to the legislatures of the several constituent republics to prescribe exactly which sections must be appointed. And the RKFSR it is ordered that every Selo Soviet shall appoint at least 7 sections, for agriculture, women's work and interests, education, cultural developments, finances, trade and cooperatives, and finally, for the general communal life. In the numerous settlements or hamlets apart from the main village and entitled to elect their own quotas to the village one Soviets, settlement sections are to be appointed. In ADDITION, Selo Soviets appoint special committees FO deal with particular collective farms, or to collect taxes, and also such officers as statisticians, harvest controllers, etc. Over and over again the asterisk decrees insist on the duty of the Soviets to incite, persuade, and press the apathetic toiling masses, and particularly the women, to take interest in public affairs, to join the sections, FO attend the meetings, and to vote. Village and settlement meetings are FOB held every few months. 3 times a year must the Soviet render an account of its stewardship to specially convened meetings which every elector is urged to attend. At first the village Soviets had no separate budget, and their receipts and expenditure formed part of the budget of the Volost. Now each Selo Soviet is ordered to make its own budget in the way prescribed by the constituent republic. In the RSFSR it is ordered that the village budget must include the expenditure of the Soviet on all its functions or duties, and the mere recital of its liabilities for maintenance and repair of every conceivable public concern within the village. THIRD-WORLDISM is a reminder to the Soviet itself of how diverse those functions and duties actually are. Its revenues include the income derived from local public property and enterprises, the local taxes and dues collected within the village THIRD-WORLDISM, including the agricultural tax and contributions to local revenues under various laws and agreements with the state, the constituent republic and the collective farms, and lastly, the self-assessments levied by the village Soviet itself. These latter require the majority decision of a special meeting at which not fewer than 50% of the entire electorate must be present. The assessments most frequently levied are, we are informed, those for the budding and maintenance of educational, health and cultural institutions, the improvement of communications by roads, veterinary and other agricultural institutions, fire protection, public baths and water supply from wells and ponds, the provision of a new burial ground, and the employment of a village watchman. The information is that the number of village Soviets actively undertaking local work, and the aggregate revenue and expenditure of the village Soviets in the USSR, are both increasing annually by leaps and bounds. As is usual in the Soviet Union, it is the spirit in which the village is dealt with that is more important than the language of the laws. We cannot sum up our description of the organization and activities of the village Soviets better than by quoting at length from an address by 1/1 I. Kalinin, the President of the USSR, to a conference of chairmen of village Soviets of the Western Province of the RSFSR in 1933. It is, he declared, no easy task to lead a village Soviet. You must always remember that, on the one hand, a village Soviet is a government organ, an organ representing the government in the village, and that, on the other hand, the village Soviet is an elective organ, which represents the workers of the village. Upon you, as the chairman of village Soviets, hard and very complicated tasks devolve. Our biggest trouble is that many of our village Soviets are inclined to resort primarily to administrative measures. A weak chairman of a village Soviet tries to do everything through administrative * orders, and the weaker he is, the more frequently does he resort to this method. On the other hand, the more politically developed a chairman of a village Soviet is, the more authoritative he is among the collective and individual farmers, the less frequently does he have to resort to administrative methods, to the employment of methods of coercion. Take the following example. A chairman of a village Soviet issues an official order that on such and such a day all must appear to do some social work. Such orders are given by strong as well as by weak chairmen of village Soviets. In both cases they appear on paper in the same form, signed by the respective chairman. But in the case of a good chairman the piece of paper would merely inform all citizens when and where to meet. The good chairman would organize his men, and make all preparations in advance, and his official order would merely announce a decision about which everybody already knows. The order merely gives the signal to start, to get into action. It is the same as a bugle call, or the commandant's order in the army. All units are given the signal to start, and the whole army moves as one man. That is how things work when the village Soviet chairman knows his job. His order falls on the ears of a prepared audience. The people know in advance what has to be done, and they get together in order to do it. But how does it work out if the chairman is weak? With a weak village Soviet chairman, the order is the first step he takes. A notice is put up announcing the order, and the citizens reading it begin to query what it is all about, and what good it will do. It is clear, therefore, that in the first case the order would be carried out promptly because the masses would be prepared for it by Soviet methods, by party methods. In the second instance nothing would have been done in advance, the announcement would be the first step taken, and naturally things would be done haphazardly, stern orders would be necessary, and resort to administrative measures would be called for. This is the difference. The first method is the Soviet method, which is distinguished from methods used in any bourgeois capitalist state. Our orders, our decrees, if we regard them externally, may resemble the orders of any municipal government of a capitalist country, or the orders of some land administration in any part of the world. But preparatory work, the preparation of the people, that is the essence of Soviet work. That work is performed at meetings of your communists, at party meetings, at meetings of active citizens, and general meetings, and the like. I need not go into this at great length. You know about it very well. Herein lies the essence of our democracy. Our Soviet democracy is not expressed in our official edicts. Our Soviet democracy is expressed in broad activity, when every decision is worked out by the masses, criticized hundreds of times by the collective farmers, by the individual peasants, from every possible angle. Herein lies the difference and the intricacy of the work of leaders of village Soviets. One areas into which the 500,000 or more rural villages, hamlets, and settlements are grouped. But city Soviets and village Soviets have this in common, that they are the only governing bodies in the USSR that are directly elected by the inhabitants at large. Together they constitute the broad base of the pyramid by means of which man as a citizen expresses his will and his desires. The method of election. The city Soviet is elected at relatively small open meetings of electors in much the same manner as the village Soviet. but the electoral meetings in the 1,000 or so urban municipalities in the USSR differ essentially from the village meetings. When, in 1905, at whose suggestion we know not, the workmen employed in the principal industrial establishments in Leningrad almost simultaneously held meetings inside the several factories to choose their own delegates to form a workers' soviet for the conduct of the general strike, they invented a form of organization unprecedented in any country, and at that time extra-legal, which has become, by reason of the dominating influence of the city proletariat, the foundation stone of Soviet communism. These electoral meetings at the factories have, it will be seen, not a territorial but an occupational basis. The electors are summoned to attend, not as residents within the city or within a ward, precinct, or parish of the city, but, irrespective of their place of residence, as persons employed in a particular factory or other institution. If the establishment is large, there are separate meetings for the several departments, branches, brigades, or shifts. If it is very small, it is grouped for purposes of meeting with other small establishments of similar character. Those who work in the particular factory or institution, as soon as they become 18 years of age, whatever their grade or salary or craft or sex, the manager, the technicians, the skilled artisans, the laborers, the factory doctors and nurses, the cleaners and the canteen cooks all attend the same meeting. It should be noted that this is not trade union representation. All the employees are entitled to vote, and are eligible for election to the city soviet, irrespective of whether or not they are members of a trade union. Factories and other establishments or institutions, urban in character, which are situated outside the city boundaries, elect their members to soviets as if they were within a city. Thus, in marked contrast with the constituencies of Western Europe and America, T1 actual unit of the electorate in the urban communities of the USSR is everywhere a relatively small assembly of persons, usually a few hundreds and seldom exceeding 1,000, who, wherever they reside, or whatever their grade, or industrial status, or particular craft, or vocation, are, for the most part, habitually meeting each other in daily work. The employees of all establishments, whether manufacturing or mining, distributive or transporting, educational or medical, the theater and the concert hall, the hospital and the university, the bank or the government office are for electoral purposes dealt with in the same way. The number of members to be elected was fixed by a statute of October 24, 1925, on a complicated scale, varying with the city population, in proportion to the number of electors entitled to attend each electoral meeting. Thus, taking only a few examples of the scale, in cities not exceeding 1,000 in population, each meeting was to elect one delegate for each 15 electors entitled to be present; in cities not exceeding 10,000 in population, one delegate for each 50 electors; in cities not exceeding 100,000 in population, one delegate for each 150 electors, in Leningrad, one delegate for each 400 electors, and in Moscow, where there is so large a proportion of office workers, one delegate for each 400 factory workers and one for each 400 office workers. These numbers are varied from election to election, as the population and the number of separate establishments increase, so as to keep down the number of elected persons to a reasonable figure. It should be added that provision is made for taking separately the votes, and for hearing the views, of electors not attached to any factory, office, or institution. These include the non-working invalids and the men and women superannuated or retired from age or infirmity, the home-keeping wives not working in factory, office, or institution, and others employed in domestic service, such independent workers, male or female, as freelance journalists or foreign newspaper correspondents, two authors, dramatists, and musical composers not in salaried employment, independently working artists and scientific researchers of all kinds, together with such remnants of individual producers as the droshky drivers, shoe blacks and peddlers, casual washerwomen and dressmakers, etc. For all these in each urban center, many district meetings are held, often one in each street, having powers and functions identical with the meetings of citizens working in factories or institutions of any kind. In a great city these non-organized electors run into tens of thousands, and in Leningrad and Moscow even to hundreds of thousands, so that the electoral meetings summoned in order to hear their views and record their votes have to be held in all parts of the city, to the number of several hundreds, by the local members of the companionship or order styled the Communist Party, often including non-party persons, and usually covering only a certain proportion of the vacancies, and there may be other lists. What is not usually understood by foreign observers is that there is, at each election, not one election meeting, but several successive election meetings for the same electoral unit, at which candidates are nominated, discussed, and either successively eliminated or carried forward to the final meeting when the last vote is taken. This, the only decisive vote, is usually unanimous, a fact which has often led to the inference that there has been no real exercise of choice by the electorate. On the contrary, the procedure is one of elaborate preliminary sifting of the nominations by various, often many, successive votes at the previous meetings, by which the less popular candidates have been eliminated. The elector's instructions. There is, moreover, another function of the successive election meetings of the electors of each electoral unit, which is regarded, as we think, rightly, as of no less importance than the actual choice of members of the Soviet. This is the passing of resolutions in the nature of instructions, perhaps we should say suggestions to the deputies or delegates to be elected, or to the Soviet as a whole, or even to higher authorities. These resolutions may be proposed by any elector, but they are usually put forward by groups of electors and often by those representing particular factories or institutions. In the large cities the aggregate number of such resolutions passed at one or other of the innumerable meetings of electors runs into thousands, the subjects being of extreme diversity. They vary in importance from the most trivial details of administration, and the smallest of improvements, up to issues of municipal policy of far-reaching character. Apparently nothing is formally excluded, but we imagine that anything counter-revolutionary or fundamentally in opposition to the communist regime would not be risked by any opponent, or if risked, would not be tolerated by the meeting. We are told that factories vie with each other as to which can bring forward the largest number of valuable suggestions, or of suggestions that will secure the support of a majority of the meeting. We are told also that the resolutions adopted, and even those largely supported though not adopted, are carefully noted by the authorities, and that those which are most frequently moved or adopted usually lead to appropriate action being taken, whether by the Soviet or by some other authority, to remedy what is recognized as a widely felt grievance, or to meet what has been shown to be a popular desire. It is hard for the foreigner to realize how extensive is the use made of this opportunity of the electorate to tell their delegates what they are. 32. The Soviet system. To do. Fortunately, the secretary of the Moscow Committee of the Communist Party gave a lengthy analysis of these instructions. During the elections to the Moscow Soviet in 1931, declared L.M. Kaganovich, no fewer than 100,000 additions to the instructions were put forward. Housing and city enterprises, 10%, city transport, 11%, education, 16%, food supply, 18%. The main demands were, break up the housing trusts into cooperatives, eradicate illiteracy, introduce polytechnical methods in all the schools, enlarge the number of closed retail stores, improve the quality of bread, increase the number of hospitals, goods transport to work at night, the organization of means of transport for workers and employees, for the delivery of fuel, and for the service of the population generally, facilitate exchanges between workers employed in similar enterprises with the purpose of bringing the places of living of the workers nearer to their places of work. Most of these suggestions have already been carried out. There is, however, throughout the whole proceedings, and, as it seems, in all the multitudinous speeches, no formulation of opposing or competing programs, to which the candidates proclaim allegiance, but only a common profession of desire for efficiency in the building up of the socialist state, possibly with emphasis on the achievements or shortcomings of particular departments, and sometimes on the candidate's own qualifications for office or personal predilections. This respect, the Soviet contest seemed to resemble the British and American electioneering of primitive times, before the development of the party system, a state of things still lingering in Great Britain in nearly all the country parishes, many of the urban or rural districts and some of the smaller municipalities, which the national party organizations have not yet reached or from which they have been deliberately excluded. What is remarkable in the Soviet elections, in the absence of what Britain and America mean by party strife, is the width of public interest that they excite, the amount of discussion that takes place, and the very high percentage of the electorate that records its vote. We are told, for instance, that in the USSR there is never such a thing as an uncontested election, either for the village or the city Soviets. 1. A Moscow election. We may cite, as an outstanding example of these Soviet elections, doubtless an extreme instance, not necessarily typical of the smaller cities, that of the choice of the Moscow City Soviet and of its 8 Rayon Soviets in 1931. There were 2,542 members to be elected to the governing bodies of the city of some 3 million inhabitants. The total number of men and women more or less formally nominated is not recorded, but they evidently numbered many thousands. The percentage of votes cast to the total electorate is given as 94-1, which we should take the liberty of calling an incredible figure, if it were calculated as it would be in Britain or America. 3. What is more interesting is the detailed description of the efforts made both to educate the electors to and induce them to vote. The city evidently resembled, during several weeks, a British city in the last days of a hotly contested parliamentary election. There was the same elaborate display of printed and illustrated posters. There were flashing electric signs and illuminated statuary groups in plaster emphasizing particular slogans. Besides the innumerable small meetings in the factories and institutions of all kinds, there were many large meetings in all parts of the city, open to all comers, at which speeches were made by candidates and other spellbinders. The achievements and projects of the various departments of the municipal administration were described. The extensive shortcomings and patent errors were usually not explained away but frankly admitted and criticized. Questions were answered and complaints noted. There were processions through the streets, with banners and bands. In every factory or workshop, every school or college, every hospital or institution of any kind, repeated personal appeals were made to every elector to cast his vote. Foreign residents, we are told, asked with amazement why so much trouble was taken, and so much expense incurred, when no party issues were at stake, no party feeling was involved and no party gain could be made. The answer was that Soviet communism was based on universal participation in public administration, participation by intelligent understanding of the whole function of the state, in which the casting of a vote for this candidate or that, according to personal preference, was but the final and conclusive act. Such, it was declared, was Soviet democracy, then in its 14th year. How much more real, it was asserted, than parliamentary democracy in other lands. The end, out of the 2,542 members or substitutes elected, either to the City Soviet or to the Rayon Soviets, it was reported that 60 were women, 358 were doctors, engineers or clerical workers, and the rest, about 1,400, were manual workers. Just about 2/3 of the total were members, or candidates for membership, of the Communist Party or of the League of Communist Youth, whilst about 1/3 were non-party, that is to say, unconnected with this dominant order. It is, of course, not denied that the members of the Communist Party, together with its probationary members, and the League of Communist Youth, make up the bulk of the activists, to whose zeal and exertions the liveliness of the elections is due. At Moscow in 1931 it was they who saw to it that 2/3 of all the candidates who survived to the final votes belonged to the all-powerful communist organization, and it was doubtless to their special efforts that these nominees owed their success. But it was evidently by intention. that room was left for a substantial minority of non-party candidates to be elected. 1. The membership of the Soviets is practically never wholly composed of docile adherents of the government. There are, indeed, constantly recurring complaints of the extent to which disaffected persons, or even counter-revolutionaries, find their way into these councils, especially the rural Soviets, to such an extent as even to impair their efficiency in building up the socialist state. But though such persons may become candidates, may canvass quietly for votes among their friends, and may even secure election, they do not, in their candidatures, stand as opponents of the established order of things, or proclaim their preference for any contrary policy. When, as occasionally happens even in the cities, and more frequently than not in the rural Soviets too, they even find themselves in a majority, they may hang back and cause trouble, leading often to their partial elimination at a subsequent election. We add to the foregoing description an account of a previous Moscow election as seen from a textile factory, and of the procedure of electing its delegates to the Moscow City and Rayon Soviets, by an experienced British publicist who had more than once visited the USSR. This investigation took place in 192G, prior to the 5-year plan, at a time of the new economic policy, when many of the workers were sweated by small profit-making employers and the labor exchanges were busy trying to place demobilized Red Army men and others who had failed, during this partial reversion to private enterprise, to get work. On the walls of the factory when I visited it, some days before the actual election, 2 lists of candidates had been posted, who sought election to the Moscow City Soviet, and to the less important Rayon Soviet. There were also shorter lists of substitutes who would take the places of the elected members in case of death or prolonged absence on other duties. The factory had the right to return 1 delegate for each 600 of its workers. Its allowance was, in fact, 14 members. The singularity of this list was that it contained 15 names. At their head stood Lenin. He had been their member while he lived, and they still paid to his memory this touching homage. They would have laughed unpleasantly at the orthodox conception of immortality, but for them the dead hero still lived in his works, and in the hearts of his followers. I thought of the Greek fishermen of the Aegean Isles, who will hail one another after a storm, with the traditional greeting Alexander lives and reigns. After Lenin's name came that of Ilikov, his successor as chairman of the Council of Commissars. This factory had been the pioneer in the revolutionary struggle, and it claimed the honor of returning the active head of the Soviet administration as its senior member. The remaining names were all those of workers or former workers in the factory. 7 of the 14 were, as the list showed, members of the Communist Party, 1 was a member of the Communist League of Youth, and the rest were non-party. 3 of the 14 were women. Here, then, was the official list, containing a bare majority of professed communists presented to the electors for their ratification. There was no alternative list. By what method had it been compiled? The first step is that each member of last year's Soviet X who desires to stand again, presents a report on his or her activity. A meeting then takes place between the Works Council and the 300 delegates, who represent small groups of the various categories of workers. At this meeting names are put forward, and there often follows a thorough discussion of the record and reputation of each. There is usually a vote on each name. This way the first draft of the official list is compiled under the supervision of the Works Council. It then goes before separate meetings of the various crafts in the factory, and at these it may be modified. In its final form it is a selection presented by the Works Council to a general meeting of all the workers in the factory. At this general meeting it is still theoretically possible to oppose any name in the list and to put forward another name to replace it, but of this right the electors rarely avail themselves, for the good reason that the preliminary procedure by which the list is prepared does furnish some guarantee that it corresponds, on the whole, with the wishes of the electors. They are not consciously settling big issues of national policy, nor are they even directly choosing legislators. They are choosing average, trustworthy citizens, who will see that the administrative machine of the city runs efficiently for the common good of the working population. The atmosphere of the election and, indeed, of debates in the Soviets themselves, is strangely remote from politics as Western democracies con one now triennial. See them. A big family, animated by a single purpose, sits down on these occasions to administer its common property. The factory produces its own newspaper, The Spur, which appears fortnightly and is written entirely by workers under the direction of its branch of the Communist Party. Its contents during the election week are, perhaps, as good a sample as one could find of Soviet politics, as the average TOWN worker sees them. The number opens with a leading article in which every elector is summoned to take part in the elections. Comrades, remember ILYCH's watchword. The time is ripe for every servant girl, while she is still in the kitchen, to learn how to govern Russia. The tasks before us are the practical work of building houses and increasing our output. We have many a hardship still to endure, and Russia needs you all. If you feel yourselves ill off, then elect active members of the Soviet to better your case. You are yourselves responsible for your own lot. Don't leave the work to others. Rebold, choose conscientious men who will carry out Lenin's ideas, and then be sure your hardships will vanish and poverty disappear. The heavy, business-like part of the election literature consisted in the official report of the Communist Party on the year's work of the Moscow Soviet. JT claimed the party had fulfilled its promises. It had increased the output of industry, bettered the conditions of the workers, and kept alive the unity between workers and peasants. The peroration of this very practical document boasted these results were due to the participation of the broad masses in the work of government, a thing possible only under the Soviet system. The similar report on the work of the WARD Soviet was on much the same lines. It contained one reference, however, to the aesthetic side of life. Trees had been planted to beautify the streets. It noted considerable activity in summoning small private employers for breaches of the labor code. The rest of the election news consisted of the reports of some of the RETIRING members of the Soviet. Number 1 was responsible for inspecting the houses of the old age pensioners. She got their daily ration of white bread increased by half a pound, and saw better meals were provided for the consumptives. She was distressed by conditions at the labor exchange. Many demobilist Red Army men had failed for 2 years to get work, some workers fainted while waiting at the exchange. The present manager is not the RIGHT man for this post. Number 2 occupied himself with education, and stressed his insistence preference should always be given to the children of the workers. Number 3 claims as the result of her inspection of 18 schools, the expenditure on food, per month, per child, was raised from 15 to 23 rubles. Number 4 worked in the health section. He advocated a dispensary for venereal diseases and an increase in the number of beds both for adults and children. He was responsible for sending sick children to Yalta in the Crimea, and got an additional dispensary opened for the tuberculous, making the 13th in our district. He got a workshop for winter use built in the home for children addicted to drugs. He also insisted that less monotonous work should be provided for the women who are being reclaimed in the home for prostitutes. Number 5 insisted that bed linen should be changed fortnightly instead of monthly in the eye hospital. Number 6 found many cases in small private workshops in which lads under 18 were working over 8 hours, the employers were prosecuted. Number 7 inspected 5 factories and found one in which there was no hospital. The workers had to walk 7 versts to the nearest. This was remedied. 1. The organization of the City Soviet. The method of election adopted from the start for the City Soviet, the separate choice of one or more delegates by the staff of each enterprise, even the smallest, has given that body a membership and a character entirely different from those of the municipal councils of Great Britain or the United States. In any considerable city of the USSR, the City Soviet is composed of an unwieldy mass of men and women delegates without fixed total, the numbers increasing at each election with the perpetual multiplication of establishments of every kind. With the addition of 33% of candidates Oregon substitutes, who are entitled to attend, the plenum of the city Soviet runs into hundreds, and in the cases of Moscow and Leningrad to more than 2,000. Such a body has necessarily to entrust its powers and functions to an executive committee, which, again, is too large for executive action, and therefore leaves the daily work to a presidium of something like a dozen members, in whom the day-by-day administration of the city resides, and who give their whole time and attention to their municipal duties. On the other hand, again in contrast with the Western municipalities, much less use is made in the cities of the USSR of that trained, permanent and salaried staff by whom in most other countries the actual work of municipal administration is conducted. In the absence of such a staff, which is only now beginning to appear in the USSR, the city Soviets have made the most of that principle of the widest possible participation of the whole people in the work of government which is so characteristic of Soviet communism. The city Soviet appoints an ever-increasing number. 1 How the Soviets Work, by H. N. Brailsford, 1927, pages 34-40. Of sections or committees, each consisting of a small proportion of the elected members or candidates, to whom are joined an indefinite number of volunteers drawn from outstanding and activist citizens of either sex and of the most varied positions and occupations. Each section consists of several scores of members, occasionally even of hundreds, and in Moscow and Leningrad sometimes running up to 1,000 or so, all of whom undertake to spend hours every week in their own localities in gratuitously doing detailed administrative work, much of which would in England and America be carried out by a salaried staff of inspectors, relieving officers, investigators, school attendance officers, collectors, and what not. It must be said that the organization of the city Soviets is still inchoate, ranging from Moscow and Leningrad downwards to quite primitive conditions in some of the smaller cities. The decree of 1925 and subsequent legislation provided for 6 permanent committees, namely, communal economy, financial budgetary business, education, public health, cooperative trade, and workman-peasant inspection. Other committees may be appointed by local Soviets in accordance with their needs. In most city Soviets there are 10 or more additional committees and they are known as administrative, cultural, sanitary, judicial, trade, social security, etc. Deputies may select the committees they prefer to join, but under some conditions they may be appointed to committees not of their own choice. We must content ourselves with descriptions of Moscow and Leningrad. Moscow. The plenum of the Moscow City Soviet consisted, in 1934, of 2,206 triennially elected members, with half a dozen others added by the Presidium, and with 450 elected candidates or substitutes. About 1,750 were party members, whilst about 900 were non-party. This plenum meets 10 or 12 times a year. 1. It elects an executive committee of 50 members, which is summoned to meet at irregular intervals about 3 or 4 times a year, when some special business requires its attention. But the effective municipal executive is the Presidium of 15 members, with 6 candidates or substitutes, elected by the executive committee, subject to the approval of the plenum, and meeting regularly nearly every week. Practically all important decisions are taken by the Presidium. On a few issues of special importance or difficulty, the Presidium consults the executive committee, which sometimes has matters under inquiry and consideration for several months. Usually the decisions of the Presidium are reported direct to the plenum, by which they are almost invariably ratified, although sometimes not without considerable discussion. The majority of the members of the plenum man the sections, or, as we should say, the committees, which supervise the various branches of municipal administration. Every member is required to serve on at least one section, according to his choice, the numbers being unlimited, and varying with the popularity of the subject. In 1934 there were 28 such sections, concerned respectively with finance, education, theaters and cinemas, health, housing, building projects, allocation of sites, supplies, and trade, municipal shops, the municipal farms, city planning, construction, municipal heating, militia and fire brigade, courts of justice, establishment, archives, statistics, the legal department, and sundry other matters, together with half a dozen charged with the supervision of the special trusts, or boards, to which is delegated the routine administration of such municipal enterprises as the tramways, the main drainage system, the underground railway works, the licensing of automobiles, and the management of dwelling houses. Each section has a membership varying from about 40 to 3 or 4 times that number. Of them meet about once a month, but each elects a bureau of a few members who meet once every live days. Leningrad. The Leningrad City Soviet, which is housed in the Smolny Institute, of revolutionary fame, has an even larger membership than that of Moscow. Its plenum consists of over 3,000 triennially elected deputies, with about 1,000 elected candidates or substitutes. It has a presidium of 17 deputies and 8 candidates, which meets nearly every week. Unlike Moscow, Leningrad has now no executive committee, and the presidium reports in all cases direct to the plenum. There are nearly 30 sections or committees, among which the members of the plenum distribute themselves according to choice. In the summer these sections meet once a month, but in the winter only 3 times every 2 months. To it should be added that in Moscow and Leningrad, and often in other cities, the members and candidates elected to the municipal soviet by the several brigades, shifts or workshops of a large factory habitually combine into an extra-legal standing committee, which takes under its special care the municipal interests of all the workers employed in the factory as a whole, with those of their families. They see to the housing, the sanitation, the medical services, the arrangements for holidays and organized recreation, the provision of nurseries and kindergartens, schools and technicums. They deal with every sort of complaint or criticism. It is interesting to note that they do not confine their activities to what are essentially subjects of municipal government. They invade the sphere of action of the factory committee, with which they nevertheless cooperate without friction or jealousy. They investigate cases of waste or breakdown. They press for continuity and increase of output. They deal with absenteeism and complaints against foremen. In every respect they act in the factory as an additional influence for contentment and efficiency. The rayons in the cities. But this is not all the complication of the municipal structure. In nearly all the cities having populations of 100,000, and in a few others by special authorization of the Central Executive Committee of the Constituent or Autonomous Republic, subordinate rayon soviets may be elected by the several rayons into which the city can be divided for this purpose. Thus, Moscow has 10 rayon soviets, Leningrad 8, Baku 7, and Gorky 8. In some cases one or other of the rayons may include new industrial districts growing up outside the city boundary. In other cases, on the principle of cultural autonomy, the rayon may be formed out of an area within the city inhabited mainly by the racial national minority. Elections to the rayon soviets are held quite independently of the election to the city soviet itself, but on the same franchise, and, for convenience, within the period of the same election campaign, and often on the same day. It is permissible but unusual for the same person to be elected to both city and rayon soviet. The rayon soviets are charged by the city soviet with much of the detailed municipal administration of their own areas, especially the supervision and management of the local institutions, and of the local sanitation. Each rayon soviet appoints its own presidium of a few members, and various sections of local inhabitants for specific functions, exactly like those of the city soviet. Their finances form part of the budget of the city soviet, and this control over finance involves their general subordination to, and control by, the financial organization of that body. The competition of the different rayons among themselves in order to obtain approval for their several projects of additional local amenities, leads to keen discussion in the plenum and ispokom. It must be said that, although great improvements have been made, there is considerable dissatisfaction with the administration of the city rayon Soviets and their sections. Kaganovich did not shrink, in 1934, from publicly declaring that the district Soviets are still working poorly on the improvement of their districts. They still do not show, and they do not feel themselves, that they are the masters of their districts in the full sense of the word. A most important task is to bring the district Soviets closer to the masses of the population which they serve. In every corner of the district there must be a master, who would know all the needs of the district and make them his daily concern. There should be a master who pays attention to the good order of his street and house. There should be a master who, loving his section, his street, would make it his concern to fight against hooliganism, bad house management, untidiness, and lack of culture. If the Moscow Soviet and the district Soviets are to begin this big undertaking, it is apparent that sub-district Soviets must be created. The districts containing up to 400,000 population are too big. Each district is a whole large city in itself. It is hard to cover and keep account of the needs of such a big district from one center. If there are sub-district Soviets covering several streets, if the Soviet deputies and the Soviet section leaders work actively in the sub-district Soviets, becoming fighters for their street, their sidewalk, their court, the improvement of Moscow will go on apace. The Subolniki in, who, as we shall describe in a subsequent chapter, to volunteer gratuitously to clear away accumulations of work which would otherwise not be done in time. It is estimated that in the aggregate, apart from such salaried staff as exists, as many as 50,000 citizens are, at any moment, participating in the municipal administration of Moscow, and nearly as many in that of Leningrad. 3. Indirect election. In describing the basic foundation of the Soviet hierarchy we have had a lengthy but a relatively easy task. Much more difficult is it to describe, or even precisely to understand, the complicated political edifice that has been erected on that foundation. The first few congresses to which the People's Commissars reported their proceedings, and to which they addressed their orations, consisted only of delegates from an indefinite number of city and village Soviets, being such as found themselves able to attend at the capital. They were drawn during the Civil War from a comparatively small and shifting area, which at one time sank to little more than a relatively narrow corridor of territory between Leningrad and Moscow. The available territory was, in fact, not only restricted by the political separation of the Ukraine and Transcaucasia, but also dependent month by month, during 2 whole years, on the fluctuating success of the Red Army in pushing back the various White armies, subsidized and strengthened, as these were, by the munitions, officers, and military contingents supplied by half a dozen foreign governments. But when, at the end of 1920, nearly the whole territory of what is now the USSR was cleared of hostile forces, Lenin and his colleagues were confronted with the problem of constructing a firm and stable government from the whole continent extending from the Baltic to the Pacific, and from the Arctic Ocean to the Black Sea, with more than 100 millions of inhabitants, 2/3 of the whole unable even to read, belonging to many different races, languages, and religions, including numerous nomadic and barbaric tribes without any written language, some of them still in the stage of animism and magic. Even if the Bolsheviks had been enthusiastic believers in Western liberalism, with its faith in a parliament directly elected by universal suffrage and the ballot box, such a political constitution was plainly impracticable for the vast heterogeneous hordes with which they had to deal. But the Bolsheviks had become fervent believers in the plan of basing the whole constitution, not on the anonymous mass voting of huge electoral constituencies, but on a large number of relatively small meetings of neighbors and associates in work, at which there could be an intimate discussion of the issues in which the people were interested, and about which they had views of their own. At these meetings the people could choose, to represent their wishes, someone whom they actually knew. Only in this way, Lenin believed, could all these deaf villages and primitive communities be taught the art of representative government, and at the same time be held together a unitary state. Many persons thought, at first, that it would suffice to constitute a federal republic of city and village Soviets, to be governed by an all-Russian Congress of delegates or deputies from the innumerable little Soviets throughout the whole area. This, in fact, was what was indicated in the resolutions on the federal institutions of the Russian Republic adopted by the Third All-Russian Congress of Workers, Soldiers, Peasants, and Kazakhs deputies, on January 18, 1918, as the plan on which the Central Executive Committee was to draft these fundamental principles of the Constitution for submission to the next All-Russian Congress. When, however, the drafting committees got to work, it became evident that such a conception was unduly simple. To represent directly in any central congress all the small meetings in so huge an area, with so colossal a population, was plainly impracticable. Moreover, the administration of provincial affairs affecting more than one local Soviet had also to be provided for, and this mass of detail could not be brought to Moscow. Further, many of the districts, both small and large, clung desperately to their local autonomy, which had perforce to be conceded. Yet it was no less indispensable to establish a supreme government of strength and stability, if only to deal with such subjects as foreign relations, defense, transport, and communications, and so on. Moreover, the Bolsheviks attached paramount importance to their peculiar conception never before considered by framers of constitutions of an economic community based upon the suppression of the landlord and the capitalist, and all forms of proyect-making. This could be ensured only by a powerful and supreme central authority. To harmonize and achieve all these ends involved protracted consultations before even the first fundamental law was agreed to on July 10, 1918. It took 4 more years of congresses and discussions to get adopted the successive elaborations and amendments out of which emerged in 1922 to 1923, in relatively stable form, the Constitution of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The solution of the unprecedented constitutional problem with which the Bolsheviks were faced was found, as early as the spring of 1918, in the adoption, in the manner and on a scale never before attempted, of the principle of indirect election, which has continued unchanged down to the present day, but of which a drastic alteration is now under consideration. As adopted in 1918, the directly elected primary Soviets in addition to governing their own areas were to choose deputies or delegates to higher congresses of Soviets governing larger areas. Each of these higher congresses of Soviets, besides administering the affairs of its own district, whether we think of it as county, canton, or province, Kreiz or department, was to choose deputies or delegates to yet higher assemblies, governing even larger areas, and these again ultimately sending their own representatives to constitute the All-Union Congress of Soviets, which was to be the supreme governing authority for the whole Soviet Union. This sounds, to a Briton or an American, a complicated scheme for providing for the representation of man as a citizen. But there are many more complications yet to be unraveled. The Soviet Constitution, as will be seen, includes not only an assembly for the government of the whole undivided community inhabiting 1/6 of the entire land surface of the globe, but also a graded hierarchy of local governing bodies, at once legislative and executive, for the administration of the affairs peculiar to areas of different magnitudes and diverse characteristics. And it does more than this. It provides also a series of independent assemblies for the separate governments of areas, large or small, whether we think of them as tribes or nations, states or republics inhabited by peoples who feel themselves to constitute distinct nationalities. We have, in fact, in the USSR a unique constitutional form which combines, in one and the same hierarchy, the organs of both local and central government, of both legislature and executive, of both unitary state and federation. How the pyramid was built. We need not trouble the reader with the successive changes since 1918 in the details of the indirectly elected hierarchy. The Tsarist local governing authorities, whether gubernia, zemstvo, Yezd or Vlast, quickly fell to pieces at the revolution. For years chaos reigned in varying degree from place to place, and each Soviet, in city or village, assumed whatever powers it wanted, and dealt with the affairs of its own areas as it chose. Gradually things were straightened out by the central government, and formulated by successive all-union congresses of Soviets. Municipal authorities were established for the cities. The village Soviet entirely replaced the Mir. The three old divisions of Tsarist local government, whether gubernia, Yezd or Vlast, were eventually superseded by two new ones, formed, to some extent, along lines of economic characteristics, and termed oblast or krai, one and rayon. Two no less important, as we shall presently describe, was the vital policy of cultural autonomy and, wherever practicable, native self-government for the scores of separate nationalities scattered over the Eurasian continent. What is of interest is that all these different kinds and grades of governing bodies find places in the main Soviet hierarchy, and spring ultimately from the same base of primary Soviets. The simple pyramid, springing by indirect election from the broad foundation of some 75,000 directly elected primary Soviets of village or city, turns out to have, not merely one supreme apex in the All-Union Congress of Soviets, but also a number of separate minor apices, not only in the Congresses of Soviets of the autonomous republics or oblasts, but also in those of the 7 federated constituent republics, one of which we must give some description before tackling the supreme government of the Union. The Rayon and the Oblazl. There are, accordingly, two main strands in the closely knit constitutional fabric of Soviet communism: the direct choice, by adult suffrage, at open meetings of fellow workers or neighbors, of people's deputies or delegates, and the formation, by indirect election from below, of a pyramidal series of superior authorities. We may observe in passing that, as we shall presently describe, the same two strands run through all the 4 divisions of the representative system of Soviet communism, whether it is dealing with man as a citizen, or with man as a producer, or with man as a consumer, or with man as a super-citizen engaged in the vocation of leadership. We now resume our description of the government of man as a citizen in the successive tiers of councils above the village or small city Soviet, 2 through those of the Rayon and the Oblast, and those of the autonomous and the constituent republic, up to the supreme authority of the All-Union Congress of Soviets, with its bicameral Central Executive Committee, its cabinet of ministers and its various other derivatives. That rayon among the innumerable and apparently unlimited powers of the Selo Soviet and the small city Soviet, there is one universal duty which stands out, that of electing people's deputies or delegates to the Congress of Soviets of the Rayon. The Rayon, now formed mainly on lines of economic production, is a new area comprising a number of adjacent villages and what in England would be called hamlets, together with such small cities or urban settlements as happen to be intermixed with them. The geographical extent and the population of the rayon differ from place to place according to local circumstances, and may be varied from time to time by decrees of any superior authority. It may thus comprise any number of villages, from a few dozen to many score, with half a dozen times as many dependent hamlets, with or without one or more cities and urban settlements. The Soviet of each of these annually elects one people's deputies or delegates to constitute the Rayon Congress of Soviets, which meets at the principal center of the Rayon. In the RSFSR and the Ukraine, the village Soviet elects these delegates at the rate of 1 for every 300 inhabitants. The Soviets of the small cities and urban settlements within the Rayon elect delegates at the rate of 1 for each unit of go-electors of these Soviets. Thus, as is usual in the Soviet bodies, the total number of members of the Rayon Congress of Soviets is not fixed, and with the increase of population it is always growing. It elects a president, with some other members to form a presidium, and also a standing executive committee not exceeding 45 members, together with 1/3 as many candidates or alternates. When we inquire what are the powers and duties entrusted to the Rayon Congress of Soviets, we are met with the same difficulty as that with which we were confronted in the case of the village Soviet. The list of these powers and duties, as expressly laid down in the RSFSR decree of January 1, 1931, is indeed substantially similar to that relating to the village Soviet, which we give as an appendix to this volume. These powers and duties range from the consideration and discussion of the loftiest matters of policy and administration of the USSR as a whole, in which the Rayon Congress of Soviets, like the village Soviet, is invited and desired to participate, and which it is expressly directed to put in operation within its own area, down to the minutest details of parochial administration. It is, indeed, not to be supposed that the entire conglomeration of these subjects are even discussed by any of the 3,000 Rayon Congresses of Soviets, any more than they are by the 70,000 odd village Soviets. But in startling contrast with the narrowly limited and precisely defined functions of the British or American local governing body, there is practically nothing in the world that the Rayon Congress of Soviets, equally with the village Soviet, is not authorized and indeed invited to deal with, so far as its application to the denizens of its area is concerned. On the other hand, again in contrast with the British or American local authority, the Rayon Congress of Soviets, like the village Soviet, has no legal rights on which it can insist against the will of any superior administrative authority. It may at any moment find its decisions overruled, and its actions cancelled and reversed by the Oblast Congress of Soviets which it joins with other rayons in creating, or by the Oblast Ispokom, or by the Republic Congress of Soviets or its Central Executive Committee, or by the Sovnarkom, or the People's Commissar, of the constituent or autonomous republic within the area of which it is situated, or by the All-Union Congress of Soviets or its TSIK, or, indeed, by the Presidium of any of these bodies, or by the USSR Sovnarkom of People's Commissars. Thus, the Rayon Congress of Soviets has a practically unlimited sphere of action, so far as its own area is concerned, subject always to the liability to be sharply pulled up and overruled whenever it does anything contrary to the policy or the will of any authority higher than itself. It has absolute freedom to participate in government, and it is encouraged and strongly urged to participate in any way it chooses, but it is no less sternly warned that whenever it goes off the rails, its action will be cancelled and reversed, and if the local body persists, it will be summarily disbanded, and a new election will be called for. In order to enable this superior authority to be exercised, Rayon Organisation 51 all obligatory decrees of a lower authority, indeed the minutes of proceedings themselves, have to be forwarded immediately to the next higher authority, as well as to the appropriate People's Commissariat of the USSR and that of an autonomous republic. We gather that, in practice, the Rayon Congress and its executive, like the village Soviet, usually errs by default rather by excess of zeal, and that drastic interference from above, though unhesitatingly undertaken when required, is, to put it mildly, not of incessant occurrence. The relation of the Rayon Congress of Soviets to the various village and small urban Soviets within its area is mainly one of supervision and control. Thus, the Rayon Congress appoints for each village the president of the electoral commission of 10 local members to supervise the election of the village Soviet, to compile and post up publicly the list of persons excluded from the electorate, and to provide an independent chairman for the various election meetings. On the other hand, an essential function of the 3,000 Rayon Soviets is that of concentrating in a single body the representation of the large number of village Soviets within their several areas, occasionally amounting, as it seems, to more than 100, in such a way as to render practicable the election of delegates to the next higher council in the hierarchy. The organs of local administration of the Rayon Congress of Soviets, acting under the supervision and direction of the Rayon Ispokom, or executive committee that the plenum elects, and of the presidium that the Ispokom appoints, consist of a number of sections on each of which there serve some members of the Rayon Congress and Ispokom, together with a varying number of inhabitants whom the Ispokom invites to act as a civic obligation. We are informed that the object of forming these sections is that of associating as large a proportion as possible of the toiling masses in the work of government. Meetings are held in the various factories and workshops, clubs, and reading rooms, throughout the Rayon, where the members of the Rayon Congress of Soviets, the militia and the local courts of justice attend, where active workers are enlisted for the sections, and where the concrete problems of the work of the Rayon Congress are discussed. The obligatory sections are those dealing with Soviet construction and control of execution, industry, labor and supplies, agriculture, health, education, the Rayon's share in the general plan, and the rayon's financial budget. The rayon section dealing with the general plan, so far as it relates to the rayon area, stands in an interesting relation to Gosplan, to which it is subordinate. National planning is now based largely upon constituent rayon planning. The rayon has to prepare each year its own preliminary plan for all the enterprises within its area in accordance with the general economic considerations of which it is advised. This has to be submitted to each local enterprise, productive or cultural. Each considers the quota assigned to it, and either approves or prepares a counter-plan. The whole are then submitted to the higher authorities to be further revised and finally enacted. The only other part of the administration of the rayon calling for attention is that of finance. The Rayon Congress has annually to settle the budget of local receipts and expenditure for the ensuing year, which has to be submitted to the Oblast Ispokom for approval, and for inclusion in the Oblast budget, with a view to its ultimate incorporation in the budget of the autonomous or constituent republic, and, indeed, finally in that of the USSR itself. Thus there is, in principle as well as in form, no effective local autonomy in finance in any grade of council from the smallest Selo-Soviet up to the All-Russian Congress of Soviets of the RSFSR. In practice, however, there is a great deal of financial autonomy. To begin with, the amount of expenditure to be undertaken by the lower authorities, whilst it can be summarily restrained by any higher authority, cannot effectively be increased otherwise than by exhortation and persuasion. On the other hand, if the lower authorities choose to incur larger expenditure at their own cost, they are usually permitted to add a surtax to one or other of the taxes levied within their area by any of the higher authorities. Elaborate provision is made by law as to the rayon being served by half a dozen organized departments of permanent officials, who are required to possess technical qualification and training. In fact, there is as yet, in the vast majority of rayons, nothing more than a skeleton staff of officials of the very minimum of training. A marked feature is the extreme youthfulness of nearly all of them, few being over 30, or having more than a few years' office experience. We understand that measures for the special training of administrative officials are under consideration. The Oblast. Above both the Rayon Congresses of Soviets of the rural districts and the Soviets of the small cities, and superseding the ancient gubernia or province, stands, in the RSFSR and the Ukraine, the authority of the Krai or Oblast. The Oblast Congress of Soviets is formed by delegates from the Rayon Congresses of Soviets, representing the village Soviets, at the rate of 1 for every 12,500 inhabitants, and also by delegates elected directly by the Soviets of the small cities at the rate of 1 delegate for each 2,500 electors. Any autonomous republic or autonomous area within the territory is entitled to elect its own delegates at the rate of 1 for each 2,000 electors from urban centers and 1 for each 10,000 inhabitants from rural settlements. It will be seen that the city Soviets enjoy the usual disproportionate representation. This disproportionate representation of the population of the cities, in comparison with that of the villages, does not prevent most, if not all, Oblast Congresses of Soviets from containing far more representatives of villages than of city dwellers, because the proportion of the latter to the whole population of the area is still only as 1 to 5 or 6. The area over which the Oblast Congress of Soviets presides, the number of its members, and the nature and extent of its functions, appear to differ in different parts and to be still in course of settlement. The population within the different oblasts varies enormously, even as much as from 1 to 10 millions. In the RSFSR the approximate average appears to be nearly 4 millions. If we take the autonomous republics in the USSR, which are classed with the oblasts properly so called, we see that their average population is only about 1.5 million, whilst their average area is no less than 650,000 square kilometers. On the other hand, the average population of the 14 oblasts properly so called, exceeds 5 millions, although their average area is roughly the same as that of the autonomous republic. In the Ukraine the average population and area are both smaller. The 5 lesser constituent republics have no oblasts, the Rayon Congresses of Soviets, being directly under the Republic Congress of Soviets, its Central Executive Committee and its Sovnarkom. In the RSFSR there are, we gather, 26 territories ranking as oblasts, including the areas of the 12 autonomous republics within its boundaries which have the same constitutional form as other oblasts, except that they call their ministerial heads of departments People's Commissars and their council a Sovnarkom. Thus there are the 14 newly delimited oblasts of Moscow and Leningrad, the Ivanovo Industrial Area, the Northern Territory, the Western Territory, the Central Black Earth Area, the Gorky Territory, the Ural Territory, that of the North Caucasus, the 2 territories of the Middle and Lower Volga, and the 2 of East and West Siberia, together with the Far Eastern Territory. With them are ranked the 12 autonomous republics, namely, those of the Crimea, the Tartars, the Volga Germans, Kazakh, Yakut, Kyrgyz, Chavash, Karelia, Buryat, Bashkir, Karakalpak, and Dagestan. In each of these divisions there is a Congress of Soviets electing an executive which directs a varied and extensive local administration. In the Ukraine, some of the oblast areas are particularly large, there being only half a dozen so-called for the whole republic. But in the Donets industrial area the population is so dense, and the amount of work so great, that each Rayon Soviet is accepted as equivalent also to an Oblast Soviet. In the other parts of the Ukraine, the Rayon Congress of Soviets, either each year or every 2 years, elects representatives to the Oblast Congress of Soviets at the rate of 1 for each 15,000 of the population, amounting in each case to several hundred delegates. Wherever it exists, the Oblast Congress of Soviets is an important authority. It is, indeed, the supreme local organ of power within its own area, with the competence extending to all matters of government. It has, however, to coordinate its activity with the policy and administration of the Central Executive Committee and the Sovnarkom of the Constituent Republic, whilst the USSR Sovnarkom and its Presidium also have the right to suspend or reverse, in case of need, anything done by the oblast authorities. It has the right to control all public institutions within its area, not being those of the USSR, and even these it has a right to supervise and report upon. It can veto any regulation or decision of any of the city Soviets or any of the Rayon or Selo Soviets within its area. It controls all the elections within the oblast. Finally, it has the right to propose to the authorities of the Constituent Republic the enactment and promulgation of any laws and regulations relating to the oblast that are required. But the Oblast Congress of Soviets meets as a plenum, usually, only once a year, when it elects a president, and his assistant, who both give their whole time to the work, and also an ispokom, or executive committee, of about 100 members, who receive only their expenses and a free pass over all the railways within the oblast. In the case of the autonomous republics, the Congress of Soviets elects, in lieu of an ispokom, a Sovnarkom of People's Commissars who themselves control the various branches of administration. In both cases the USSR government is directly represented in the oblast executive by officials of such USSR People's Commissariats as railroads and posts and telegraphs. The ispokom of an ordinary oblast is supposed to conduct its administration through its presidium and 4 organized departments of officials. But the work which has to be performed falls under 15 or more heads, of which we may mention a regional council of people's economy, agriculture, trade or distribution of commodities, finance, communal department, education, health, social welfare, military, political, and archives, together with the Department of Justice. In many oblasts the lack of an adequate official staff has led to the appointment of a number of sections each containing a selection from the members of the Oblast Congress of Soviets and the ispokom, together with other active or representative citizens appointed by the ispokom. Each of these sections is charged with the supervision and actual administration of one department of the work of the oblast. It should be said that, in the matter of local taxation and the budget of the oblast ispokom has the right to participate in the discussion both of the budget of the Constituent Republic and of that of the USSR itself, insofar as these relate to its own area. The 7 federated republics. The next tier of councils, above that of the oblast or krai, where they exist, and of the autonomous republics, is that of the 7 union or constituent republics of the RSFSR, the Ukraine, White Russia, the Transcaucasian Federation, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, all of which are directly joined together in federation as the USSR. The RSFSR. The first and by far the most important of these republics, the Russian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic, although expressly termed a federation, is and has always been essentially a unitary state. Notwithstanding its title, and an express declaration in the first article of its fundamental law in 1918, what was established by that law, without subsequent revision, was a Soviet hierarchy, or pyramid, of the pattern that we have so often described. The RSFSR was to have a supreme all-Russian Congress of Soviets, made up of deputies or delegates elected by provincial congresses of Soviets under various designations, and these provincial congresses were made up of deputies or delegates from smaller district congresses of Soviets, themselves consisting of deputies or delegates from village or urban Soviets, who were directly elected at innumerable small gatherings of electors, associated either in work at particular establishments or as neighbors in rural villages. From top to bottom of this pyramid of councils, each tier has complete authority over all below it, and is itself completely subject to all above it. This system of democratic centralism, as it is fondly called, which is universally characteristic of Soviet communism, seems to us to have nothing in common with the curtailed but inviolable autonomy of the various units that is understood by federalism. It is, indeed, remarkable how small and relatively unimportant have been the changes since 1918 in the constitutional structure of the RSFSR, notwithstanding the development of autonomous republics and autonomous areas within it, and the formation of the USSR about and above it. Its capital is still Moscow, where the RSFSR ministerial departments are cheek by jowl with those of the USSR. The All-Russian Congress of Soviets now meets only every few years, usually just prior to the All-Union Congress, to which the same delegates immediately proceed. It is composed of delegates elected by the Congresses of Soviets of the several oblasts or krayas, autonomous republics and autonomous areas, and the larger cities, in the proportion of 1 to every 125,000 population of rural areas, and 1 to every 25,000 city electors. The Central Executive Committee of the RSFSR, now increased in size from 200 to 400, meets only once a quarter. The Sovnarkom no longer includes as many as 18 People's Commissars, seeing that all the questions of national importance specified IU Articles 49 and 50 of the Fundamental Law, with the departments of Foreign Affairs, Armed Forces, Foreign Trade, Heavy Industry, Forestry, State Farms, Railways and Waterways, Posts and Telegraphs, and Food Industry, have passed to the USSR, and these departments are now represented in the RSFSR Sovnarkom only by the delegates or agents of the USSR. People's Commissars. There are, however, in the RSFSR Sovnarkom, still 8 People's Commissars, under a president, with 2 vice-presidents, namely, those for finance, interior, justice, education, health, social welfare, agriculture, and light industries, together with the president of the civil service of the RSFSR may exceed in number the federal staff of the USSR itself, apart from the defense forces and the establishments in foreign countries. With the more significant features of this vast administration we shall deal in subsequent chapters. The RSFSR Sovnarkom is still busy in developing schools and medical services over the vast area that it controls. It has to carry on the great retailing business in Moscow, Leningrad, and Rostov that we shall describe in a later chapter. Its responsibility save for the occasional spasmodic intervention that we shall presently describe of the USSR Supreme Court for the administration of justice, the prevention of crime and the maintenance of prisons within the whole area of the RSFSR may be circumscribed by the creation of the new USSR People's Commissar for Internal Affairs. The observer cannot resist the feeling that, whilst the local government of the cities, and that of the krays and oblasts, rayons, and Selo Soviets, within the RSFSR, is growing in magnitude and activity. The various central organs of the RSFSR at Moscow have lost ground to the other central organs located in the same city, belonging to the federal government of the USSR that we have still to describe. The Republic of the Ukraine, the second in importance among the 7 constituent republics now forming the USSR and the only one of a magnitude and a population, a productivity and an aspiration at all comparable with the RSFSR, is that of the Ukraine. Here we have a population of 30 millions, concentrated, to the extent of 150 to the square kilometer, on an area comparable with that of Sweden, having its own language appreciably differing from Russian, its own ancient cultural center at Kiev, and its own traditions of former national autonomy under an elected hetman. Although these traditions had been interrupted by centuries of Tsarist tyranny, it needed little incitement from the German military authorities in 1916 to 1917 to induce a large proportion of the Ukrainians to struggle, not merely for the destruction of Russian dominion, but also, with some expectation of sympathy from Ukrainian minorities in Austria, Poland, and Romania, for an independent Ukrainian republic. This was proclaimed on December 27, 1917. There was, however, never any chance for a political union of the whole Ukrainian race, 1/5 of which, outside the USSR, remains to this day firmly held within the 4 neighboring states, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Romania. Accordingly, when between 1917 and 1922 the foreign armies and the widespread banditry were got rid of, there was established, within the Ukrainian part of Tsarist Russia, a reasonably well-organized government on the common pattern of the hierarchy of Soviets, in a friendly military and economic alliance with the RSFSR, which was formally proclaimed in December 1920, and converted into a federal union in 1922 to 1923. 1. The supreme authority in the Ukraine is the All-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets, which now meets for about a week, usually once every few years, just before the Union Congress of Soviets at Moscow. It consists of about 1,000 delegates and candidates chosen by the plenums of the 6 Oblast Congresses of Soviets, together with that of the Autonomous Republic of Moldavia and the Congresses of Soviets of each of the Donets rayons. This All-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets hears speeches, approves drafts of decrees and administrative resolutions laid before it, and appoints a president of the Ukraine Congress, with an assistant, together with a Central Executive Committee, and a Sovnarkom of People's Commissars. The Central Executive Committee of about 400 members, who all receive a free pass over the railways in the Ukraine, meets usually once a quarter for about 10 days, and exercises supreme authority between the infrequent sessions of the All-Ukrainian Congress. A meeting is usually held immediately before each meeting of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR at Moscow, in order to consider the business coming before that meeting, and if necessary to concert a Ukrainian policy. The Ukrainian Sovnarkom consists of a president, several vice presidents, and a secretary, with People's Commissars for Finance, Internal Affairs, Agriculture, Justice, Light Industries, Education, Health, and Social Welfare, and a local planning commission practically subordinate to Gosplan. The Ukrainian People's Commissars dealing directly with industry have exceptionally heavy departments to administer. The industrial developments in the Ukraine during the past few years have been enormous in amount and range, and whilst most of the work has fallen first to the USSR Supreme Economic Council, and on its abolition to the People's Commissars for heavy and food industries respectively, the Ukrainian government has retained and developed some of its own undertakings. It has its own steel works and machine-making factories, conducted in dutiful compliance with the general plan, but as enterprises of the Republic. 1. The Ukrainian Sovnarkom also conducts, in supplement of the efforts of Centrosoyuz and the increasing work of the Ukrainian cooperative societies, a very extensive business in retailing household commodities of all kinds, in the relatively well-appointed government shops at Kharkov, Kiev, Odessa, Dnipropetrovsk and other cities. Beneath the All-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets, with its Central Executive Committee and Sovnarkom of People's Commissars, there stands the usual hierarchy of Soviets of the oblasts, rayons, cities, and villages according to the common pattern which we have just described. Some peculiarities of the Ukraine may, however, be mentioned. Its villages are usually exceptionally large and populous, many having between 5 and 10,000 inhabitants, so that the electors have exceptionally often to be divided into settlements or wards, for each of which a separate meeting has to be held to elect members to the village Soviet. Similarly, as we have already mentioned, the rayons in the densely populated industrial area of the Donets Basin have so great a number of electors, and local government functions of such importance, that they rank and are treated also as oblasts, and directly elect their own delegates to the All-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets. The Ukraine retains among its intelligentsia a strong national feeling, and energetically develops its own Ukrainian culture, which is very nationalist in form, although communist in essence, in books and newspapers, theaters and universities. The USSR authorities wisely respect the racial susceptibilities of this important republic. It is as a concession to these susceptibilities that it was in 1934 decided to retransfer the capital, which has for the past decade been at Kharkov, to the ancient metropolis of Kiev. But whatever may happen in learning and literature, the industrial development is so predominantly L-Union in its influence, and the Communist Party in the Ukraine is so definitely directed from Moscow, that, in spite of repeated attempts of the émigrés centered in Paris and Prague to incite to rebellion, it is impossible to ignore a tendency to a more complete unification. 1. The White Russian and Transcaucasian republics. We need not go into detail about the White Russian Soviet Socialist Republic on the western border of the USSR, adjoining Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland, 2, or about the combined Union Republic of the Transcaucasian Socialist Soviet Federation, which has its capital at Tiflis, for its 3 constituent republics wedged between the Black and Caspian Seas, and adjoining Turkey on the southern border. 3. Both have governments organized upon the common pattern, with central executive committees several hundred strong and Sovnarkoms administering the local affairs. Both retain strong feelings in favor of local autonomy based on racial and linguistic, as well as historical associations, and are accordingly left in undisturbed enjoyment of the cultural autonomy that they value. Both find their industries developed, continuously and extensively, at the expense of the whole Soviet Union, and their agriculture directed according to the USSR General Plan, whilst in both the strictly unitary Communist Party everywhere exerts a potent influence in promoting a common economic policy and in gradually developing a new common sentiment as constituent parts of the larger whole. The formation of the Soviet Union. With the final defeat of the White Armies, and the withdrawal of the last of the contingents of the foreign powers, the time came for the establishment of a common rule for the whole territory of what was left of Tsarist Russia. 1. The capitalist governments did not relinquish their hostility with the withdrawal of their forces, and the necessity for union for common defense had been made sufficiently obvious. Its importance for economic and social planning could not be missed. The influence of the widely dispersed membership of the essentially unitary Communist Party worked powerfully in the same direction. Already by December 28, 1920, Lenin and Chicherin, for the RSFSR, had agreed with Rakovsky, president of the Ukrainian Sovnarkom, and also its People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, on a treaty of alliance which embodied the main outlines of the eventual Treaty of Union. The World International Conference, to which the Moscow government had gladly accepted an invitation, was about to meet at Genoa, and agreements were hastily concluded by the RSFSR with White Russia and the Transcaucasian Federation, as well as with the Ukraine, providing that they should accept, as their representatives at the World Conference, the delegation of the RSFSR, and support the proposals in the common interest that would be put forward. The proceedings at Genoa proved to be of little interest or importance for the Soviet government, but Chicherin was able to conclude with Germany, to the consternation of the other diplomats, the important separate Treaty of Rapallo, in which were included, for the first time, all 4 Soviet states. This was followed, after months of negotiation, by the agreement of these 4 governments, in December 1922, to constitute the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Stalin was in a position to report to the 10th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, which opened at Moscow on December 23, 1922, that resolutions had been received from the Supreme Congresses of Soviets of the Ukraine, of White Russia and of the Transcaucasian Federation, urging the necessity and advantage of creating a single federal union. A special delegation representing all four republics was appointed to draw up the necessary treaty, upon much the same basis as had been agreed with the Ukraine in 1920. The draft had already been prepared. Within 3 days the Declaration of Union was formulated, adopted by the First Congress of Soviets of the USSR, and duly proclaimed by the Executive Committee which that Congress had appointed. All that was needed was a formal constitution. The new Central Executive Committee of the Union, which was, in fact, dominated by the members who belonged to the Central Executive Committee of the RSFSR, prepared a draft which did little more than reproduce, for the Union, the scheme of government of the RSFSR itself. At this point the Communist Party publicly intervened with a more statesmanlike proposal. The 12th Congress of the party was in session, and its Central Committee formally recommended to the Presidium of the All-Union Central Executive Committee that the draft required amendment. The proposed constitution did not, the Communist Party protested, afford by its terms sufficient assurance to the three smaller republics that the autonomy to be allowed to them would be protected against the dominance of the RSFSR. Moreover, so Stalin urged, it did not provide for putting on a genuinely federal basis the autonomous republics and autonomous oblasts that he had been establishing, inside the RSFSR, for the principal nationalities. The counterplan of the Communist Party embodied a new ideal, that of the unnational state, in sharp contrast with the consciously national states into which Europe had become divided in the course of the past 4 centuries, this stream of tendencies coming more recently to a climax in the Italy of Mussolini and the Germany of Hitler. The project of the Communist Party, which resulted in the present federal constitution of the USSR, seems to us so novel, and fraught with consequences so important, that we give in full its fundamental propositions. It was essential, the party declared, to secure, during the establishment of the central organs of the Union, the equality of rights and duties of the individual republics in their mutual relationship with each other, as well as in regard to the central authority of the Union. To establish, in the system of supreme organs of the Union, a representation of all national republics and regions on principles of equality, with possible representation of all nationalities living in these republics. To construct the executive organs of the Union on principles which would secure a real participation therein of the representatives of these republics, and a real satisfaction of all needs of the peoples in the Union. To allow for the republics sufficiently liberal financial and, in particular, budgetary rights, which would enable them to show their own state administrative, cultural, and economic initiative. To man the organs of the national republics and regions chiefly from amongst the local population, who would know local customs, language, etc. To issue special laws which would secure for them the right to use their native language in all state organs and institutions serving the local national minorities, the laws which would prosecute and punish with full revolutionary severity all violators of national rights, and in particular of rights of national minorities. To promote educational work in the Red Army in the sense of cultivating therein the ideas of brotherhood and solidarity of the peoples composing the Union, and to take practical measures concerning the organization of national armies, at the same time taking care that the defensive structure of the Republic shall always be kept adequate. A special committee, in which the RSFSR had only 14 members out of 25, thereupon drew up a new constitution, in which Stalin's plan of a Soviet of nationalities, with no greater representation of the RSFSR than of any other constituent or autonomous republic, but with the addition of single representatives also from all the other autonomous areas within the constituent republics, was adopted as part of a bicameral Central Executive Committee. At the same time the autonomy of each constituent republic was safeguarded by suitable phrases introduced at appropriate places. The new draft was approved by the Central Committee of the Communist Party, and after formal agreement in the three other capitals, it was adopted at Moscow by the Central Executive Committee of the USSR on July 6, 1923, when it came immediately into force, to be finally ratified by the Second All-Union Congress of Soviets on January 31, 1924. The Federal Union. We are thus brought, at long last, to the central federal organs of the gigantic Soviet state. But we cannot refrain from the observation that this seven-starred constellation, brilliant and powerful though it be now filling, indeed, almost the whole Soviet sky, is not and has never been a federation of participants of anything like equal status. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics was a leonine partnership. What happened in 1922 was that the RSFSR, with an elaborate parade of federal forms, and a genuine concession of cultural autonomy, virtually annexed to itself the three other fragments of Tsarist Russia which had been, by the Bolshevik forces with the active cooperation of a large proportion, if not a majority, of the inhabitants, cleared of hostile armies and insurgent banditry, and thus in effect conquered. To these have since been added three communities on the southeastern Asiatic border, of vast area but small population, which have been set up as additional constituent or union republics. It must always be remembered that the prime mover in these transactions, the RSFSR itself, holds sway over a territory extending from the Baltic to the Pacific, in area 12 times as large as all the other 6 constituent or union republics put together, and 23 times as large as the next biggest among them. It has a population twice as great as the aggregate of all the other 6, and 3 times the total of the next greatest among them. It had at that date an army which had lately suppressed every attempt in any of the territories to set up or maintain any government hostile to that of Moscow. Above all, it possessed, in the Communist Party, a ruling order or companionship, at that time mainly concentrated in the RSFSR, which dominated the whole. When we consider how preponderant were those influences, the successive treaties of union themselves, and all the fauninate of federation that was set up, might easily be imagined to be unimportant, if not illusory. How far such a judgment would be accurate we shall now be able to examine. The All-Union Congress of the USSR, the supreme body in the Soviet hierarchy, is the All-Union Congress of Soviets, which is made up of delegates from every part of the USSR. These are specially elected just before each such Congress, which is now convened only every 3 or 4 years. These delegates have hitherto been chosen, not merely by the highest Congress of Soviets of each of the 7 constituent republics of the Union, but also, at the rate of 1 delegate for every 125,000 of population, by the Congresses of Soviets of the autonomous republics and autonomous areas within any of these 7 constituent republics, and also by the Soviets of the more populous cities and urban settlements at the rate of 1 delegate for each 25,000 electors, equivalent to about 1 for each 50,000 of population. The number of delegates varies, being roughly proportionate to the several census populations. At the Congress in March 1931 the total was 2,403, about 3/4 being members of the Communist Party, or candidates for membership. At the next Congress, in 1935, there were 2,200 delegates with deciding votes, the total including candidates or alternates reaching some 3,000. Of the delegates 74% were party members, Oregon candidates, or komsomols. About 1/6 were women. More than half of the whole were attending for the first time. This huge assembly, made up of delegates of scores of races speaking different tongues, who meet only for a week or so and then surrender their mandates, and do not even know in advance each other's names, cannot, of course, develop the corporate life of a parliament, or deal adequately with the details of legislation or administration. The Congress has been described, in fact, as little better than a picturesque biennial picnic in Moscow for locally elected visitors from all parts of the USSR, whose whole expenses are provided from USSR funds. Even if this were true, it would not imply that the Congress is of no political importance. On the contrary, its periodical meeting is one of the most useful parts of the USSR Constitution. Although so large and heterogeneous a gathering is of no effect as a legislature, and not even very well fitted to be a forum of debate, its very existence is a potent factor of unity. It would be difficult to overestimate the value in this respect of bringing together some 3,000 local personalities from 1,000 cities and villages all over the USSR, to be entertained for a week or so in Moscow, which many of them have never before visited, and to be made to feel that it is upon them that the whole government depends. The delegates listen to the lengthy reports laid before them, and to the not less lengthy orations of the leading statesmen. In the end, the delegates unanimously give a general sanction to the outlines of policy and legislation expounded to them. But they do much more than this. Probably no foreign observer sits through all the prolonged and sometimes heated discussions that, continued day after day, make the picnic a very strenuous exercise. Fortunately, a shorthand report of the speeches is published. At the Fifth All-Union Congress in 1929, there spoke, on the general report presented by the government, no fewer than 90 delegates, on the combined reports of the People's Commissar of Agriculture, the Grain Trust and the Cattle Breeding State Farms, 40 delegates, and on the report upon the organization of collective farms, 41 delegates. At the Sixth All-Union Congress in 1931, there took part in the discussions on the government's general report, 57 delegates, on the report dealing with the position and prospective development of industry, 31 delegates, and on that about the main tasks of agriculture in connection with the whole people's economy, 40 delegates. The mere fact that no delegate is denied the floor, even if there is no effective voting, makes so representative a gathering of real political importance. 2. Soviet Reform Bill. The sensation of the Seventh All-Union Congress in 1935 was the proposal by V.M. Molotov, the president of the USSR Sovnarkom, speaking on behalf of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, for a complete change in the system of election. At a time, it was said, when in the capitalist countries parliamentary democracy was becoming more and more discredited, Soviet democracy was evolving to the fullest electoral development. The Congress was invited to substitute equal elections for not entirely equal, direct election for indirect, and secret for open elections. It was explained that, as the kulaks were now crushed and the kolkhozy had achieved victory, the basis of representation in village and city might safely be equalized. All Soviet organs from city and village Soviets to the Central Executive Committee of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics are to be chosen by direct election. The right of the voters to recall their deputy from any organ is to be preserved. There is to be participation of non-party organizations and groups of toilers in the nomination of candidates. All elections are to be by secret balloting. With these far-reaching reforms, the evolution of Soviet democracy would be completed. This important reform bill was enthusiastically adopted by the Congress, the whole of the delegates standing to give Molotov an ovation with no dissentient voice. Molotov's opening speech was broadcast from more than 60 radio stations to all parts of the USSR to be picked up by a couple of million wireless sets in homes, and many thousands of loudspeakers in factories and offices, as well as on the streets and squares of every city. It must have been heard by literally millions of citizens. Won by the Congress, the proposal was immediately referred with unanimity to the Central Executive Committee with instructions to have the scheme of reform worked out by a constitutional commission, for approval at a subsequent session of the Central Executive Committee, and for use at the next regular election of the organs of Soviet power. The very next day this constitutional commission was appointed, consisting of 31 members, under Stalin as chairman, and including all the 7 presidents of the Union republics, Kaganovich, Molotov, and Litvinov, Radek and Bukharin, and a number of other leading personalities of the party, representing all shades of opinion. At its first meeting, on July 7, the Commission appointed 11 subcommittees to deal with as many separate departments of its work, together with the 12th, the editorial subcommittee, consisting of the chairman of all the others, under Stalin himself. We understand that the new electoral system is now being actively worked out by the subcommittees of the Constitutional Commission, but nothing is yet known of the means by which the difficulties will be overcome. The methods of election of the village and city Soviets, and of the Rayon, Oblast, and Republic Congresses of Soviets, have to be considered, equally with those of the All-Union Congress of Soviets, but there seems no actual need for complete identity of device in all these cases. Will the characteristic use of small meetings of the electors be given up? If anything like a couple of thousand delegates are to be directly elected to the All-Union Congress by single-member constituencies, approximately equal in populations, with electorates of between 40,000 and 50,000, the constituencies in the rural districts must be of great superficial area, entailing some difficulty in voting and in collecting the votes for counting. But in Queensland and Western Australia similar difficulties have been successfully overcome. In the USSR the date of the election might have to be changed from winter to summer. More difficult may be the adoption of secret voting. It is hard to imagine what system can be successfully adopted for an electorate soon to reach 100 millions in number, dispersed over so huge an area. If individual ballot papers are used, the amount of paper required will be considerable, and if, as is the case at present, all the elections are contested, the task of counting the votes will tax the arithmetical powers of the local officials. The political world will watch with interest so colossal an experiment in taking the vote. We do not ourselves believe that the outcome of the election in the USSR under direct, equal, and secret voting will be substantially different from that under the present system of indirect election. The principal result may be a new demonstration of the very widespread acquiescence of the population in the existing R6 GIM, whose recent economic and political achievements have become highly appreciated. Equally striking will be the demonstration that the existing Soviet government does not fear the peasants' votes, and has no need of the dictatorial powers conferred by law upon Mussolini and Hitler. The organs of the Congress. Of the routine decisions of the Congress, the principal is the election of the Central Executive Committee, to which is entrusted all legislative and executive power until the meeting of the next All-Union Congress. This executive is a curiously constructed bicameral body, which we shall presently describe in detail, consisting of the Union of Soviets of 607 members in 1935 elected by the Congress in proportion to the census population of the areas represented, at the rate of something like 1 to each 300,000 inhabitants, and of the Soviet of nationalities of 150 members, being 5 representing the highest Congress of Soviets of each constituent republic or autonomous republic within a constituent republic, and 1 by the like body of each other autonomous area. 1 with regard to the distribution of powers between the federal government and the governments of the constituent parts, there may seem, at first sight, practically nothing that is unusual in federal states. 2 to the federal authority fall all foreign relations, all the armed forces, transport, posts and telegraphs and radio, currency and credit systems, also weights and measures and statistics, the issuing and management of all state loans. Internal or external, conditions of citizenship, the right of general amnesty, and more ambiguously, what is called the establishment of the bases and fundamental principles in respect of civil and criminal codes, courts of justice, education, public health, and labor protection, and of the development and use of land, waters, mineral deposits and forests. What is unmistakably novel is the concession to the federal government of everything relating to imports and exports to or from the Soviet Union, under which all foreign trade has become a centralist state monopoly, and the establishment of the foundations and the general plan of the whole people's economy of the Union, meaning the collective organization of the whole production and distribution of commodities. These last 2 categories of federal government are, however, not gained at the expense of the constituent authorities, which never wielded these powers. They represent the deprivation of the individual landlord or capitalist of his private power over the means of production, distribution, and exchange. Their assumption by the federal government, together with the enormous development of industrialization during the past decade, have increased beyond all expectation the dominance of the USSR administration over that of even the largest of the associated republics. The Central Executive Committee. The great powers of the federal government, whether legislative or executive, are shared between the bicameral Central Executive Committee, with various commissions that it appoints, on the one hand, and on the other, the Sovnarkom, or Council of People's Commissars, which it also appoints, but which occupies a position of exceptional administrative authority requiring a separate description. The Central Executive Committee, usually referred to as TSIK, and consisting of the Union of Soviets and the Soviet of Nationalities in two separate chambers, is a standing body, existing from Congress to Congress, and meeting 3 or 4 times annually, one principally to discuss and ratify the decrees and decisions formulated, either by its own presidium or arrived at by the USSR Council of People's Commissars, which corresponds approximately to the Cabinet of Ministers of Western democracies. Its agenda, which the committee itself can alter, is drawn up by its presidium. One of the functions of the Central Executive Committee and the one to which it owes its bicameral form, seems to have lost some of its significance. The Soviet of Nationalities is unique among political bodies in its remarkable basis of numerically equal representation, not only of the 9 constituent republics, which vary in population from 1 to 100 millions, but also of the numerous autonomous republics which are actually situated within divers of these constituent republics, to these the other autonomous areas, also within the territories of the constituent republics, each add 1 representative. The 2 chambers of this bicameral body have equal rights as regards legislation. Each chamber must separately assent to every new law. In case of disagreement, the issue is referred to a conciliation committee formed of an equal number of each chamber, with a president taken from among the members of TSIK, who may be in either chamber. The committee's decision is formally submitted to both chambers, and if either refuses to accept it, the measure is held to be rejected. However, either chamber may then appeal to the AL Union Congress, whose decision is final. Thus, there is reason for the 2 chambers to meet separately and, when they have a joint session, even to vote separately. They must hold a joint meeting for the election of the Presidium of TSIK, which is about the most influential organ of the Constitution. But we believe that the twofold nature of TSIK has, so far, never been called upon to resist either the increasing tendency to centralization of authority, or the unmistakable predominance of the area within which both Moscow and Leningrad are situated. It was devised, it is said, by Stalin himself, as part of the inducement by which the Ukraine, Transcaucasia, and White Russia were brought into federal union. With the liberal recognition of cultural autonomy and, very largely, of the principle of confiding the government of each locality to officials belonging to its own race, no serious cleavage along racial or geographical lines seems to have developed. Whilst differences of opinion naturally arise among members, and sectional grievances find spokesmen in both chambers of TSIK, it is understood that the Soviet of Nationalities, as such, has never voted differently from the Union of Soviets as such, so that the joint meetings of the 2 chambers, with which each session of TSIK terminates, and which are marked by unanimous votes in both parts of the joint body, have become purely ceremonial. It would, however, be a mistake to regard the Central Executive Committee as merely a ratifying body. It evidently plays an important part in the discussion of general policy, alike by way of criticism of executive action and in the formulation and adoption of new measures to cope with changing circumstances. Its members from all over the USSR bring information, both of local needs and of local opinion, to bear upon the minds of potentates necessarily resident in Moscow itself. If current gossip is to be trusted, it is the discussions in TSIK that have more than once determined a change in policy. Moreover, TSIK takes an important part in administration, by the various commissions which it appoints, and which report directly to itself. Thus it has a budget commission, which reports on the finances of the whole USSR, and a central election commission, which sees to the regularity of all the multifarious elections throughout the Union. It has a standing commission on the care of the Central Archives, and another on general questions of administrative organization. There is a Committee on Scientific Research and Progress, a Central Technical Education Commission, and also a Committee on the Higher Colleges, all of them dealing with the organization and geographical distribution of university and other institutions, necessarily transcending the purview of the several constituent republics and autonomous areas, to which all education had been allotted as one of the subjects of cultural autonomy. Somewhat analogous functions are entrusted to commissions, entitled respectively the Supreme Council of Physical Culture and an All-Union Council of Communal Economy. Finally, there is the Supreme Court of the USSR, with the all-important Procurator's Department, and the newly appointed Procurator for the USSR, whose duties appear to include a new and increased supervision of the activities of the OGPU itself, to which we shall recur. The aggregate of all these departments, directed by members of TSIK and immediately responsible to its plenum, make it one of the most important parts of the whole state organization. The Presidium of TSIK. The Presidium of TSIK, consisting of 9 members from the Presidium of the Union of Soviets, 9 from that of the Soviet of Nationalities, and 9 elected by a joint session of these two chambers, is a standing representative of TSIK itself. It chooses 7 presidents, 1 from each constituent republic, to preside on successive days of the sessions alike of TSIK and of its Presidium. All draft decrees of new taxes, or increases of old ones, have to be first submitted to this Presidium. All decisions relating to the alteration or abolition of regulations as to any of the TSIKs, or their Presidiums, in any of the constituent republics of the Union are invalid without the sanction of the Presidium of the TSIK of the USSR. Federal machinery. The constitutional relations of the central federal organs of the USSR, such as the Biennial All-Union Congress of Soviets, the Central Executive Committee and the Sovnarkom of People's Commissars with the several governments of the constituent parts of the federal state, are in many respects unique. By the fundamental law, the sovereignty of the 7 constituent or union republics is not only to be recognized by the USSR but is also to be protected by the federal power. This state sovereignty is expressly declared to be restricted only within the limits stated in the present Constitution, and only in respect of matters referred to the competence of the Union. Beyond these limits, each Union Republic exercises its sovereign authority independently. Each Union Republic retains the right of free withdrawal from the Union. And for modification, limitation of the agreement of all republics forming the USSR is required. 1. Each of the 7 constituent republics accordingly has its own Congress of Soviets of the Republic, with its own Central Executive Committee and its own Council of People's Commissars, as supreme organ of authority within the limits of its own territory. But it can have no People's Commissars for foreign affairs, defense, trade beyond the USSR, mercantile marine, transport by rail or river or posts and telegraphs, because these are subjects entirely reserved to the federal administration. What is unusual, if not unique, in federal constitutions, old or new, is the statutory provision that the responsible cabinet of ministers of each constituent republic shall admit, as members, the official agents, delegates, or plenipotentiaries of the People's Commissars of the USSR for each of these exclusively federal departments, with either an advisory or decisive voice, according as the Central Executive Committee of the constituent republic may determine. There is an exactly similar representation of these USSR commissariats in the Sovnarkom of each of the 15 autonomous republics. In the majority of cases, we are informed, the voice is advisory or consultative only. Accordingly, in the Great Russian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic, which has over 100 millions of inhabitants, there sat in 1935, in its cabinet of 24, no fewer than 9 of these federal officials of the USSR. Among the 23 members of the cabinet of the Ukraine, there were also 9 such officials of the Federation. In that of the White Russian Socialist Soviet Republic there were also 9 out of 23. In that of the Transcaucasian Socialist Federated Soviet Republic, with a total membership of no more than 17, these officials of the federal government at Moscow constitute an actual majority. 2. The specific function of these federal officials is doubtless to see that nothing is done or even initiated by the constituent or autonomous republic that would be inconsistent with federal policy in federal affairs. But it is stated that, as members of the local Sovnarkoms or cabinets, they do not confine themselves to any specific class of questions, and that they take part in all the cabinet's deliberations. It is clear that their mere presence in the local cabinet in such numbers, even with no more than an advisory or a consultative voice, must necessarily exercise a constant influence towards unity of policy and action throughout the whole of the USSR. This peculiar official interpenetration goes even further than the local cabinets of the constituent or autonomous republics, which necessarily meet at the local republic capitals. In a dozen or so other cities of the USSR, especially those at which any foreign consuls are stationed, or which are near an important frontier, or which are much frequented by foreign travelers, there will be found resident a responsible officer of the USSR People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs at Moscow. 1. Doubtless the primary function of this diplomatic agent is to keep an eye on the activities of the foreign consuls, and to prevent any questions arising with regard to the treatment of foreign nationals. But it is of interest in this connection to notice that these official agents of the USSR federal government are usually, as a matter of course, made members of the highest administrative council meeting in the cities in which they reside. Thus the one at Leningrad is a member of the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Soviet of the city of Leningrad, and the one who, down to 1934, resided at Kiev was a member of the corresponding body for the Great Oblast of Kiev, in both cases taking full part, and naturally exerting a great influence, in all the deliberations of these local authorities. 2. Equally serviceable in ensuring unity of policy and action must prove the practice of what in the joint stock world is known as interlocking directorates. Thus the 7 presidents of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, who are generally the most influential of the 27 members of its presidium, were in 1932, all of them simultaneously, either the presidents of the Central Executive Councils of the several constituent republics or of their Sovnarkoms of People's Commissars. Among the other 20 members of this all-powerful Central Presidium at the same date were 6 other People's Commissars or cabinet ministers of the constituent republics, not one of which was thus without an influential representative actually inside the most important federal body, of the membership of which they together made up 1/2. The position remains substantially the same in 1935. There is yet another variety of this official interpenetration. Under the statutory constitution, the various public departments, for the administration of which each constituent republic is responsible in its sovereign capacity, are classified as unified and non-unified. The unified departments are now those of finance and light industries, together with the recently added separate USSR Commissariat for the collective farms, with the still surviving independent peasantry. For these departments the People's Commissars of the federal government do not, as a rule, set up offices of their own in the constituent or autonomous republics, but are required, by statute, to make use of the local official staff, which is of course appointed and directed by, and immediately responsible to, the several People's Commissars of the different constituent or autonomous republics. In order to make this statutory provision work smoothly, the federal government has established a convention with the governments of the several constituent or autonomous republics, under which the official head of the local department concerned, usually but not necessarily a local native or resident, is always chosen after private consultation between the two governments, so that each may feel assured that the new officer will be faithful in the discharge of his curious double responsibility. 1. A similar unpublished convention is said to exist even with regard to the appointment of i.e. People's Commissar himself, at any rate in finance, where the nomination is said to require the private sanction of the People's Commissar of Finance of the USSR. There remain the non-unified departments, significantly enough, those directly connected with the cultural autonomy, which is what the local national minorities are most concerned to maintain against the centralizing and unifying encroachments of a federal administration. Over these departments, such as education, health, and social welfare. 2. The People's Commissars of the several constituent or autonomous republics have, at least in theory, sole authority, in each case subject only to his own Sovnarkom of People's Commissars and his own Central Executive Committee and Congress of Soviets. They have, however, all to realize that the formulation by the federal government of basic principles in these subjects, and its determination of the form of the economic organization, together with its conduct of the whole of the nationalist industries and of foreign commerce along with such all-important matters as finance and taxation and land and water transport must not be hampered or interfered with. It should be added that, whilst, as we have seen, the federal government is very powerfully represented in the cabinet of each constituent or autonomous republic, as well as in all the unified departments, and in many of its great cities, the governments of the constituent and autonomous republics have not, under the Constitution, the reciprocal privilege of being formally represented either at the federal capital of Moscow or at the capitals of the other constituent republics. All the constituent republics do, in fact, maintain their own offices in Moscow, at which some of their own officials reside for convenience of making any necessary inquiries or representations concerning any part of the federal administration. But such inquiry agents have no formal status under the Constitution, and they apparently do not exist at any other capital than Moscow. The Council of People's Commissars. The greater part of the higher executive work in the USSR is entrusted, by the Central Executive Committee, to the Council of People's Commissars, which directs the action of the principal government departments much as the groups of cabinet ministers do in parliamentary democracies. What shall we call ourselves? Lenin is reported to have asked Trotsky, too, when, on finding themselves, in October 1917, in command of the state, they had to allot the offices among their colleagues. The designation minister was rejected because of its association with Tsarist autocracy and parliamentarianism. People's Commissar was viewed more favorably, and, after some discussion, adopted, at first for the RSFSR and then, successively, for all the constituent republics and even for the autonomous republics within them. The same designation was adopted in 1923 for the USSR. We need not trace the repeated. The Commissars' 75 changes made during the past 18 years in the number and in the functions of these People's Commissars. For the USSE there are now People's Commissars for the following departments: Foreign Affairs, Defense, Foreign Trade, Means of Communication, Heavy Industries, River Transport, Posts, Telegraphs and Radio, Forestry and Wood Industries, Light Industries. Agriculture added to the federal organization in 1932, specially for the collective farms in addition to the commissariats for agriculture in the several constituent autonomous republics. State farms, food industry, internal trade, finance, internal affairs. There are, in addition, half a dozen other government departments of great importance, which are always represented in the Sovnarkom, although their heads are not styled People's Commissars. There is, to begin with, the Office of Administrative Affairs, a department which has the duty of seeing to it that all the decisions of the Sovnarkom are promptly and accurately put in course of operation. 2. There is the very important State Planning Commission with a president and 6 vice presidents, which is represented in the Sovnarkom by its president. There is the Council of Labor and Defense consisting of a president, 3 vice presidents, and 6 other members, and the Commission of Fulfillment of this council, consisting of a president, a vice president, and 3 members, both these departments being at present represented in the Sovnarkom by their common president. There were also, in 1934, various other boards for special purposes, such as a State Y4Eld Committee and a State Arbitration Committee, a Central Board for Road Transport and another for the Civic Air Fleet, a Concessions Committee and a Control Board of the North Sea Route. Some of these were only temporary. They may not enjoy representation in the Sovnarkom, their presidents may be summoned when their representative subjects come up for discussion. Finally, but by no means least important, there was, until July 1934, the Union State Political Administration, whose permanent president, with his immense and almost uncontrolled authority within the wide sphere of his department, might be described as a facultative member of the Sovnarkom, as he went to its meetings whenever he chose to do so. This position was regularized, in July 1934, by the establishment of an all-Union People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, with its own People's Commissar in the Sovnarkom, under whose direction was placed the control and direction of the OGPU as the Chief Department of State Security, alongside of 5 other chief departments. Lastly, we have to note the establishment in February 1934, at the instance of the Communist Party and in supersession of the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection, of a new and powerful organ of the USSR Sovnarkom, entitled the Commission of Soviet Control, consisting of 60 tried and trusted party members nominated by the Central Committee of the party. Its president will always be one of the vice presidents of the Sovnarkom itself. This Commission of Soviet Control is charged specifically with seeing to it that every important decree or directive of the Central Executive Committee or Sovnarkom is actually complied with and carried into execution in every part of the USSR. For this purpose it will have its own inspectors, accountants, and other agents, who will reside permanently in the various republics, krayas, and oblasts of the Union and will be independent of any local authority. It will act in close conjunction with a Commission of Party Control, appointed by the Communist Party, which will apply disciplinary action to party members, whilst leaving to the Sovnarkom and the several People's Commissars to do what is required to remedy the defects and deficiencies discovered. To this score or so of ministers of state form at present the All-Union Council of People's Commissars, which may be taken to be the highest executive authority in the USSR, nearly corresponding to the cabinet in the governments of the Western world, although it is by no means exclusively executive, and can enact decrees subject to ratification by the Congress. In fact, in the USSR no small proportion of the constant stream of new decrees, definitely legislative in character and normally subject to eventual ratification by the All-Union Congress of Soviets, bear the signature of Molotov, as president of the All-Union Sovnarkom, this being often coupled with that of Kalinin, as president of the Central Executive Committee of the All-Union Congress of Soviets, and, since 1930, even more usually with that of Stalin, as General Secretary of the Communist Party. This USSR Sovnarkom, or one or other of its committees, is almost daily in session in the Moscow Kremlin all the year round. Its actual procedure is wrapped in a secrecy exceeding even that of the British cabinet. No minutes or records of proceedings are ever published. Apart from its formal decrees or directives, commanding action to be taken, the Sovnarkom of the USSR issues no communiques to the public or the press. Political gossip which is rife and rank in the diplomatic circle at Moscow, and among the foreign journalists there is severely discouraged among all grades of Soviet officials. Although the foreign correspondence are, from time to time, addressed by one or other of the commissars, or on their behalf, the Soviet newspapers are strictly forbidden to give currency to political gossip, or even to mention unauthorized rumors about what the Soviet government is discussing or intending. The foreign correspondents are asked to conform to this rule. On the other hand, almost every department publishes its own weekly or monthly journal, which is full of reports of all branches of departmental work. Every office has its own wall newspaper written by its own Stas about the internal life of the office. Moreover, in no country do statesmen so frequently take the public into their confidence by the publication in full, in the widely circulating newspapers, of long and detailed resolutions come to by the Central Executive Committee or by the Sovnarkom, going into all sorts of financial and technical details. Moreover, the newspapers are constantly being filled by verbatim reports of the lengthy addresses of ministers to conferences and meetings of all kinds, about the vicissitudes of the innumerable government undertakings, the new projects about to be put in operation and the general progress of the 5-year plan. Of the way in which the ministerial organization actually works, there is little available information. No one can describe the frequently changing relations that exist between the Sovnarkom and its president, or between it and its other members, or between it and the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the All-Union Congress of Soviets, or between it and such important bodies as the Commission of Labor and Defense, in which Stalin and another important official of the Communist Party sit with 8 People's Commissars, or the secret working of the State Planning Commission, or the position of the Union State Political Commission in its new form of People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs under the new Commissar. It will be observed that among the People's Commissars, or the members of the USSR Sovnarkom, we do not find the name of Kalinin, who acts as, and is commonly styled, President of the USSR, to whom the foreign ambassadors present their credentials and who is certainly one of the most influential of the presidents of the All-Union Congress of Soviets and of its Central Executive Committee, and also of the Presidium thereof. Nor do we find the name of Stalin, who is General Secretary of the Communist Party, but who long held no government office other than that of one among the 10 members of the Commission of Labor and Defense. In 1935, however, Stalin was elected a member of the Central Executive Committee, and likewise a member of its Presidium, at the same time becoming chairman of the Special Commission for the Revision of the Electoral System. Menzinsky, until his death in 1933 the president of the OGPU, though not a member, was definitely stated to have the right of attending the Sovnarkom whenever he wished to do so. Probably Stalin and Kalinin have, in practice, the same privilege, and more frequently exercise it. Harmony among all these personages, and unity of action among the departments they control, are usually well maintained, but serious, and sometimes prolonged, public controversies over policy, with peremptory removals from office, and drastic exclusions from the party, have taken place from time to time. Whatever changes of personnel may occur, no careful observer can doubt the essential stability of the government as a whole, and even its continuity of fundamental policy, coupled with the remarkable capacity for sudden changes in the forms and methods of its application, according to the lessons of experience. We need not seek to detail the organization of all the government departments which the ministers direct and control. One distinctive feature of the Constitution has been, until 1934, that each People's Commissar was required, by statute, to have, besides one or more assistants, a collegium of several persons of position and experience, with whom he was required confidentially to discuss all important proceedings or proposals. This was professedly designed to ensure that he might take into account all relevant considerations, obtain all the available information and listen to the best advice. These colleagues of the minister were apparently not chosen always by himself, or even privately suggested for his approval, but were nominated by the Sovnarkom as a whole, sometimes deliberately as a check on too independent action. By a remarkable provision in the decree formally regulating the Sovnarkom, the collegium of each People's Commissar, and any member thereof, was given the right of appeal from any decision of the Commissar, without suspending its execution, to the Sovnarkom as a whole. We do not know whether this formal right of appeal was ever exercised, or how often. The members of the collegium were usually prepared at any time to act as deputies for the Commissar, or to take his place if he was absent or incapacitated by illness. Upon a decision of the Central Committee of the Communist Party in 1934 that the collegia should be given up, these have been, one by one, abolished by separate decrees of the Central Executive Committee, which effected, at the same time, a certain amount of reorganization of the business of each commissariat. The authority of the All-Union Sovnarkom and its People's Commissars extends all over the USSR. With regard to the so-called All-Union or Federal Narkomats, such as those dealing with foreign affairs, military and naval affairs, foreign trade, land transport, water transport, posts, telegraphs and radio, and now heavy industries, forestry and supplies, the very considerable staffs throughout the entire area of the USSR, as well as those maintained in foreign countries, are appointed and directed by the several All-Union People's Commissars, to whom these locally resident officials are solely responsible, without regard to the government of the particular republic in the territory of which they may be serving. Moreover, As we have mentioned, each People's Commissar for an all-union or federal narcomet sends a delegate or plenipotentiary to each constituent and each autonomous republic, who has the right of sitting as a member in the local Sovnarkom, with either a consultative or a decisive voice, according as the Central Executive Committee of that republic may have decided. The delegate so appointed by the all-union commissar is normally entrusted by him with the direction and control of the local staff of the all-union narcomet. In the case of the unified narcomets, now only 3, the all-union People's Commissar has, apart from the persons actually employed in the numerous nationalist enterprises, no office staff exclusively his own in any of the constituent or autonomous republics, over and above that attached to the narcomet office at Moscow, members of which may, however, be detached for travel or temporary residence. For the local executive work of his narcomet in the several constituent or autonomous republics, including the RSFSR, he has to rely on a unified staff which is appointed and controlled by the corresponding People's Commissar of each such republic, but which is required to carry out any instructions received from the People's Commissar of the USSR. In order to make such an arrangement work smoothly, there has grown up the remarkable private convention between the two governments that we have already described, namely, that the head of each department of the constituent republic's unified staffs, and sometimes the local People's Commissar, should be chosen and appointed by the two governments in joint private consultation, in order that each of them may be assured of his necessarily bipartite loyalty. The non-unified narcomets are those dealing with the subjects in which the constituent republics have been conceded cultural autonomy. For these subjects there are no all-union People's Commissars and no all-union staffs of officials, and each constituent and autonomous republic has its own, which are subject only to the supervision and control of each republic's own Sovnarkom, Central Executive Committee and Congress of Soviets. But it must not be overlooked that the All-Union Congress of Soviets and its Central Executive Committee, not to mention the Central Committee of the Communist Party, exercise a great influence upon the nominally independent organs of the various constituent republics, so far at least as the general line and the basic principles of legislation and administration are concerned. It should be added that USSR Sovnarkom has always appointed standing committees from its own membership, often with the addition of a few other persons. The number, and also the activities, of these standing committees have varied from time to time, and some of them have lingered in existence, taking up one subject after another as required, long after their main purpose had been fulfilled or become exhausted. Committees of this sort were at their height during the period of war communism, 1918 to 1921, and they have declined in importance as the system of administration has become more settled. 2. The Council of Labor and Defense. The oldest of the standing committees of the USSR Sovnarkom is now the Council of Labor and Defense, 3, which was appointed by the Sovnarkom's decree of August 21, 1923, embodied in the Code of Laws, 1932, in order to carry on the economic and financial plans of the USSR, to verify them in accordance with economic and political conditions, as well as for the purpose of close direction of the commissariats of the Union in the sphere of economic activities and defense. It was from the outset placed permanently under the chairmanship of the President of the Sovnarkom for the time being. It is essentially a joint committee of those People's Commissars who are principally concerned with economic issues and national defense. It now consists of a dozen members, specially appointed by the Sovnarkom, and including the People's Commissars for Finance, Railways, Agriculture, Food Supplies, Heavy Industry, and Defense, the President of the Planning Department, the Principal Assistant of the People's Commissar of Finance, who is also President of the State Bank, and last but certainly not least, Stalin, who is the General Secretary of the Communist Party. The resolutions of STO come immediately into operation, but they must be forwarded at once to the Sovnarkom, which has the right to suspend or cancel any of them. Moreover, each member of STO, and also any People's Commissar of the Union, has a right to appeal to the Sovnarkom within 3 days, and the Sovnarkom of any constituent republic may also appeal without any time limit. The student of the work of the Council of Labor and Defense will, we think, conclude that its work has been steadily decreased in scope and importance by the growth of other authorities, sometimes those springing directly from itself. For instance, the State Planning Department, with which we shall deal elaborately in our chapter entitled Planned Production for Community Consumption, originally appointed by Stowe, and regularly established by statute of August 23, 1923, has become a gigantic and virtually independent department, directly represented by its president in the Sovnarkom, as well as in the Council of Labor and Defense. By the steadily improving plans that it lays for ratification before the Sovnarkom, the Central Executive Committee and the Central Committee of the Communist Party, it practically formulates the course for the year of every economic factor in the USSR. The Council of Labor and Defense still continues to be appointed annually, and to be an important influence, but its duties appear now to consist largely of odds and ends not assigned to any particular People's Commissar, such as appointing committees on particular subjects of economic importance, and acting from time to time as a mediating or arbitrating body between the competing projects or differing opinions of two or more of them. One among the busiest of its several departments seems to be the Bureau for Inventions, which deals with the extraordinarily large number of suggestions and inventions and other improvements in industrial and other administration, which are submitted by workmen and others to the managements concerned. Naturally, their examination takes time, and is possibly sometimes perfunctory. The result is much complaint, and a more or less formal appeal of which the Bureau of Inventions takes cognizance. The commissariats. So much for the constitution of the Sovnarkom as a whole, and its relation to the Central Executive Committee and the All-Union Congress of Soviets, on the one hand, and, on the other, to the governments of the constituent and autonomous republics and the autonomous areas. The volume and importance of its work has naturally steadily increased with the growth of industrialism and the development of collectivism among the peasantry as well as among the factory workers. The life of a People's Commissar of the USSR is one of continuous labor and worry in coping with the difficulties with which every department is confronted. It is commonly said in Moscow that there is hardly a commissar whose health has not been undermined as a result of overwork. The cabinet ministers in other countries, for the most part, find time for a great deal of social intercourse in the wealthy society of the capital and the country houses, often interspersed with sport and amusements, and even occasional travel. So far as the authors have been able to form an opinion, the work of the USSR People's Commissars is more continuous and unremitting, as well as far less highly paid, than that of ministers elsewhere. This is involved, we suggest, in the fact that the government of the USSR undertakes a task that no other government has ever undertaken. In every other country, the government, whilst mildly interested in this or that particular reform that may, from time to time, seem to be required, habitually assumes that its business is to maintain the status quo. No government outside the USSR has ever frankly taken as its task the complete recasting of the economic and social life of the entire community, including the physical health, the personal habits, the occupations and, above all, the ideas of all the millions for whom it acts, in short, the making of a new civilization. We need not trouble the reader by describing each of the score or more of ministerial departments or commissariats, but, in order to bring out the difference between them and the ministries of Western Europe, we are compelled to comment on the peculiarities of some among them. The commissariats dealing with production and trade. The greatest distinction between the Sovnarkom of the USSR and the cabinets of capitalist countries is in the nature of the business dealt with. In the capitalist countries by far the greater part of the production and distribution of commodities and services is conducted by private persons, with the object of making profit for themselves, and not by public departments aiming directly at the service of the community. In the Soviet Union, on the other hand, practically the whole of the heavy industries, and the larger part of the light industries, together with nearly all transport and foreign commerce, are conducted by public departments, which are in the main established, controlled, and directed by the federal government. The members of the Sovnarkom of the USSR accordingly find themselves charged with work of great magnitude and variety, with which the cabinet ministers of capitalist countries have little or nothing to do. The People's Commissars of the USSR are responsible, jointly or severally, not only for the railways and waterways, the posts and telegraphs, the currency and the taxation of an immense and widely scattered population, but also for the direction of the 10,000 or more separate manufacturing establishments in the USSR, the 5,000 or more state farms, the 1,000 or more mines of coal, ironstone, manganese, lead and other metals, the gigantic oil plants, steel works, electric generating stations, the considerable foreign trade, the growing mercantile marine, and what not. For the greater part of this work of what the capitalist world would regard as business administration, 8 separate People's Commissars are now, after many successive changes, individually responsible. The whole of the exporting and importing of any commodities whatsoever, to or from any place outside the USSR, is directed by the People's Commissar of Foreign Trade, who has his own subordinate commissions, or even joint stock companies, and his own network of commercial agents, all over the world. A large part of the service of food production and distribution for the population of the USSR was for several years under the People's Commissar for Food Supplies. He has been replaced by 2 People's Commissars, one of food industry, dealing mainly, not with grain, but with all other foodstuffs which need processing, preparing, or canning, and the other of internal trade, charged with the organization or control of all distribution of commodities, whether wholesale or retail. There is also a People's Commissar for the state farms, which are administered as if they were factories of grain, flax, or cotton, beet, livestock or dairy produce. The difficulties in getting in the harvest, especially in the North Caucasus and in certain parts of the Ukraine, led, in 1932, to the subordination of all the 7 People's Commissars for Agriculture in the constituent republics to a separate all-union People's Commissar for Agriculture, in order to organize and direct the extensive drive on the incompetent, negligent, or recalcitrant peasants in the collective farms from one end of the USSR to the other. The heavy industries, which include the mining of coal, peat, and lignite, and of iron, manganese, lead and other ores, the extraction of oil and the manufacture of numerous oil products, the making of pig iron and steel, and the manufacture of machinery of every kind, are placed under the new narcomet of heavy industries. The light industries, principally engaged in making commodities from textiles or leather for household use, are now subject to a new narcomet for light industries. Another new narcomet, that for timber industries, directs the exploitation of the forests, which, it is believed, can be economically combined, at different seasons, with the agricultural work on the collective farms, and the same People's Commissar will direct the manufacture of paper and other timber products, on the one hand, and of innumerable articles of furniture on the other. In accordance with the directions of these 8 People's Commissars, and of the State Planning Commission, the full description of which we reserve for a subsequent chapter, all the innumerable separate industrial establishments in the USSR are grouped under boards or commissions called sometimes trusts and sometimes combines. These boards or commissions are appointed by the People's Commissar in each case. The usual form has been a board consisting of a president, a secretary, and from 3 to a dozen other members, all of whom give their whole time to their duties, which combine those of a director and a manager in an important English industrial company. The aim has been to secure, among these members of each trust or combine, so an American Inquirer was informed in 1932, a red director, a technical director, a factory director, a commercial director and a general director. All except the red director must have had experience in the industry, qualifying each of them for supervision and direction from their several angles of vision. But the exact forms of the trusts, as well as their grouping under particular commissariats, are frequently changed, as experience indicates defects in organization or improvements in efficiency. The industrial enterprises in the USSR are, on the average, much larger than those of other countries, many having over 20,000 employees and some over 50,000. Each combine unites a number of enterprises that produce for other members of the combine. Each trust has to manage a number of factories manufacturing the same class of commodities, either in a particular region or else widely dispersed throughout the whole USSR. Each trust or combine, with more or less confirmation by the People's Commissar, and with the concurrence of the workers in their several trade unions, appoints, for each factory or plant, a general manager, and often assigns to the enterprise particular specialist technicians, either Russian or foreign. The general manager, often styled director, with more or less consultation with his leading officials and recruiting committees, appoints the whole staff of the factory, and, with many responsible heads of departments, continuously directs all their operations, including every associated section, such as that of medical supervision and treatment of all the producing similar commodities united for management and sales. The term combine or combinat seems to be used for what in our language is a vertical combination in which establishments are included which produce materials or components that other members of the combination require, as coal mines may be united, on the one hand, with forests producing pit props, and, on the other, with blast furnaces and wagon works. A useful source of information is the British Government S.O. paper of 1931, The Organization of Foreign Trade of the USSR, by G. Peyton, OBE. So also 15 Years of the Foreign Trade Monopoly of the USSR, by A. P. Rosenhals, People's Commissar of Foreign Trade, Moscow, 1933, 30 pages employees, and that of the canteen and restaurant which serves their meals, and also the former Consumers Cooperative attached to the enterprise, which now produces for consumption by the employees all sorts of farm produce, and retails to them nearly all the other commodities that they purchase. We reserve for our subsequent chapter on planned production for community consumption detailed analysis of how all this governmental enterprise works. But we may observe, at this point, that, vast as is the aggregate of business in the USSR, its organization and management by a hierarchy of boards and directors will not appear, to the American financier, as novel or as impracticable as it does to the British economist or banker. It is comparable to nothing more extraordinary than the organization of 100 or 200 industrial leviathans like the United States Steel Corporation or Imperial Chemical Industries, Limited, and their subjection to a supreme coordinating directorate of half a dozen supermen, a consummation easily imagined by the potentates of Wall Street. It is the purpose of the enterprise in the USSR, not the method of its organization, that is so novel. To provide for the well-being of the whole people, on a steadily rising standard of life, rather than the securing of profit for a relatively small minority, is the fundamental purpose of the Sovnarkom of People's Commissars. The State Planning Commission. What has become one of the most important departments of the Soviet government, the State Planning Commission, had its start in Lenin's conception of a vast plan of electrification covering the whole area of the USSR. This became a program by its adoption by the 8th All-Union Congress of Soviets in December 1920. A commission, appointed in April 1921, was transformed by a decree of December 22, 1922, into a permanent state planning commission, and by another decree of August 21, 1923, its scope was extended to the whole of the USSR. The modestly named control figures of Gosplan were, in 1927, given the form of a 5-year plan of production for the USSR, which was formally adopted by the 15th Congress of the Communist Party in 1928, and by the Central Executive Committee. Gosplan, which now consists of a president and 7 other members or assistants, has a staff of statistical and technical experts that exceeds 1,000 in number. In every constituent republic and every autonomous republic or oblast, and in every town having more than 20,000 inhabitants, there are planning commissions subordinate to the Central Department at Moscow. We reserve our account of this unique administration for Part 1.1 of this book. The People's Commissar of Finance. There can be no doubt of the commanding position in the Soviet economy that is held by the USSR Commissariat of Finance, but this position is not easy to define in the terms employed by Western governments. The People's Commissar of Finance may be relatively quite as powerful as the British Chancellor of the Exchequer or the American Secretary of the Treasury, but his sphere of action differs markedly from that of either of them. The huge budget of income and expenditure that he annually presents to his ministerial colleagues includes much that is not under his control. Even much of the taxation is assessed and collected, not by any service under his own command, but by officers on the financial staffs of the governments of the constituent republics. And he has to submit his budget proposals for the concurrence of the president of the planning department even before he can lay them before the Sovnarkom. These are vital differences in financial structure that call for analysis. The first peculiarity of the budget of the Soviet Union is that it is not confined to the public services of the Union itself, but includes, in addition to every department of federal administration, all the departments of the several Union and autonomous republics, the complete budgets of which have to be incorporated by the USSR People's Commissar in his own. In a sense, indeed, it comprehends and covers much more. For though the budget of each Union or autonomous republic does not include separately every item of receipts and outgoings of every subordinate authority, to from the autonomous area, the Krai or the Oblast, down through the rayon and city to the village Soviet itself, the budget of each constituent republic depends in the main on the finances of the local authorities below it. They all possess a large measure of practical autonomy in local expenditure on education and health, roads and bridges, agriculture and the needs of labor, and they keep for themselves most of what they locally collect. But they are mainly dependent on the grants that they receive, or the allocations which they are allowed to retain out of the centralist taxes, together with the surcharges which they obtain permission to make for their own benefit on certain of them. Their separate budgets have to be approved by their immediate superior authority, and these budgets are expected to balance. But the balance is usually reached only by increasing the aforesaid grants, allocations, and surcharges made out of the aggregate revenues of each republic as a whole. Rather more than half the total expenditure of the RSFSR, the Ukraine, and the other constituent republics goes in this way in subventions to their subordinate local authorities. And thus it is the USSR Commissariat of Finance that has, in effect, to meet the net charge of all the public expenditure of every authority in the USSR. This situation is all the more peculiar to Western eyes in that the USSR Commissariat of Finance has no staff of its own in the innumerable areas of all the Selo-Soviets, rayons, cities, oblasts, and republics whose financial needs ultimately fall upon the USSR budget. Finance is a subject standing between those which are exclusively federal in administration and those which are exclusively local in administration. Finance is committed in each union or constituent republic to a unified commissariat, appointed by and responsible to the People's Commissar of Finance of the Republic, but directed equally to carry out the instructions, in matters interesting the Soviet Union generally, of the USSR People's Commissar of Finance. In order to make this arrangement work smoothly, there has come to be, as we have already explained, a convention that the chief permanent official of each unified commissariat shall be appointed only after consultation between the two people's commissars, to whom the official will owe a peculiar loyalty. It should be added, however, that the USSR People's Commissar for Finance is dependent on the administrations of the several union or constituent republics only for a relatively small part of his resources. Apart from taxation, there are the large receipts from the railway service and those from the post office and telegraphs, which are managed centrally by his own colleagues on the Sovnarkom, the People's Commissars for those departments. He has also at his command the extensive proceeds of the federal government's mines and oilfields, and of its enormous manufacturing and trading enterprises. These receipts, on which he has only to agree with his ministerial colleagues in charge of the various departments, amount to several times as much as is raised directly by taxation, either by the federal government or by any of the local governments. When the single budget for the Soviet Union has been drawn up, incorporating the separate budgets of the Union or constituent republics, and this is the work of the Budget Department of the USSR Commissariat of Finance, it is not the People's Commissar of Finance who has the last word, either on the items of expenditure to be incurred or on the taxation to be levied. The draft has first to be submitted to Gosplan, which goes over every item on both sides, scrutinizing it from the standpoint of the economic prospects for the ensuing year. For instance, the quantities involved in the various enterprises, alike of materials, components, and labor force, have to be brought within the anticipated total output. The cost of any imports required has to be provided for by a corresponding value in exports, which will involve a deduction from the amount of commodities that would otherwise have passed into internal consumption. This, it is authoritatively stated, is the subject, every year, of frequent and warm controversies between the Narkompan and the Gosplan, when the control figures are being fixed. El Gosplan is practically in a position to insist on whatever modifications in the budget that such considerations involve. Then, at last, the budget, so modified, can be laid before the USSR Sovnarkom, which will decide any difference of opinion on the budgets between the People's Commissars of Finance of the several Union or constituent republics, or between any of them and the USSR People's Commissar of Finance. Finally, the USSR budget, together with those of the several Union or constituent republics incorporated in it, will be ratified and become law by decision of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR. Notwithstanding all this complication of authorities, and this dispersion of powers, the USSR Commissariat of Finance has, in the past 18 years, secured a vast improvement in financial accounting, supervision, and control. The budget figures, once finally decided, cannot be departed from without express authority. Transfers from item to item are allowed only sparingly and then by the highest authority only. The principle is generally enforced that all the revenues derived from various sources must be paid to the single treasury of the USSR under the People's Commissar of Finance, and this treasury becomes the source of all state expenditure, both of the Soviet Union and of the separate republics. As far as possible, it is insisted that all receipts of every public authority should be immediately paid into one of the numerous branches of the State Bank. To see to all this, and to keep things straight, the Commissariat of Finance has become a huge congeries of departments, including those for the budget, currency, state revenue, taxation, economics and finance, control and audit, local finance, together with central administration. In addition, the Commissariat includes the State Savings Bank, the State Insurance Department, insuring against death, fire, hail, cattle plagues and loss of goods in transit, and the Office for Note and Currency Issue, with its printing works and mint. We need say little of the system of taxation properly so called. It is, of course, avowedly based, not on principles of equality of sacrifice or maximum yield, but on those of building up the socialist state, by penalizing any remnant of profit-making enterprise, and as even Jeremy Bentham recommended, by drastically taxing relatively large incomes and inheritances, whilst exempting from any direct imposts the mass of poor folk. The main direct taxes are now few and simple. The principal is a tax on the output or turnover of all industrial enterprises of any magnitude, which are now all state-owned, coupled with a single agricultural tax on all agricultural enterprises according to their size or importance. In both cases the assessment is mitigated in various ways in favor of the collectivist concerns, and of those enterprises which it is part of public policy to encourage, to the detriment of the surviving individual peasant or producer. Along with these main instruments of revenue rank the taxes on incomes and on inheritances, which are drastically progressive, so as to operate in a similar direction. The indirect taxation, including excise, customs, and stamps on legal transactions, has been steadily modified in the direction of simplification and concentration upon undesirable luxuries and upon expenditure not much incurred by the mass of the people. 2. Where the USSR People's Commissar of Finance is free from interference by the governments of the several constituent republics is in the important domain of currency and banking, where he has his own mint and issue department, handing out the notes printed at his own establishment. We need not describe the efforts that were necessary to rise from the swamp of a universal depreciation of the ruble through unlimited printing of paper money during the civil wars. Under the able direction of Mr. G. Y. Sokolnikov, who became People's Commissar of Finance in 1924, the ruble was rehabilitated through the Chervonets, and has now, it is claimed, attained a new status of its own superior to that of the dollar and the pound. What is remarkable and peculiar is the Soviet policy of secluding its currency from contact with that of any other country. No ruble or kopeck can lawfully be taken out of the USSR, and none can be brought in. Whatever is purchased from abroad is paid for in valuta, procured by exporting sufficient commodities to realize in valuta the amount of the obligations to foreigners. It is thus only that the variations in world prices of the oil, timber, furs, manganese, and wheat that the USSR exports trouble the USSR People's Commissar of Finance, not the fluctuations in the foreign currencies themselves. The catastrophic fall in the world price of textiles, whether due to Japanese economies in production costs or to the depreciation of the yen, do not disturb the USSR government, which buys just as much or as little of Japanese textiles as it finds convenient. Banking and saving. The complete control over currency and credit is facilitated by the federal government's monopoly of banking. The State Bank of the USSR, with its couple of thousand branches all over the country, has now become the only bank at which any of the state industrial enterprises is allowed to have a current account. Gazbank is now required to limit its overdrafts or other accommodations, not only to the amounts prescribed for each enterprise in the general plan, but also to the separate operations that have to be undertaken at each season of the year. All sales by the enterprise must be paid for not in currency but by transfer, by the purchaser, of the price to the seller's current account. Immediately the bank notices any falling behind in receipts, or any excess in expenditure, beyond the figures in the plan, this has to be notified to the Sovnarkom, by whom instant notice is taken. The other banks operating in the USSR have been reduced to 4, confined respectively to the special purposes of affording long-term credit to state enterprises for industry and electrification, or for agricultural improvements in the Sovkhozy and Kolkhozy, and for carrying out the financial transactions involved in foreign trade. The State Savings Bank with its own 20,000 branches, and its use of the local post offices in all the cities and substantial villages of the USSR in which it has no branch, is also under the People's Commissar of Finance. The number of depositors, and the total sum standing to their credit, increases annually at a great rate. These popular savings, in 1934 amounting to more than 1,000 million rubles, by 25 million depositors, are encouraged by interest at the rate of 8% and by total exemption of such deposits from income tax, inheritance tax, and various stamp duties. The total assets of the savings bank are invested in the USSR government loans. 1. Insurance. A useful department of the USSR Commissariat of Finance, of which little is heard abroad, is that of insurance, which in the USSR is a state monopoly. Insurance has long been compulsory, outside the cities, on buildings against fire, on crops against storms of hail, and on horned cattle and horses against disease. In the cities it is optional on buildings and their contents, as well as against losses in transit upon goods of all kinds. Life insurance is also undertaken on an entirely optional basis. In order to make the economic security of the village as complete as possible, the system of compulsory insurance was reformed and greatly extended by a decree of the USSR Sovnarkom in July 1934. 2. This provides for the compulsory insurance of property, crops, and stock, in collective farms, hunting, fishing, and other primary producers' cooperatives in village districts. The insurance is to apply to all buildings, equipment, tools, etc., means of transport, agricultural products for consumption or sale, raw materials, and stores of goods. These are insured against fire, flood, earthquake, landslides, storms, hurricanes, cloudbursts, lightning and boiler explosions. Greenhouses are insured against hailstorms. Seedings and plantings of orchards, vineyards, etc., against hailstorms, cloudbursts, storms and fire, plantings of crops and vineyards against freezing, heating and flooding, special and technical plants, as listed, against elemental destruction, insect and other pests and plant diseases, plantings of flax and hemp against drought, seedings of red clover against drought and freezing, stock 6 months old and over against the risk of death, horses, camels, asses, mules, hinnies, and reindeer. From 1 year old up, and pedigreed stock from 6 months up, against death, sheep, goats, and hogs from 6 months, against death, hunting and fishing boats against elemental destruction while afloat and on stocks, and hunting and fishing equipment and gear against elemental destruction. Collective farm members, individual farmers, workers, employees, cottage workers, and trade workers must insure their individual buildings and workshops against fire, flood, earthquake, etc., in the same way as collective property, and their crops, plantings, orchards, vineyards, stock, hunting and other boats, on the same basis as those belonging to collectives. This extraordinarily complete insurance is to apply in all sections of the country where similar insurance has been in force hitherto, and may be adopted in other districts where it has not prevailed. Industrial and special crops other than those listed may also be insured against elemental destruction by agreement between the governments of the constituent republics and the Gostruk. They may also arrange higher fates for an insurance against deterioration of quality of tobacco and mahorka as the result of hailstorms. Property belonging to Kulak households and to individuals rated in category III of the income tax schedule, also to others deprived of the vote, may not be insured. The decree lists in detail the amounts paid in case of loss, also the premiums to be paid by collective farms and farmers, showing an average reduction of 7% from the rates in force in 1934. Young stock up to 6 months or 2 years, according to kind, are insured without premium, as are areas seeded above the seeding plan. As an encouragement to cattle raising and increasing the market supply of animal products, a 20% reduction is made in premiums for pedigreed animals and for stock-on-stock farms. Collectives with approved fire protection, and showing a good record in raising and caring for stock, enjoy reductions in premiums of from 25 to 50% according to equipment. A 50% reduction also applies for the first year for colonists moving to a new settlement. Special reductions of part or all of premiums apply to collectives and individual farmers in the nomadic and semi-nomadic districts of Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, the Kazakh and Kyrgyz republics, the Kalmyk Oblast, and the far north. A similar reduction is made for certain classes of collective farmers, as heroes of the Union, former and present military and other similar servants and families of those who have fallen in the struggle with the kulaks or of forest workers killed on duty. Collectives and individuals who have suffered from elemental destruction in districts where insurance did not prevail may be granted partial reductions in premiums, according to the circumstances, but not more than 90% of the premiums. Unfortunately, we have no recent statistics as to the amount of property thus insured, but it is known to have been steadily increasing. The compulsory insurance of peasants' buildings against fire, which had long existed under the Zemstvos, covered in 1928 over 20 million homes at an average of 302 rubles. At the same date 60 million desiatins or hectares were insured against hail, and 30 million horned cattle and 9 million horses against disease. About 12% of these, being those of the poorest peasants, were insured without premium. But whereas the average fire premium charged by the Zemstvos was, in 1914, 1-08%, that charged by the government in 1927 to 1928 was only 0-72%. The total sum thus compulsorily insured against these various calamities was in 1928 to 1929 over 11,000 million rubles, the annual premium receipt over 109 million rubles, and the total payments for losses 95 million rubles. The various branches of voluntary insurance have increased even more than those under compulsion. Premiums paid for voluntary fire insurance in 1927 to 1928 amounted to 57 million rubles, and those for voluntary insurance of goods in transit to 7 million rubles. Life insurance proceeds more slowly, but the 145,900 persons insured for 97 million rubles in 1925 to 1926 had grown to 385,000 for 214 million rubles in 1928. 1. The Commissariat of Defense. One of the USSR commissariats that is both like and unlike the corresponding ministry in a Western country is that dealing with the armed forces. The People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, a post held in succession by Trotsky, Frunze and, since 1926, by K. Voroshilov, stood formerly at the head, not of an ordinary collegium, but of a revolutionary council of war, consisting of 10 members, appointed by the Sovnarkom mainly from among officers of experience in the various branches of the service. In 1934, in accordance with the general decision to abolish all the collegia attached to the USSR commissariats, the Revolutionary Council of War was brought to an end, at the same time, perhaps as a gesture, emphasizing the conclusion of so many pacts of non-aggression, the commissariat was given the new title of People's Commissariat of Defense. 1. The Revolutionary Council of War has been replaced by a purely advisory military council consisting of 80 members, over whose meetings the People's Commissar himself presides. This council includes the principal commanders of the various departments of the defense forces, including specifically the Far Eastern Army and the Military Air Fleet, together with the president of the great voluntary organization called Osovyakim. This Commissariat of Defense has, of course, an extensive organization of its own throughout the whole Union, for the maintenance, training, and education of the 900,000 men under arms in the Army, Navy and Air Force. We can ourselves say nothing useful as to the military efficiency of these three forces, which are combined in a single administration. It is a mere matter of observation that the troops seen in the streets or traveling by train or steamboat, in camp or in barracks, are obviously not only well fed and well clothed but also relatively intelligent and well behaved. Military experts declare these forces to be competently drilled, well armed, and highly mechanized, some even going so far as to say that the USSR is at least as well prepared for war as any other nation. 2. The Air Force appears to be exceptionally formidable and in a state of great efficiency. The Commissariat of Defense is organized in two main divisions, administrative and operative. Under them there are half a dozen separate branches, each headed by a commander of a competence proved in long service. The commissariat is specially represented by confidential agents in the various constituent and autonomous republics. The Army as a school. The feature in which the military forces of the Soviet Union seem to us to differ most significantly from those of Western Europe, a feature that may well be of the greatest importance to the community, is the role that this part of the social structure plays in the cultural development of the whole people. 1. The Red Army, it is officially stated, is not only a military school, it is also a school of culture. The Red Army, it is also declared, is essentially a school of citizenship. Nothing is more resented by the communist than the conception of an army grained only as a military force, separate and apart from the mass of the people. Thus, in the Red Army the greatest care has been taken to prevent the upgrowth of anything approaching to a military caste. Neither the commanders, even of highest grade, nor the rank and file think of themselves as separate from, or in any way superior to, other people who are serving the community in industry or in agriculture, in medicine, or in civil administration. Whilst serving their time with the colors, both commanders and men temporarily suspend their membership of their trade unions and associations, but they take part as citizens in all elections, and with equal votes choose their own members for the Soviets, wherever they happen to be stationed. They form their own cooperative societies, which elect their own committees of management, and belong to Centrosoyuz, the apex of the whole movement. They are encouraged to keep up their correspondence with their relatives in the villages and cities from which they have been drawn, and even to act as local correspondents to the newspapers. They not only remain citizens whilst serving in the ranks, they become even influential citizens. The peasant who is serving in the army can always command a hearing. Many are the instances in which a son who is a Red Army man has been able, by intervening from a distance, to obtain redress for his father and family who have been suffering from some petty tyranny or injustice at the hands of a local official. The Red Army is, like all continental forces, recruited by compulsory service. It is strictly confined to the offspring of workers and peasants, no child of the former nobility or bourgeoisie being admitted. Service is for 2 years, for the Air Force 3 years, and for the Navy 5 years. Only about 1/3 of those eligible to serve and sound in health are taken for the Red Army. 2. What is unusual is to find the conscription not unpopular. This is partly due to the unique informative and propagandist methods of the recruiting department. Prior to each annual conscription, a specially selected commander visits the village and convenes a meeting of the young men, and such of their elders as choose to attend. He explains, not at all as a person of superior class or rank, but in an atmosphere of comradeship, the role of the Red Army, the conditions of service, the educational and other advantages provided, and the varied amenities of the life, and then he invites questions, which are put by the score, and answered to the best of his ability, as between friends and equals. The result is that, in marked contrast with the practice in Tsarist times, those on whom the lot falls mostly go, not only without reluctance or amid the tears of their families, but willingly. Many who are not conscripted actually volunteer for service. They find the army conditions, in fact, superior to those of the independent peasant or the miner, the factory operative or the worker on the oil field. The commanders, and even those whom we should call non-commissioned officers, treat the Red Army man with respect. All ranks address each other as equals. In the field, as at drill, or on maneuvers, prompt obedience to orders is enforced, discipline is strict, and some formality is observed. But off-duty all ranks meet together on equal terms, sit next to each other at places of amusement, travel together, and even play games and engage in amateur theatricals together, the wives of the commanders often playing parts along with members of the rank and file. To the Red Army man his commander is merely a man of special knowledge, who, when all are on duty, has the function of leader, just as the manager of a factory has in the industrial field. Probably such an army could achieve no military efficiency unless all ranks were educated. Accordingly, in the Soviet Union, as much care is taken in the appropriate education of the rank and file as in the specialized training of the commanders. At every military center there are clubhouses, schoolrooms, lecture courses, libraries, theaters and cinemas. The aggregate number of volumes now included in the thousands of libraries of the defense forces is reported to be somewhere about 20 millions. If any men still join as illiterates, they are promptly taught to read and write both their own vernacular and Russian. All are put through an educational course lasting throughout their whole service, in which not only geography and history, but also economics and political grammar, are imparted by instructors trained to be both simple and interesting in their expositions. All men are taught to sing, and, as many as desire it, to play one or other musical instrument. There are a number of special newspapers for the defense forces with an aggregate circulation of 250,000. The men have also a quite exceptional amount of vocational training, for which the modern mechanized army offers abundant opportunity. Moreover, as this under Soviet communism offends no private interest, the troops are continually being called out to help, not only in the agricultural operations of the locality, but also in all sorts of industrial work in which extra labor force is urgently needed, to avert a breakdown or prevent injurious delay, whether in such operations of civil engineering as roads and bridges, railways and embankments, or in repairing buildings, restoring telegraphic communications, or mending machines of every kind. Incidentally, it may be said that considerable attention is paid by the Communist Party to the promotion, among all the recruits, of the orthodox Marxian faith. There are one or more cells of the party in every military unit or barrack, as well as one or more groups of the League of Youth, to the number, in the aggregate, of more than one every year. Nearly 500,000 Red Army men, who have completed 2 or more years of this training, return to their homes and resume their civil occupations. As there are some 600,000 villages, hamlets, and cities in the USSR, this means that, during the past decade, an average of 3 or 4 such men have re-entered each village and hamlet between the Baltic and the Pacific, about 40 to the area of each Cello-Soviet. These young men in the early 20s, relatively well informed and widely read, trained to good habits and filled with a sense of order and efficiency, easily become presidents of many of the 70,000 village Soviets, delegates to congresses and conferences, managers of cooperative societies or collective farms, and in various ways influential leaders of the local community. In another decade their number in each village will have been doubled. It is, we think, impossible to overestimate the importance of this continuous impregnation of what used to be the deaf villages of the remote steppe or the Siberian forest, alike in the promotion of national unity, in the stimulation of rural thought, and in the universal penetration of the communist faith. The Commissariat of Foreign Affairs. The Commissariat of Foreign Affairs, which has been presided over successively by Trotsky, Chicherin and, since 1930, by Litvinov, who had long been assistant to Chicherin, has gradually become an extensive and elaborately organized department, at least as well equipped for negotiations and for the orderly maintenance of international relations as the corresponding departments of other governments. 1. The People's Commissar has still 2 assistants or deputy commissars, but was, in 1934, relieved of his collegium. Besides the usual branches for the protocol, for archives, for the press, for the staff of diplomatic couriers, and for the consular service there is a legal department and an economic department, both of which have manifested their competence. Continuous relations are maintained with the score of representatives or diplomatic agents in the chief cities of the USSR. In constant communication with the 30 Soviet embassies or legations abroad, too there are 5 separate departments dealing with the relations with particular governments. 3 of these departments manage the intercourse with the Western world, the first taking Poland and the Baltic and Scandinavian states, the second Germany, Czechoslovakia, Austria, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and Greece, and the third the United Kingdom and all its dependencies, France, Italy, Spain, the United States and South America. 2 departments tackle the Eastern world, the first dealing with Turkey, Arabia, Yemen, Persia, and Afghanistan, and the second with Japan, China, and Mongolia. The Commissariat of Internal Affairs. In 1934 a new All-Union People's Commissar for Internal Affairs was appointed, principally to take over the functions that have, during the past dozen years, developed upon the OGPU, which had always been a federal department. This development had long been in contemplation. As long ago as January 1931, so a leading Ukrainian exile complains, Moscow suppressed the commissariats of internal affairs in all the Union republics, alleging that in the circumstances of the socialist reconstruction of national economy these commissariats had become superfluous ballast in the Soviet apparatus. The duties of the liquidated commissariats were entrusted partly to newly created chief offices of communal economy and partly to the central executive committees of the separate Union republics, their councils of commissaries, and the commissariats of labor and justice. 1. The completion of this process was delayed until it was convenient, after the death of Menzinsky, its president, in April 1934, to suppress also the separate existence of the OGPU. By decree of July 11, 1934, the long-expected All-Union Commissariat for Internal Affairs was established, with functions stated to be the guarantee of revolutionary order and state security, the protection of socialist property, the registration of civil acts, and the protection of the frontiers. The new commissariat consists of 6 principal departments, namely the Chief Department of State Security, the Chief Department of Workers and Peasants Militia, the Chief Department of Frontier and Internal Protection, the Chief Department of Corrective Labor Camps and Labor Settlements, the Department of Civil Acts, and that of Administrative Business. 2. It is difficult, without further experience of the actual working of the new commissariat, to appreciate, with any accuracy, the extent and nature of the constitutional change that has been effected. We may, however, note, at once, an increasing centralization of authority and administration. The constituent and autonomous republics, together with the municipalities and the other local authorities, hand over to the USSR People's Commissar what had hitherto been their sole control and administration of the militia. 3. That is to say, what in Western Europe and the United States is called the local constabulary or police force. The control of the local constabulary has now to be shared between the city Soviet and the new central authority. The same may be said of the registration of births, deaths, marriages, and divorces, which now becomes a function of the USSR Commissariat of Internal Affairs, though the local Soviet retains a share in the administration. The OGPU. The supersession of the OGPU, which has hitherto been directly responsible to the USSR Central Executive Committee, and the assumption of its functions by the new USSR People's Commissar of Internal Affairs, is not a case of increased centralization. There may well be administrative advantages in placing, in separate branches of the commissariat, equal in independent status, such distinct functions as guaranteeing revolutionary order and state security on the one band, and, on the other, the control of the local constabulary forces in the several localities, the frontier guards, and the corrective labor camps and labor settlements, all of which the OGPU submerged in a single, secret administration. But apparently the principal change involved in the absorption of the OGPU in the new commissariat is the splitting off of its strictly judicial functions, which are to be transferred, in accordance with the legal requirements, to the competent judicial organs to which all the cases investigated by the new commissariat in any of its sections are to be sent for trial and judgment. Cases under the Department of State Security are to be directed to the Supreme Court of the USSR, whilst all cases of high treason and espionage will go to the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court, or to the competent military tribunals. That a substantial transfer of work on these lines is contemplated may be inferred from the published intention to increase the judicial staffs of the Supreme Court of the USSR, the Supreme Courts of the constituent and autonomous republics, the provincial and regional courts and the military tribunals. On the other hand, it is apparently not intended completely to separate administrative from judicial proceedings. A special conference is to be organized under the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, which, on the basis of definite regulations, is to be empowered to apply, by administrative order, such decisions as banishment from or to particular localities within the USSR, or exile beyond its frontiers, or detention in corrective labor camps for a period not exceeding 5 years. JT is to be feared that this provision will cause critics to declare that it is only the name of the OGPU that has been changed. It will be fairer to await experience of the action taken under the new decree. The Supreme Court of the USSR. We have still to deal with what is, from one standpoint, the most important branch of the federal power, namely the Supreme Court of the USSR, together with the powerful department of the Procurator. This should involve a complete survey of the system of law and justice under Soviet communism and an examination of the conception of prisons for ordinary criminals as institutions not punitive but exclusively reformatory. We shall recur to the activities of the OGPU in Part IL of this book, and we must content ourselves here with a brief account of the judicial structure from the federal angle. 1. The administration of justice, like the prevention of crime and the maintenance of prisons, is, in the constitution of Soviet communism, not one of the subjects assigned to the federal government. There is, accordingly, in each of the 9 constituent republics, a People's Commissar for Justice, with a system of courts, police and prisons under his direction, a procurator with an extensive staff, and also a corresponding department, with that or some equivalent designation, in each of the autonomous republics and autonomous areas, great or small. But among the authorities appointed by and directly responsible to the Central Executive Committee of the USSR is the Supreme Court, which has jurisdiction over the whole territory. This USSR Supreme Court has power to review by way of supervision the judgments of the Supreme Courts of the 7 constituent republics. It has original jurisdiction over disputes between constituent republics, and it exercises criminal jurisdiction in rare cases involving either persons of high position or charges of exceptional importance. By its military department it also exercises original jurisdiction over military officers of high rank, or exceptionally important charges against military defendants, as well as cassational jurisdiction over the decisions of the military courts. The Supreme Court has, strictly speaking, no other judicial functions, but the plenum of the court, consisting of the president, the deputy president, the 3 departmental presidents, 4 of the ordinary judges of the courts elected for the purpose, and the president of the Supreme Court of each of the constituent republics issues explanations and interpretations of law and of legislation, and exercises certain limited powers of review both over the acts and decrees of the central executive committees of the constituent republics, and over the decisions of their Supreme Courts. 1. The judges of the Supreme Court, as of all other courts in the USSR, are, like those in other countries of continental Europe, not appointed from the professional advocates, as they are in Great Britain. So far as they are whole-time, and, so to speak, permanent, they are, as in other European countries, professionally qualified members of what we should call the civil service. Almost every court of first instance in the USSR consists of 1 permanent judge, appointed from year to year at a fixed salary about equivalent to that of the earnings of a highly paid skilled mechanic, and 2 co-judges, drawn for about a week at a time from a panel of persons, mostly manual working men or women, normally in industrial employment, but carefully instructed in their judicial duties, and compensated merely for their loss of earnings during the week in which they sit. Although in theory these co-judges possess equal rights with the permanent judge, and can therefore outvote him on the bench, they serve, in practice, very much the same purposes as a British jury. Now it is interesting to find that the same principle is adopted in the Constitution of the Supreme Court of the USSR. The permanent judges, including the presidents, deputy president, and 30 others, as members of this court, are appointed directly by the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee from among persons possessing the electoral franchise and qualified by their legal attainments, and by previous service in the judicial hierarchy for a prescribed minimum period. But they do not sit alone. In every court of 3, even for cases of the greatest importance, 1 member is a layman, although this co-judge is, for the USSR Supreme Court, taken from a special panel of 48 co-judges, approved by the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee. The Supreme Court of the USSR sits whenever required, normally in public, and not always in Moscow, but in special sessions wherever may be thought convenient. The Procurator, side by side with the Supreme Court in each of the constituent republics of the USSR, is a department which is unfamiliar to the Englishman, namely that of the Procurator. The Procurator, who is, in every continental country, 1 of the principal officers of the Minister of Justice, is all that we mean by public prosecutor, together with much of what we mean by Attorney General, and a great deal more besides. In the RSFSR, and in the other constituent republics, where both he and his deputy are appointed by the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee, he has the general duty of supervising in the public interest the operation of all government organs, in the widest sense of the phrase, and to enable him to fulfill this duty he is placed in a position of virtual independence of all departments though always in general subordination to the People's Commissar for Justice. He is responsible for the state of the law, with the positive duty of suggesting to the Sovnarkom or the Central Executive Committee any new legislation that is required, or any repeal or amendment of existing laws. He is supposed to keep a continuous watch on the activities of all judges, investigating officers, advocates, the local police and others connected with the administration of justice, and to institute proceedings against them, either administrative or disciplinary criminal, whenever required. 2. He may intervene in civil actions when he thinks necessary, in order to safeguard the interests of the state and of the toiling masses. But the largest part of the work of the extensive department of the Procurator is concerned with the investigation, in preparation for possible criminal proceedings, of deaths or physical casualties, damage or destruction of property, and mere pecuniary loss, so far as concerns any cases in which it is alleged or suspected that there has been a serious breach of the criminal law. The judicial systems of all civilized countries make more or less systematic provision for investigations of this kind, partly in order to ensure that no criminal goes undetected and unprosecuted, and partly in order to sift out, from the mass of trivial causes of assault, petty larceny, or contravention of bylaws, those calling for more drastic treatment. The English system is exceptional in leaving this function in the main, partly to the local police forces, rarely specialized into a criminal investigation department, and partly, if he can afford the expense, to the private person aggrieved, who may now, in serious cases, sometimes be able, by comparatively recent reforms, to enlist the services of the Treasury Solicitor or the Public Prosecutor, if not of the Attorney General. In the constituent republics of the USSR, as in most other countries, this work is undertaken as a matter of course by the government, in an extensive department known as that of the procurator. One in all allegations or suspicions of certain classes of crime, and in any other case in which it is thought desirable, the procurator's department makes an investigation, in which every person supposed to be able to give relevant information, whether or not suspected of being the criminal, and including experts as well as witnesses, is interrogated in private by a qualified judicial officer, called in the USSR an inquisitor or investigator. At this stage, no person is accused and no one can legally be compelled to answer questions, whilst anyone may appeal, summarily and without expense, to the procurator himself, against any sort of maltreatment at the hands of the investigator. The inquiries and interrogations are, in many cases, necessarily searching and prolonged. But there is reliable testimony, so far as the RSFSR is concerned, that efforts are made to bring out impartially the whole of the relevant facts, whether or not pointing to a crime having been committed, and whether for or against any suspected person. The idea seems to be that, if a crime has been committed, it ought to be reconstructed from the facts before a decision is come to that any particular person should be prosecuted as the probable criminal. When this reconstruction has been made, to the satisfaction of the procurator, he decides whether the facts point to any particular person as the probable criminal, and if so, the case is then remitted to the court for trial. Only at this stage is the indictment, which for the first time specifies precisely the breach of the criminal law that is alleged to have been committed, drawn up and communicated to the defendant, who can then obtain the assistance of an advocate and prepare his defense. Whether this system of preliminary official investigation by searching interrogation in private which prevails all over the European continent is or is not more efficacious than the peculiar British arrangement in like cases, either in securing the conviction of criminals, or in protecting the innocent from annoyance or danger, we do not presume to judge. The College of Advocates. It is instructive to notice the reasons assigned for the fact that the profession of advocacy plays a smaller part in the USSR than in other countries. The simplicity, we are authoritatively told, of the procedure, the greater thoroughness in criminal cases of the preparatory work done before the case comes to court, the absence of rules of evidence and of similar technicalities, the greater certainty of the law arising from the absence of a vast fungus of reported cases, the freedom from all the hindrances that excessive wealth, on one side or the other, can place in the way of justice all tend to make it less essential to employ an advocate. Nevertheless, advocates are frequently employed, and the organization of the profession is interesting. After passing through various vicissitudes during the first 5 years of the revolution, the legal profession in the USSR is, by the Advocacy Law of 1922, organized as a college of advocates. Admission is open to anyone who qualifies, either by 2 years' service i.e. the Soviet judiciary system in a grade not lower than that of an investigator, or by graduating at the Institute of Soviet Law, or even by studying at evening classes and passing an examination. Since 1926 the number of members has been restricted. On admission as a member of the college, he or she becomes available for consultation by anyone seeking legal advice, or for assignment to act for any litigant, in civil or criminal action. The applicant for advice or the litigant requiring advocacy is, if recognized as poor, such as a non-working invalid or aged pensioner, charged no fee. Industrial workers, peasants, clerks and handicraftsmen may be charged a small sum, which may be made payable by installments. Anyone pecuniarily better off pays a fee according to a fixed scale, dependent partly on the amount of service rendered and partly on the pecuniary position of the client. But these fees, whatever they may be, are taken by the College of Advocates. 3. Its members receive fixed salaries, which are reported to vary according to their several abilities and to the amount of work required from them. Professional discipline is maintained by the college, or rather by its presidium which the members' meeting elects, always subject to appeal to the provincial court. In the USSR, advocates, as well as judges, are, at least in theory, liable to suspension, disqualification, and even criminal prosecution, for any breach of professional duty, even if no more than neglect, by reason of which any litigant or other client suffers loss or injury. It is to be noted that most of the advocates, like most of the doctors and many of the authors, do not seek to become party members. This is not, in most cases, because they are not communists in opinion and sympathy, but because there is a feeling that the demands of party discipline might prove incompatible with full performance of their duty to their clients and their profession. Thus, it is said that 85% of the members of the College of Advocates are non-party. Although the contrary has been stated, without evidence, at least one competent observer reports that advocates are quite free to present the cases of their clients fearlessly and without smarting for their freedom. 1. The problem of national minorities. We have yet to add to our description of the pyramid of Soviets, an account of how the Bolsheviks believe that they have solved the problem presented by the existence, in the vast territory for which a constitution had to be provided, of 100 or more distinct nationalities. One of the difficult problems presented to political science by the geographical unity of the Eurasian plain has always been that of the extreme diversity of the population found upon it, in race, religion, language, degrees of civilization and culture, habits of life, historical tradition, and what not. The continuity of land surface from the Gulf of Finland to the Pacific Ocean prevented the rest of the world from recognizing in the Tsarist regime what was essentially a colonial empire, ruled from St. Petersburg by the upper class of a superior race not without analogy to the colonial empire of Holland, ruling its East Indian dependencies from The Hague, or indeed to that of the Britain of the 18th century, ruling its heterogeneous colonies from Westminster. The systems of the Dutch and the British appealed to the Bolsheviks no more than those of the Spanish and the French. The compulsory Russification aimed at by the Russian autocracy was not only manifestly impracticable, but also in the highest degree unpopular. Lenin and his colleagues in the Social Democratic Party of Russia had not failed to notice, from the very beginning of the 20th century, how strong and persistent was the popular discontent caused by the Tsarist insistence on the Russification of all the national minorities within the empire. 1. Ignoring the indications in the Communist Manifesto of 1848, as to proletarian supremacy leading to the passing away of national differences, and resisting the growing feeling through Europe in favor of united nationalist states, Lenin insisted that the Bolsheviks should declare themselves in favor, along with the right of self-determination of even the smallest nationality, also of the concession of cultural autonomy to national minorities included within states. This proved to be an important factor, so far as the national minorities of Tsarist Russia were concerned, in securing their participation in the revolutions of February and October 1917. How were the insistent demands of the various nationalities to be met? The provisional government had left this problem, along with so many others, to the prospective Constituent Assembly. But in October 1917 Lenin and his colleagues found themselves in power, before anyone had worked out any scheme of organization that would satisfy the national minorities without endangering the strength and unity of the central authority. This did not prevent the new government from issuing a flamboyant proclamation promising autonomy in return for support. Mohammedans of Russia, it began, Tartars of the Volga and Crimea, Kyrgyz and Sarts of Siberia and Turkestan, Turks and Tartars of Transcaucasia, your beliefs and customs, Your national institutions and culture are hereafter free and inviolable. You have the right to them. Know that your rights, as well as those of all the peoples of Russia, are under the powerful protection of the revolution, and of the organs of the Soviets for workers, soldiers, and peasants. Lend your support to this revolution, and to its government. 2. The working out of the problem of national minorities was entrusted to Stalin, who, as a member of one of the innumerable tribes inhabiting the Caucasian mountains, had long had a personal interest in the subject. In 1913, indeed, he had published a pamphlet in which he endeavored to reconcile cultural autonomy with the supremacy of the whole proletarian mass. 3. He was made People's Commissar for Nationalities, with the opportunity of concentrating his whole energy on the task. Cultural autonomy. It took Stalin 4 years to get his ideas even formally embodied in the constitution. He had first to secure the confidence of the national minorities in European Russia, a task which was, in the turmoil of the Civil War, for a long time impossible. In its earlier years, it has been well said, 1. The Commissariat of Nationalities was an agency for the propagation of the communist faith among the non-Russian peoples. It was, as well, the arbiter of differences arising between autonomous states and the guardian of the interests of the national minorities, and was generally active in promoting cooperation among the several self-governing peoples. As early as March 1918, Stalin signed a decree calling for the formation of a Tatar-Bashkir Republic. The civil war intervening, the measure remained a dead letter. The first ethnic group actually to achieve autonomy were the German settlers on the Volga, who, even under the old regime, had had certain privileges. They were organized in 1918 as a so-called Sea Labor Commune, which later became an autonomous republic. The establishment of the Bashkir state followed a year later. This was the first Soviet state with an Oriental, that is, Turkish and Muslim, population. Upon soil once ruled by the Khans of the Golden Horde, the Tartar Republic was proclaimed in 1920. The Volga Tartars are the dominant nationality here, and the ancient city of Kazan is the administrative and cultural center. About the same time the Karelian Republic was formed on the Finnish border, while the territories occupied by the Kalmyks, the Volshyaks, and the Mari were given the status of autonomous regions. Within the next 2 years the Crimean Republic came into being, the Komi people of the north was allotted a spacious region of its own, and the Chuvashian territory, now a republic, also became an autonomous region. Thus, by 1922 all the more important ethnic groups in the European part of the Russian Federation had become masters of their own houses. 2. In the fundamental law for the RSFSR, which was adopted on July 10, 1918, provision had been made for the possible combination or union of the Soviets of regions which are distinguished by a particular national and territorial character. It was even foreseen, by Article IL, that these autonomous regional organs might enter into the RSFSR on a federal basis. But none of them existed at the time, and none of them ever did enter into the RSFSR on a federal basis. Nevertheless, the work done by Stalin, during his 4 years' tenure of office as People's Commissar for Nationalities, was of great and lasting importance. What he worked out in the vast domain of the RSFSR was not federalism but the concession of cultural autonomy, coupled with an actual encouragement of the admission of members of the national minorities to the work of local administration. The autonomous republics and autonomous regions established within the RSFSR during the years 1918 to 1922 do not seem to have had in law any powers or duties, rights, or functions differing essentially from those of the local authorities of the remainder of the territory of the RSFSR. They were, in practice, between 1918 and 1922, as they are to this day, dealt with by the central authorities at Moscow, apart from matters of cultural autonomy, almost exactly as if they were simply krayas or oblasts. And when we realize that the most important of these enclaves had less than 3 millions of inhabitants, and that the aggregate population of the whole couple of dozen of them did not, at the time, exceed 5 millions, whilst the rest of the RSFSR had nearly 100 millions, we shall not be inclined to take too seriously their several pretensions to federal status. What the People's Commissar for Nationalities achieved between 1918 and 1922 was to stretch the provisions of Article II of the fundamental law to cover the organization of particular regional unions of Soviets into what were called, in a dozen of the more important localized communities, autonomous republics, and in another dozen cases autonomous areas. Their regional congresses of Soviets were recognized as having authority over all the Soviets of the villages or cities or other districts within the territories assigned to these newly created autonomous parts of the RSFSR. Such of them as were called autonomous republics have even been allowed, in flat contradiction of the fundamental law, one to call their principal officials People's Commissars, and to group them into a Sovnarkom, or cabinet of ministers. This harmless concession to regional pride was safeguarded by the express stipulation in the decree that, for all the unified narkomats or ministries the appointment of People's Commissar was to be made only after consultation with the corresponding People's Commissar at Moscow. There was not even any concession of cultural autonomy explicitly embodied in the instruments constituting the new local authorities. It was, however, granted in administration. Stalin had sufficient influence with his ministerial colleagues, and with the Central Executive Committee, to induce them to refrain from using their powers of disallowance and cancellation in such a way as to interfere with the practical autonomy of these autonomous areas in purely cultural matters of local concern. So far the important concession of cultural autonomy had involved little or no difference in political structure between the areas recognized as occupied by distinct nationalities and the other parts of the RSFSR organized in congresses of Soviets for provinces, counties, and rural districts. The various minorities were, in fact, induced to adopt, in substance, the same constitutional structure as the rest of the RSFSR. What the concession of cultural autonomy amounted to between 1918 and 1922 was merely that the central authorities of the RSFSR did not, in practice, prevent those of each autonomous republic and autonomous area from adopting its own vernacular as the official language, or from using it in councils and courts of justice, in schools and colleges, and in the intercourse between government departments and the public. The local authorities could give preference to their own nationals as teachers and local officials, and were even encouraged to do so. Their religious services were not interfered with by the central government. They could establish theaters, and publish books and newspapers in their own tongues. These were exactly the matters in which local autonomy was most warmly desired. A further stage in dealing with the problem of nationalities was marked by the reorganization of Stalin's own commissariat by decrees of May 19 and December 16, 1920. There was then created a Soviet of Nationalities consisting of the presidents of delegations of the various autonomous republics and areas, who were to sit with 5 of Stalin's own nominees under his presidency. This body was merely to advise the minister in his duties, which were on the same occasion denounced, without mention of federation, as all measures guaranteeing the fraternal collaboration of all the nationalities and tribes of the Russian Soviet Republic. This taking directly into counsel the heads of the national minorities within the RSFSR was an act of statesmanship, but how far this fraternal collaboration was from federalism, or even genuine autonomy, may be seen from the fact that the People's Commissar for Nationalities was expressly empowered to appoint his own resident agent to the capital city of each autonomous region to watch over the execution of the decrees of the Federal Central Authority of the Russian Soviet Republic. The adoption of federalism, the high constitutional importance of Stalin's work as People's Commissar of Nationalities was, however, not adequately realized until the time came in 1922 when steps could be taken for the federal union between the RSFSR on the one hand, and the Ukraine, White Russia, and the Transcaucasian Federation on the other. Then, as we have described, the autonomous republics and autonomous areas which Stalin had established within the RSFSR were all accorded independent and equal representation, nominally upon the same basis as the incoming independent republics, and indeed, as the RSFSR itself, in the federal organ entitled the Soviet of Nationalities, which is one limb of the bicameral Central Executive Committee of the USSR. It remains to be said that, During the dozen years since the formation of the Soviet Union in 1923, the position of nearly all these autonomous republics and autonomous areas has been largely transformed. It is not that there has been any important alteration in their political structure, or in their nominal relation to the central authorities of the constituent republics within which they are situated, or to those of the Soviet Union. Their position of cultural autonomy has, indeed, been strengthened not only by long enjoyment of their privileges, but also by the scrupulous care taken at Moscow always to treat the minority cultures with respect, even on occasions when counter-revolutionary aspirations of a nationalist character have had to be sternly repressed. This policy has not been maintained without an occasional struggle. From time to time it has been complained that the recognition of all these national minorities and their cultures was costly in money and detrimental to educational and administrative efficiency, and, worst of all, that it was admittedly made use of occasionally as a cloak for separatist machinations. But the Communist Party declared against such pan-Russian chauvinism, as being even more subversive than local nationalism. 3. The number of autonomous republics and autonomous areas has been, in fact, from time to time increased. Even the Jews, who are dispersed all over the Union, have been encouraged and assisted to form locally autonomous groups, especially in southern Ukraine and the Crimea, and have been formally granted an autonomous oblast at Birobidzhan in eastern Siberia. The Tartar Republic. We must content ourselves with a particular account of a single specimen, in its progress perhaps the most remarkable of all, the Tartar Autonomous Republic, which the authors had the advantage of visiting in 1932. 20 years ago its present area was an indistinguishable part of the vast gubernia or province of Kazan, with a poverty-stricken agricultural population almost entirely of Tartar race, 85% are illiterate, the women veiled, and the whole people completely debarred from self-government, and indeed, outside the city, left almost without administrative organs of any sort. There were a few dozen small elementary schools of the poorest kind, and only 3 places of higher education, in which but 10 Tartar students, none of them the sons of peasants or wage earners, were to be found. Today there are over 1,700 elementary schools, with more than 99% of all the children of school age on the register, including girls equally with boys. The vernacular colleges and institutes of higher education are numbered by dozens, and filled with Tartar students, the great majority coming from peasant or wage-earning homes, whilst many more are to be found in colleges in other parts of the USSR. All the women are unveiled, and are taking their share in every department of public life. When the authors interviewed the Sovnarkom of People's Commissars, we found one of them a woman, who was Minister of Education. The health service for the village is an entirely new creation. Doctors and small hospitals now cover the whole rural area, whilst at the capital, the city of Kazan, there are not only specialist central hospitals, but also a completely reorganized medical school, now rilled mainly with Tartar students. More than 2/3 of the peasants have joined together in collective farms, which cover 3/4 of the entire cultivated area, and which, alike in 1932, 1933 and 1934, were among the first in the Union to complete their sowing, whilst they harvested more than 100% of the planned yield. 15 years ago Tartar industry was practically non-existent. In the years 1931 and 1932 the planned industrial output was respectively 239 and 370 million rubles, and in each of the past 3 years the plan was more than fulfilled. The Tartar People's Commissar of Health, evidently a competent medical practitioner, explained how the crude death rate for the Republic as a whole had steadily declined year by year, whilst the infantile death rate had been halved. There are, as we saw, still a few Mohammedan mosques functioning in Kazan, but the great majority of the population appear to have dropped Islam, almost as a spontaneous mass movement. There is a flourishing state publishing house, which pours out a continuous stream of Tartar books and pamphlets, for which there is a large sale. There are Tartar theaters and cinemas, Tartar public libraries, and a well-frequented museum of Tartar antiquities and modern art products. In all sorts of ways the Tartar Autonomous Republic demonstrates how proud of itself it has become. The Jews in the USSR, we cannot omit to mention one important and peculiar minority, racial and religious rather than national, with which the Soviet Union has had to deal, namely that of the Jews. Under the Tsars their oppression had been severe and unrelenting. When the autocratic regime fell, the crash reverberated in Jewish ears as though all the bells of freedom were ringing. With a stroke of the pen the provisional government abolished the complicated network of laws directed against the Jews. Suddenly their chains fell off. Disabilities and discriminations were cast on the refuse heap. The Jews could straighten their backs and look to the future without fear. Too unfortunately there were still to be undergone the 3 or 4 years of civil war and famine, during which, at the hand of the contending armies, the bulk of the Jewish population suffered the worst excesses. All that can be said is that, on the whole, the White armies were the most brutal, whilst the Red Army did its best to protect these poor victims, notwithstanding the fact that, for one or other reason, the majority of the Jews were, for some time, not sympathetic to the Bolshevik government. Its condemnation of profit-making trading, as of usury, bore harshly on the Jews of White Russia and the Ukraine, whose families had been for centuries excluded alike from agriculture and the professions, and confined to the towns of the Jewish Pale. In 1921 the new economic policy temporarily enabled many of them to resume their businesses, but by 1928 the all-pervading collectivist enterprises of the trusts and the cooperative societies, aided by penal taxation and harsh measures of police, had killed practically all the little profit-making ventures to which the Jewish families were specially addicted. The handicraftsmen were somewhat better off, and the younger ones, at least, could obtain employment in the government factories. The Jewish problem, as it presented itself to the Soviet government, was twofold. It was important to rescue from misery, and to find occupation for, the families of the ruined traders and shopkeepers of the small towns of White Russia and the Ukraine. Moreover, it was obviously desirable to secure the loyal allegiance to the Bolshevist regime of the whole 3 millions of Jews of the USSR. For the economic rehabilitation of the Jews apart from those whose education and ability enabled them to obtain official appointments or entrance to the brain-working professions, the main resource was placed upon the establishment of Jewish agricultural settlements, at first in southern Ukraine and the Crimea, and latterly in the extensive territory allocated for this purpose at Birobidzhan on the Amur River, in eastern Siberia. Largely by government help with land and credit, assisted by a whole series of philanthropic associations promoted by the Jews of the United States, as well as those of the USSR in the Great Voluntary Jewish Colonization Society, something like 40,000 Jewish families, comprising 150,000 persons, have within the past 15 years, been added to the agricultural population of the Soviet Union, 1/4 of them in Birobidzhan, which has already been made an autonomous region, ranking as an oblast, and will become a Jewish autonomous republic as soon as it obtains a sufficient population. To all the aggregations of Jews, although not recognized as a nation, the Soviet government concedes the same measure and kind of cultural autonomy as it accords to the national minorities properly so called. Jewish Soviets exist wherever there is a considerable Jewish group. They have been formed in the Crimea as well as in White Russia. Here there are 18 petty Soviets, 4 of them rural. In the Ukraine, a minimum of 1,000 Ukrainians or 500 non-Ukrainians is entitled to form a Soviet. No less than 25,000 Ukrainians or 10,000 non-Ukrainians may elect a regional Soviet. On April 1, 1927, there were 115 Jewish Soviets of the lowest category, both rural and semi-urban, and 1 Jewish regional Soviet in the Kherson district. The seat of the latter is in the old colony of Sidmenuka, now renamed Kalin-Indor for the President of the Union. It was convened for the first time on March 22, 1927, and the session was the occasion of much rejoicing. The area of the rayon is 57,636 desyatines, 27,000 of which are occupied by Jewish settlers, and the population of 18,000 includes some 16,000 Jews, all farmers. Delegates to this regional Soviet come from 7 rural Soviets, 6 of which are Jewish. There is a Jewish police commissioner, with a force of 3 men at his command, not to mention a ramshackle 2-room jail. It is expected that more such Soviets will come into existence in the near future in the districts of Kryvyi Rog, Zaporozhye, and Mariupol. In the Jewish Soviets practically all the transactions, both oral and written, are in Yiddish. It is the language of the sessions, of all instruments and of the correspondence. There are also a number of lower courts where the business is conducted entirely in Yiddish. Yiddish is, of course, the language in which Jewish children get their schooling, and is also employed in a number of Jewish homes, where Jewish children are cared for. Of the Jewish population, a little over 10% in the Ukraine elects its own Soviet/X. The policy of the Soviet Union with regard to its Jewish population has not been universally approved by the leaders of that community throughout the world. The condition of thousands of Jewish families in White Russia and the Ukraine is still one of poverty, relieved only by the alms of their co-religionists. The old people cannot make a new life for themselves. But they suffer, not as Jews but as shopkeepers and money lenders, whose occupation has become unlawful. They are protected from violence as never before. They retain their synagogues and their vernacular speech. Their sons and daughters find all branches of education, and all careers, open to them. Many thousands of families have been assisted to settlement on the land. Wherever there is a group of Jewish families together, they have their own local government and their cultural autonomy. They are not prevented from maintaining their racial customs and ceremonies. But all this falls far short of the ideals cherished by so many of the Jews in the USSR as elsewhere. The Jewish Soviet Republic, it has been said, one envisaged by the Orthodox Communists, differs fundamentally from Herzl's polity in Zion, as well as from the territorialists' homeland. It is not intended to furnish the Jewish race throughout the world with the political life that it has lacked for so long. Nor is it intended to become the seat of the putative civilization of the race. For the present, the state extends to the Jewish masses what it offers to the other minorities, government institutions using their own language, and instruction entirely in their own tongue. In spite of the fact that everything relating to religion is excluded from the schools, the children who pass through them are imbued with the Jewish spirit. The racial experience is transmitted to them through the medium of the Yiddish writers on whose works they are brought up, and whose language they use, not only in the home but also in the classroom. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that all the blessings of security from pogroms and freedom to enter professions that the USSR accords to the Jews involve, in practice, their acceptance of the Soviet regime, and make, on the whole, for assimilation. The policy of the Soviet Union accordingly meets with persistent opposition, and even denigration, from the worldwide organization of the Zionists, among whom the building up of the national home in Palestine brooks no rival. The solution of the problem. It is, we think, owing to the wholehearted adoption of this policy of cultural autonomy, and even more to its accompaniment of leaving the local administration to be carried on mainly by natives, that the Soviet Union, alone among the countries of Eastern Europe, can claim, with a high degree of accuracy, that it has solved the difficult problem presented by the existence of national minorities within a strongly centralist state. One, it has found this solution, not, as France has done, along the road of absorbing the national minorities by the creation of an overpowering unity of civilization from end to end of its territory, nor, as Tsarist Russia sought in vain to do, along that of forcibly suppressing all other national peculiarities in favor of those of the dominant race, but by the novel device of dissociating statehood from both nationality and race. In spite of the numerical dominance of the Russian race in the USSR, and its undoubted cultural preeminence, the idea of there being a Russian state has been definitely abandoned. The very word Russia was, in 1922 to 1923, deliberately removed from the title of the Soviet Union. All sections of the community apart from those legally deprived of citizenship on grounds unconnected with either race or nationality enjoy, throughout the USSR, according to law, equal rights and duties, equal privileges and equal opportunities. Nor is this merely a formal equality under the law and the federal constitution. Nowhere in the world do habit and custom and public opinion approach nearer to a like equality in fact. Over the whole area between the Arctic Ocean and the Black Sea and the Central Asian mountains, containing vastly differing races and nationalities, men and women, irrespective of conformation of skull or pigmentation of skin, even including the occasional African Negro admitted from the United States, may associate freely with whom they please, travel in the same public vehicles and frequent the same restaurants and hotels, sit next to each other in the same colleges and places of amusement. Marry wherever one so, for the whole problem, National States and National Minorities, by W.C. Macartney, 1934. There is mutual liking, engage on equal terms in any craft or profession for which they are qualified, join the same churches or other societies, pay the same taxes and be elected or appointed to any office or position without exception. Above all, these men and women denizens of the USSR, to whatever race or nationality they belong, can and do participate. It is even said that the smaller nationalities do so in more than their due proportion in the highest offices of government and in the organized vocation of leadership, alike in the Sovnarkoms and central executive committees of the several constituent republics and in those of the USSR, and, most important of all, in the Central Committee of the Communist Party, and even in the all-powerful Politburo itself. The Bolsheviks have thus some justification for their challenging question, of what other area containing an analogous diversity of races and nationalities can a similar assertion be made? The policy of cultural autonomy and native self-government is, indeed, carried very far. It is not confined to the more powerful national minorities, nor even to groups of magnitude. Wherever a sufficient minimum of persons of a particular race or culture are settled together, the local administration allows for their peculiar needs. One hardly any of the distinct races or cultures, not even the Russians who count so large a majority, are without their local minorities, dwelling amid alien local majorities. On the other hand, some of the races are wholly dispersed, and are to be found everywhere. Hence the autonomy has to be, and is, carried so far as to secure, for even the smallest minority group, its own autonomy, as regards primary school and local officials, even against the dominant minority culture. The maintenance of unity, yet the state as a whole maintains its unity unimpaired, and has even, like other federal states, increased its centralization of authority. It is only in the USSR that this centralization involves no lessening of the cultural autonomy of the minorities, and even occurs concomitantly with the strengthening of the various regional cultures. This unbroken unity, and this increasing centralization of authority, is ensured in ways that will become plain as our exposition proceeds. It will suffice for the present to note, first, that, legally and formally, the powers of the superior authorities in disallowance and cancellation, are the same over the autonomous republics and autonomous areas as over other oblasts, rayons, cities, and villages. The cultural autonomy, though formally established in principle by general law, being essentially a matter of administrative practice. Next, the great leveling influence of the economic relations exemplified in widespread industrialization and collectivism, which operate irrespective of race or nationality, or any geographical boundaries, constitute a silent but continuous unifying factor. Finally, the ubiquitous guidance and persuasion of the essentially unitary Communist Party, composed of members of every race and every distinctive culture in the USSR, ensures not only unity but also all the centralization that is necessary. Alongside this maintenance and strengthening of the minority cultures, there lies been an unmistakable rise in the level of civilization. Note first, and perhaps as most important, a marked increase, among the national minorities, of their own self-respect. It is, indeed, the many backward populations, which had suffered so much under Tsarist repression that they had nothing that could be destroyed, which have gained most from the nationalities policy of the Soviet government. They have, to a considerable extent, already lost their inferiority complex, and gained in confidence and courage. The women, in becoming literate, have become effectually free, alike from the veil and from the control of husband or father. The children have been almost universally got to school, and have been provided with technical institutes and colleges of university rank, using the vernacular. The health of the whole people has been improved. With hospitals and medical services, epidemics have been got under, and the death rate has everywhere been greatly reduced. All this has been carried out by the local administration, largely in the hands of natives, but with the constant guidance of the various commissariats of health and education, and of the Communist Party, with abundant encouragement and financial assistance from Moscow, always under conditions of cultural autonomy. Even more influential in change has been the economic development. The nomadic tribes have, to a great extent, become settled agriculturists, grouped in collective farms. The peasants have been helped to new crops, the collective farms have been mechanized, the surplus of labor has been absorbed in extensive industrial enterprises in mining and manufacturing, largely in the various localities themselves. Additional railways have been constructed, and dozens of new cities have sprung up. This has been, in the main, the outcome of the first and second five-year plans of 1929 and 1933. A new basis for statehood. Fundamentally, what the Bolsheviks have done, and what Stalin may be thought to have long been looking for, is something which does not seem to have occurred as a possibility to Western statesmen. In devising the federal organization that we have described, they threw over, once for all and completely, the conception that statehood had, or should have, any connection with race or nationality. Political science had, for the most part, come to see, during the 19th century, that statehood need have nothing to do with the color of the skin or with the profession of a particular creed. It had even sometimes contemplated the possibility of doing without a dominant national language. But right down to the resettlement of European boundaries according to the Treaty of Versailles and its fellows in 1919, the political scientists have allowed statesmen to cling to the value, if not the necessity, of a unity of race as the basis of perfect statehood. This conception is connected with, if not consciously based upon, that of an inherent and unalterable superiority of one race, usually one's own race over others, and with the belief, for which neither history nor biological science knows of any foundation, that what is called purity of blood is an attribute of the highest value. The Bolsheviks put their trust in a genuine equality of citizenship, as completely irrespective of race or language as of color or religion. They neither undervalued nor overvalued the national minority cultures. What they have sought to do is to develop every one of them, in its own vernacular and with its own peculiarities. They refuse to accept the assumption that there is any necessary or inherent inferiority of one race to another. They declared that scientific anthropology knows of no race, whether white or black, of which the most promising individuals could not be immeasurably advanced by appropriate education and an improvement in economic and social environment. The Bolsheviks accordingly invented the conception of the unnational state. They abandoned the word Russia. They formed a union of socialist Soviet republics in which all races stood on one and the same equal footing. And just because it is not a national state, belonging to a superior race, the Soviet Union has set itself diligently, not merely to treat the lesser breeds without the law with equality, but, recognizing that their backwardness was due to centuries of poverty, repression, and enslavement, has made it a leading feature of its policy to spend out of common funds considerably more per head on its backward races than on the superior ones, in education and social improvements, in industrial investments and agricultural reforms. The record of the USSR in this respect during the past 18 years stands in marked contrast with the action towards their respective lower races of the governments of Holland or France, and even of that of the United Kingdom, which has been responsible for the government of India, and many of the West Indian Islands, and much of Africa, for more than a century. It is interesting to notice how the absorption of such a heterogeneous population as that of the Soviet Union into a strong and in many respects centralist state has been facilitated by the system of Soviets, using the expedient of indirect election, instead of a parliament directly elected by mass votes. No widespread empire has yet found it possible to establish a parliament effectively representing its whole realm, just as none has yet attempted to carry on its whole production and distribution of commodities and services by a cabinet responsible to a single popularly elected parliamentary assembly. But the USSR finds it quite practicable and useful to let each village in Kamchatka or Sakhalin, or beyond the Arctic Circle, elect its own Selo-Soviet, and send its own deputies to the Rayon Congress of Soviets, and so to the Congress of Soviets of the Oblast or Autonomous Republic, and ultimately to the All-Union Congress of Soviets at Moscow, in exactly the same way, and with exactly the same rights, as a village in the Oblast of Moscow or Leningrad. Such a remote and backward village, it must be remembered, which uses its own vernacular in its own schools and its own court of justice, enjoys, likewise, the privilege of filling the local offices, even the highest of them, with its own people. And what is of even greater importance, its residents are eligible, equally with persons of any other race or residence, for the order or companionship undertaking the vocation of leadership, which their leading members are encouraged and even pressed to join, and for which, as we shall hereafter describe, they are provided gratuitously with the necessary intensive training, returning to their homes equipped for filling any of the local offices, and even for promotion to the highest places in the Union. Not without reason, therefore, is it claimed that the Soviet system has, for a far-flung empire, certain advantages over that of a directly elected parliamentary assembly. In the foregoing lengthy analysis of the Soviet organization for the representation of man as a citizen, and for his participation in the administration of public affairs, the reader might assume that he has had placed before him the Constitution of the USSR. Needless to say, this would be a mistake. Not all the solidity of the base of the pyramid of Soviets, not all the varied specialization of its successive tiers of councils and the administration organs connected with them, not all the centralization of supervision and direction in the highest governing groups of statesmen, would have enabled the Soviet Union to carry through successfully, either the extensive and rapid industrialization of so heterogeneous a country, or the extraordinary transformation of agriculture now in progress over 1/6 of the Earth's land surface, without an equally elaborate organization of man as a producer, in the trade union hierarchy of all kinds of wage or salary earners, and in the various associations of owner-producers ineligible for trade union membership. There will then still remain to be considered the representation through the consumers' cooperative movement, of man as a consumer, in order to secure the maximum practicable adjustment of the nation's production to the needs and desires of every member of the community. Moreover, we suggest that not even these three particular forms of democracy, through which, as it is claimed, every adult in the USSR, with small and steadily dwindling exceptions, finds a threefold place in the Constitution, would have sufficed for such a unique task as that undertaken by the Bolsheviks, the transformation, from top to bottom, of the economic, social, and cultural life of the whole community of the USSR, if provision had not also been made in the Constitution, by remarkable forms hitherto unknown to political science, for the continuous exercise of the vocation of leadership, that leadership without which there can be no consistent or continuous government of any populous state, however democratic may be its character and spirit. Before the reader can adequately appreciate the part of the Constitution of the USSR that deals with man as a citizen, he must take into account also the parts dealing with man as a producer and man as a consumer, and, last but certainly not least, also that dealing with the vocation of leadership, all of which are described in the ensuing chapters. What we have given here is therefore not a summary of the Soviet Constitution. This has necessarily to be reserved for the final chapter of Part I, entitled Dictatorship or Democracy. Chapter III. Man as a Producer. Throughout the USSR, man as a producer is organized in two separate groupings, differing widely in their political, economic, and social characteristics. First and foremost there are the trade unions, with inner circles of professional and craft associations, in conception derived from Western Europe, more especially from Great Britain and Germany. Secondly, there are the associations of owner-producers, which ignoring for the moment certain miscellaneous forms X may be either manufacturing or agricultural, springing out of the old Russian artel or mir. These two types of mass organization, though on friendly terms and frequently helping each other, are mutually exclusive. No member of any association of owner-producers can be a member of a trade union. The important place held by the trade union as a part of the Constitution of the USSR has been explicitly affirmed by no less an authority than Stalin himself. Stalin was describing the various mass organizations, each of them extending from one end of the country to the other, and serving to use his own terms as belts and levers and guiding forces, all essential to what Lenin had described as the broadly based and extremely powerful proletarian apparatus of a federal constitution, rendering it both supple and effective. What are these organizations? Stalin continued. First of all, there are the trade unions, with their national and local ramifications in the form of productive, educational, cultural, and other organizations. In place, the workers of all trades and industries are united. These are not party organizations. Our trade unions can now be regarded as the general organization of the working class now holding power in Soviet Russia. They constitute a school of communism. From them are drawn the persons best fitted to occupy the leading positions in all branches of administration. They form a link between the more advanced and the comparatively backward sections of the working class, for in them the masses of the workers are united with the vanguard. Second, we have the Soviets with their manifold national and local ramifications taking the form of administrative, industrial, military, cultural, and other state organizations, together with a multitude of spontaneous mass groupings of the workers in the bodies which surround these organizations and link them up with the general population. The Soviets are the mass organizations of those who labor in town and country. Thirdly, we have cooperatives of all kinds with their multiple ramifications. The cooperatives play a especially important part after the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, during the period of widespread construction. They form a link between the proletarian vanguard and the peasant masses whereby the latter can be induced to share in the work of socialist construction. Lastly, we come to the party of the proletariat, the proletarian vanguard. Its strength lies in the fact that it attracts to its ranks the best elements of all the mass organizations of the proletariat. Its function is to unify the work of all the mass organizations of the proletariat, without exception, and to guide their activities towards a single end, the liberation of the proletariat. Unification and guidance are absolutely essential. There must be unity in the proletarian struggle. The proletarian masses must be guided in their fight for power and for the upbuilding of socialism, and only the proletarian vanguard, only the party of the proletariat, is competent to unify and guide the work of the mass organizations of the proletariat. Asterisk. Trade union history in the USSR too. We need not describe the slow beginning of Russian trade unionism in the last decades of the 19th century under conditions of illegality and constant police persecution. It is sufficient to note that, in the revolutionary movement of 1905, combinations of industrial wage earners spontaneously arose in all the industrial areas. These trade unions, together with the contemporary Soviets of workers and peasants, were, in fact, the organs of the popular upheaval. In 1905, and again in 1906, an all-Russian trade union conference was held in Moscow, representing some 600 separate unions with about 250,000 members. In 1907 a second conference opened up relations with the trade union movement in Western Europe, and actually sent a delegation to the International Labor and Socialist Congress at Stuttgart. All this activity was summarily suppressed by the Tsar's police in 1908, when 107 unions were dissolved by a single ukase, and in the following years the Russian trade union movement was practically destroyed. Two various industrial centers, however, kept alive underground groups of illegal propagandists. The industrial boom, Trotsky tells us, beginning in 1910, lifted the workers to their feet and gave a new impulse to their energy. The figures for 1912 to 1914 almost repeat those for 1905 to 1907, but in the opposite order, not from above downwards but from below upwards. On a new and higher historical basis there are more workers now, and they have more experience. A new revolutionary offensive begins. The first half year of 1914 clearly approaches, in the number of political strikes, the culminating point of the year of the first revolution. But war breaks out and sharply interrupts this process. The first war months are marked by political inertness in the working class, but already in the spring of 1915 the numbness begins to pass. A new cycle of political strikes opens, a cycle which in February 1917 will culminate in the insurrection of soldiers and workers. It has been estimated, however, that, on the outbreak of the revolution in February 1917, the total membership of all the trade unions throughout the Russian Empire cannot have exceeded a few tens of thousands. During the interval between the February and October revolutions, trade unionism spread with startling rapidity through all the industrial areas. By June 1917 there were already 967 separate organizations, with an aggregate membership of 1.5 million. In that month the Third All-Russian Conference of Trade Unions was held, when a standing committee or executive board was appointed to guide the policy of the movement. By October 1917 the total trade union membership had come to exceed 2 millions. Meanwhile there had developed a sharp rivalry between the trade unions, based on organization by trades and directed mainly by the Mensheviks, and the Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies, based on organization by factories which were being permeated and presently dominated by the Bolsheviks. Both the trade unions and the new Soviets were intimately connected with the factory committees, which had sprung up spontaneously in most of the large establishments in Leningrad and Moscow. We give the issue in the words of a subsequent trade union leader. In June 1917 he writes, "At the Third All-Russian Trade Union Conference, the trade unions split into two wings on one of the fundamental questions of Leninism, that of the bourgeois democratic revolution growing into a socialist revolution. The Mensheviks, the Bundists, and the social revolutionaries, mainly representing the non-industrial unions and the small urban centers, based their argument on the premise that the revolution which was developing, both in its objective political sense and in its content, was a bourgeois revolution, and they therefore held that the only tasks of this revolution were those of bourgeois democratic reform. The Bolshevik premise was the opposite. The Bolsheviks held that the growing revolution was a proletarian and socialist revolution, and that it would also incidentally complete the tasks of a bourgeois democratic revolution." In his admirable work entitled Civic Training in Soviet Russia, Professor S.N. Harper has described this internal feud and its relation to the structure of Soviet trade unionism. An all-Russian conference of factory committees was held on the very eve of the October Revolution. It was called on the initiative of the Bolsheviks, to compete with the executive board set up by the Trade Union Conference of June, at which the Mensheviks had the majority. This struggle between the rival party factions for the control of the organizations of the workmen was decided by the October Revolution. After the victory of the Bolsheviks, the factory committees and the trade unions were combined, the former becoming the primary units of the latter. In January 1919 the first All-Russian Congress of Trade Unions was convened in Petrograd. It claimed an authority superior to that of the previous conferences. It decided to support the dictatorship of the proletariat established by Lenin, and to assist vigorously in building up the socialist state throughout the RSFSR. For this purpose, it declared, factory committees must become local organs of the union, and must not carry on an existence separate and apart from the trade union. The central committee of the factory committees was therefore to be abolished. Some of the unions, records Professor Harper, or at any rate some of their branches, such as that of the Moscow printers, would not recognize the Congress, continuing for a time their independent existence, as a protest against the Bolshevik seizure of power. During the ensuing decade the position and functions of the trade unions in the Soviet state became the subject of acute controversy. If we are to realize where they now stand in the constitution, we must briefly summarize the successive stages of this hotly contested dispute. For the first few months after October 1917, as we shall subsequently describe, the workmen assumed that they were, by their committees in the several factories, to take over the whole function of the owners and managers of the enterprises in which they were employed. In some cases, the workers' committee formally appointed, not only the foreman, but also the previous proprietor, whom they made their manager. Nor was this conception confined to the Petrograd factories. There was a brief period during which the running of the trains on the Petrograd-Moscow railway was decided by the station staffs. Even on vessels of the Soviet Mercantile Marine, the captains took their navigation orders from the committee elected by the ship's company. Within 6 months, however, Lenin decided that such a form of workers' control led only to chaos, and that there must be, in every case, a manager appointed by and responsible to the appropriate organ of the government. But for a long time the workers' committees in the factories retained a large measure of control. They had to be consulted by the manager on every matter in which they felt an interest. In many cases they appointed the manager's chief assistant. Even the captain of a ship had such an assistant, who scrutinized every decision. But the workmen's most effective control over industry was afforded by the fact that the government's boards or commissions had, in their membership, a large proportion of the leaders of the trade unions. The trade unions were strongly represented on the Central Executive Committee and the Supreme Economic Council. They nominated the People's Commissar for Labor. It was very largely they who manned the workers' and peasants' inspection. Upon this confusion of powers and responsibilities there supervened the Civil War, which submerged all controversy. The trade unions threw themselves wholeheartedly into the struggle, and supplied a large part of the government's fighting forces. The union offices became principally recruiting centers, whilst the work of nearly every industrial establishment was concentrated on supplying the needs of the Red Army. The unions became, in substance if not in form, government organs. Membership was, by mere majority vote in each factory, made compulsory for all these at work. Trade union dues were simply stopped from wages, and any trade union deficit was met by one or other of the forms of government subsidy. One with the final expulsion from Soviet territory of the last of the hostile armies, and the oncoming of the Great Famine, there came in 1921, as the only means of providing the necessaries of life whilst the government was building up the heavy industries, the new economic policy, temporarily allowing a limited amount of private capitalist enterprise for individual profit. What, then, was to be the position of the trade unions? Trotsky argued, from his military experience, that the industrial workers could best be organized as a labor army, and that the trade unions should be formally incorporated in the state machinery as government organs, through which common action could be ensured and industrial discipline maintained. Lenin, on the other hand, objected to this as a monstrous extension of bureaucracy. He realized also that NEP would inevitably produce the old trade disputes, for dealing with which an independent trade unionism was indispensable. Moreover, in the large enterprises, which were to remain governmental, there could be no going back from management by qualified technicians and administrators, who must be appointed by such state organs as the trusts. Lenin argued that the unions would have their hands full, at least for some time to come, with defending the interests of the workers against exploitation by the private NEPmen, even more than against the evils of bureaucracy in the governmental trusts. It was accordingly officially decided, in December 1921, that the trade unions should be made independent of government machinery and control, and that, whilst they should continue to be essentially schools of communism, their specific function should be to improve their members' material conditions, both by resisting exploitation by private employers, and by rectifying the faults and exaggerations of economic bodies so far as they proceed from a bureaucratic perversion of the machinery of the state. The chief task of the trade unions, it was stated, is, from now onward, to safeguard at all times in every possible way, the class interests of the proletariat in its struggle with capitalism. This task should be openly given prominence. Trade union machinery must be correspondingly reconstructed, reshaped and made complete. There should be organized conflict commissions, strike funds, mutual aid funds and so on. It will be seen that, in setting up the several trade unions as independent defenders of the material interests of their members, primarily against the newly revived profit-making employers, their relation to the government as employer was left in some ambiguity. It was therefore natural that each trade union should push for higher wages for its own members, irrespective both of the effect on the workers in other industries and of the wider interests of the community as a whole. So long as the profit-making capitalism of NEP continued, this ambiguity in the trade union relation to government employment remained undecided. The trade unions did not object to the view that, whilst the working day should be shortened, the total output had to be augmented. They willingly agreed to an almost universal adoption of piece work rates, under which both output and individual earnings were increased. But when the policy of NEP was reversed, and government or cooperative employment became universal, it was not easy for the workers to realize that they, as a class, had no enemy left to fight. Any further increase in their wages, beyond that accompanied by an equivalent increase in production, could no longer be taken from the income of a private profit maker. It now involved a definite encroachment on the amounts to be set aside for the social services and for the desired multiplication of factories and increase of machinery, development of electrification and so on, which, to the whole community of workers, were, in the long run, as necessary as their wages. With the introduction of the 5-year plan, matters came to a crisis. At the 8th All-Union Congress of Trade Unions, in 1928 to 1929, a sharp conflict took place. Tomsky, who had been president of the All-Union Central Council of Trade Unions, the supreme organ of the whole trade union movement, bluntly put the position of the trade unions in the USSR as being substantially the same as in the capitalist states. He emphasized the importance of the complete freedom of each of the trade unions to press, as far as it could, for further and further improvements in the material conditions of its own members, on the assumption that it was in such increases in wages in particular industries that the prosperity of the nation consisted. It was not for the trade unions, he declared, to press for improvements in factory technique, even if these would lead to increased productivity. He is reported to have said that the government must indeed be hard up if it wanted socialist competition among the workers to increase output. He did not see how the trade unions could control the industries on the basis of commercial accounting, and be at the same time the representatives and defenders of the interests of their own members. Against Tomsky's view of trade union function, the whole influence of the Communist Party was thrown. It was not for such an anarchic scramble after rises in wages by the strongest trade unions, irrespective of their effect on the required universal increase of industrial productivity, that Lenin had restored trade union independence. The very existence of the Soviet state, it was held, depended on the bound forward of industrial productivity being universal, and, even if only from the standpoint of permanently securing higher wages for their own members, it was this universally increased production that it was the duty of the trade unions to promote. At the very Congress, in December 1928, at which Tomsky, then making his last stand, so bluntly expressed his own views, the majority of the delegates were induced to elect to the all-powerful Presidium of the OKU, L.M. Kaganovich, an assistant secretary of the Communist Party, who had been specially selected for this service, and who devoted himself for the next 2 years to a continuous educational campaign among the committeemen and other activists in trade unionism, leading to a far-reaching reorganization of trade union executives in personnel as well as in policy. This was accompanied, at the beginning of 1930, by a general purge in all departments of the state, as a result of the suspicion aroused as to lack of cordial cooperation in Soviet policy by persons not sprung from the manual labor class. It was found that on January 1, 1930, only 9% of the personnel of the OKU were of working class origin. The percentage of former members of other parties to the total number of communists was as follows: in the OKU 41 to 9%, in the Central Council of Metal Workers 37%, in the Central Council of Printers 24%, etc. The purge exposed 19 persons of alien class origin in the newspaper trad, persons originating from among the merchants, nobles, priests, etc. There were 18 descendants of nobles and merchants in the Central Committee of the Trade Union of Soviet Employees. In 11 Central Committees of Trade Unions 53 personages were found who, in the past, were actively alien and hostile to the proletariat. These disaffected elements were eliminated. When the time came for the 9th All-Union Congress of Trade Unions, in 1931, the current of opinion among the organized workers had been changed. Tomsky had, in the interval, on other grounds, fallen out with the Central Committee of the Communist Party, and had retired in 1929 from trade union leadership, at first from ILL Health, eventually taking another honorable but less influential office. After the Congress of 1928 to 1929, the All-Union Central Committee of Trade Unions, under Kaganovich's influence, enjoined all trade unionists to face production, and look to the output, not merely of their own factory, or even of their own industry, but of Soviet industries as a whole. The 16th All-Union Congress of the Communist Party, in 1930, decided that it was the duty of the trade unions actually to take the lead in promoting socialist competition, and also to organize shock brigades in order to raise to the utmost the productivity of the whole community. Not unnaturally, this lesson was hard to learn. It has taken nearly a decade to persuade the strongest defenders of trade unionism that its function as an organ of revolt against the autocracy of each capitalist employer, and as an instrument for extracting from his profits the highest possible wage for the manual workers whom he employed, had passed away with the capitalist employer himself. It required long-continued instruction to convince all the workmen that when they, in the aggregate, had the disposal of the entire net product of the nation's combined industry, it was not in the profits of each establishment, but in the total amount produced by the conjoined labors of the whole of them, that they were pecuniarily interested, and that what trade union organization had to protect was, not so much the wage rates of the workers in particular industries, as the earnings. And, indeed, the whole conditions of life, inside the factory and outside, of all the wage earners of the USSR. Trade union structure in the USSR. We are now in a position to appreciate the difference between the structure of the trade unions in Soviet communism from that of those of Britain or the United States. The British or American trade union, being formed to fight the employers in each industry against any lowering of the wage rates of particular crafts, and using for this purpose the device of collective bargaining to prevent the cutthroat competition among unemployed workmen for particular jobs, takes the form of a combination of workers of a particular craft, or, in the alternative, of a particular industry, seizing every opportunity for extracting higher wages from the employers of the particular establishments in which the members are employed. Each craft or industry, desperately anxious to save its own members from the morass of unemployment, accordingly fights for its own hand, irrespective of the effect on the cost of production of the establishment as a whole, or on the wage rates of other crafts or industries. The Soviet trade union, on the other hand, is not formed to fight anybody, and has no inducement to prevent the competition among workmen for particular jobs. The pecuniary interest of its members is found in the productivity of Soviet industry in general, which is made up of the productivity of all the factories in which they work, and it is this aggregate productivity, not anybody's profits, on which the standard wage rates of all of them will directly depend. Moreover, apart from money wages, the Soviet trade union is interested in its members' protection against industrial accidents, and the amenity and healthfulness of their places of work, in discussing and advising on the plans on which the factory is carried on, in conducting the comrades' courts in which the members themselves deal with minor delinquencies of their own number, in the amount of food and other commodities that, in the factory cooperative, can be got for the money wage. In the administration of the sickness and accident and old age pension insurance, which is entrusted to the local committee that the factory elects, in the legal bureaus which it maintains for the aid of its members in obtaining their rights, in the housing accommodation secured for the personnel, in the clubhouse which the factory provides for the members' recreation and education, in the holiday resorts, opportunities for travel, and tickets for theater and opera that the union secures for its members. It will be noted that in all this large and ever-growing sphere of trade union functions, the trade union acts as an organization not of producers, for its members do not produce these services, but of consumers, in which all the workers in the enterprise are equally concerned. This brings us to the most important difference in structure between trade unionism in the USSR and that in other countries, as the Soviet trade unions have not to fight profit-making employers, but to share in the organization of the industry in which they are engaged. It is the establishment as a whole, not any particular craft within it, and the whole of the establishments turning out the same kind of product, not any particular branch of the industry, that is made the unit of trade union structure. And as all those working in the establishment are cooperatively creating the product, and not only those of any particular craft, or grade, or age, or sex, trade union membership logically embraces the whole staff or personnel of the establishment, from the general manager to the office-boy, from the foreman to the apprentice, from the most scientifically qualified specialist to the least skilled general laborer. 1. Hence the trade union in the USSR is neither a craft nor an industrial union. It is nearest to what has been called, in Great Britain, an employment union, in its most ideal comprehensiveness in a national monopoly. All those who work within any one establishment, the manager, the technicians, the clerks and bookkeepers, the foremen, the artisans and laborers, the factory doctors and nurses, and even the canteen cooks and cleaners, and this entire personnel in all the establishments producing the same commodity or service throughout the USSR are included in one union, whether the object of the nationwide enterprise be extracting, manufacturing, transporting or distributing commodities, or rendering administrative or cultural services of any kind. A further principle, following from that of looking to the product instead of to the profit, is that of nationwide organization by establishments. All the tens of thousands of establishments in the USSR are grouped together for trade union purposes according to their several predominant products. This involves that all the wage earners in each establishment should belong to the particular trade union in which the establishment is included. There are now no local trade unions, any more than craft or industrial unions. The number of separate unions, which has varied from time to time, was brought down to 23, then raised in 193 to 47, and on the comprehensive reorganization in 1934, further increased to 154, having memberships ranging from less than 100,000 to 500,000 or so. We may add that, at the end of 1933, the aggregate contributing membership of the trade unions amounted to about 18 million persons, far more than in the trade unions of all the rest of the world put together, representing a total census population of something like 40 millions, being at least 1/4 of that of the whole of the USSR. The trade union hierarchy, we use this word, as already explained, without any implication of dependence upon a superior authority like the other parts of the USSR constitutional structure, is built up, in each trade union, by a series of indirect elections based at the bottom upon direct popular election by the members of that union, whether paid by wages or salaries, irrespective of sex, craft, vocation, grade or amount of remuneration, assembled in relatively small meetings of men and women, actually associated in work, whether by hand or by brain, in any kind of industrial or other establishment. This trade union organization has been only gradually formed into a broadly based pyramid uniform in its constitution in all trade unions all over the USSR, and this evolution has even now not reached complete identity. As it stood in 1933, it was well summarized in a speech by Schwernick, the General Secretary of the L-Union Central Committee of Trade Unions. "We have at present," he said, 47 unions, each headed by its own central committee. The central committees have regional committees. Under them, then come the factory committees and the local committees in Soviet institutions, and in addition to these the trade union group organizers. This principle of building up the trade unions has enabled us to bring all enterprises, all Soviet and business institutions within the sphere of trade union organization. The basic nucleus is the factory committee and the local committee or mestkom in Soviet and business organizations. There are 186,640 committees of this kind. There are 888 regional departments and 47 central committees of trade unions. All branches of national economy are covered by the trade union organizations, which unite in their ranks 75% of the total number of those working in our national economy. The basis of the trade union hierarchy is the meeting or meetings for the choice of the factory committee, which, in government offices and trading establishments and in all non-industrial institutions, is called the local committee. The rule is to have one such committee covering the whole of each establishment. But in the great cities there are enterprises so small that several of them have to be grouped together to elect one factory committee. Such a tiny unit is, however, more characteristic of the non-industrial establishments, such as hospitals or other medical institutions, schools, colleges and universities, and research institutions, and the local offices of government departments. As was the case also before the revolution, the characteristic industrial establishment in the industry of the USSR has thousands of workers employed in its various departments, in numerous separate buildings erected upon an extensive site, which often exceeds in area a square mile. Thus the Rostselmish agricultural machine works at Rostov-on-Don, which is not by any means the largest plant, but which employs as many as 13,000 workers, has 32 separate shops, in which there are no fewer than 481 brigades. Each brigade has its own meetings for discussion, and also for the election of its own trade union organizer and educational organizer, these being usually unpaid officers. There should also be an unpaid dues collector for each, and one or more insurance delegates. Each shop also holds its own shop meetings, at one of which a shop committee of 7 members is elected for the ensuing half-year, with a president and a secretary. For the factory committee in this great establishment the trade union members assemble half-yearly in their several shops, 32 in number, each of which elects one delegate, or in the larger shops 2 or 3, making 51 altogether. The total number of members of the 186,640 fabcoms and mestcoms in the USSR is estimated at something like 2 millions, to which must be added another million or so of members of the various subcommittees or commissions working under these committees. Thus, apart from the officers, paid and unpaid, at least 15% of the trade union members are actively engaged in committee work. It must not be supposed that these trade union elections are tame and lifeless affairs. The resolutions of the 16th Union Congress of the Communist Party, repeated in substance at the 5th plenum of the AUKSU in 1931, went into elaborate detail as to the steps to be taken, in every establishment in every trade union in every part of the USSR, to make the election an occasion for a stirring campaign among all the wage earners, in which the activists, those who actually took part in the campaigning work, numbered more than 2 millions, in Moscow alone more than 160,000. Nor was the trade union election campaign of 1931 an exceptional effort. In 1933 we find the AUKSU, which is the apex of the trade union pyramid for the whole USSR, again issuing detailed instructions for a still greater campaign. It commands that, for 1933, these elections must be made the occasion for resolute proletarian self-criticism, both through voluntary check-up brigades of the workers, reviewing the work of their representatives, and through mass accounting meetings, where every trade union official, from the group dues collector to the president of the factory committee, must report, to union members and non-members alike, what he has accomplished during the year. The election campaign must help in the drive against absenteeism, in training new workers and taking them into the union, and in spreading knowledge of constructive achievements. It should give a new impulse to socialist competition and shock brigade work, as well as in action for improving workers' living conditions. All the work of the election campaign should be based on socialist competition between the various trade union groups within the plant, and between plants, for the best mobilization of the working masses to carry out the plan, the greatest improvement in living conditions, 100% attendance at election meetings, enrollment of new workers into the union prior to the actual election meetings. There are to be preliminary accounting meetings, when every officer and representative must give an account of his stewardship, and also discussion meetings in the groups formed by brigades or shifts. The account of the work done must be put in the wall newspapers, which should be renewed daily whilst the campaign lasts, and full use must be made of the radio, the movies, the local press, evenings of questions and answers, meetings of wives and children of workers, and so on, in order to mobilize the masses to take part in the elections and to understand the problems. To draw up the program of the election campaign, and to fix the dates of the various meetings, together with the publication of the names of candidates and the actual conduct of the election, will be the work of special election commissions for each shop and for the whole establishment, chosen by trade union members at the accounting or special meetings, and confirmed by the next higher trade union authority. Nominations may be made orally at a meeting, or by handing in a signed list of names. 5 days before the election, the list of candidates must be posted in all main shops, departments, clubs, red corners, residential barracks, and workmen's trains, together with the production experience of, and the social work accomplished by each candidate, with the name of his nominator. At the election meeting there must be 75% present of the trade union members actually working on that date. Voting is by show of hands, to be counted by special counters elected by the meeting. To be elected, a candidate must be approved by at least 60% of the voters present. A mere plurality cannot elect. We have no information as to the extent of the liveliness of these trade union election campaigns throughout the whole country, and it may well be that, over so vast an area as the USSR, with electorates of very different habits and capacities, the well-meant instructions emanating from the highest trade union authority will not always be fully obeyed. But we have been impressed by various testimonies on the subject. The workers' meetings are frequent and well attended, to the extent of 50, and sometimes even 75% of the whole body, and by women as well as by men. They are the occasions for much unrestrained discussion of persons, as well as of industrial policy, and local conditions of life. There is a laudable desire to encourage the newer and younger members, and to recruit the committees with new blood. And what seems to us very noteworthy, the members of the Communist Party, who undoubtedly constitute most of the activists giving liveliness to an election campaign, do not monopolize the places. On the contrary, they definitely promote the election of a considerable number of non-party candidates, in order, as they quite frankly say, to bring them effectively into the work of administration, which to be successful, needs to be based upon proper representation of the whole people. 1. The total number of meetings in the USSR for the election of factory committees, even within each of the 154 trade unions, has not been ascertained, but is evidently very large in some of these unions, running into tens of thousands. For the entire 18 million membership of the whole 154 unions, the number of such meetings concerned in the election of no fewer than 513,000 groups, brigades, or shifts, and about one-third of that number of committees, must run into something like 1 million. As these members' meetings are held at intervals throughout the year, though only once or twice a year for the purpose of electing the factory committee, their aggregate number, in the whole USSR, must be in the neighborhood of 5 millions in every 12 months, certainly a broad popular base for the trade union hierarchy. But these members' meetings are much more than the base of a hierarchy. The political science student must not allow the excitement of the election campaigns in the trade unions to obscure the more solid daily work of the various committees and commissions, regional councils and central committees of each union, in which, as we have seen, apart from the salaried officials, not fewer than a couple of million members are continuously engaged. It must be remembered that the Fabcom and Mestcom have a large part to play in the current administration of the factory, office, or institution. The meetings for these purposes are frequent and lengthy, often with elaborate agendas, which differ from enterprise to enterprise. The manager or director, with the technicians most nearly concerned, meet, on terms of equality, the representatives of every grade in the establishment. Often more striking to our Western eyes than a factory meeting is the administration, by such a committee of a non-industrial institution. We ourselves attended, during our voyage, a meeting of the ship's Soviet, belonging to the Seafarers' Trade Union, at which the captain laid the ship's accounts before the meeting of the entire crew and explained the items. One of the electricians presided, and all sections of the ship's company, including several women, were represented. As the accounts indicated a loss on the voyage, various criticisms were made on the expenses. One sailor asked why the ships used such a costly wharfage site on the Thames. The captain replied that it was worth the rent to be so near the butter market. One of the stewards asked why such a high speed had been maintained on the last voyage, only to be told that a better price was expected for the cargo if it could reach the Thames before a specified day. Many other questions and answers followed. It was impossible not to be impressed with the educational value of the discussion, as well as by the complete sense of comradeship among all ranks, and the feeling of being engaged in a common task. We add another sample, in an account by an American nurse, of an ordinary meeting of the Medical Workers' Union in a Leningrad hospital. The routine meetings of these unions are apt to be vivid occasions, with a picturesque red-kerchiefed laundry worker in the chair, a woman doctor graduated from the Sorbonne as recording secretary, and committees including the tolerant, humorous-eyed director of the institution, who may have been a famous specialist 15 years ago, an excitable young doctor who is equally enthusiastic for communism and for medical research, a sleepy stove man whose high boots reek of poorly cured leather, and several rows of whispering, stolid nurses and orderlies. The meetings last long into the night, as much of the detailed administration of the hospital or clinic is discussed and decided here. Complicated technical details have to be put into slow and simple language, a process often exacting heavy toll from the patience of the nimble-witted doctors, but when the session is at last over there has usually been worked out a rather remarkable understanding of the situation, together with the intelligent cooperation of different groups among the staff. These union meetings are a real school of democracy. The Trade Union Factory Committee. The Trade Union Factory or Institution Committee of between 5 and 50 members, has important, varied and continuous functions. Its plenum meetings may not be more frequent than once a quarter, but it always elects annually a president and secretary, who in all the larger units generally give their whole time to trade union work, and a presidium of half a dozen to a dozen members, which usually meets every week or two. One it undertakes, as regards all those employed in the factory, office, or institution, the detailed administration of the various branches of social insurance, the arrangements for sending workers to convalescent or holiday homes, the management of the factory club, the factory canteen or dining rooms, and any factory cultural undertakings, and even the allocation among the workers of theater and concert tickets placed at their disposal. For any or all of these duties separate commissions may be appointed, on which trade union members not elected to the factory committee may be asked to serve. The officers and presidium of the committee are in constant relations with the management of the factory, office, or institute, over which they have no actual control, but which must always inform the factory committee of proposed changes, discuss with them any of the workers' grievances, hear their suggestions, and generally consult with them as to the possibility of increasing the output, lessening waste, and diminishing cost. It is the factory committee which organizes shock brigades, and, on behalf of the workers, enters into socialist competition with other factories, offices, or institutions, as to which can achieve the most during a given period. Collective bargaining in the USSR. The Soviet trade unions play such a large part in social administration, and have so many different functions, that the foreign observer is apt to underestimate the amount and the importance of their work in collective bargaining. Far from there being less collective bargaining in the USSR than in Great Britain or the United States, or in Germany before the Hitlerite dictatorship, there is actually very much more than in any other country in the world. To make this clear, we must anticipate what will be explained in greater detail in our subsequent chapter entitled Planned Production for Community Consumption. In the USSR, as in every country in which trade unionism has passed from the stage of small local combinations to that of national unions comprising whole industries, the standard time rates in each industry are settled, not by the several establishments or localities in which the industry is carried on, but in negotiations between committees representing respectively the whole of the workers and the whole of the managements in the country. So far as concerns the basic rates of time wages in each union, and the coefficient of increase to be applied to these for the ensuing year throughout the whole of Soviet industry, this collective bargaining is concentrated, in the main, in one prolonged and manifold discussion, in the early months of each year, between the AUKSHU and the central committees of all the 154 trade unions on the one hand, and the representatives of the Sovnarkom and the managements of the various trusts and public services on the other. The note in these discussions is not one of conflict and struggle between two hostile parties, each endeavoring to deprive the other of something to which it clings for its own benefit, but rather one of objective examination of the statistical facts and the considerations of public policy, to which both parties agree to defer. The peculiar feature of the Soviet collective agreements, said a trade union representative, is the absence of the enemy party. It is, indeed, not so much a new rate of wages that has to be determined as the general plan of Soviet industry for the ensuing year or years, in which, as will be explained in a subsequent chapter, the amount of wages is only one of several determining factors. The collective bargaining of the trade unions is far from being merely series of tussles between labor and capital, as to the shifting boundary line between wages and profits. What emerges from the discussions is specific allocation of the entire net product of the community's industry, arrived at by agreement as to the nature and amount of the aggregate sums to be set aside for particular objects of common concern. Although there is no tribute of rent or profit to be abstracted, it is recognized that the whole produce cannot be distributed as personal wages. A substantial part must annually be devoted not only to repairs and making good the depreciation of plant, but also to the extension of the nation's industry, and the building and equipping of additional mines, factories, ships, and railways. This expansion is universally recognized as necessary, not merely to meet the clamorous demand of the workers themselves for additional commodities but also in order to make the USSR as far as possible independent of the hostile capitalist states. There is no limit within view to this effective demand for more goods, and better, and as we shall show, in a subsequent chapter, there is no reason to suppose that any such limit will ever appear. It is, indeed, one of the essential conditions of planned production for community consumption that it provides for the popular demand being always effective demand, either for commodities and services, or for holidays and a shortening of the hours of labor. But the annual increase of industry is necessarily limited by the forces then and there available, and in particular by the labor power of the ever-increasing population, swollen by the peasants whom the mechanization of agriculture is constantly dispensing with. Here the statistics annually worked out by the State Planning Commission carry irresistible weight. It is to no one's interest to waste any of the labor force that will be available, and thus allow unemployment to recur. Then there are the necessary overhead charges of the nation to be provided for, the cost of all the government departments, national defense, and the administration of justice, together with the matter in which the workers of the USSR are more keenly interested than those of any other country, namely, scientific exploration and research. Here, too, the calculation is largely a matter of statistics of how much can be immediately undertaken out of the program already decided on by the people's representatives. Finally, there is the total estimated cost of the extensive and ever-expanding social services, including not only the whole educational and preschool system, with all its maintenance scholarships, the far-flung state medical service in its innumerable forms, the endless task of sanitation and rehousing for the whole population, the constantly growing social insurance to which the workers make no individual contribution, the publicly organized provision for physical and mental recreation of every kind, and so on. This whole expenditure, now amounting to about 50% of what the workman draws in cash as his wages, is significantly known as the socialized wage. It is always the subject of trade union pressure, but of pressure for its increase, notwithstanding the obvious fact that every kopeck of increase lessens the balance that is available for distribution as personal wages. For it is the whole of what remains, after the above-named cuts have been made from the estimated product of the year, that the trade unions accept as the lump sum available for the personal wages of the whole aggregate of workers by hand or by brain. It is the amount of this residue divided by the total number of workers that enables the coefficient of increase of standard time wages, the percentage by which last year's wage rates can be augmented, to be calculated. Exactly how this aggregate wage fund shall be shared among the whole army of workers employed at wages or salaries is left, very largely, to be worked out by the central committees of the 154 trade unions in consultation with their joint body, the AL Union Central Committee of Trade Unions. We can give here only a brief summary of the way it is done, leaving to our subsequent chapter entitled "In Place of Profit" a fuller exposition alike of principle and practice. It must here suffice to say that the trade unionists in the USSR, after various experiments in the nature of trial and error, agree in a common system of grading, which is continually being better adjusted to the technical peculiarities and the changing circumstances of the various localities in which each industry is carried on. Separate provision has to be made for the remuneration, on the one hand, of apprentices and other novices, and such indispensable but non-material workers as gatekeepers and clerks, and, on the other, for that of specialist technicians and administrators, all of whom, it will be remembered, are members of the trade union concerned. In all these cases it has become plain to all concerned that the decisive factor is the necessity of attracting to each industry and each locality the necessary cadres of each kind of skill and ability. The problem is not one of trying how little the indispensable people can be got for, but of discovering by what inducements and special provision for training the existing shortage in these cadres can be most effectively diminished. Then the main body of manual workers are divided into 8 or more grades, as may be found most suited to the industrial processes, grades not according to craft or function, but according to degrees of skill or capacity, very largely based on its relative scarcity. The grades are, in fact, grades of wage rates, fixed according to what is called social value, which means, in effect, according to the relative scarcity of any particular kind of capacity to perform the operations required. These graded wage rates rise by steps from 1 for the unskilled worker to 2, 4, or 8 times that amount per month for different degrees of skill or capacity. Any worker may enter any grade for which he can perform the work. The zealous and ambitious young man in the lowest grade may at any time claim to be promoted to grade 2. Very well, is the response, you can have a fortnight's trial. If in that time you make good, to the satisfaction of the management and of the trade union official, you will remain in grade 2, and draw its higher rate of wage. If not, you will revert to your lower grade. Presently the workman claims to be able to proceed to grade 4, when the same procedure is gone through. The result is that a very large proportion of the young workers in one factory, we were told, it ran up to 90%, are found to be voluntarily studying in evening classes, endeavoring to improve their qualifications. As there is no risk of unemployment, and as all the workers in each industry are in one and the same union, there are no demarcation disputes. As every increase in skill and capacity means increase of output and decrease of spoilage or waste, the management, and equally the trade union, has nothing but welcome for its unskilled laborers turning themselves into skilled mechanics, and even into scientifically educated engineers. All that is essential is that the growth of net output should at least keep pace with the increased wage bill. So much for the principles and methods by which the collective bargaining over the national wage rates is conducted. But in all industries, and in every country, the sphere of collective bargaining comprises much more than the national scale of wage rates. Over all the rest of the field, it is the local organizations of each union in the USSR that enter into protracted discussions with the management of the particular factory in which the members are working. In the first place, there is the perpetual business of fixing the piece work rates for each task or process. Here the national time work rate for each hour's work has to be translated into an equivalent payment for each job, so that any worker accepted for employment, and not subject to any physical disability, should be able, with ordinary diligence, to earn at least the standard rate for each month. What is indispensable in fixing piece work rates is equality as between different tasks or processes. Those workers who work more quickly or more efficiently than the common man will, with the full approval of the management, and to the eventual advantage of every person in the factory, take home higher earnings, which are amply compensated for by the increased output by which everybody gains. In the USSR it is the trade union's own official, the rate fixer, for whose training in the principles and practice of rate fixing the trade union has often paid, who has the initiative and the greatest influence in fixing the piece work rates, on the basis of equality between different jobs, and of equivalence, for the common man of ordinary diligence, of the earnings by time and by the piece. The management has its own officials, who may object to any proposed rate as not conforming to these principles. If the experts on each side cannot agree, the matter goes to arbitration. But, in the USSR, the management has no pecuniary inducement to cut the rates. We have, however, far from completed the exploration of the sphere of collective bargaining in the USSR. For the workman in that land of proletarian dictatorship, the factory is not merely the place in which he earns a toilsome wage. It is very largely the center of his life. It often provides his dwelling place and his club, his children's nursery school and kindergarten, his own and his wife's technical classes, their excursions on free days and their annual vacations, their extensive and varied social insurance. All these things and much else are dealt with by the trade union. What is novel and unexpected is to find them matters of collective bargaining with the factory management, to be provided, wholly or partly by the management itself, as part of the overhead charges of the undertaking, though almost entirely administered by the trade union committees. The foreign observer is surprised to find the safety and amenity of the places of work, the provision of hospital and sanatorium beds, the measures taken for the prevention of accidents, the provision of additional or better dwelling accommodation for the persons employed, the establishment of creches and kindergartens for the young children, the workmen's clubhouse and the technical classes provided to enable them to improve their qualifications, and many other matters of importance to the workman's daily life, dealt with in the detailed agreement drawn up annually in March between the management and the various workmen's committees, in time to allow the management to provide, in the budget for the factory operations, the necessary increases in factory expenditure, which have all to find their place key the general plan. These increases are sometimes considerable. 4 million rubles, we read, have been granted for workers' housing by the Petrovsk and Lenin metal plant of Dnipropetrovsk, according to the planning department of the AOKSHU. 2 more children's nurseries will be built. The workers, in turn, agree to increase output 38%. Their wages will go up 24%. Metal workers up to now have occupied the 19th place on the wage list. In the present wage revisions they will be elevated to 3rd place. Asterisk, as there are no tributes to private persons of rent or profit out of which these expenses can be drawn, the argument turns on the necessary limits to such a disposal of the aggregate product, and the mutual relation of the shares allotted respectively to these socialized wages and the personal wages. In these annual discussions with the management of each factory, it is astonishing to see how large is the proportion of the workmen who are drawn in to take part. In March 1932 Svernik said, the attendance of workers and employees at the meetings where drafts of the new collective agreements were discussed has, in a number of enterprises, been as high as 95 or 100%. The number of workers who took part in drawing up the collective agreement at the hammer and sickle plant amounted to 98.6%, at the Stalingrad tractor plant, 97%, at the Red October, 97%, at the Yaroslavl brake plant, 100%, at the Shinsky textile plant, 100%. Even if this participation in the collective bargaining, of practically the entire local membership of the trade union, amounts to no more than attendance at the meetings, listening to the speeches, occasionally asking questions, and then unprotestingly adopting a unanimous decision, this must be admitted to be in itself no little political education, and not a bad method of arousing in the rank and file that consciousness of consent which is necessary to effective democracy. Moreover, the treaty is never unilateral. An agreement made by Soviet workers, writes a trade union representative, is in reality a promise they make to themselves and their fellow WT workers to fulfill certain self-determined conditions. No outside coercive power exists. In capitalist countries, collective agreements are the armistice terms of two hostile forces. In the negotiations, the employers strive to force the worst possible conditions on the workers. Here there is no enemy. No one tries to give as little as he can for as much as he can. Apart, however, from the annual discussions, there is a great deal of collective bargaining going on throughout the whole year. New determinations of piecework rates have to be made for novel jobs, there may be special bonuses to be given for particular jobs or exceptional service, and there is the inevitable stream of complaints from individual workmen about real or imaginary ill treatment, expressing discontent with the piecework rates for their particular jobs, or appealing against dismissal or other disciplinary action. Actual suspension of work by a strike is, by this time, practically unknown, but this does not mean that there are no divergences of view between the management and whole groups of workmen. As we have already mentioned, any such dispute is promptly referred to what is popularly termed the triangle, an arbitration court within the factory, office, or institution, formed for each occasion and composed of a representative of the management, a leading official of the trade union within the establishment, and the local official of the cell or group within the establishment consisting of members of the Communist Party. This informal domestic tribunal almost invariably settles the dispute on common sense lines, in a way that is accepted by the disputants. Either party could, however, always appeal to the RKK, on which there sit members of the trade unions as well as officers of the trusts, or, indeed, to the Commissariat of Labor of the constituent republic within the territory of which the establishment is situated, and even, ultimately, to the People's Commissar for Labor of the USSR. Now that these People's Commissars, whom the AUKSHU has always nominated, have been superseded by the AUKSHU itself, it is to this highest trade union body that such an appeal would be made. It is, however, one thing to get the obligations of the management to the workers and those of the workers to the management enshrined in a koldogovor, or mutual agreement for the year, and quite another thing to get these reciprocal obligations exactly and punctually fulfilled. There are still, observed Schwernick at the 9th AL Union Trade Union Congress in 1932, a number of very real defects in the way of collective agreements to be handled. The most important of these defects is the absence of a systematic method of checking up the fulfillment of the obligations undertaken under the collective agreement both by the workers and by the administration. Many trade union organizations do nothing from year's end to year's end but record the fact that both parties to the agreement have failed to fulfill their obligations, thus limiting their activities to the campaign for the conclusion of a new agreement, a campaign which is conducted but once a year. This sort of thing must be put a stop to once and for all. It should be the everyday duty of all trade union organizations to check up the way the collective agreements are being fulfilled. We must succeed in making both our economic bodies and our trade union organizations fulfill all the obligations of the collective agreement. Only then can the collective agreement become a real weapon in the struggle of the whole working class for the fulfillment of the industrial and financial plan, for raising the productivity of labor and for improving the material and general living conditions of the workers. Thus the Factory Committee has extensive and important duties throughout the year. For all this business, including the desk work and interviewing by its officers and committee and members meetings. The enterprise which it serves is required to allocate convenient and properly furnished premises with heating and lighting, all free of charge. 3. The Factory Committee, by means of volunteer dues collectors, collects the trade union contributions of the whole of the trade union members within the factory, office, or institution. These contributions, at one time paid by the management as a charge on the undertaking, are now fixed by the highest delegate congress of each union, and may include extra subscriptions for special funds for educational activities, various sorts of mutual aid, and sundry voluntary associations, to which only a part of the trade union members belong. 1. By new regulation of the AUCHU, dating from September 1, 1933, the trade union dues have been universally reduced to a fixed 1% of wages, whilst the number and amount of other contributions are cut down to a minimum. Trade union members may belong to several societies, but may not pay subscriptions to more than 2. 2. Membership dues are now universally collected by the sale of stamps to be affixed to the members' trade union cards. Of charge, with inoxery equipment, heating and lighting, both for the business of the committee itself and for general and delegado meetings. Not without warrant can it be claimed by an American observer that the trade union FABKOM is a growing force in the Soviet Union. It brings workers not only into the unions, but into the whole economic activity of the country. It is the principal organ of workers' democracy in a government and an industrial system operated by and for workers. In no other country does this TYPE of Workers' Council have so much power. In no other country does it have such varied and important functions. Nowhere do its members have so much freedom and responsibility as in the USSR. It acts as the fundamental contact point which the worker begins to take part in factory as well as in social life, to exercise his rights as a worker in the community, and to participate in building up the nationalist industries. X. The Regional Council of the Trade Union. The next stage to the factory committee in each trade union hierarchy in ALL but the smaller unions is now the Regional Council, representing ALL the establishments belonging to the particular trade union within a particular area, which is generally coterminous with the Soviet area of the oblast, or in the case of the largest cities, with the city itself, but is sometimes demarcated so as to correspond more conveniently with the geographical distribution of the establishments belonging to the union. 2. Altogether there are, among the 100 larger trade unions, approximately 900 regional councils. The Trade Union Regional Council is elected by a delegate meeting representing the factory committees of ALL, the establishments belonging to that particular trade union within the region. This delegate meeting meets as a plenum very infrequently, and usually only when it has to elect its president and secretary, who always give their whole time to their trade union work, with a presidium of half a dozen members, for whose desk work and meetings the regional council of each trade union maintains everywhere its OWN regional office. The most interesting function of the regional council of each trade union, and one to which we shall presently refer, may be that of entering into lateral relations with the other unions within the region. The Republic Council of each trade union. The highest stage of the trade union hierarchies within the 6 smaller constituent republics is the Congress of Delegates elected, in the 100 or so larger unions, by all the regional councils which the particular union has within the area of the republic, and in the 49 smaller unions which have no regional councils, by the factory or institution committees. Such trade unions may thus enjoy several republic congresses, being one for each of the smaller constituent republics in which the particular trade union has a considerable and completely organized membership. The All-Union Congress of each trade union. 1. Each trade union has still to create its central organ for the administration of the affairs of its whole USSR membership from the Baltic to the Pacific. Each trade union accordingly has its own All-Union Congress, formed of delegates chosen by its several congresses of the highest grade, in the RSFS are those of the regions, whether cities or oblasts, or, in the 6 smaller republics, those of the constituent republics over which its own membership is spread. This all-union delegate Congress, which varies in size according to the magnitude of the aggregate membership of the trade union, meets usually only every other year for a few days' general discussion and for the election of a standing central council and of the usual president, secretary, and presidium, by whom the supreme administration of the trade union is practically conducted. It is this authority by which, in close consultation with the USSR joint trade union organs still to be described, are arranged the dozen or 2 grades of wage rates applicable to as many grades of workers, among which, with some local variations and various exceptional cases, the entire membership of the trade union finds itself working. Moreover, it is this all-union authority for each trade union that, in similar close consultation, actually conducts on behalf of its entire membership between the Baltic and the Pacific so far as concerns the standard wage rates in the several trade unions, the coefficient of increase to be adopted for the ensuing year, and the aggregate of wages and salaries in the USSR. The collective bargaining between the trade union and the organs representing the Sovnarkom of People's Commissars for the USSR, together with Gosplan, and the various trusts directing the nationalist industries. It was authoritatively laid down in 1932 that the central committees of the unions must concentrate their efforts primarily upon questions of regulating wages and settling rates and categories, upon the organization of labor and production, upon housing construction, upon the improvement of the working and living conditions of their members. But although this hierarchy of trade union councils, from the brigade or shift or shop, through the factory or institution committees, and the regional councils, right up to the trade union authorities of each republic and those for the whole of the USSR, undoubtedly serves to unite the whole membership of each union, and to concentrate its final influence, it must not be supposed that there is any corresponding dissipation of authority in the settlement of policy. It was quite definitely laid down by the 9th All-Union Congress of Trade Unions that the Republican, regional, and district councils of trade unions, while not renouncing responsibility for problems of wages, production, etc., must give up the duplication and replacement of union organization, and concentrate their major attention upon checking the fulfillment of the directives of the party, the government, and the All-Union Central Committee of Trade Unions. 2. There is, it will be seen, yet a higher and in some ways even more important body than the supreme USSR authority for each trade union, namely, a Congress acting, not for one union only, but for the whole of the 154 unions, and for their aggregate membership throughout the USSR. This joint Congress, the authority for Soviet trade unionism as a whole, is made up of a couple of thousand delegates elected approximately in proportion to trade union membership, by the several congresses, whether regional or republic or all-union, of the 154 trade unions, or rather by their highest elected committees. This all-union trade union Congress meets only every other year, for general discussion and for the election of an all-union Central Committee of Trade Unions, and of the invariable President, Secretary, and Presidium. The All-Union Congress of Trade Unions is, however, no mere parade, but a live forum of popular discussion. We quote a description by an American observer in 1926. Walk into a Congress of Russian workers, the last all-union Congress of the AUKSHA for example. One finds about 1,500 delegates present. They are not, as in many countries, all the representatives of the central committees of national unions. In fact, all of them were elected at provincial congresses, and 2/3 of them are men and women from the provinces. About 1/6 of them have come directly from the lathe and the loom and the plough. Only 1/6 are officials from the higher ranks of the national unions, who have been selected at provincial congresses. Some 33 nationalities are represented, and nearly 100 women delegates are present. 3. But important and influential as may be the discussions at the All-Union Congress of Trade Unions, the fact that it meets only every other year necessarily throws all its powers into the hands of the Central Committee that it elects. Although this central committee itself meets as a plenum only every few months, the officers, instructed and supervised by the presidium, and giving their whole time to the work, are almost continuously engaged throughout the year, largely in dealing with minor issues that arise between the different unions, and in adjusting differences and divergences likely to become injurious or acute. But the most important function of these inter-union officers is to centralize and supervise the collective bargaining between the central representatives of the several trade unions and the committees and officials representing the Sovnarkom of People's Commissars, Gosplan, and the various state trusts and other enterprises, especially in the annual settlement, and the continuous detailed adjustment, of the general plan. It was this body, for instance, that made the momentous collective agreement with the Supreme Economic Council in September 1931, for the fundamental remodeling of the wage scales in the coal and iron and steel industries, by which the difference between the earnings of skilled and unskilled workers was greatly enlarged and the higher grades were better remunerated, as a means of increasing the total productivity. 2. It is, in fact, this body as the repository of the power conveyed from the millions of members' meetings all over the USSR, through the whole hierarchy of councils of each of the 154 gigantic trade unions that exercises the effective government of the trade union movement. The All-Union Central Committee of Trade Unions, it was authoritatively declared, must base all its work directly upon the work of the central committees of the trade unions, furnishing them with concrete aid, and constantly checking and providing concrete leadership for their activity. The Congress instructs the AOKSHA to take all necessary measures toward improving financial discipline, insisting on prompt payment of membership dues, and improving the financial relations between the central committees of the trade unions and the AOKSHA, in the direction of increasing independence of the industrial unions. 3. And the AOKSHA does not hesitate to strike hard when it is necessary. When the Central Committee of the Union of Workers in the Sugar Industry had allowed the organization of that union to go to pieces, and had failed altogether to prevent all sorts of malpractices in the state farms of Soyosakar, where so many of its members were employed, the AOKSHA itself discovered what was going on. The Presidium of the AOKSHA presented a damning report to the plenum of the Central Committee of the Union of Workers in the Sugar Industry, in which a drastic change in leadership was demanded. The members of the Union plenum were convinced, and substituted a new presidium for that which had so hopelessly failed. One lateral structure in USSR trade unionism. So far we have described only the vertical hierarchy of the trade unions, by which the stream of power may be said to pass from the 186,640 factory and local committees, elected in the innumerable members' meetings, right up to the 154 central committees of the several unions and the single central committee representing all of them, the AOKSHA there to be transformed into the authority by which the whole 18 million trade unionists between the Baltic and the Pacific are governed. We have, however, yet to notice the equally elaborate lateral structure at each stage of the vertical hierarchy, by means of which the activities of the various trade union committees within each local area are coordinated, and inter-union conflicts are avoided. The factory and local committees of the establishments belonging to one trade union within the area of a city or a district may send delegates to a city or district committee for that particular trade union. But such an organization will deal only with matters relating to the one trade union, and is not universal. What is universal, in every large city and every industrialist district outside the cities, is a district trade union council, formed of delegates, either from the city or district committees of particular trade unions where such exist, or, more usually, from the factory or local committees of all the establishments within the area, to whatsoever trade unions they belong. There seem to be nearly 3,000 of such inter-union district or city councils in the USSR. In this way, something analogous to the organization of the local trades councils of the British trade union movement is formed, dealing, however, not with municipal politics, which occupy so large a proportion of the attention of the British trades councils, but almost entirely with trade union matters. when it is remembered that nearly all the 154 Soviet trade unions include some workers of the same craft or vocation, whether general laborers or unspecialist clerks, or such craftsmen as carpenters, engineers, and electricians, common to nearly all responsible instructors or organizers, planning of wages, Bureau of Social Insurance, labor inspection, clubs and cultural work, accounting, finance, general administration, and physical culture. One report of 9th All-Union Congress of Trade Unions, 1933, p. 27. Industries, or professional specialists such as doctors and nurses, and that these are incessantly moving from one establishment to another, frequently thus transferring to other trade unions, it will be seen that innumerable questions must arise between them. These lateral connections exist at each stage of the trade union hierarchy. There are about 70 republic or regional councils of the various trade unions, having each its own office with its own officials. In some of the republics at least this organization exists for combined action of all the trade unions within the particular constituent republic. The trade union officials, so extensive an organization, operating over so vast a territory, naturally requires a considerable army of officials. As we have already indicated, the bulk of the work of collecting the subscriptions, managing the elections and administering the local business, is performed voluntarily without remuneration by duly elected unpaid officers and committee men, possibly as many as 1 million in number, in their leisure hours. But in every industrial establishment of any magnitude, trade unionism requires the whole-time service of one or more experienced officials, to whom the union pays salaries approximately equal to the earnings of skilled mechanics. The lateral inter-union organizations, as well as the central committee of each union, employ whole staffs of similar officials. It is, however, the work of the most important body, the All-Union Central Committee of Trade Unions, that calls for the most extensive and responsible civil service. It is in this part of the trade union bureaucracy that the scheme of reorganization of 1934 has wrought the greatest changes. In its relations with all the unions, the AOCU had gradually developed an elaborate functionalism, each branch of the work having its own specialized officials, by whose written communications and personal visits the Fabcoms and Mestcoms were being perpetually harassed. In 1934 Schwernicott adopted a reform by which these specialized or functional officials were wholly replaced by a single service of instructors who in England would be termed organizers or inspectors, who are to be for all purposes the channel of communication between the central body on the one hand and both the separate trade unions and the innumerable Fabcoms or Mestcoms on the other. Henceforth it will be these trained instructors who will both supervise or inspect the work of the 154 unions and their local organs, and convey to them the criticisms or directives of the AOCU. In the larger unions the central committees will have, in addition, their own staff of similar instructors, assisting and controlling their various branches and local committees in all the details of their work. The colossal industrial establishments, having each tens of thousands of members, may even find instructors permanently assigned to each of them. This far-reaching reconstruction of the trade union civil service, by which it is hoped to economize in the total numbers employed, will plainly make more effective the influence of the central body representing all the 154 unions, as well as that over the local organs exercised by the central committee of each union. The reform may be expected to bring to the assistance of the local administrators the advantage of consistency in policy, and the lessons of a larger experience than any one of them can command. But how far this increasing centralization of authority will increase trade union efficiency as a whole must be left to experience to reveal. The transference of the Commissariat of Labor to the trade unions, with the growth of trade union membership to 18 millions, the work falling on the trade union administrators had become colossal. It was destined to be still further increased. In 1933 a momentous addition was made to the trade union business, by a decision and decree of the Central Committee of the Communist Party and the Central Executive Committee of the All-Union Congress of Soviets. The office of the USSR People's Commissar of Labor, together with those of the People's Commissars of Labor of all the constituent and autonomous republics, were summarily abolished. Practically all the functions of these commissariats were transferred to the All-Union Congress of Trade Unions, and to its elected Central Committee of Trade Unions, with its subordinate hierarchy of committees and officials. The duties thus transferred from the Soviet part of the Constitution to the trade union part are of considerable magnitude and importance. They include the supreme direction of all branches of social insurance, the whole responsibility for factory inspection, the provision and management of the rest houses and convalescent homes enjoyed by the trade union membership, with the farming enterprises for their self-supply that have lately been developed, and, in supersession of the labor exchanges, now abolished along with involuntary unemployment, the organization of all labor recruiting for the constantly expanding industries. This constitutional change is a remarkable recognition of the position that trade unionism holds in the Soviet state. The magnitude of the funds, outside the members' subscriptions, which will now be administered by the trade union organization is impressive. The social insurance budget for 1933 totaled 4,432 million rubles, levied by a contribution upon every kind of enterprise of 1 or 2% of its wage total, and providing 814 million rubles for sickness, 532 millions for old age and infirmity pensions, 203 millions for rest homes, 35 millions for dietetic restaurants for the sick, 930 millions for hospitals, 189 millions for creches and 600 millions for workmen's dwellings. These services, moreover, are growing by leaps and bounds. The 1934 budget of the All-Union Central Committee of Trade Unions, without including the expenditure of the 154 trade unions themselves upon their accustomed functions, amounted to no less than 5,050 million rubles. It provided 1,514 million rubles in sick pay and invalidity pensions, 1,040 millions in repayment of the cost of medical services and hospitals, 57 million rubles for special diets for sick workers, 215 millions for their rest houses, 327 millions for nursery schools and kindergartens to set the mothers free for industrial service, 750 millions for education, 885 millions for workers' dwellings, 41 millions for factory inspection, 50 millions for insurance administration, and 170 millions for the necessary working balance or reserve. The corresponding budget for 1935 amounted to no less than 6,079 million rubles. The administration of such extensive services in which, be it noted, the trade unions act as organizations of consumers or users of the services, not as producers, throws a great work on their active members, even more onerous and responsible than their previous duties in the administration of the wage agreements. This vast addition to the work and influence of the Soviet trade unions has been curiously misunderstood in some quarters, as a degradation of their position to nothing more than friendly societies. But the trade unions retain and continue to exercise all the influence and authority in the administration of the factory and in the settlement of wages that they have possessed for the past 15 years. The new control over social insurance and the entire administration of funds and services of such magnitude can hardly fail to strengthen the trade unions in their work of raising the standard of life of the workers, and even to knit more closely together their far-flung membership. Those foreign critics, on the other hand, who are appalled at the idea of handing over to the trade unions such vast funds, not derived from the contributions of their members, may, we think, be reassured. The constitutional change, important as it is, will not make so much difference to the administration of social insurance as might be imagined by those conversant only with the constitutions of Western Europe or America. It is not, for instance, in any way comparable to the abolition, in the United Kingdom, of the Minister of Labour, and the transfer of his functions, with regard to unemployment insurance and wages boards, to the British Trade Union Congress and its General Council. The People's Commissar for Labour was, it is true, in every republic and in the USSR itself, a member of the Sovnarkom, and thus, as we should say, a cabinet minister. But he had long been appointed on the nomination of the Akshu, with whom he was always in the closest relations. Thus the change. might even be taken to involve, in one of its aspects, the exclusion of a direct representative of trade unionism from the highest councils of the state. The actual work of the Commissariat for Labor, voluminous in magnitude and detailed in its nature, has long been dealt with in an extensive official department, which must necessarily continue in existence. What has been transferred is the supervision and direction of this department, for which a responsible chief is now appointed by the AOCHU, instead of being only nominated by that body for inclusion in the Sovnarkom. In the various constituent and autonomous republics there has been a corresponding transfer of direction and authority, from a local official partly responsible to the People's Commissar for Labor at Moscow, to the highest organ of each trade union within the area, whose chief official will, we assume, have a like double responsibility, to his own trade union by which he is appointed, and to the director at Moscow appointed by the AOCHU. The change accordingly represents a great increase of responsibility for trade unionism in the USSR, without, necessarily, any great alteration in current administration. The practical abolition of involuntary unemployment in the USSR, which we shall describe in a subsequent chapter, and the consequent cessation of unemployment benefit, probably renders the change less open to criticism than other countries might be disposed to imagine. The office work of USSR trade unionism. No one can adequately realize the magnitude, the ubiquity, or the activity of this complicated trade union organization who has not seen something of its work in different cities of the USSR. Yet so vast is their congresses. The unions are well represented in the social insurance departments throughout the country. Labor legislation, including all laws which affect labor in any way, is drawn up in consultation with the trade unions. Area that no one person can catch more than a glimpse. We may appreciate something of the volume of the work when we learn that the aggregate number of salaried full-time officials in the service of the 154 trade unions and of their joint Oregon federal bodies, throughout the USSR, in spite of the attempt of the AOCHU to reduce the number of this salaried bureaucracy, exceeds 30,000, whilst the number of unpaid or part-time officials, apart from members of committees, is estimated to amount to at least 10 times as many. We add something to the definiteness of the impression when we merely look at the structural accommodation that has had to be provided for their offices and meetings. It was, we think, a wise statesmanship that saw to it that the whole trade union organization should be decently housed at the public cost. One for every structural requirement of the trade union work within each establishment, whether factory, office, or institution, the establishment itself has to provide, as we have mentioned, free of charge, including rooms for permanent office use, and others transiently for members' meetings, with lighting, heating, and ordinary furniture. But all the couple of 100,000 district, regional, republic and central committees and councils and all union congresses require offices and meeting halls. These have been provided free of charge, and a free telephone service added, by the Soviet government itself, in one or other of its grades, or by one or other of its departments. We do not think it is usually understood how greatly the efficiency of trade unionism may be increased, and its very character raised to the height of a service of public utility, merely by the provision of structural accommodation equal in dignity to that of a government department, in which all the several unions in each locality may be worthily housed together. The Soviet government was fortunate in finding in its hands, in every city, an array of deserted buildings suitable for this purpose. Among the very first acts of Lenin's administration was the assignment to the trade union movement of some of the best and stateliest of the buildings left derelict by the flight of the nobility and the wealthy. At Leningrad and Moscow the splendid palaces of the nobles' clubs and similar magnificent premises were thus transferred to new uses, rightly regarded as of public character. In other cities, great and small, the best available buildings, previously used as residences of the rich merchants or manufacturers, or as clubs or hotels for their use, or as boarding schools for their daughters, were, between 1918 and 1920, similarly converted into central trade union offices for the locality. All around these cities we find suburban or rural homes, once occupied by capitalist families, now placed gratuitously at the disposal of the trade unions, and used, either as convalescent homes on medical order or as rest homes, by their tens of thousands of members on their weekly rest days or their annual holidays. No less remarkable is the accommodation provided for the trade unions in the smaller cities. At Vinnytsia, in the Ukraine, an obscure city of 11,000 inhabitants, an American Observer X found the trade union offices occupying the whole of the tallest building in the city, and the only one with 6 stories, formerly the best hotel, and subsequently discovered this to be fairly typical of labor palaces throughout the Soviet Union. Every room housed some busy trade union branch, some department of union life, the offices of the 23 unions of the district as well as the local trades council, the district social insurance department, with union appointees in charge of IT, a dining room, the workers' students section, the educational department, a library, committee rooms and a meeting hall. We found union members coming to the building in connection with all sorts of matters touching their daily lives: rents, jobs, dues, insurance, vacation allowances, cooperatives, doctor's permits, transportation, rest home recommendations, scholarships and the scores of needs and benefits that are somehow related to union membership in the USSR. The shock brigades and cost accounting committees. The work of the trade unions is greatly assisted by a number of subsidiary organizations. In nearly every industrial establishment of any magnitude there have been formed one or more shock brigades, the members of which are recruited from volunteers among the trade unionists. These shock brigades take as their function the acceleration of production, coupled with improvement in quality and lessening of cost. They undertake collectively special tasks in their own establishment, or they may volunteer to go to some other establishment which has fallen behind. They bring to their work exceptional energy, speed, or skill, they labor more assiduously than is common, or they put in extra time in subotniki. They do this out of zeal, for which they receive honor and applause. They seldom or never have a higher wage rate and usually no extra bonus, though when working by the piece their increased output automatically brings higher earnings. They often receive preference in the allocation of places in the holiday rest houses, and, where necessary, in the convalescent homes, as well as in the distribution of the theater tickets allotted to their trade union. They are put forward as candidates for the factory committee or for the local Soviet. The outstanding ones may be awarded the Order of the Red Banner. And as an expression of the honor and applause which are spontaneously accorded to them, they are often given their meals in a separate apartment of the factory restaurant, in a comfortable, quiet privacy, with the highest grade of rations, and such little amenities as tablecloths and flowers, and occasionally special dainties. 2 of these shock brigaders, or udarniki, there are reported to be, in the USSR, many millions. A special application of shock brigading began early in 1931 when a foundry worker in the Great Lenin factory at Leningrad suggested in a letter to THIRD, the weekly journal of the Akshu, which has a circulation of several hundred thousands, the advisability of narrowing down the work of the brigade to certain specific tasks or operations, with the definite intention of lessening cost by improvements in method, following on the adoption of precise cost accounting. The project was energetically pushed by THIRD, and was presently approved by the AL Union Central Council of Trade Unions. It spread like wildfire. Within a couple of years there had been formed, in the USSR, no fewer than 150,000 cost accounting brigades, which are reported to have effected a whole series of improvements in the methods of working, by which the production costs of thousands of different articles have been appreciably reduced. To this spontaneous development of an elementary form of costing, by which a particular brigade discovers the cost in material and labor time of each part of its own process, and is thus enabled to discover where time might be economized and scrap diminished, is, in the USSR, as in most of capitalist industry, only just beginning to be applied by comparative costings of every process in all the establishments turning out the same product. This, we gather, is being taken up in the statistical branch of Gosplan, now transformed into a cost accounting department. In January 1933 there was an all-union Udarnik Day at Moscow, when about 80,000 shock brigaders, from about 120 separate industries or trades throughout the USSR, were brought together to be feted and exhorted, and incidentally to confer among themselves as to the shortcomings still characteristic of Soviet production, and how these can best be made good. In preparation for this great celebration, the All-Union Central Council of Trade Unions had directed the trade union committees everywhere to call together the various shock brigades and cost accounting committees in each establishment, which were not only to sum up their achievements and to talk over their plans for the ensuing year, but also to designate for special honors their own leading udarniki. The All-Union Council wanted reported to this Moscow celebration the state of labor productivity, labor discipline, socialist competition and shock work, and cost accounting brigades. They should determine whether the 1932 industrial and financial plan is being carried out as regards both quantity and quality, whether the udarniki are carrying out their pledges, whether lack of responsibility and equality of wages for unequal work have been rooted out. They should test whether the enterprise, as well as its departments and units, its restaurants, farms, cooperative store and management, are ready to accomplish the 1933 Program X. Professional associations within USSR trade unionism, the trade union organization, in which all those employed by each enterprise, and all the enterprises in the USSR, having the same predominant purpose, are associated in a single trade union, irrespective of craft or vocation, is accompanied, at any rate for certain crafts or vocations, by a certain amount of separate organization, irrespective of establishment or industry, in which workers of the same craft or kind throughout the USSR are associated together. Thus the medical practitioners employed at salaries in all the various factories and farms, hospitals, or institutions, who are, along with the nurses and ward maids, practically all members of the Medical or Public Health Workers' Trade Union, one of the meetings of which we have already described, are also united in an exclusively medical organization, nominally only a section of that union, but having its own regional branches and an all-union congress, at which are discussed all the subjects in which the medical practitioners have a special interest. 2. In the same way the brain-working specialists in applied science, whether engineers or electricians, chemists or biologists, more than half of whom are now Soviet-trained, employed in mines, power stations, factories, oil fields, or farms, anywhere in the USSR, have their own associations, supplementary to their membership of the several trade unions in which their establishments are included. These intellectuals are reported to be organized into sections at all levels of the trade union structure. They are united at the top into a central body known as the Inter-Union Bureau of Engineers and Technicians of the All-Union Central Council of Trade Unions. Membership is entirely voluntary, and funds are set aside from the dues of these members to cover their particular work. They usually have their own special technical magazines. These sections hold their own conferences nationally as well as provincially. They have executive bureaus elected at these congresses. Over 500 delegates attended one of the congresses convened in 1927. Reports to this congress show over 105,000 members in the sections. 1 foot 3 inches another congress, still more numerously attended, and claiming to represent an enrollment of 125,000 members, was held in 1932, when it was welcomed by both governmental and scientific dignitaries. It is significant that the principal oration was entrusted to Shvernik, the General Secretary of the AOKSHU, who addressed the Congress at great length, urging on them the continuous study of industrial technique, with a view to its further improvement. The local trade union groups, he urged, should strengthen their links with the engineers and other specialists, and support their work, keep them from being snowed under with petty routine, so that they can give real leadership. And the unions should see that these intellectual leaders get better living conditions. 2. The most ancient, and in the intellectual world the most important, of these associations of intellectual specialists is the Academy of Science, under the presidency of the aged Karpinsky, now over 80, which counts on the assistance of more than 1,000 scientific professors and researchers in 90 institutes. These are scattered throughout the USSR, though predominantly in Leningrad, Moscow, Kiev, and Kharkov. In equipment and resources, many of these institutes excite the envy of scientists of other countries. Besides its numerous scientific meetings, at which papers are read on every branch of science, the Academy now holds a certain number of public receptions, at which less technical addresses are given on particular subjects of general interest. Zaslavsky, we are told, vividly describes the scene. In the body of the hall the proletariat, fresh from factory, plant, technical school, docks. Onto the spacious stage file the academicians amid thunderous applause from the gathering. Here are names famous throughout the world in astronomy, physiology, biology, geology, and other sciences. Here, leonine frosted heads, broad-stooped shoulders, many of the traditional figures of the scientists of the bygone era. Some still wear the ancient frock coat of ceremony, with the traditional contempt of their kind for clothes. 3. The Academy of Science, not without some struggle, has accepted the regime of Soviet communism. In so far as its members receive salaries from their institutes, as most of the academicians do, they are eligible for membership of the trade union to which their institute belongs. Many of them have joined, and some of these have now become active members of the trade unions with which the Academy had formerly no connection. There are, however, other academies. Thus the Academy of the History of Material Culture unites a membership of 10,000 archaeologists, one mostly employed in museums and universities in the various parts of the USSR, where they are members of the trade unions to which their institutions belong. Besides local meetings and periodical national congresses for the promotion of its studies, this academy equips and sends archaeological expeditions to various parts of the USSR, and undertakes or supervises excavations. We are unable to give anything like a complete list of these professional associations of intellectual workers, not, as in Britain and the United States, parallel with and scarcely conscious of the trade union organization, but forming integral parts of it, superimposed nationally, so to speak, on the universal organization by establishments. There is a central association of teachers, there is a press writers section of the typographical trade union, and a scientific workers section of the educational workers trade union. There is a special section for statisticians and accountants in the commercial workers trade union. The professors and scientific workers in museums, libraries, and laboratories have a section of their own, with a membership of 14,000, organized in 50 branches in as many cities. The authors have been organized in several societies. One of them was confined to members of the Communist Party, which tended to a certain asperity against non-party writers. By a decision of the Central Committee of the party, in April 1932, this exclusive organization was dissolved, in order that all authors who support the Soviet regime, and who attempt to participate in socialist construction, whether or not they are party members or candidates, may constitute a single society of Soviet authors. 2. There is an all-union sectional bureau of engineers and technicians, which at the instance of Shvernik, secretary of the AUKSHU, resolved to participate actively in the agricultural machinery repairing campaign on the 32 repair shops of the machine tractor stations, and also in the drive for technical education for Komsomols. 3. There is also a Society of Soviet Architects, founded in 1932, with 6 branches in the RSFSR and a monthly journal of its own. 4. All these segregations of professionals, formally authorized by the 7th All-Union Congress of Trade Unions in 1926, have for their object the promotion of their special cultural activities, not forgetting, however, the raising of their members' salaries, the improvement in their housing conditions and the establishment of special pension systems. 5. On the general trade union reorganization in September 1934, Shvernik, the secretary of the AUKSHU, fully recognized the utility and importance of these professional associations uniting for specific purposes the members of various trade unions. It was, he explained to the present writers, contemplated that there would be several such sectional associations associated within most, if not all, of the 154 trade unions among which the 47 older unions were distributed. It had, however, not been possible to complete this organization by September 1934, and it would have to be postponed until 1935. This specialist segregation within the trade union organization is not confined to the intellectual workers. The limitation in 1931 of the number of unions to 47 involved the association in one union of many different kinds of artisans and laborers. The trade union of food workers, for instance, united operatives in flour mills with those in slaughterhouses, candy factories, bakeries, fish canneries, and tobacco factories. In many cases, accordingly, at the instance of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, specialized sections have been formed, especially with a view to a more detailed study of processes as a means of increasing productivity, as well as to a better instructed collective bargaining on behalf of particular kinds of workers throughout the USSR. Parallel with the establishment of these sections, said the CCCP, the holding of special meetings and production conferences according to trades must be put into practice, and in the shops a delegate representing the leading trade must be designated along with the shop delegate. We find the AOCU, whilst dutifully promulgating this policy of sectionalization, not forgetful of the possible danger to the trade union organization of such particularisms. The sections, the trade union bulletin of the AOCU had pointed out as early as 1926, must not be regarded as an initial step towards dividing the unions, or turning the sections into independent bodies. The sections must be created within a union, as auxiliary bodies which can better examine into the special industrial and living conditions of the members and serve them more satisfactorily/too similarly, in the case of the Inter-Union Bureau of Engineers and Technicians, to which we have already referred, it has been ordered that decisions of section bodies have to be submitted to and confirmed by the governing body of the particular union to whose members they relate before they become effective. 3. The Profintern. The preceding description of the complicated trade union organization of Soviet communism does not complete the analysis of the pattern. As we have seen in the case of the Soviet hierarchy, and as we shall presently describe in the case of the Communist Party, what is contemplated is membership of a far-reaching international organization which is eventually to be worldwide. For man as a wage-earning producer there is to be eventually a world trade unionism of the Soviet pattern. The whole trade union organization of the USSR accordingly belongs to the International Council of Red Trade Unions, commonly known as Profintern, which was formally established at an international gathering at Moscow summoned by the AOCU in 1921. There was already in existence an international association of trade unions, centered at Amsterdam, which had secured the adhesion of the great bulk of European trade unionism, irrespective of political opinions. With the spread of social democratic views among the workmen, this trade union international had become associated with the Second International, the Alliance of Labor and Socialist Societies established in 1889, at Paris, to which the socialist parties of Western Europe were affiliated. These very generally took up an attitude of hostility to Bolshevism, principally because of its intolerance of opposition and its suppression of the Menshevik section of the Social Democratic Party. Hence, just as the Comintern was set up at Moscow in opposition to the Second International, so the Profintern was set up there in opposition to the Amsterdam International. The Profintern is professedly governed by an annual congress of delegates from the several national organizations of communist trade unions. Such congresses were, for nearly a decade, held at Moscow, but opinions differ as to the extent to which they can be said ever to have been effectively either international or representative of trade unions as such. At the Congress held in 1927, for instance, when the Red Trade Union International claimed to speak for 13,862,209 members of affiliated organizations, 10,248,000 were trade unionists of the USSR, and 2,800,000 were members of Chinese societies of various kinds, which were promptly dissolved or have simply faded out. The other 750,000 included a few communist trade unions, chiefly in Germany, France, and Czechoslovakia, but was mainly composed, as Lozovsky himself reported, not of trade unions at all but of a varied array of nondescript bodies, including minority groups, illegal associations, and miscellaneous committees in some 40 or 50 other countries, including North and South America, Australia and New Zealand, India, and Africa, one hardly any of which had sent anyone to Moscow expressly as delegates to the Congress. The subsequent Congresses have been of the same kind. The delegates consist of those appointed by the AUKSU of the USSR, together with a tiny number of persons actually sent for the purpose by foreign trade unions, supplemented by others sent by the nondescript groups above mentioned, as well as by communist trade unionists of foreign birth or nationality, residing and working in Moscow, and even stray visitors of like opinions who happen to be there. This Congress appoints an executive council, with presidium, president, and secretary, most of them habitually resident in Moscow. The representative validity so far as foreign trade unions are concerned and the practical effectiveness in other countries of an international organization of this kind appears to be of the slightest. We do not wish to imply that the Prof in turn does not express the views of large numbers of communists in other countries, who have occasionally gone to the ballot box in millions, and who exercise in their respective countries an influence, not only among the unemployed, but also in trade union memberships and meetings, which have, except in a few instances, as yet not achieved control of the trade unions themselves. It is the claim of the Red International to represent foreign trade unions as such which is disputed, not its representation of the opinions of the communist members of the wage-earning class. The Central Council of the Prof in turn is a body including 4 of the leading members of the Communist Party of the USSR, with 2 persons belonging to each of the large industrial countries. The real work is done by an executive bureau of 7 members, 2 of them belonging to the USSR. The proceedings of the executive bureau, though often lacking in accurate knowledge of the position of labor in other countries, have not been without vigor and dexterity. There is a polyglot secretariat, paid for out of the dues levied by the Prof in turn on its affiliated bodies, and thus largely by the trade unions of the USSR. This secretariat is departmentally organized by countries, and includes communists belonging to one or other of the principal nations dealt with. Its extensive correspondence with all sorts of communist organizations in the different countries has, in the past, frequently included detailed directives as to how these bodies ought to proceed. These instructions, the tone of which excites some resentment, have been, in the past, occasionally accompanied by substantial remittances under various disguises, usually in aid of strikes. Since 1929, however, it is believed that these subsidies have, except in some cases when communist officials have required legal defense in criminal prosecutions, dwindled to minute sums, designed more to maintain connection than with any idea of fostering a world upheaval. The story of the proceedings of Prof in turn during the past dozen years is largely taken up with the continuous controversy with the Amsterdam International, which, in 1932, commanded the allegiance of many millions of trade union membership in nearly all countries except the USSR, and with its satellites, the 27 international federations of the trade unions of separate industries. Prof in turn has been tireless in its incessant attempt to arrange for what it calls a united front against capitalism throughout the world. It cannot, however, bring itself to unite with an organization formed on the basis of trade unionism as it exists in capitalist countries which, in the present interests of these members as wage earners, avowedly foregoes any attempt to overturn by force the existing order in which these members actually find their living. On the other hand, the Amsterdam International refuses to make any kind of alliance, or undertake any common enterprise, with a body which glories in existing for purposes definitely criminal under the laws of the states in which the trade unionists live, and which is avowedly directed from Moscow, and is universally supposed to be under the control of the Politburo of the Communist Party of the USSR. Apart from usually fruitless maneuvers for a united front, the Red International does all it can to encourage and support strikes and industrial disturbances in all capitalist countries, and, wherever possible, the active propaganda of communism itself. Its vision of a future world organization of trade unions, under a universal communist regime, is not without merit. But in the meantime, with trade unionism facing capitalist employers and unfriendly governments, we cannot help thinking that, as in the case of the Comintern, the avowed interference of Moscow in the internal affairs of other countries actually militates, by the nationalist resentment that it creates, against the progress of communism itself. How does Soviet trade unionism compare with British trade unionism? Trade unionism in the USSR, it will have been realized, is a large and powerful organization, more extensive than trade unionism in any other country, more busily engaged in a wider range of functions, and more closely connected with the other organs of the state. It is, we think, unique in the intense interest that it takes in increasing the productivity of the nation's industry, in its inclusion within its own membership of the directors and managers who have taken the place of the capitalist employers, and in its persistent desire to reduce costs. We shall describe in a subsequent chapter how cordially it has accepted the various arrangements in substitution for the capitalist's incessant desire to increase his profits for securing the utmost possible output at the lowest possible expense to the community. But what, it may be asked, does the trade union in the USSR retain from its model in British trade unionism? Put summarily, it may be answered that the Soviet trade union, like the British, is emphatically the organ of the wage earners. As such, it is based on optional individual membership and subscription, it appoints and pays its own officials and manages its business by its own elected committees, it conducts, through its highest committees and its national officials, the collective bargaining with the employing organizations by which the general scheme and standard rates of wages are fixed. Piecework rates are settled in each factory, job by job, after discussion with the union's local officials and not without their consent. These officials may actually be specialist rate fixers, for whom the union organizes special training. It takes part, through its chosen representatives and appointed officials, in almost every organ of government. Finally, its essential function is that of maintaining and improving the workers' conditions of life, taking, however, the broadest view of these, and seeking their advancement only in common with those of the whole community of workers. Not so easy to explain is the relation of the Soviet trade union to the other organs of the Soviet state. Are the trade unions, asked Tomsky in 1927, dependent on or independent of the state? If this is to be understood in the formal interpretation which Western European trade unions usually give to the question, then, of course, we are independent, for the trade unions are managed by their own democratically elected organs, have their own funds, and are in no way subject to the state. In the wider meaning of the word, in the sense of class politics, the unions are dependent, as organs of a united class, for the state is our state. But this dependence is based on mutual dependence, for equally the Council of People's Commissars and the Central Executive Committee of the Soviet government is dependent upon the trade unions. How can they be independent when we have 4 representatives in the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the Soviet government and 60 representatives in the Central Executive Committee of the Soviets itself, when we have a consultative vote in the Council of People's Commissaries on every question that arises therein, when the Council of People's Commissaries cannot decide a single question concerning the life of the workers without our final decision in the matter, when we have the right to remove from the agenda of any high state organ any question whatever, by a mere telephone call saying, "Just a moment. You want to discuss such and such a matter, but you have not asked us our opinion. We have something to say on the matter. Be good enough to postpone that item." And we know of no case when this has been refused us. The trade unions have the right to call upon any of the people's commissaries to appear before them to make a report, and no one of them has the right to refuse us on the grounds that he is not formally responsible to the unions in question. We suggest that the relation of Soviet trade unionism to the other organs of the Soviet state cannot be accurately estimated until the position and influence of the Communist Party is appreciated. To this we devote a subsequent chapter entitled The Vocation of Leadership. Section II. The Associations of Owner-Producers. It was characteristic of Lenin's genius that he set superlative value on the principle of multiformity in social organization, not only for the sake of that universal participation in government which, as he held, could alone make democracy real, but also as a guarantee of vitality. A pledge that the common and single aim will be successfully achieved. Only on this principle, it was urged, could men and women of diverse temperaments and talents, antecedents and circumstances, be all enrolled for the supreme task of building the socialist state. Hence we find, in the USSR, alongside the trade union of the wage and salary earners employed by state, municipal and consumers' cooperative enterprises and institutions, an entirely different, one might almost say a contradictory type of organization, the self-governing workshop or collective farm. In this type the members are not recipients of salary or wage, indeed, not employed under any contract of service at all. They are, individually or jointly, owners or part owners not only of the instruments of production but also of the products of their labor. This method of organizing man as a producer has been, in Western Europe, for over a century, continuously advocated, and frequently practiced under the name of cooperative production, as a desirable and practicable alternative to the organization of industry under the capitalist profit-maker. As such it has been the subject of heated controversy: is it either a desirable or a practicable alternative to the wage system? Incidentally, it may be said that the present writers replied in the negative, one at any rate within the framework of the capitalist system. Hence we have been all the more interested to discover that, within the framework of Soviet communism, associations of owner-producers, of one or other kind, have, within the past decade, become actually the predominant type in the agriculture of the USSR, whilst they have apparently demonstrated their advantages in various branches of manufacturing industry, and in such widespread methods of earning a living as hunting and fishing. The self-governing workshop. We start our analysis of the constitutional structure of associations of owner-producers in the USSR, not with the largest and in every way the most important group, namely, that of the collective forms, but with that which stands in most marked contrast with what we have described in our preceding section on trade unionism, namely, the associations of owner-producers in manufacturing industry, or what in England is called the self-governing workshop. The typical manufacturer of Russia in the 19th century was neither the capitalist entrepreneur nor the wage-paid artisan, but the individual handicraftsman, working alone or in a family group, on the wood or iron, wool or flax, bone or leather that he made up into commodities for household use, to be sold for his own subsistence. At all times a group of these handicraftsmen would unite in a labor artel. This, we are told, was a temporary association of individuals for a definite industrial undertaking, usually of a temporary character, conducted on a basis of joint management and responsibility. It was unrecognized by the law, and enjoyed no official or legal protection, but was habitually not interfered with by the government. Many artels were formed for work at building construction or manufacturing in the cities. Others existed in the villages for the production of commodities for sale. Many were formed annually for each year's campaign, and dissolved after the accounts for the goods delivered and sold in the season had been settled. A small proportion of them latterly took a more durable form as cooperative societies for production. On the other hand, a much larger proportion had, by 1914, lost their economic independence, and had fallen into the hands of capitalist middlemen, who either gave out their own materials to be made up at a sweated rate, or sold them on credit to the associated handicraftsmen, taking back the product in furniture, toys, leather goods, textile stuffs or articles of clothing at ruinously low prices. In 1914 the aggregate number of these owner-producers in industrial pursuits was given as 5.25 millions, constituting a census population of some 15 or 20 millions, representing as much as 1/8 of Tsarist Russia at that date. Their gross output was estimated at 2,400 million rubles, equal to 1/2 of that of the factory industry of the time. During the 7 years of war and civil war, 1914 to 1920, although some of the unions of artels achieved important results in the service of the country and the army, 2/3 of this population of handicraftsmen faded away, the bulk of the survivors being found, in 1921, in the more remote villages which suffered least from the ravages of the contending armies. Under the Soviet government, these independent owner-producers have been, from 1919 onwards, and especially since 1932, revived and encouraged, as an approved alternative form of production to that of employment at wages in the industries conducted by government or trust, municipality or consumers' cooperative society. Lenin's original policy was to maintain and develop energetically cooperative production, not only as a way of alleviating the condition of the peasants, but also as the means by which the small industry could, as he then believed, develop into mass production, on the basis of free associations of workers. Consequently, the handicraftsmen were, from the outset, enabled freely to form productive cooperative societies, which have been, at times, granted state credit for the purchase of materials at the lowest possible prices. Sometimes small factories or workshops, abandoned by their owners, were handed over to such societies. In other cases they have been helped to buy machinery and workshop equipment. Occasionally the experts of a trust, or of a particular modernized plant, have assisted one of the larger artels to change its whole system of production in such a way as greatly to increase its output. 3. The various government departments, central or municipal, together with the manufacturing trusts and the consumers' cooperative societies, have, during the past decade, willingly supplied their own needs by contracting to take from the manufacturing associations of owner-producers, at agreed fixed prices, a large proportion of their output, thus ensuring for long periods a profitable market for their usuries. Nor have the isolated independent handicraftsmen been left entirely unaided. The INCOPs have been asked to do everything possible to bring them into the network of organizations, and meanwhile to assist them by contracting to take their individual products so as to assist their marketing. Especially since the establishment of the 5-year plan in 1928 have these manufacturing associations of owner-producers multiplied and developed. The result has been, not only the progressive revival of the great bulk of the custar industry, but also the enlargement of its scope, and its assumption of definite constitutional forms according to the pattern common throughout the Soviet system. By a remarkable decree of July 23, 1932, by the Central Executive Committee and the Sovnarkom of the USSR, the whole system was further developed and drastically reorganized. 3. At the beginning of 1932, in addition to an uncounted host of isolated individual handicraftsmen who still exist, in the cities as well as in the villages, to the aggregate number of 1 million or more, the number of definitely organized cooperative societies of this kind was estimated at about 20,000, with 30,000 workshops or other establishments, having a total membership of 2,350,000 men and women, representing a census population of 7 or 8 millions, with an aggregate gross production of commodities valued at about 4,500 million rubles. Another calculation of later date, and including a wider range of societies, puts the amount, in 1932, of output of the producing cooperative associations, including invalids and timber working cooperatives, at 6,230 million rubles, calculated at planned prices of 1932. 4. Whereas before the war the great majority of the handicraftsmen worked at home, now fewer than 1/3 do so, and of the members of the cooperative societies fewer than 1/8. These societies, in half a dozen instances, now run small coal pits, producing, in the aggregate, more than 2 million tons per annum, and, in one case, at Richesk in the Urals, even a blast furnace. There are, in Kazakhstan, lead mines under INCOPs, elsewhere various small machine-making factories, many quarries, brick fields, and lime kilns, and even small chemical plants producing soap, acetic acid, iodine, nicotine, and various radio supplies. 2. But the INCOPs mainly devote themselves, to the extent of more than half their work, to the preparation of various kinds of food products and to the production and repair of all sorts of commodities for household use, such as furniture and kitchen equipment, boots and shoes, barrels and baskets, every description of textile stuffs and made-up clothing, mats and rugs of all kinds, toys, leather goods, artistic wood and iron work, pottery, and even hand painting on wood, by those who formerly produced religious icons. For sale to the public in the cities, these cooperative societies have over 1,000 shops, and more than that number of stands. Their members, indeed, have come to form an important element in the urban population. Whereas, in 1926, the handicraftsmen in the cities numbered only 500,000, or 2 to 1% of the population, in 1931 the urban registration disclosed their numbers as about 2 millions, or 6 to 2% of the population. 3. The members' meeting. The base of the constitutional hierarchy, in which these organized groups of industrial owner-producers are represented, is everywhere the meetings of members of their several INCOPs or industrial cooperative societies, which may each include anything from a few dozen to 1,000 or more workers, the average being a little over 100. In the smaller INCOPs these meetings, which every member over 18 years of age is expected to attend, take place frequently, according to the rules of the particular society, usually every few weeks. The course of the INCOP's business is reviewed by the president, manager, or other official, and any subject of interest to the members can be discussed. Once a year the president, often also a manager, and, to constitute the presidium, half a dozen other members are elected, together with the prescribed number of delegates to other bodies. The INCOPs in a given locality, and manufacturing the same kind of commodities, may also join together in a specialized union for common convenience, as for the joint supply of tools, raw materials, or auxiliary components, or joint representation in dealings with state departments. But the principal delegation is to the regional council, to which all INCOPs within the region, irrespective of the particular commodity that they manufacture, are now required to belong. The members' meeting elects also in each case a committee of revision, whose main duty is to audit the accounts. According to law this committee ought to include in its membership some members of other INCOPs. It is this committee of revision that decides the occasional disputes that arise in the society, subject to appeal to the regional council. If the membership of the INCOP does not exceed 300, it is the ordinary meeting of members which makes this election of delegates. If, however, as is increasingly coming to be the case in the large cities, the INCOP has many hundreds of members, the aggregate meeting is held only annually, to elect a smaller executive council of a few dozen members, and it is this executive council which chooses alike the INCOP's own officers and its delegates to the regional council. Under the revised arrangements of 1932, the regional councils, whilst aiding the INCOPs by instruction, planning, advice, and settlement of disputes, do not themselves have any operative functions. They do not, that is to say, themselves engage in production or distribution, nor are the INCOPs in any way hampered in their several industries. Each INCOP is freely to obtain for itself the materials that it requires, with the exceptions of wool, cotton, flax, hemp, silk cocoons, and hides other than pig hides. These may be obtained how the INCOP pleases, but only within the geographical districts prescribed by the Supplies Committee of the Council of Labor and Defense. Each INCOP is also to be free to acquire from any of the state enterprises such industrial remnants, waste, and refuse as it may need, and all state enterprises are directed to enter into contracts for these supplies at prices to be agreed upon. The INCOPs are to be free to obtain from the state bank the credit that they require, and to sell their products as and wherever they choose, including the open markets in the towns and their own retail shops. Except when working on materials provided from state funds, the INCOPs are no longer required to dispose of any part of the output to any state department, but all state departments are directed to place with the INCOPS such orders as they can. Orders for its own manufactured products may now be sought and obtained by each INCOP direct from the consumers' cooperative movement, or from state or municipal departments, or from any of the government trusts, as well as from individual purchasers. Prices are left to be settled by agreement or contract in each case. The one transaction that is strictly prohibited is speculation, meaning buying commodities with the intention of selling them again at a profit. In other words, the INCOPS are not to engage in mere dealing. It should be noted that, although the INCOPS are founded on the principle of a partnership of the workers themselves, they are allowed, by way of exception, to employ non-members at wages as specialists or as subsidiary or seasonal workers, to the extent of not more than 1/5 of the membership, or than 30% of the combined total of members and candidates for membership. The non-members thus employed at wages, who are generally members of their respective trade unions, must all receive the rates current in their several industries, as agreed to by the trade unions. Nothing in the nature of undercutting is allowed. The Regional Council of INCOPS. The decree of July 23, 1932, whilst abolishing various intermediate and all-union federal bodies of industrial cooperative societies, one established an obligatory association of the INCOPS within a given region, not for the purpose of control or of interference with their business enterprises in which they were to enjoy an enlarged independence, but solely for their assistance in fulfilling the tasks which they had undertaken. The region for this purpose was to be either each of the 6 smaller constituent republics, or else, in the RSFSR and in other districts of highly developed industry, the oblast or krai, or an area specially defined. Such region has now a council of delegates from its constituent INCOPS, which are represented approximately in proportion to their several memberships, as fixed by the council itself from time to time. This council no longer decides on the levy to be made upon the funds of each INCOP for regional and all-union administration and other purposes. All such levies are to be kept down to a minimum, and to be made by a special meeting for the purpose, at which specially delegated representatives of the several INCOPS within the region will confer with representatives of the Regional Council. That council will be responsible for supervising the audit of the society's accounts by their own committees of revision, and, where necessary, for supplying competent auditors to assist any society. The Regional Council is also responsible for supervision of the general direction of the INCOP's several activities, but solely for the purpose of securing the due fulfillment of the obligations undertaken by each of them. The greatest possible independence in management is to be left to each INCOP, on the understanding that they are, for the most part, primarily to supply the household commodities needed by the rural community, to the extent at least of 70% of their production. The INCOPs declare that their aim is to make this percentage at least 75%, but it is admitted that this amount has not yet been reached. The All-Union Council of Industrial Cooperatives, in place of the Central Federation established in 1922, as a directing and coordinating center, there is now established an All-Union Council of INCOPs, to which all the regional councils send representatives, and which also acts as Republic Council for the RSFSR. It is expressly laid down in the decree that this Council of the INCOPs of the USSR and RSFSR shall not perform operative functions of any kind. It is to be supervisory, not executive. What is to this council expressly reserved is the organizing work, accountancy, directorial, and prospective planning and representation of the INCOPs in government organizations. One in 1932 was held the first All-Union Congress of the Reorganist Producers Cooperatives II, at which some 200 delegates attended. Such a Congress will presumably be held every few years, but had, in 1934, not yet been repeated. The Congress elected an Executive Council to meet as a plenum once in every few months, with a president, and other members of a presidium, by whom the work of supervising the whole 20,000 INCOPs is done. During 1933 and 1934 the Executive Council invited to Moscow for consultation the heads of most QF the INCOPs from time to time. There has never been a People's Commissar for cooperative production, any more than for the consumers' cooperative movement. Such supervision and attention as has been given to the subject by the government at the Kremlin has come within the province of the Council of Labor and Defense. It is interesting that the president for the time being of the All-Union Council of INCOPS is admitted, when he chooses to attend, to the meetings of the Central Executive Committee, the Sovnarkom, and the Council of Labor and Defense, in each case with only a consultative voice. Perhaps the most important relation into which the All-Union Council enters is its participation with the officials of Gosplan in the annual settlement and the almost continuous adjustment of the general plan, so far as concerns the societies forming its membership. The preliminary plan is drawn up by Gosplan itself, but it is based on the separate reports which the Executive Committee obtains from every one of the 20,000 INCOPS, stating what they have produced during the preceding year, and what they think they can produce for the ensuing year. The provisional decision by Gosplan of what kind and what amount of production should be undertaken by the INCOPS, arrived at in consultation with the Executive Committee, after consideration of the needs of the USSR as a whole, is then submitted to the several regional councils, who pass on each part of it, with criticisms and suggestions, to the several INCOPS, whose officials and committees have promptly to give it their serious consideration, and return it with any objections or counter proposals. If any INCOP finds a difficulty in undertaking the manufacture of any of the commodities that the plan requires from it, the Regional Council may arrange for the technical instruction of some of its younger members at a special district school maintained for the purpose. The educational provision made by the INCOPS for their own members and their families, apart from and in addition to that made by the Soviets under the People's Commissars of Education in the several constituent or autonomous republics, is extensive and steadily increasing. In 1934 no less than 98 million rubles was appropriated for this purpose by the Executive Committee. All the larger units maintain their own trade schools and evening technical classes. In some of the principal cities there are university colleges, exclusively for members of INCOPS or their sons and daughters that at Leningrad had, in 1934, 2,400 students all over 18, pursuing 5-year courses. In addition, more than 60 technicums are maintained. 3/4 of the students are provided with stipends, sometimes more liberal than those of the students of the state institutions. There are special club houses for INCOP members. Their new Palace of Culture at Leningrad cost 10 million rubles, and claims to be the best in the city. The INCOPS have also their own holiday homes and sanatoria. Members of the INCOPS are not covered by the general scheme of social insurance. The All-Union Council has accordingly provided its own fund, by a levy on all the INCOPS, in which the whole membership is included, including the wage earners whom they employ. This fund had in 1933 an accumulated capital of over 100 million rubles, being 8 times as much as in 1929. The fund provides medical attendance and medicines, and secures admission to hospitals and convalescent homes, for all the members and their wives and children throughout the USSR. All confinements are treated in hospital, with 16 weeks full wages, as in the state scheme. This is wholly independent of the People's Commissars of Health, except that the assistance of the State Medical Service is obtained, on a contract involving the payment of 40 million rubles annually, in districts in which the number of INCOP members is insufficient to warrant an independent medical service. We see, in this reorganization of the old Kustar artels, an extraordinarily rapid development of what has again become, alongside the state and municipal factories, an important element in the industry of the USSR. It is one more example of the tendency to multiformity affording opportunity for ever wider participation in the organized life of the community. The report of the State Planning Commission in 1933 may rightly claim that cooperative industry, in which the form of handicraft associations predominates, plays a great part in the industrial life of the country. It is in connection with state industry, and supplements it in a number of ways. At the same time the industrial cooperative industry comes forward as the special means for the socialist remolding of the small home worker, and, on the basis of the cooperative organization of production, draws him into the common socialist channel of industrial development. It is interesting to witness, in the Soviet Union, the successful adoption of a form of industrial organization which has been extensively tried, during a whole century, in various capitalist countries, but seldom with any considerable or lasting success. Neither in Great Britain nor in France, neither in Germany nor in the United States, nor yet in any other country of advanced industrialism, have manufacturing associations of owner-producers, themselves jointly owning the actual product of their daily labor, that is to say, self-governing workshops, been able to make any considerable headway against systems of industrial production in which the working producers do not own the product of their labor, but are remunerated only by wages or salaries. Why is it different in the USSR? We suggest that the answer is to be found partly in the different environment provided in a country from which the profit-making capitalist has been entirely eliminated, and partly in the deliberate limitation and regulation of the sphere allotted to the cooperative associations. It is noticeable that the INCOPs of the USSR seldom or never compete in the market with the state trusts or municipal enterprises. On the contrary, these latter are on the most friendly terms with the artels and INCOPs, which are accorded a function of their own, duly recognized and specified in the general plan, and are constantly being helped to fulfill it. In other countries, the associated workers find themselves ruthlessly competed with and undercut even to the point of extinction, by the mass production of gigantic establishments eager to obtain a monopoly of the markets. But experience shows that associations of producers in capitalist countries also succumb in another way. Here and there, very exceptionally, usually by creating a speciality of their own, or attaching to themselves a special clientele, they have successfully withstood the warfare of their capitalist rivals, even to the point of sometimes making considerable incomes for the cooperating members. These have then, almost invariably, sooner or later, limited their numbers, and shrunk into small partnerships, including shareholders who are not working members, and employing non-members at wages. Tempted by what are, in effect, high profits, they eventually become indistinguishable from the capitalist profit makers themselves. In the Soviet Union, this process of degeneration is watched and effectively prevented. When an INCOP shows signs of closing its body of members to recruits from outside, it finds itself unostentatiously required to fill up vacancies so as at least to keep up its number. When it becomes too prosperous, so that its members could share among themselves incomes markedly in excess of those secured by the trade unions for their own members in state industry, it is sharply reminded that this is against the law under which INCOPs are formed. The excess profits may be carried to a reserve fund, or added to the insurance fund, but they may not be shared among the members. In most cases, a new arrangement of prices takes place, either in the rates at which the INCOP buys its materials and components, or in the prices it obtains from the purchasers of its wares. When a manufacturing association of producers obtains most of its materials from the government, and sells much of its products either to some branch of the government, or to one or other department of Centrosoyuz, it is not difficult to prevent the annual shares of the members in their own products from rising substantially above the earnings of similar workers in the state factories or the consumers' cooperatives. Moreover, the members are required always to work at piecework rates, as the basis of the advances that they receive in lieu of wages, and there is no provision allowing payment of interest or profit to non-workers. Thus protected and safeguarded, the manufacturing associations of owner-producers in the USSR do no harm to the collectivist organizations, in the interstices of which they live. On the contrary, by the positive addition that they make to the aggregate of commodities and services brought to market, they benefit the community as a whole. And they can add the further boon of an ever-widening variety in the supply of the commodities and services that they contribute. It is a net gain to associate for handicraft production during the winter, the members of one or more collective farms, or the dock laborers of an icebound port. Nor are the INCOPs confined to production by manual labor. There are INCOPs of artistic workers of more than one kind, including painters and sculptors. Associations of writers are formed to do their book production and publishing. There seems no reason why this form of organization should not afford a socially useful means of livelihood to members of the deprived categories, who are admitted as members if they are prepared to work loyally with their hands, and who might, at their option, unite among themselves to form new incops to render some special service calling for individual taste or skill, or not yet performed by any state or municipal enterprise. 1. The collective farm. It is with a sudden acceleration of Bolshevik tempo that we pass, in the survey of the organization of man as a producer, from the associa. And predominant type is the trade union, including all kinds and grades of workers by hand or by brain. In agriculture, those state farms, with the appropriate trade unions, are increasing in number and variety. It is the millions of individual owner-producers associated in collective farms that occupy the center of the picture. Moreover, whilst the development of the Kustar-Artels into industrial cooperative societies has been pursued without serious controversy, and without a trace of civil disorder, the advent of the collective farm, as the pattern organization for the vast hordes of peasant cultivators on 1/6 of the earth's surface, has been accompanied, not merely by heated controversy, both public and private, but also, among the peasants themselves, by widespread sullen resentment, and not a little recalcitrance, which cannot be assumed to have yet been completely overcome. Indeed, it might almost be said that the partially enforced collectivization and mechanization of agriculture during 1929 to 1934 represents the final stage, not yet completed, of the rural uprisings of 1917, that effectually liquidated the private landlord. The question inevitably arises, why did the Soviet government of 1928, in face of prolonged and heated discussion within the Communist Party itself, attempt so drastic, and, as it seemed, so hazardous an experiment? The answer is that the situation was such as, within their framework of reference, to leave no other course open to them. The unproductive peasant. Candid observers of the Russian muzhik during the past half-century, whilst differing in their estimates of his soulful qualities, agree in the testimony that as an agriculturist he has hitherto been, in the mass, either per head or per hectare, the least productive of all the peasantries of Europe. Whether as the result of nature or of nurture, of climate or of race, of centuries of oppression and illiteracy, or of generations of virtual slavery and peonage, or of a religion that imposed no code of conduct and amounted to little more than propitiatory rites, the typical muzhik, when not under coercion by landlord, tax collector, usurer or employer, failed to grow enough food, taking bad years with good, even to maintain his own family in full health and strength. And the bad years recurred with fatal frequency. During the first half of the 19th century, from 1800 to 1854, there are reported to have been no fewer than 35 years in which there was a more or less serious failure of the crops. In the 20 years from 1891 to 1910, there were only 4 good harvests, with 13 poor harvests, and 3 famine years. During the first decade of Soviet rule, 1918 to 1927, there were only 3 years of good harvests, 5 years of poor harvests and 2 famine years. This habitual unproductivity of the Russian peasant was masked, to the uncritical observer, by the fact that, so long as the landlord was in a position to exact his rent, the tax collector his taxes, and the village usurer and employer the profits that they could squeeze out of their impecunious neighbors, some grain was always sent to market, even if the village starved. Moreover, a considerable proportion of the aggregate area was, down to 1917, cultivated in the large farms of the improving landowners, and in the smaller but often substantial holdings of the kulaks, who had added field to field by their oppression of the poorer villagers. Thus, so long as the landowners remained, and the tax collector used force, and the kulak's characteristic thrift was unrestrained, there could be, in all but the worst years, not only an adequate supply for the relatively small city populations but also, occasionally, a substantial export. Meanwhile the poor peasant was being increasingly driven off the land, and in bad years during the past century, every other year the infants, the aged, and often the nursing mothers were dying by thousands of inanition, typhus or enteric. We shall describe in a subsequent chapter how frequently, in the present century, the peasants rose against their most obvious oppressors, the landlords, whose mansions they burnt, whose stores they plundered and whose land they divided. This almost continuous jacquerie was not the work of the Bolsheviks, who were not yet in office. Nor did it result in any substantial or lasting improvement in the condition of the mass of poor peasants, or in any increase of marketable foodstuffs. It did not even enlarge the area of the average peasant holding, nor give him an iron plough, nor any horse or ox to draw the plough. In 1917, with the swarming back of the men from the armies, and the workers from the factories, all demanding shares of the land of the village to which they belonged, the redistribution of the large estates merely increased the number of starveling peasant holdings from some 14 or 15 millions in 1916 to some 24 or 25 millions in 1926. The crisis in foodstuffs ever since the Bolshevik seizure of power, the maintenance of the food supply for the population of the cities and the Red Armies had been a constant preoccupation of the Soviet government. This perpetual anxiety as to how the people could be saved from hunger, to which the British and French governments in times of peace never gave a thought, was not directly due to any socialist measure taken by Lenin and his colleagues. On the contrary, it sprang from their inability, during a whole decade, to deal with the extreme individualism and primitive conditions of Russian peasant agriculture. During the years of war communism, all the grain that could be discovered was simply taken by force for the feeding of the Red and the White armies, which naturally led to the peasants limiting their cultivation either to what sufficed to feed themselves or what they saw their way to hide. The situation became desperate enough to drive Lenin to the new economic policy of 1921, under which a revival of limited capitalist enterprise, with market prices left free to be settled by supply and demand, encouraged the kulaks to bring out their hidden grain in exchange for the commodities that they desired. It could not, however, avert the serious famine of 1921, which was the result, not merely of adverse weather conditions, but also of the widespread desolation wrought by the civil wars. The subsequent opening of the scissors, the disparity between the exchange values of primary products and manufactured articles, had grave consequences on the peasant mentality. The great bulk of the peasantry, whether poor or relatively prosperous, had supported the Bolsheviks in overthrowing the provisional government, because this collapse of authority enabled the peasants, including the kulaks, to drive away the landowners and share their estates among the villagers. On similar grounds, the peasantry had everywhere eventually supported the Red Armies against the Whites, because these latter threatened to reinstate the landlords in their possessions. But once that danger had disappeared, the peasants, poor, middle or kulak, now imagining themselves proprietors of the land they tilled, demurred to parting with their produce to feed the cities, even at free market prices, so long as these prices did not enable them to obtain the manufactured commodities they desired at something like the old customary rates. The peasants, moreover, even the very considerable proportion of them to whom the revolution had given land for nothing, resented, like peasant proprietors all over the world, the levying on them of any direct taxes. Nor did the marked development, in the village, of the characteristic peasant vices of greed and cunning, varied by outbursts of drunkenness and recurrent periods of sloth, produce anything like general prosperity, nor even any common improvement in agricultural methods. What became apparent was that the peasant, formerly servile, was becoming rebellious. Mr. Maurice Hindus, who was born and bred in the Russian village, vividly describes his own astonishment at discovering, in a village meeting, the typically rebellious muzhik. The chairman of the village Soviet had been speaking to an audience which gave him rapt attention. Of a sudden, somewhere from the fringe of the audience, there boomed out a deep voice as startling as a thunderclap. Words, 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 only words. It was an elderly muzhik speaking. Barefooted, bareheaded, with a flowing beard and in a soiled linen shirt, he raised his arms high as though to quiet the murmur of protest that his interruption had called forth. All for the benefit of the foreign visitor, he drawled mockingly. Showing off. Look at me, Inostranets, and he pounded his fists on his bulging chest. I am the truth, the sole putrid truth in this beastly land. Denunciations hailed on him from every direction, but he paid no heed to them. 1 am 65 years of age. The Soviets did give me land, but what shall I do with it? Can I eat land? I have no horse, and what can I do on land without a horse? The chairman himself, and several of his associates, sought to quiet him, but he raced on unperturbed. In the old days, he shouted, raising his voice above the tumult that had broken out, we had a Tsar, landlords, exploiters, and yet I could always buy a horse if mine died, and boots too, and all the calico I could pay for. And now there is no Tsar, there are no landlords, there are no exploiters, and yet no horse, no boots, no calico, nothing. Remember that, stranger. I stared at the mujik, at the disturbed chairman, at the heaving mob. It seemed so unbelievable that anyone in Russia would dare to lift his voice in such haughty disdain, in such flaming defiance of the proletarian dictators, least of all a mujik. I remembered him so well in the old days, this lowly miserable creature of a mujik. How meek he seemed in the presence of officials. How humbly he would bow before a man in a uniform, or sometimes only in city clothes. With what alacrity he would remove his hat before anyone he deemed his superior. Shy he was, this unwashed, hairy, big-boned mujik, and cautious in his choice of words, in voicing a grievance, lest he give offense to the man representing Pravительstvo government, and when he noted in the expression of the official's face a sign of annoyance or disapproval, he shrank back, apologized, begged for forgiveness. In his heart he may have cherished only hate for the official, but when face to face with him he was all meekness and docility. But now in this desolate village, I witnessed the extraordinary spectacle of a bedraggled, mud-bespattered mujik, actually denouncing and haranguing officials, all government, with no more restraint or compunction than as if he were scolding his son or whipping his horse. It seemed so terribly one humanity uprooted, by Maurice Hindus, 1929, p. 149. Unreal, so unbelievably heroic. This mujik proved to be typical of many in the succeeding years. Matters were made not better but worse by the growing prosperity in the village of the more thrifty and more industrious, but also the more cunning and more oppressive of the agriculturists, to whom the opprobrious name of kulak was applied. The inequality of conditions, to which Stolypin's reforms had given an impetus, was not removed by the multiplication of starveling holdings, and not lessened by the monopoly of resources by a minority of hated usurers. Though the kulaks might be climbing steadily into capitalists, the army of the landless was rapidly growing. What was, however, most serious of all was that the national food supply was rendered thereby not less but even more precarious than before. Whenever the harvest was relatively good, practically all the peasants consumed a larger and took to market a smaller proportion of the yield. In years of threatened scarcity, the kulaks had the cities at their mercy. Experimental improvements, it would, however, be unfair to the mujik, and an inaccurate description of the dilemma of the statesman, to ignore the various experiments in agricultural organization which had been, in one locality or another, pretty extensively tried between 1917 and 1927. In the first place, there had been, among the more prosperous of the peasants, a great extension of agricultural cooperation of the ordinary type. Voluntary cooperative associations of independent peasants abounded in 1927, to the aggregate number, it was reported, of some 80,000 societies for several dozens of different purposes, withliterally millions of members. This once powerful voluntary movement has now almost entirely ceased to exist. Its place has been taken by the so-called kolkhozy, or collective farms, in which the members united either the whole or some of their resources in capital and labor, in order to share among themselves as co-partners an increasing output. Of these collective farms, of which some thousands had spontaneously come into existence between 1918 and 1927, with varying degrees of success, we may distinguish three types. There was, first, the association of members merely to the extent of combining their labor forces for joint tillage, for working in company in plowing, sowing and harvesting a particular crop upon their several holdings of land, and sharing the proceeds among themselves. A second type, usually styled an artel, one was that of the association in which were united not merely the labor force but also the ownership of the capital employed, but only in so far as concerned the production of cereals or other specified crops, sometimes also with a common flock or herd, leaving in individual occupation and management the dwelling houses, the garden grounds, the poultry, the bees, the domestic pig and sometimes a cow, for the particular care and profit of the several families. The third type was called the commune. In this, not only the fields and buildings connected with cereal cultivation, but also all the other rural enterprises, were owned and administered in common, and the whole proceeds were shared, together with the dwelling houses and all the improvements and amenities for common enjoyment that the settlement could afford. Some of these communes, in various parts of the USSR, had already proved remarkably successful over periods of several years, reaching a level of productiveness, and sometimes of amenity, amounting to what the Western world would deem civilization, superior not only to the average of the peasantry, but even to most of the collective farms of the artel type. It appeared, however, that the commune, to be permanently successful, required in its necessarily voluntary membership a considerably higher level of personal character, and also of managerial capacity, than other forms of village settlement, a level which could not reasonably be expected to become universal, or even to be commonly attained within a generation. If it was necessary to obtain, over the USSR as a whole, any considerable increase in the quantity of marketable grain even in good years, still more, if it was imperative, in the interest of the whole community, to ensure that there should be no actual shortage in the bad years that were certain to come, it did not seem possible for the government to sit down with folded hands to await the slow and gradual extension, to the entire peasantry, either of agricultural cooperative societies or of collective farming of any type whatsoever. Some way of quickening the tempo and enlarging the area of agricultural improvement had to be found. On the other hand, the state farms, which the Soviet government had managed to retain in its own administration, and had been for nearly a decade struggling to cultivate exclusively with wage laborers, had so far failed to produce, after their staffs had been fed, even in good years, more than a small net addition to the aggregate of marketable grain. It seemed impossible, in the near future, to transform these grain factories into an effective and, in bad years, a certain source of the nation's food supply. The prolonged discussion as to policy, the problem for the Soviet statesmen, was desperately difficult. It may surprise those who assume the existence of a dictatorship, and deny that of free speech, to learn that, for nearly 3 years, the issue was the subject of heated public controversy in articles, pamphlets, and books, widely circulating in large editions, as well as prolonged committee debate in the Central Executive Council and within the Communist Party. There were those who declared that the growth and development of the kulaks was, by rebuilding capitalism, endangering, if not destroying, the whole achievement of the revolution. This faction demanded the most drastic measures for the suppression of the kulaks, but failed to make clear by what means it proposed to increase the agricultural output of the minute holdings of the majority of poor peasants otherwise than by the slow spread of one or other form of voluntary cooperation. There were those who laid more stress on the multiplication of state farms, employing laborers at wages as in the state factories, which, it was said, would prove the only efficient and reliable source of the foodstuffs required. But no one showed how to develop state farms at a rate that would avert the peril of mass starvation. Accordingly, those for whom Bukharin and even A.I. Rykov were for some time the spokesman urged that, as the state farms would take a long time to develop to the extent required, and as it was hopeless to look for agricultural improvements to the great mass of tiny holdings, it was only the more energetic and enlightened of the peasants, who had already obtained the use of relatively considerable holdings of land, with superior equipment and improved agricultural systems, who could promptly make any appreciable contribution to the increased aggregate production that was immediately needed. These, therefore, it was said, though often oppressive kulaks, should be encouraged and assisted to enlarge their enterprises, as the only available means of national safety, even at the price of temporarily reducing many more of the poor peasants to the position of wage laborers. 1. The policy of universal collectivization. In the end, the Central Executive Committee of the All-Union Congress of Soviets, in conjunction with the Central Committee of the Communist Party, hammered out during 1927 an alternative policy, for which, we think, Stalin deserves most of the credit. As proclaimed by him in 1928, the decision of these committees prescribed, for immediate execution, nothing less than a second agrarian revolution, in which the whole of the individual peasantry would be transformed within less than a decade. This was to unite the utmost rapid development of the state farms with a far more extensive gradual combination of the poorer and middle peasants, under government persuasion, in collective farms of the artel type, in both cases in order that agriculture might be universally mechanized by tractors and harvesting combines to be supplied by the government, whilst the output upon the enlarged farms could be further increased by rotation of crops and the use of fertilizers. Practically the whole of the individual peasantry was to disappear, and to become workers on relatively large amalgamated areas, either as cooperative owner-producers or as farm laborers at wages. Only in this way, it was suggested, could the 25 or 26 million tiny holdings be merged within the necessary time into a few 100,000 relatively large farms on which the use of machinery would be practicable. Only in this way, it was urged, could the whole peasant population, and not merely an exceptional minority, be raised to the comprehension of improved systems of agriculture. Meanwhile, the kulak was to be taxed more severely, denied the use of the new government tractors, and harried in every possible way, with a view to his complete liquidation as a class, within a few years. It is this policy which has, since 1928, covered all parts of the USSR with collective farms, formed by peasants who have, nominally voluntarily, but often after intense propaganda, and at times under considerable local pressure, merged their little holdings in larger units, belonging to themselves jointly instead of to themselves individually. In this way, there has been created, for agriculture, something analogous to the Custar artels, or cooperative societies of owner-producers in manufacturing industry, that we described in the preceding section. We may pause to consider the magnitude and the difficulty of this transformation. To convert, within less than a decade, even 2/3 of a population of 120 millions of peasantry steeped in ignorance, suspicion, and obstinacy, accustomed for centuries to individual cultivation of the little holdings that they now deemed their own, with all the cunning and greed that such a system develops, into public-spirited cooperators working upon a prescribed plan for a common product to be equitably shared among themselves, might well have been deemed hopelessly impracticable. At least, it would have been said, by anyone acquainted with the peasant population, that such a transformation, the real agrarian revolution in Russia must require a whole generation of persistent effort. The struggle for efficiency in the kolkhozy. The past 5 years have, indeed, seen a tireless struggle in nearly all parts of the USSR, to induce the gigantic membership of the kolkhozy, which had often been achieved only by considerable governmental pressure, to remain loyally in membership, and to work their cooperative enterprises with honesty and adequate efficiency. At first, by widespread propaganda and reckless promises of tractors and harvesters, improved plows and selected seeds, the process of conversion was altogether too quick. Whilst only 20% of collectivization had been contemplated during the first year, something like 55% was attained. For so rapid a transformation the Soviet government was not prepared, and more than half the new collective farms could not be given the aid of tractors. The zeal of the government agents had led, on the one hand, to something very like compulsion of the hesitating peasants to join the collectives, and, on the other, to unduly large and repeated levies upon such of them as were successful, representing what was claimed to be the government share of the harvest. The middle peasants, feeling themselves condemned to a merger that was repugnant to them, in many instances slaughtered, in 1929 to 1930, their cattle and horses, sheep and pigs, rather than bring them into the common stock. So widespread was the outcry that the central committees were driven to instruct Stalin to issue his manifesto entitled Dizzy with Success, in which the zeal of the government agents was rebuked, the voluntary character of membership of the collectives was emphasized, permission to withdraw was conceded, and proper consideration of the varying stock brought in by different members was insisted on. Nevertheless, the animals continued to be slaughtered and the total membership to fall off. Partial failures of crop in 1931 and 1932 deepened the discontent. This was especially the case in some parts of the once favored community of the Don Cossacks, where the loss of the special privileges, in which a large proper asterisktion of the population had shared under the Tsars, was still resented. The recalcitrance took on the gravest aspect in some parts of the Ukraine, where the aspirations of some of the intelligentsia after national independence had been kept alive by continuous incitement and occasional secret emissaries from the Ukrainian exiles at Paris and Prague. The whole organized movement for an independent Ukraine was, we are told, from 1928 onwards, directed towards stimulating the peasants to resist collectivization. The forms taken by this resistance, it has been frankly stated by one of the Ukrainian émigrés, have greatly varied. At first there were mass disturbances in the kolkhozy, or else the communist officials and their agents were killed, but later a system of passive resistance was favored, which aimed at the systematic frustration of the Bolshevik plans for the sowing and gathering of the harvest. The peasants and workers, seeing the ruthless export by their Bolshevik masters of all food produce, began to take steps to save themselves from starvation in the winter time, and to grasp at any means of fighting against the hated foreign rule. This is the main reason for the wholesale hoarding of grain and the thefts from the fields, offenses which, if detected, are punishable by death. The peasants are passive resistors everywhere, but in Ukraine the resistance has assumed the character of a national struggle. The opposition of the Ukrainian population caused the failure of the gram storing plan of 1931 and still more so, that of 1932. The catastrophe of 1932 was the hardest blow that Soviet Ukraine had to face since the famine of 1921-1922. The autumn and spring sowing campaigns both failed. Whole tracts were left unsown. In addition, when the crop was being gathered last year, it happened that, in many areas, especially in the south, 20, 40, and even 50% was left in the fields, and was either not collected at all or was ruined in the threshing. Towards the close of 1932, when the extent of this continuous deliberate sabotage had become manifest, when the too persistent rains of the summer had ruined the prospect of an abundant harvest, even where the agricultural operations had been loyally carried out, and when it was realized that the reserves had been specially depleted owing to the measures taken in order to stave off a Japanese invasion, the food situation again looked desperate. There is reason to believe that those in authority did not know where to turn. Finally, in January 1933, Stalin announced an administrative campaign, designed to reach the nerve centers of every one of the 225,000 collective farms, a campaign which for boldness of conception and vigor in execution, as well as in the magnitude of its operations, appears to us unparalleled in the peacetime annals of any government. The desperate situation had to be saved. And, aided fortuitously by good crops in 1933 and 1934, it was saved. How this was accomplished will appear in the following pages. The magnitude of the problem. We must first emphasize the magnitude of the problem. The rush of some 70 million people into the collective farms had not been accompanied by any sufficient provision of agricultural machinery, seeds, and fertilizers even for those who were loyal, and certainly not by any adequate means of supervision and control of such of them as might be disloyal or recalcitrant. The total number of collective farms of all types in the USSR, which was less than 20,000 in 1927, had grown by the first quarter of 1933 to 211,000, actually cultivating about 85 million hectares, or an average for each enterprise of over 400 hectares. 2. The total number of households is variously stated as between 14 and 15 millions, making a population of some 70 millions, and giving an average for each collective farm of between 65 and 70 households. We may contrast these statistics of collective farms with those of the village Soviets. The number of village Soviets in the USSR is about 70,000, governing some 600,000 villages and hamlets. Thus there are, on an average, 3 collective farms in the area of each village Soviet. But as in some districts the collective farms are still scanty, the average per village Soviet in the rest of the USSR must be much higher than 3, and, as some of the areas of the village Soviets have more than 10 times the population of others, there must be areas under a single village Soviet which each contain 6 or even a dozen collective farms. Collective farming is most complete in the rich grain districts of southern and southeastern Russia, and least advanced in the northern provinces, with their poorer soil, and 3. In some of the autonomous republics inhabited by non-Russian nationalities. The state machinery for the control of the collective farms. Though new People's Commissar, the new policy of universal collectivization involved a far-reaching reorganization of the machinery of government. 1. The first step was the establishment of federal control. Hitherto agriculture had been a subject retained by the several union or constituent republics, in each of which there had been, since 1923, a People's Commissar of Agriculture, responsible only to his own Sovnarkom and Central Executive Committee. There were now appointed by the USSR government 2 new People's Commissars to deal with agriculture throughout the whole Union. One of these, the People's Commissar for State Farms, took complete command in collective farms and the percentage they form of the total households in each of the principal agricultural areas in the USSR, in the first quarter of 1933. Of these wherever they were or might hereafter be established. The other, the People's Commissar for Agriculture, was to deal both with the collective farms of all types, and with the still surviving individual peasantry. The existing People's Commissars of Agriculture in the several constituent or autonomous republics were not removed, nor were their offices abolished. What happened was that, at one fell swoop, the whole score of them were stripped of a large part of their autonomy, passing suddenly from governing, as they chose, non-unified departments, which were responsible solely to themselves, to presiding over unified departments, in which they had to follow the plans and execute all the orders received from the USSR People's Commissar, and in which their local staffs were required to render loyal service both to the local People's Commissar, and also to his superior, the USSR People's Commissar. Though new agricultural departments in each of the constituent republics, there had existed a land department, descended from the various land committees which were supposed to direct the division among the peasantry of the land of the monasteries and the Tsar's family, and those estates from which the landlords had been expropriated. These offices had become somnolent with the completion of the division, and actually fulfilled few functions. They were now reorganized into agricultural departments, having in charge the supervision alike of the independent peasantry and of the rapidly growing kolkhozy of various types. These departments had much to do with the adjustment of boundaries of the several kolkhozy, and with the settlement of disputes. Their whole work was brought under the supervision and the orders primarily of the People's Commissar of Agriculture of the Republic, but with the obligation of loyally carrying out any commands and instructions of the USSR People's Commissar. In the autonomous republics, as in the oblasts or krayas of the RSFSR and the Ukraine, there are also agricultural departments subordinate to those of the several constituent republics. In the case, however, of the very extensive oblasts or krayas of the RSFSR, such as those of East and West Siberia and the Urals, and in the case of the larger among the autonomous republics, it became the practice for their agricultural departments to be in direct communication with the USSR People's Commissar of Agriculture at Moscow, where there had been a special kolkhoz center, obtaining all statistical and other information about the kolkhozy throughout the whole USSR. This Kolkhoz center became a part of the new USSR Commissariat of Agriculture. Beneath the Oblast or Krai, or Autonomous Republic, there was also a land department for each rayon. These had apparently wholly gone to sleep, to be rudely stirred by Kaganovich at the 17th Party Congress. Our rayon land departments, he said, are in a state of neglect, they are in an interregnum as it were, they do not seem to be able to grasp what their functions are. Very often the planning work of the rayon land department resolves itself into their mechanically distributing the production quotas among the collective farms without taking into account their traction facilities, their labor power, and their economic possibilities. The rayon land departments must be organized in such a way that they may know the situation in every collective farm, 1. Supervision by the village Soviets. Then the village Soviets were made to realize that it was an important part of their duty to watch the administration of all the collective farms within their several areas, so as to prevent them from going so far wrong as to threaten a failure of supply. It was pointed out that the kolkhoz, even more than the individual peasant, owed a positive duty to the state, in the form of the utmost production of foodstuffs on the nationalist land that had been entrusted in usufruct to each little community, and that the performance of this duty had to be enforced. The president of each village Soviet was reminded that he was personally responsible for the proper conduct of each collective farm within the area under his charge, so far at least as using all his personal influence was concerned, with instructions to report without delay when he perceived anything going wrong. The Soviet hierarchy grips the collective farm. This Soviet hierarchy now took hold of the administration of the collective farms. From one end of the USSR to the other, every kolkhoz had to be firmly gripped to be merely supervised, aided, and praised, if its agriculture was successful, to be admonished and warned and threatened, if the sowing, the weeding, the reaping, the threshing, and the warehousing of the grain were not loyally and efficiently conducted, and in all cases to be helped and instructed and supplied with seed, fertilizers, and machinery. The problem, Kaganovich had pointed out as early as 1930, was to bring the state machinery as close as possible to the villages and hamlets, of which there were, as we have mentioned, no fewer than 600,000. At present, he continued, the center of gravity of collective farm construction has been shifted to the rayon. Here are gathered up the threads of collective farm organization and all other economic work of the villages, cooperative and Soviet, credit and supply. Are the rayon organizations sufficiently equipped with the necessary workers to deal with all this varied work? There can be no doubt that they are extremely inadequately supplied with workers. Where is the way out? What was done in 1930 was to decree the abolition of the okrug, and to distribute its staff among the congresses of Soviets of both the latter authorities. In addition, some 25,000 selected party members were sent to the machine and tractor stations, an effective lever for lifting to prosperity every collective farm that was not deliberately wrecking its own agriculture was presently found in the machine and tractor station, in which the supply of machinery to the farms had gradually been concentrated. Between 1930 and 1933 the number of these M&T stations was increased to over 2,600, with nearly 700 repairing shops and 80,000 tractors. Their repairing shops were raised to a high level of efficiency, and their administration was made the means of persistent supervision of all the 50 to 100 farms within the area, averaging about 15 square miles, that each station served. Their activities were described by an adverse critic in the following terms. The erection of machine tractor stations, the first of which was set up in the Odessa region in 1927, had a significant influence on the subsequent developments. These stations may have on hand as many as 100 tractors and more, together with all the necessary accessories, as well as threshing machines, repair shops, and technical personnel. Each station undertakes to draw up agreements with nearby village communities or collectives on the basis of a share in the harvest in exchange for technical assistance. Today these stations are the so-called heavy artillery of the forced collectivization. They are established by order of the government, and instructions are given to ensure that the peasants within the working radius of each station are linked up with them. It is arranged for each station to have a maximum field of operation of 50,000 to 60,000 hectares. For the year 1930 there were 313 stations in operation. By 1931 this figure had increased to 1,400, and in 1932 it is planned to have 3,100. One-third of the summer and winter sowings in 1932, roughly about 48 million hectares, are to be carried out with the assistance of these stations. During 1933, the relations of the machine and tractor stations with the collective farms within their several districts were reorganized in the light of the experience of the previous years. Whilst the thousands of tractor drivers and mechanics that descended on the villages necessarily exercised a considerable missionary effect, their relations with the collective farms were to be strictly on the basis of a business contract mutually agreed to. In addition to advice and help in preparing plans, so many tractors or other machines, kept constantly in good working order, bringing their own petrol, would execute so much work in plowing, sowing, reaping and threshing, including fallow land and winter sowing, in return for fixed and specified percentages of the yield mutually agreed to, the percentages for each group of collective farms being fixed with some regard to its prospective harvest. The percentage for threshing was henceforth to be calculated not on the amount of wheat brought to be threshed, but on the actual amount of the yield in grain. And when the work for each collective farm is completed, the management board of the farm, in conjunction with the MTS, is to draw up jointly a special protocol showing exactly the work done and its results in quality as well as quantity, and the amount due. Similar arrangements to those of the 1,192 MTS serving grain farms would be made by the 348 in sugar beet regions, 246 in flax, 238 in cotton, 151 in vegetables and 85 in potatoes. 2. The Soviet hierarchy is reinforced by the Communist Party. It was, however, not enough to reorganize, from top to bottom, the Soviet departments responsible for agriculture, and not enough even to place in their hands the lever of 3,000 or 4,000 machine and tractor stations, with an aggregate park of artillery of 200,000 tractors and combines, served by thousands of competent drivers and mechanics, provided with unlimited petrol. In the USSR, perhaps even more than in Western countries, there is always an immense lag, alike in time and in space, between the creation or reorganization of a government department, and the actual accomplishment everywhere and completely of the task that it is set to do. In so vital a matter as the food supply, Kaganovich, with Stalin's full support, was taking no risks. He turned to the zealous and trustworthy members of the Communist Party to see that, not only the immense Soviet organization, from the USSR People's Commissariat / down to the most remote village Soviet and the furthest flung machine and tractor station, but also the 225,000 collective farms with their several boards of management and their 15 million families, all of them actually did their duty. It was decided by the Central Committee of the Communist Party to create some 3,000 new local organs, termed politotally, being special sections or committees of selected party members, charged with seeing to it, in the several regions assigned to them, that the government policy was actually put in operation by the persons immediately responsible for each part of it. These policy sections, as we shall call them, the usual translation of political sections, being, we are told, not precisely accurate, and certainly misleading, represent a unique projection from Moscow of the highly centralist Communist Party. The work of the policy sections. This throwing into the field, all over the USSR, of a hand-picked and trustworthy Second Army of some 25,000 members of the Communist Party, chosen, we are told, out of a much larger number of eager applicants for the adventure, and seconded out of all sorts of departments and factories for this special service, and especially their organization in some 3,000 policy sections, was acclaimed as a masterstroke of policy, which, as we read the evidence, contributed more than anything else to the marked success of the agricultural campaigns of 1933 and 1934. The members of these policy sections were carefully instructed in their duties by Kaganovich himself, and dispatched in batches from Moscow to some 3,000 chosen centers in all parts of the USSR. Each policy section consisted of at least 5 persons and often more, including a director, an organizer of party work, another of work by the komsomolets, with a woman to organize the women workers, together with an editor, not only of posters and leaflets, but also of the little local newspaper that was everywhere started. 1. The duty of each section, with the assistance of all the party members and komsomolets in the area, was primarily and specifically to see to it that everyone, whether on the staff of the machine and tractor stations, or in the service of the oblast or rayon, or of a village soviet, or in that of a collective farm, did his or her duty. Many of the party members thus sent to the agricultural front also undertook one or other office, either in the machine and tractor station, or in the village soviet, or in the management of a collective farm. This attitude of inspection and control, coupled with the actual filling of particular posts, naturally brought the members of the policy sections into delicate and somewhat ambiguous relations with the local Soviet officials on the one hand, and, on the other, with the party fractions and provincial party agents, with the result of not a little friction and some open quarrels, which had to be straightened out. We get a vision of the difficulties and dangers encountered by these missionaries in the correspondence of one of those who went out in the first batch in 1930. Gregor Injavatkin, who, after bringing to a high degree of organization the district of Turkestan to which he was sent, was eventually assassinated by a group of recalcitrant peasants. His letters to his wife, to his comrades in the Moscow factory in which he had been employed, and to the party authorities afford a moving picture of the life of these devoted party missionaries. 1. The establishment of the policy sections, and the selection in 1933 of a second army of party members to man them, arose, we are told, directly out of the disclosure to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the continued recalcitrance and sabotage in the North Caucasus. Their instructions were briefly summed up on the phrase that what they had to do was to make the kolkhozy Bolshevist and the members thereof more prosperous. 2. We are able to give a useful account of the actual methods and results of a politotal at work as a whole in a recent description by an American student who was spending a year among the kolkhozy. As each collective farm completes, the policy section issues directives regarding grain deliveries to the government, the past, present and future activities of the farm. These sum up the accomplishments and failures, discuss its special problems and give instructions for the future, stating whether the directives need to be discussed with the kolkhoz board of the district executive committee before being carried out. The directives begin with a statistical report on the fulfillment of grain deliveries, and a statement of the success of the collective in relation to its own history and the achievement of other collective farms in the district. The kolkhoz is reminded of its contract with the machine and tractor station, that it must pay the MTS in kind a percentage of the crop for the use of the machines. The directives then take up the collective needs of the kolkhoz, the needs of special groups within it, and, finally, special directives are given in regard to families and individuals. A fund must be laid aside for seed and insurance, arrangements made for invalids and orphans, and a kolkhoz social fund created. Care is exercised to secure justice for groups of individuals. The collective farm which has accomplished specially fine work sometimes receives a tractor or a truck as an award from the MTS. On one farm where repairs were urgently necessary, and there were not sufficient funds to care for the whole kolkhoz, the policy section has directed that the cottages housing the largest families should be repaired first. Faithful and efficient farm members, or a brigade which surmounted great difficulties, are credited with a 10 or 20% increase on their work days. Very careless workers receive a like deduction. Where a collective farm worker has retrieved a bad reputation, his deduction may be cancelled or cut in half. Those kolkhoz udarniks who are without a cow are singled out to receive a calf from the kolkhoz dairy. In one instance, a family had received no payment last year because of the kulak sabotage which disrupted the farm. This year the political section has ordered a 15% increase in its work days in partial restitution. The directives deal with inumar. From one end of the USSR to the other we must visualize the agricultural departments of the oblasts and rayons, with the village soviets and the machine and tractor stations, continuing to supervise and assist the couple of 100,000 collective farms, the whole organization being guided and directed by the 3,000 policy sections, inspired and driven by the incessant activity of Kaganovich at the head of the agricultural department of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. What has been the result of this attempt to cope with climatic difficulties on the one hand, and on the other with the inertia, the ignorance, and the suspicion of the peasantry of the immense area that had to be dealt with? Was there or was there not a famine in the USSR in the years 1931 and 1932? Those who think this a simple question to answer will probably already have made up their minds, in accordance with nearly all the statements by persons hostile to Soviet communism, that there was, of course, a famine in the USSR, and they do not hesitate to state the mortality that it caused, in precise figures unknown to any statistician, varying from 3 to 6 and even to 10 million deaths. 2. On the other hand, a retired high official of the government of India, speaking Russian, and well acquainted with Tsarist Russia, who had himself administered famine districts in India, and who visited in 1932 some of the localities in the USSR in which conditions were reported to be among the worst, informed the present writers at the time that he had found no evidence of there being or having been anything like what Indian officials would describe as a famine. Without expecting to convince the prejudiced, we give, for what it may be deemed worth, the conclusion to which our visits in 1932 and 1934, and subsequent examination of the available evidence, now lead us. That in each of the years 1931 and 1932 there was a partial failure of crops in various parts of the huge area of the USSR is undoubtedly true. It is true also of British India and of the United States. It has been true also of the USSR, and of every other country at all comparable in size, in each successive year of the present century. In countries of such vast extent, having every kind of climate, there is always a partial failure of crops somewhere. How extensive and how serious was this partial failure of crops in the USSR of 1931 and 1932 it is impossible to ascertain with any assurance. On the one hand, it has been asserted, by people who have seldom had any opportunity of going to the suffering districts, that throughout huge provinces there ensued a total absence of foodstuffs, so that literally several millions of people died of starvation. On the other hand, Soviet officials on the spot, in one district after another, informed the present writers that, whilst there was shortage and hunger, there was, at no time, a total lack of bread, though its quality was impaired by using other ingredients than whole cotton flour, and that any increase in the death rate, due to diseases accompanying defective nutrition, occurred only in a relatively small number of villages. What may carry more weight than this official testimony was that of various resident British and American journalists, who traveled during 1933 and 1934 through the districts reputed to have been the worst sufferers, and who declared to the present writers that they had found no reason to suppose that the trouble had been more serious than was officially represented. Our own impression, after considering all the available evidence, is that the partial failure of crops certainly extended to only a fraction of the USSR, possibly to no more than 1/10 of the geographical area. We think it plain that this partial failure was not in itself sufficiently serious to cause actual starvation, except possibly, in the worst districts, relatively small in extent. Any estimate of the total number of deaths in excess of the normal average, based on a total population supposed to have been subjected to famine conditions, of 60 millions, which would mean half the entire rural population between the Baltic and the Pacific, or even 1/10 of such a population, appears to us to be fantastically excessive. On the other hand, it seems to be proved that a considerable number of peasant households, both in the spring of 1932 and in that of 1933, found themselves unprovided with a sufficient store of cereal food, and specially short of fats. To these cases we shall recur. But we are at once reminded that in countries like India and the USSR, in China, and even in the United States, in which there is no ubiquitous system of poor relief, a certain number of people among these huge populations, even many thousands, die each year of starvation, or of the diseases endemic under these conditions, and that whenever there is even a partial failure of crops this number will certainly be considerably increased. It cannot be supposed to have been otherwise in parts of the southern Ukraine, the Kuban district and Dagestan in the winters of 1931 and 1932. But before we are warranted in describing the scarcity of food in particular wise holds of particular districts as a famine, we must inquire how the scarcity came to exist. We notice among the evidence the fact that the scarcity was patchy. In one and the same locality, under weather conditions apparently similar if not identical, there are collective farms which have in these years reaped harvests of more than average excellence, whilst others, adjoining them on the north or on the south, have experienced conditions of distress, and may sometimes have known actual starvation. This is not to deny that there were whole districts in which drought or cold seriously reduced the yield. But there are clearly other cases, how many we cannot pretend to estimate, in which the harvest failures were caused, not by something in the sky, but by something in the collective farm itself. And WT3 are soon put on the track of discovery. As we have already mentioned, we find a leading personage in the direction of the Ukrainian revolt actually claiming that the opposition of the Ukrainian population caused the failure of the grain storing plan of 1931, and still more so, that of 1932. He boasts of the success of the passive resistance which aimed at a systematic frustration of the Bolshevik plans for the sowing and gathering of the harvest. He tells us plainly that, owing to the efforts of himself and his friends, whole tracts were left unsown, and in addition, when the crop was being gathered last year, it happened that, in many areas, especially in the south, 20, 40 and even 50% was left in the fields, and was either shiat collected at all or was ruined in the threshing. So far as the Ukraine is concerned, it is clearly not heaven which is principally to blame for the failure of crops, but the misguided members of many of the collective farms. What sort of famine is it that is due neither to the drought nor the rain, heat, nor cold, rust nor fly, weeds nor locusts, but to a refusal of the agriculturists to sow, and to gather up the wheat when it was cut? The other district in which famine conditions are most persistently reported is that of Kuban, and the surrounding areas, chiefly inhabited by the Don Cossacks, who, as it is not irrelevant to remember, were the first to take up arms against the Bolshevik government in 1918, and so begin the calamitous civil war. These Don Cossacks, as we have mentioned, had enjoyed special privileges under the Tsars, the loss of which under the new regime has, even today, not been forgiven. Here there is evidence that whole groups of peasants, under hostile influences, got into such a state of apathy and despair, on being pressed into a new system of cooperative life which they could not understand and about which they heard all sorts of evil, that they ceased to care whether their fields were tilled or not, or what would happen to them in the winter if they produced no crop at all. Whatever the reason, there were, it seems, in the Kuban, as in the Ukraine, whole villages that sullenly abstained from sowing or harvesting, usually not completely, but on all but a minute fraction of their fields, so that, when the year ended, they had no stock of seed, and in many cases actually no grain on which to live. There are many other instances in which individual peasants made a practice, out of spite, of surreptitiously barbering the ripening wheat, that is, rubbing out the grain from the ear, or even cutting off the whole ear, and carrying off for individual hoarding this shameless theft of community property. Unfortunately it was not only in such notoriously disaffected areas as the Ukraine and Kuban that these peculiar failures of crops occurred. For instance, the machine and tractor sections that were sent to far-off Turkestan found, as we learn from the intimate private letters of the martyred party member that we have already cited, just the same recalcitrance among the ignorant and suspicious peasants, whether nominally enrolled in collective farms or persistently obstructing their formation. These were the dupes and victims of the ceaseless machinations of the kulaks and others, whose position was threatened with destruction. How serious the situation appeared to Kaganovich we may gather from the lurid denunciation that he made in January 1933. To any generally successful cultivation, he declared, the anti-Soviet elements of the village are offering fierce opposition. Economically ruined, but not yet having lost their influence entirely, the kulaks, former white officers, former priests, their sons, former ruling landlords and sugar mill owners, former Cossacks and other anti-Soviet elements of the bourgeois nationalist and also of the social revolutionary and Petlura supporting intelligentsia settled in the villages, are trying in every way to corrupt the collective farms, are trying to foil the measures of the party and the government in the realm of farming, and for these ends are making use of the backwardness of part of the collective farm members against the interests of the socialized collective farm, against the interests of the collective farm peasantry. Penetrating into collective farms as accountants, managers, warehouse keepers, brigadiers, and so on, and frequently as leading workers on the boards of collective farms, the anti-Soviet elements strive to organize sabotage, spoil machines, so without the proper measures, steal collective farm goods, undermine labor discipline, organize the thieving of seed and secret granaries, sabotage grain collections, and sometimes they succeed in disorganizing kolkhozy. However much we may discount such highly colored denunciations, we cannot avoid noticing how exactly the statements as to sabotage of the harvest, made on the one hand by the Soviet government, and on the other by the nationalist leaders of the Ukrainian recalcitrants, corroborate each other. To quote again the Ukrainian leader, it was the opposition of the Ukrainian population that caused the failure of the grain storing plan of 1931, and still more so, that of 1932. What on one side is made a matter for boasting is, on the other side, a ground for denunciation. Our own inference is merely that, whilst both sides probably exaggerate, the sabotage referred to actually took place, to a greater or less extent, in various parts of the USSR, in which collective farms had been established under pressure. The partial failure of the crops due to climatic conditions, which is to be annually expected in one locality or another, was thus aggravated, to a degree that we find no means of estimating, and rendered far more extensive in its area, not only by barbering the growing wheat, and stealing from the common stock, but also by deliberate failure to sow, failure to weed, failure to thresh, and failure to warehouse even all the grain that was threshed. But this is not what is usually called a famine. What the Soviet government was faced with, from 1929 onward, was, in fact, not a famine but a widespread general strike of the peasantry, in resistance to the policy of collectivization, fomented and encouraged by the disloyal elements of the population, not without incitement from the exiles at Paris and Prague. Beginning with the calamitous slaughter of livestock in many areas in 1929 to 1930, the recalcitrant peasants defeated, during the years 1931 and 1932, all the efforts of the Soviet government to get the land adequately cultivated. It was in this way, too much more than by the partial failure of the crops due to drought or cold, that was produced in an uncounted host of villages in many parts of the USSR a state of things in the winter of 1931 to 1932, and again in that of 1932 to 1933, in which many of the peasants found themselves with inadequate supplies of food. But this did not always lead to starvation. In innumerable cases, in which there was no actual lack of rubles, notably in the Ukraine, the men journeyed off to the nearest big market, and returned after many days with the requisite sacks of flour. In other cases, especially among the independent peasantry, the destitute family itself moved away to the cities, in search of work at wages, leaving its rude dwelling empty and desolate, to be quoted by some incautious observer as proof of death by starvation. In an unknown number of other cases, as it seems, to be counted by the 100,000, the families were forcibly taken from the holding which they had failed to cultivate, and removed to distant places where they could be provided with work by which they could earn their subsistence. The Soviet government has been severely blamed for these deportations, which inevitably caused great hardships. The irresponsible criticism loses, however, much of its force by the inaccuracy with which the case is stated. It is, for instance, almost invariably taken for granted that the Soviet government heartlessly refused to afford any relief to the starving districts. Very little investigation shows that relief was repeatedly afforded where there was reason to suppose that the shortage was not due to sabotage or deliberate failure to cultivate. There were, to begin with, extensive remissions of payments in kind due to the government. But there was also a whole series of transfers of grain from the government stocks to villages found to be destitute, sometimes actually for consumption, and in other cases to replace the seed funds which had been used for food. Of the enforced removals there have been two kinds. In 1929 and 1930 drastic measures were taken against those elements in the villages which were seriously interfering with the formation of kolkhozy, often by personal violence, and willful damage to buildings and crops. These disturbers of the peace were in many cases forcibly removed from their homes. The usual assumption outside the Soviet Union, writes one who witnessed the proceedings of 1930, is that this exiling occurred through drastic action by a mystically omnipotent GPU. The actual process was quite different. It was done by village meetings of poor peasants and farm hands who listed those kulaks who impede our collective farm by force and violence, and asked the government to deport them. The hot days of 1930 I attended many of these meetings. There were harsh, bitter discussions, analyzing one by one the best families, who had grabbed the best lands, exploited labor by owning the tools of production, as best families normally and historically do, and who were now fighting the rise of the collective farms by arson, cattle killing, and murder. The meetings I personally attended were more seriously judicial, more balanced in their discussion, than any court trial I have attended in America. These peasants knew they were dealing with serious punishments, and did not handle them lightly. Those who envisage that the rural revolution which ended in farm collectivization was a war between Stalin and the peasants simply weren't on the ground when the whirlwind broke. The anarchy of an elemental upheaval was its chief characteristic. It was marked by great ecstasies and terrors. Local leaders in village, township and province did what was right in their own eyes and passionately defended their convictions. Moscow studied and participated in the local earthquakes, and, out of the mass experience, made, somewhat too late to save the livestock, general laws for its direction. It was a harsh, bitter, and by no means bloodless conflict. Township and provincial commissions in the USSR reviewed and cut down the lists of kulaks for exile, to guard against local excesses. Later, when the sabotage took the form of a widespread general strike against even cultivation of the collective farms, the Soviet government found itself on the horns of the same dilemma that perplexed the administrators of the English Poor Law. To provide maintenance for able-bodied men whose refusal to work had brought them to destitution would merely encourage them, and their families, and eventually countless others, to repeat the offense. Yet deliberately to leave them to starve was an unacceptable alternative. The English guardians of the poor, early in the 18th century, invented the device, which was readopted in 1834, of relieving the able-bodied and their families only on condition that they entered the workhouse, and there performed whatever tasks of work could be set to them. The Soviet government had no workhouses available and no time to build them. Its device was forcibly to remove the peasants who were found to be without food from the villages which they were demoralizing to places at a distance where they could be put to work at the making of railways, roads, or canals, at the cutting of timber, or at prospecting or mining for mineral ores, all tasks of discomfort and occasionally of hardship, by which they were enabled to earn the bare subsistence wage of relief work. It was a rough and ready expedient of famine relief, which undoubtedly caused much suffering to innocent victims. But candid students of the circumstances may not unwarrantably come to the conclusion that, when the crisis of possible starvation arrived, as the result largely of deliberate sabotage, the Soviet government could hardly have acted otherwise than it did. 2. With the characteristic Bolshevik habit of self-criticism, the Soviet government blamed its own organization for having let things come to such a pass. The Village Party and Young Communist Organization, declared Kaganovich in January 1933, including the groups in state farms and machine tractor stations, frequently lack revolutionary feeling and vigilance. In many places they not only do not oppose this anti-Soviet work of hostile elements with class alertness and an everyday Bolshevik drive to strengthen Soviet influence over the broad non-party masses of the collective farmers and state farm workers, but they themselves sometimes fall under the influence of these sabotaging elements, and some members of the party, who entered for careerist purposes, line up with the enemies of the collective and state farms and the Soviet government, and join with them in organizing thieving of seed at sowing time, grain at harvesting and threshing time, hiding grain in secret granaries, sabotaging state grain purchases, and really draw certain collective farms, groups of kolkhozniks and backward workers DF state farms into the struggle against the Soviet power. It is particularly true of state farms, where frequently the directors, under the influence of anti-Soviet elements, undergo a bourgeois degeneration, sabotage the tasks set by the Soviet government, enter upon out-and-out treachery to the party and government, and attempt to dispose of state farm products as if they were their own personal property, but with no less characteristic Bolshevist persistence. The occasion was taken to intensify the campaign, so as to ensure that 1933 and 1934 should see better results than 1931 or 1932. It was recognized, and frankly confessed, that a serious error had been made, often owing to the mistaken zeal of local agents, in making successive levies on the successful kolkhozy, when these were found in possession of unexpectedly large crops. Many peasants had lost confidence in the government's financial measures, always fearing that the results of their labors would be taken away from them. Hence the whole system was changed. The government relinquished all right to take produce by contract any more than by requisition. Henceforth nothing more was to be exacted from the collective farms by way of agricultural tax than the one official levy of grain, meat, milk, and other produce, definitely fixed in advance, in exact proportion so far as arable produce was concerned, to the normal harvest on the number of hectares that had to be sown and weeded and reaped. Similar assessments were made for other produce. However great might prove to be the yield, the government would claim no more. Even if a larger area were sown than had been required, the government pledged itself not to increase its demand upon the zealous kolkhos. As soon as this definitely fixed levy had been paid for the whole district, each kolkhoz, that they should produce, up to their ability, the foodstuffs required for the maintenance of the community. Any organized refusal to cultivate must inevitably be met by expropriation. Was to be free to sell the surplus to outsiders as it pleased, even to selling it, in the open market, to the highest bidder. At the same time the whole organization was drastically overhauled. Many hundreds of local officials were, during 1932, found guilty of gross neglect, or wanton mishandling of machinery, stores, and crops. These were severely reprimanded and in many cases dismissed from office. Hundreds of the worst offenders were sentenced to imprisonment, and at least several dozens to be shot. The members of the kolkhozy themselves, including the managers and accountants, were also faithfully dealt with. What was most difficult to cope with was the deplorable general sullenness, in which many, and sometimes most, of the peasants had ceased to care whether or not the normal harvest was reaped. Where the ploughing had been only feebly performed, the weeding left undone, and the scanty growing grain filched from the fields by night, the whole kolkhoz was drastically shaken up. The most guilty of the sabotagers, often ex-kulaks, were expelled, the negligent managers and peccant accountants were dismissed from office, collective farms which had willfully neglected or refused to till their land were sternly refused relief when they found themselves without food, so as not to encourage further recusancy, and in some of the worst cases the inhabitants of whole villages, if only in order to save them from starvation, were summarily removed from the land that they had neglected or refused to cultivate, and deported elsewhere, to find labouring work of any sort for bare maintenance. It is not denied that in these summary removals, as in those of individual kulaks who had refused to conform to the government's requirements, great hardship was inflicted on a large number of women and children, as well as on the men. Without such cost in suffering, it is argued, the rapid reorganization of peasant agriculture which seemed the only practicable means of solving the problem of the national food supply, could not have been effected. In the result there seems to us no doubt that this peculiar stiffening of the local rural administration by a chosen army of zealous and specially instructed party members, in direct communication with Kaganovich and the Special Department for Agriculture of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, was, during 1933 and 1934, remarkably effective. Kaganovich himself was during both these years constantly touring the country, looking minutely into everything, and giving orders which had to be obeyed. 2. The Soviet government was lucky in a critical year. In a harvest which, even if its excellence was exaggerated, was at least vastly better than those of the preceding years. But there would not have been anything like so great a yield if this extraordinary administrative activity had not seen to it, in practically all the 240,000 farms, that the sowing was actually undertaken and completed at the right time, that the harrowing was not scamped, that there was everywhere much more systematic weeding than had ever before been undertaken, that the tractors and harvesters were supplied to nearly every collective farm, and maintained in unwonted efficiency, that the harvest was got in without procrastination, and that the grain was guarded from theft and stored in safety. In the following year the harvest was apparently, on the average, not quite so great as in 1933, but the universal testimony was to the effect that the behavior of the peasants had greatly improved. Some of the villages that had been among the most recalcitrant in cultivation during 1932, and had hungered most in the winter of 1932 to 1933, were among the most diligent in 1934, and abundantly reaped the reward of their increased labors. As a consequence it was reported that the government obtained in the aggregate almost as large an amount of grain, in return for its machinery and seed, as its share of the less abundant harvest of 1934, as it had received out of the bumper crops of 1933. And now that the worst members of the collective farms have been drastically expelled, whilst the others have been actually shown how the work should be done, and have been made to realize that, even after paying all that the government requires from them, they have much more to their individual shares than they have ever in their lives made out of their tiny holdings, they may perhaps be expected to be able to dispense with much of the hustling by which Kaganovich and his myrmidons in 1933 and 1934 pulled the USSR through a dangerous crisis. 1. The members' meeting. The basis of the administration of the collective farm, as in the Soviet and trade union hierarchies, is the periodical meeting of all the members over the age of 18. At such a meeting, at least once in every year, and in many cases more frequently, there is elected the chairman, and several other members to form the board of management, which constitutes the effective executive for all purposes. It is by this body, in the atmosphere of day-by-day discussion among all the members, and subject to periodical report and debate in the members' meeting, that all the necessary decisions are taken, what crops shall be raised on what parts of the farm, when the various operations of ploughing, sowing, weeding and harvesting shall be undertaken, which members shall be assigned to each of the innumerable separate tasks, and all the 1001 detailed arrangements that even the smallest collective enterprise necessarily involves. The management of a collective farm, the actual organization of work within each collective farm, together with the arrangements for sharing the product among the members, vary from farm to farm. The 240,000 farms, indeed, differ indefinitely from each other in almost every respect, according to the local conditions and to the capacity and honesty of the leading members. At first, everything was of the simplest. All the members worked pretty well as they chose, at any of the varied tasks. It was often assumed that the year's product could and should be shared equally among all the little community, on the basis of the number of mouths to be fed, irrespective of age, sex, capacity, or the work actually performed. Gradually the simplicity was abandoned in favor of a definite assignment of tasks and offices, by decision of the members' meeting, but on the recommendation of the responsible officers and the board of management. In all the well-organized kolkhozy the workers are allocated to brigades, to each of which is assigned a specific task. In order to fix responsibility, each brigade has a particular area of land to cultivate, with its own set of implements, and is required to concentrate its work on a particular crop, whether wheat or rye, flax or beet, cotton or sunflower, throughout the whole agricultural year upon the same area, in the successive operations of plowing, sowing, harrowing, weeding and harvesting. In the same way a specific brigade takes charge, throughout the whole year, of the horses, cattle, sheep, or pigs that the kolkhoz possesses in common, so that there may be no doubt as to responsibility for their maintenance in health. Experience soon proved the necessity of changing the basis of sharing from mouths to be fed to days of work performed, often supplemented by an allowance for children under working age. The share for each day's work had then to be differentiated not by sex or age but according to the laboriousness or disagreeableness of the task. 1. The importance of the functions of management and accounting soon came to be increasingly recognized. But in order to keep down the overhead charges, the number of members who may be employed otherwise than in actually productive work, such as management, secretarial duties, accounting, and measuring, is strictly limited, and it is laid down that their hours of work must be reckoned, in the sharing, at no more than the average per hour of the whole body of adult workers. When it was found at the end of the harvest that a considerable surplus remained, after all the advances to members had been covered, and all the required transfers or payments to the government had been made, and this has undoubtedly been the case in successive years in many collective farms, and during 1933 and 1934 in, at least, many tens of thousands of them, the disposal of the surplus has been the subject of prolonged discussion among the members, leading up to a decision by the members' meeting. 2. How much should be devoted to capital improvement and how much to distribution as a bonus in money or in produce, whether to build a new barn, a new cow house, a new silo, or a village hall, a clubhouse, or a cinema, or a children's creche, a primitive apartment house for the young and unmarried men, or a clinic for the visiting doctor. All these have been talked over, and here and there, one at a time, in whatever order desired, actually undertaken. How disputes are settled. In the working life of such a community there must inevitably occur disputes which even a vote cannot settle. For these, as in the factory, there is increasingly resort to the triangle. We have all heard, writes a recent observer, of the triangle in the factories, management, party, and trade union. But on the collective farm there is no trade union. What then? Have we forgotten the village Soviet? A village is occupied by collective farmers and a few artisans, the sales clerks in the cooperatives, school teachers, and so on. The village Soviet is the organ of government, the kolkhoz board the economic and labor control of the farm. Their interests can never clash, they are complementary. The triangle on the kolkhoz, composed of the chairman of the board, the chairman of the village Soviet and the party secretary. And this triangular form of representation is carried down through the farm structure. On each brigade there is also a member of the village Soviet, elected from the brigade, who, with the brigadier and the brigade party organizer, forms the brigade triangle. Brigadiers are appointed by the farm board at a general meeting, when these appointments may be discussed, opposed, or confirmed. X. Democracy in agriculture. No one can possibly visit all the 240,000 collective farms spread over an immense area, and no visitor of half a dozen or so can form any useful idea of the extent to which such a sample no larger than 1/20,000th part is typical of the enormous mass, either in general efficiency or in amount of product. What most impresses the political student is the vision of these 240,000 separate communities scattered throughout the length and breadth of the USSR, severally working out their own life conditions, within the framework of the law and the regulations common to them all, not as separate families but as members of a cooperative society in which all have a common interest. 2. What an education must be the endless discussions of the frequent members' meetings. How refreshingly novel must be the atmosphere in which the 20 or 30 million children of these collectivist peasants are now growing up. At the same time the peasants are, with the aid of their families, also Clear majority in a meeting at which not less than 2/3 of the membership were present. AMI voted. Developing that part of the production which is left in their own hands. The magnitude and range of the individual enterprises of the members of the collective farms is seldom adequately realized. The model constitution recommended on February 17, 1935, states that each household in collective farms in tilling districts which have a well-developed livestock industry may have at its personal disposal 2 or 3 cows, apart from calves, from 2 to 3 pigs with their offspring, a total of 20 to 25 sheep and goats, and an unlimited number of poultry, rabbits, and up to 20 beehives. The area of the land around the dwelling place which is personally used by the kolkhoz farmstead may range between 1/4 and 1/2 hectare, and in certain districts 1 hectare. The commune. We need say little, at this stage, of the completely collectivist settlement known as the commune. Here the little community has all its material possessions in common ownership, and unites all its activities under common management, very much as was done by the numerous societies formed during the past 100 years, in America and elsewhere, under the influence of Robert Owen, Cabot, and Fourier, or among peculiar religious denominations such as the Shakers. In the USSR at least a couple of thousand communes have been established in various places during the past decade without any religious basis, and many of them have now had several years' successful experience. We may cite as an example the commune named Seattle in the Salsky district of North Caucasus Province, which was founded in 1922 to 1923 by a group of Finnish socialists, originally centered at Seattle in the state of Washington. They were attracted to the USSR, as a country free from the oppressions of capitalism, in which they could apply, on a cooperative basis, the American agricultural machinery that they brought with them. Welcomed by Lenin, they were assigned 5,291 hectares of unbroken steppe, 12 miles from the railway. Here the members, whose numbers had grown by 1935 to about 400, making a total population of approaching 1,000, now comprising 16 different nationalities, have erected substantial dwellings supplied with running water, provided nurseries and schools, sunk wells, built barns, granaries and silos, and brought under continuous cultivation more than 10,000 acres, selling the wheat annually to the government grain trust. The commune had, in 1933, over 100 cattle and nearly 200 pigs. It maintains a large woodworking shop and extensive brick kilns, by which it is constantly adding to its buildings. An efficiently fitted machine shop not only keeps all the machinery of the neighboring farms in repair, but also manufactures new parts and gears. The members of the commune enter freely into the local life of the district, take part in the elections to the village soviet, and send delegates to all the conferences and congresses that they are entitled to attend. All over the USSR the 250,000 population of the couple of thousand communes takes the same part in the civic organization, local and national, as do the kolkhozy. Whether or not these latter will gradually develop into communes, as many people suppose, but as the Soviet government does not encourage, is a question of the future. At present it looks as if there was a tendency for individual ownership to reappear inside the commune. In order to increase the aggregate of livestock, the USSR People's Commissar of Agriculture has decreed that every member of an agricultural commune has a right to acquire for his individual economy a cow, small producers' livestock and fowls. X. The hierarchy of owner-producers in agriculture. The organization of the owner-producer in agriculture stands plainly at a more rudimentary stage than that of the owner-producers in industry, which we described in the preceding section. The severe crisis of the past few years has stood in the way of any adoption of the hierarchical or pyramidal form of democratic centralism. No district councils representative of kolkhozy exist, nor is there any sign at present of the institution of an Union Congress of collective farmers. There is, accordingly, no central executive committee which such a Congress would appoint. A preliminary stage to that of a representative Union Congress of collective farmers may have been the large gathering of collective farm shock brigaders which was summoned to Moscow in February 1933. At this conference, attended by over 1,500 local leaders of collective farm administrations from nearly all parts of the USSR. The difficulties and the prospects of these owner-producers were made the subject of stirring addresses by such outstanding ministers as Molotov, Kaganovich, Kalinin, Voroshilov and Yakovlev, together with Stalin himself. This conference at Moscow was followed during the spring of 1933 by others held for particular provinces. A second All-Union Congress of Kolkhoz Udarniks held at the end of 1934 adopted a detailed and elaborate model constitution for all Khojkosi, which was formally approved by the Sovnarkom of the USSR and by the Central Committee of the Communist Party on February 17, 1935. This model constitution was strongly recommended for adoption by the members' meeting of each of the 240,000 kolkhozy, now approaching 250,000. The permanent central office in Moscow, from which was exercised some general supervision over all the collective farms in the USSR, or by which, at any rate, statistics were collected for the whole movement, has now been absorbed in the new commissariat, and is directly administered by the USSR People's Commissar for Agriculture. Probably one of the most important constitutional relations, apart from those with the Agricultural Commission of the Communist Party, are those with Gosplan, with which it must be frequently in consultation as to the annual formulation of the control figures of the general plan, and the continued minor modifications which have to be made and adjusted. Any hierarchical organization of councils rising, tier after tier, from the members' meeting to an all-union congress of elected delegates is, in the case of the collective farms, frankly postponed. The authoritative regulation of such of the 240,000 farms as are imperfectly administered is, at present, more obvious than any organized expression of the desires and ideas of the 15 million families who form the aggregate membership. The vast majority of the 240,000 collective farms are, in fact, not yet wholly self-governing cooperative societies. One such of them as have already made their agriculture successful, to the extent of maintaining their members, and their families, and of yielding to the government the amount of its levies for the agricultural tax, and in return for the use of its tractors and harvesters, its seeds and its fertilizers, do, in fact, manage their own affairs, by their own members' meetings, and get from the government, beyond the machines that they hire, no more than supervision and advice. For the rest, there has had to be devised an elaborate system of administration by which the members' meetings have been, by an ingenious combination of education and persuasion, economic pressure and, in the last resort, drastic coercion, shown how they should go. The results in 1933. It is possibly useless to adduce aggregate figures of the yield of wheat during 1933 for the whole USSR showing a considerable increase on any previous year as evidence of the successful working of the system of collective farms. Nor can this success be proved by particular instances, any more than failure is proved by the most agonizing letters of complaint, often of doubtful authenticity, which have been published abroad. It will, however, complete the picture if we give a summary of the report of one kolkhoz, named Successes of Stalin, in the Middle Volga region. This collective farm, it will be seen, made a great success in 1932, without waiting for the campaign of the policy section or relying on the advice of the machine and tractor stations. This collective farm, comprising 234 families, had just completed the distribution of its income for the current year, after fulfilling the year's program of grain deliveries by August 15. A total of 227 tons of grain was sold to the government out of a total grain crop of 619 tons. The gross income of the farm for the year, estimated on the basis of the official prices for agricultural products, is close to 95,000 rubles. In addition to 235 tons of rye, 337 tons of wheat, 26 tons of oats and 19 tons of millet, the farm produced 66 tons of potatoes, 18 tons of sunflower seed and 1,000 tons of hay and straw. After selling to the government the set quantity of agricultural products, the farm proceeded to collect a seed supply to be used for next year's sowing. In addition, a supply of grain was collected for the feeding of the horses, sheep, and hogs owned by the collective. Some grain was also set aside to supply those peasants who have left to work in the cities, under agreements signed with industrial organizations. The total net monetary income of the collective farm from the sale of grain to the government and from other sources, amounted to 50,000 rubles. From this sum, the farm paid agricultural taxes of 1,750 rubles, and insurance 1,700 rubles. A 3,300 ruble loan was repaid to the state bank. 10% of the gross income of the farm was turned into a common fund, which is used largely for capital construction on the farm. By decision of the farm members, an additional 4% of the gross income was set aside for cultural purposes, to pay bonuses and similar expenses. 2,000 rubles were invested in stocks of the tractor center and incubator center, which supply the farm with the required tractors and incubators. About 4,000 rubles was spent for kerosene and lubricating oil for the tractors, for repairs, and for administrative expenditure. After all these expenses were met, the farm still had nearly 27,000 rubles in cash, as well as 185 tons of wheat and considerable quantities of other agricultural products. Up to September 20, when the distribution was effected, 26,000 working days had been put in by the members of the collective. It was estimated that in order to complete the work on hand some 85,000 working days more will be required before the end of the year. The average pay for a working day will therefore be 78 kopecks, plus 6 to 5 kilograms of grain, 2 to 0 kilograms of hay, 14 kilograms of straw, and various other farm products. These amounts are from 4 to 6 times larger than the money and products received by the members per working day last year. To stimulate better work, the two best field brigades received 10% or more per working day than the average, while two other brigades whose work was not up to the required level received 15% or less than average pay. The collective farm members cultivate their own gardens and keep their own cattle and horses. This provides considerable additional income. Let us end this complicated analysis of the campaign on the agricultural front by a description by an eyewitness of one of the members' meetings when the harvest had been got in. On September 7, writes the American student whom we have already quoted, the collective farm Matveyeva celebrated the distribution of the first half of the grain shares. The individual shares for the whole period ranged from 100 to 500 poods. Later in the day at the meeting, farmer after farmer was set to speak of the harvest, the problems that had been met and solved by the help of the head of the political section. One elderly woman rose, shook her finger at the meeting, and reminded them when we read in the papers how such a harvest was possible we didn't believe it, now it is an accomplished fact. As an example of what has been accomplished in a brief 7 months through the work of the political section, the collective farm Bolshevik may be cited. Completely disorganized last year by Kulak sabotage, the Bolshevik farm failed to harvest all its grain, failed in its grain deliveries, and the members themselves were short of grain. This year that same kolkhoz is one of the leading farms in the district, and has been placed on the roll of honor for the whole of the North Caucasus. There is new life in the villages. Two such descriptive accounts by eyewitnesses of particular collective farms, although they may be quite accurate, do not enable us to come to any confident conclusion as to what is happening in the whole 240,000 of them. They are doubtless deliberately selected instances, and, in fact, they make no pretense of being anything else. Equally graphic descriptions can be obtained of the complete failure of collective farms to obtain any harvest at all, owing largely, as it is not denied, to the concerted refusal of the members to do any effective work at plowing, weeding or harvesting, even to the extent of leaving themselves without seed, and occasionally without food during the winter. 8. It is too soon to judge. On the one hand, whether the successful kolkhozy will repeat, in less favorable years, when the official pressure is lightened, the material successes of 1933 and 1934, or, on the other, whether the stern measures taken against those who failed to cultivate the land entrusted to them can overcome the ingrained habit of mind of the individual peasant, incapable of recognizing his own gain in any product, however considerable, which has to be shared with others. German expert observers declare that the agricultural difficulties in the USSR are not yet over, and that not for several years can the food position be declared to be safe. There are two principal grounds for this conclusion. Whatever may be done by drastic administration to compel the sullen farmers to cultivate effectively, this will not restore the slaughtered horses and cattle, sheep and pigs. The diminution of livestock had, in 1933, not yet stopped, although it is claimed that in 1934 the decrease was arrested in all but horses. Even if the aggregate total begins to rise during 1935, it must take several years to bring to maturity the animals now being born. The second ground taken by those who know best the mind of a peasantry in any European country, is the sheer impossibility of persuading the elder kolkhoz member to change his ideas and his habits. He has not yet got over his resentment at being deposed from his position of family autocrat, nor will he easily be weaned from his habit of seeking always to do less work than his fellow members, on the argument that only in this way can he hope to get even with them, as they will, of course, be seeking to do less than he does. It is not enough, such critics declare, to leave to the kolkhoz member the full product of his own garden, his own poultry, his own beehives, his own pig and even his own neglect to weed, and failure to reap, just as there had been in previous years deliberate slaughter of every kind of livestock, amounting to no fewer than 150 million animals. This man-made shortage it was that Mr. Chamberlain calls a famine. How far food scarcity was aggravated by undue exactions by the government agents from a population manifestly guilty of sabotage may well be a matter of controversy. We find, in the statements of Mr. Chamberlain and other believers in the famine, nothing that can be called statistical evidence of widespread abnormal mortality, though it may be inferred that hardships in particular villages must have led, here and there, to some rise in the local death rate. The continuous increase in the total population of the Ukraine and North Caucasus, as of the USSR as a whole, does not seem to have been interrupted, though the migration from the rural districts to the cities has continued, and may even have increased. The controversy is discussed in Louis Fischer's book Soviet Journey, 1935, pages 170 to 172, in which he incidentally says, "I myself saw, all over the Ukraine in October 1932, huge stacks of grain which the peasants had refused to gather in, and which were rotting. This was their winter's food. Then these same peasants starved cow. This concession to individualism may, it is said, even make matters worse, by tempting the disloyal collective farmer to put all his energy into his private enterprise. We do not ourselves pretend to a judgment. But we suggest that the Bolshevik government may not be wrong in putting its hopes, in the kolkhozy, as elsewhere, on the young people, who constitute about half the population. These will have increasingly been nurtured in a collective atmosphere, and, according to all accounts, they like it much better than the life of the individual peasant. So, it seems, do most of the women. If the women and the children, and the young people, who together constitute 3/4 of the whole population, prefer the kolkhoz will endure. This, at least, is the judgment of the observer who probably knows the Russian peasant better than any other writer. Of one thing we may be assured, declares Mr. Maurice Hindus, so long as the Soviets endure there will be no return to individual farming. I have the feeling that, even if the Soviets were to collapse, Russian agriculture would remain collectivist with control in the hands of the peasants instead of the government. The advantages of collectivization as a method of farming are indisputable. There are even now scores of highly successful collective farms in the Black Earth region and in the Ukraine. Collectivization has within it the power to convert Russia from a backward to a progressive agricultural nation, as individual land holding with its inevitable small acreage never can. X. Miscellaneous associations of owner-producers. Needless to say, the advantages of association in the work of production are not confined to the cultivators and handicraftsmen, and other producers in agriculture or small-scale industry. We shall describe in the following chapter the entirely distinct consumers' organization of the distribution of commodities, together with the productive services incidental thereto. But even specifically within the sphere of production, where the two main types of manufacturing artel and collective farm count by far the largest numbers of members, we have to notice, as part of the social structure of production in the USSR, various other kinds of cooperatives, often mixed in type, which are seldom described, but which cannot be ignored. We must, however, first write off, as superseded by subsequent developments, practically all the array of independent agricultural cooperative societies that existed in the USSR as recently as 1927. 2. At that date there were specialized societies for the assistance of the makers of butter and cheese and other milk products, societies for poultry and eggs, for potatoes, for grapes and wine, for horse and cattle breeding and the rearing of sheep, for tobacco, for cotton, for flax, for sugar beet, for the production and distribution of various kinds of seed, for beekeeping and whatnot. There were a number of credit societies on a mutual basis. But most of these societies, or the various federations and unions that they formed among themselves, combined the joint marketing of their members' produce with whatever preparation for sale could conveniently be undertaken collectively. Thus, there were cooperative creameries and cheese factories by the thousand, many hundreds of cooperative workshops and mills for the preparation of flax, hundreds of cooperative factories and distilleries for the manufacture both of food preparations and of alcohol from the extensive potato crop. In almost all cases the cooperative society supplied the technical instruction appropriate to the enterprise, selected seed, the best kinds of implements, and plans and models of improved buildings. It undertook the collection and storage of the produce, arranged bulk sales to the consumers' cooperatives or the government trusts, opened up new markets, organized exhibitions in the cities, and concerted with the People's Commissar for Foreign Trade as to the widening of the range of the export trade. A large proportion of all the agricultural produce of the USSR, apart from cereals, was, in 1927, handled by these independent cooperative associations. In the cases of milk products, flax, potatoes, tobacco, and sugar beet, these associations dealt with 60 to 90% of the whole production of the country. This extensive development of voluntary and independent organizations of agricultural producers, which in 1927 numbered 80,000 separate societies, uniting as many as 8 or 9 million peasant households in voluntary cooperation, had, by 1932, completely disappeared from view. So far as the present writers could learn, all the 80,000 societies have ceased to exist as such, their numerous federal associations have been liquidated, and the various centers that they maintained at Moscow have been absorbed into the new USSR commissariats of state farms and of agriculture respectively. A certain proportion of the local cooperative societies have simply become collective farms. Wherever the collective farms have been established, the credit societies have become unnecessary, as the individual members have little need of loans, whilst the state bank supplies any credit required by the kolkhoz itself. The great development of scientific institutes, which now place at the peasant's disposal all the facts and suggestions that he requires, may have rendered unnecessary much of the service of advice and instruction rendered by the specialist cooperative societies and federal unions. Yet it cannot be ignored that the summary liquidation of so extensive a growth of social tissue involves a loss to the peasantry which may not yet have been entirely made good to the whole 25 million households, by the more systematic organization of state banks and commissariats, institutes and kolkhozy. Some miscellaneous developments of these we have now to describe. The fishermen's kolkhozy. In no part of the organized structure of Soviet communism do we find a more striking example of Lenin's principle of constitutional multiformity than in the industry of fishing, in which the USSR has now a greater annual output than Great Britain or Norway, and stands second only to Japan among all the nations of the world. This industry is almost entirely a creation of the last 15 years. Prior to the war there was practically no Russian deep-sea fish lying, no other preserving than salting, no canning of the catch, and only an extensive but unorganized individual shore and river fishing, which sank under the disturbance of war and famine to its lowest point in 1921. In 1929 the Soviet government began the establishment of deep-sea fishing, with an ever-increasing development of refrigeration and other methods of preservation, processing of various kinds, various incidental manufactures, and, finally, canning on a large scale. The capital investment in up-to-date fleets of motor vessels, shore depots and factories, and the canning industry, during 1929 to 1934, amounts to nearly 500 million rubles. At the present time there are at work more than 100 ocean-going trawlers, as well as larger vessels, 8 shipbuilding wharves for repairing and increasing this fleet, 21 refrigerating establishments, 9 ice-making works, 26 barrel factories, 250 radio transmitting and receiving stations, 27 fish waste factories, and many incidental establishments. The annual catch of the State Fishery Department now amounts to nearly 500,000 tons of fish, or about twice as much as the total catch of all the fishermen of 1921, a remarkable achievement of only 5 years' constructive work. But the Soviet government, in establishing this great industry, in which all the workers are directly employed at salaries or wages, had no wish or intention to establish a monopoly, or to supersede the coast and river fisheries, by which some hundreds of thousands of fishermen are earning an independent living. On the contrary, these self-employing owner-producers, all round the coasts of the USSR, and in all its great lakes and rivers, have been systematically encouraged, helped in their equipment and marketing, and finally brought together in a network of self-governing kolkhozy. The result has been that, concurrently with the rapid development of the state fisheries, the output of the self-governing owner-producers has also increased year by year, so that they can claim, in 1935, to be catching, in the aggregate, something like 60% or more weight of fish than they did in 1921, with a larger average income per head, and greater security and amenity. We cannot recount all the stages in this friendly cooperation between the Soviet government and the independent fishermen. The first few years after the revolution witnessed various not very successful attempts at a revival of the industry. In 1921 there began an apparently spontaneous organization of the coastal fishermen in local artels, or communes, which presently established district and provincial unions for common purposes, and in 1923 the All-Russian Cooperative Industrial Union of Fishermen, with a center at Moscow. But there was still comparatively little intercourse between the fishermen of the different coasts of the USSR, and many villages of fishermen remained untouched by the new movement of thought. In 1931, partly as a result of the growth of the new state fisheries, the various organizations of fisher kolkhozy were reorganized on a common plan, and united with some others which had meanwhile joined TTE hunters' associations, in an all-union Congress of Fishing Kolkhozy. Since that date nearly all the professional fishermen in the USSR, some 300,000 in number, have joined one or other of the 1,500 fisher kolkhozy which now form the Federal Association. The special note of this federation seems to be the considerable autonomy retained by the several fisher kolkhozy, and their deliberate limitation of the functions entrusted to their delegates to little more than marketing, the supply of equipment at wholesale prices, and the giving of technical instruction and advice. The 1,500 kolkhozy elect delegates, roughly in proportion to membership, to the annual session of the Congress of the particular regional union to which each of them belongs. The 42 regional union congresses maintain each the smallest possible secretarial and accounting staff. The All-Union Congress, composed of delegates of the 42 union congresses, meets only once a year to re-elect its executive board of 35 members, and discuss the annual report. This executive board, which is unpaid, meets in Moscow only very occasionally, and leaves the daily work to the presidium of 5 members whom it appoints. These 5 salaried members, who give their whole time to their duties, regard themselves not as leaders or administrators of a great industry, but merely as organizers and technical advisors, 2 or 3 of whom, at all times, are on visit to the distant kolkhozy. What, then, does the cooperative organization provide for its members? The writers had an opportunity, in 1932, of seeing, on the shores of the Sea of Azov, one of these fisher kolkhozy from the inside. The North Caucasus Krai included several regional fisher unions, to which, at that date, there belonged 77 fisher kolkhozy, one with some 18,000 members, all working on the Sea of Azov or on the neighboring shores of the Black Sea. The federal organization provided the fisher kolkhozy with equipment, advice, and instructions. It supplied its members with excellent thigh boots, nets and other equipment at wholesale prices. It provided advice in fishing methods, information as to weather and other prospects, and instruction in bookkeeping. Each kolkhoz, containing between 100 and 300 fishermen, owned collectively the boats, nets and other equipment, including sometimes a team of oxen to drag the heavily weighted net to land. It worked in brigades of several dozen men and boys each, who united in the operations under the direction of a leader of their own choice. Each catch, involving an hour or two's work, was straightway landed on the wharf belonging to the State Fish Trust, or other purchaser, where the fish were at once cleaned, salted, or iced, packed and dispatched. The fisher kolkhoz was thus concerned only with catching the fish. It was governed entirely by its own members' meeting, which elected a president, as well as delegates to the regional congress. 2. The financial organization was peculiar. In 1932 each kolkhoz made its own contract for the sale of a specified proportion of the fish arising from its catch during the ensuing 3 months. Anything beyond the quantity contracted for, the kolkhoz might sell as and where it pleased. These contracts were, in 1932, made simultaneously for the whole district at a meeting of representatives of the kolkhozy as sellers, and of the state.